Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Went to Demon Slayer World with Rias after Betrayal Movie. Before we start, please go support Josu5 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. A lot of time had passed since the battle of Issei vs Koragg and also the battle against the Trihexa, but in that battle, Issei lost 4 girls that he loved. Some time later, Issei was on a date with Rias, and at the end of the date Issei would propose to Rias and she is happy would accept, but a black-haired girl was planning a plan to finish off Rias to beat Issei, so with an ingenious plan, Issei and Rias would be framed for killing demons, but when they were surrounded Issei and Rias would fall into a cliff injured, but when they fell a portal would absorb them. On the other hand, in the world of Fire Force, the only ones to survive the battle in the underworld would be Shinra Kusakaba and Tamaki Katatsu, who were dying little by little, and so they would say their feelings, thus dying. But now Issei and Rias ended up in a new world together with Shinra and Tamaki, where they will live new adventures together with a demon hunter and his demon sister. Chapter Prologue. Betrayal of the Demons, a new adventure. Hello, my name is Issei Hyodo. I am the pawn of the Gremory clan and also the current Red Dragon Emperor, and I will tell you how I lived a great adventure in another world together with my fiancée Rias Gremory, also having new friends. Betrayal of the Demons, a new adventure. Issei narrates. Many things had happened since I confessed my feelings to Rias. For example, after that I went on several dates with the rest of the girls except Akeno, who did not understand why. But after that happiness a new threat came, and that threat was the Trihexa. In that battle we all fought with all our strength, but unfortunately in that battle, I lost 4 of my loved ones, and those were Xenovia, Irina, Kaneko and Kuroka. With all my strength and with the help of Vali and also Kakao, we managed to destroy the Trihexa. For a long time I was sad, but thanks to Rias, Asia and Rossweisse, I began to overcome it, but even so I always visit the graves of my loved ones. Normal narration. But on this day something unexpected would happen. Current events. Issei was in front of 4 graves, which are those of Xenovia, Irina, Kaneko and Kuroka, so Issei would put 4 bouquets of flowers on each grave. Issei. I really miss them, but I still try my best to move on. Dreg. Hey buddy, are you ready for your date with the Gremory? Issei. Yes Dreg, but you know I'm nervous. I'm afraid that she won't accept. Besides, she's the one who pushed me to keep going, and I also want her to be the first, but I'm afraid. Dreg. Look, partner, I'm not normally one to say this, but don't worry, this is a big step for you, and I'm sure your girls who died would tell you the same thing. After all, it was thanks to the Gremory that you became a demon and that you met them, and also, 3 months of planning this should have been enough, and you're officially ready. Issei. You're right Dreg, thanks to her and the others I left the past behind, so I'm ready. Dreg. So why are you wasting your time here? You know your female must be waiting for you. Issei. It's true, thank you very much for your words, friend. So Issei would begin to walk and then turn around and see the graves of his 4 deceased loved ones. Issei. Continue resting in peace, I will continue forward as you told me to do, and that is what I will do, I will fulfill my promise. So Issei would run to the place where his redeed is surely already waiting for him. Minutes later. Issei would arrive at a restaurant, entering seeing his beloved redeed, so he would approach her and cover her eyes. Issei. Who am I? Rias. Hey, you are my cute and beloved Ice-kun. Issei. You guessed it. So Rias would get up from the chair and then give a passionate kiss to her brown-haired boy who would reciprocate the kiss. Thus the couple would begin their date which Issei had planned. Later. The couple was in the park where it all began. Issei's thoughts. Issei nervous. Well, the time has come. Dreg. Don't even think about getting cold feet, otherwise you regret it. Issei. You're right Dreg. Out of your thoughts. Rias was looking at Kuo City as it was almost night and the view was unforgettable. On that. Issei. Rias. At that Rias would turn around seeing Issei kneeling. Thoughts of Rias. Rias surprised. Maybe. Will he really do it? Out of your thoughts. Rias. Yes Ice-kun, what's wrong? Issei. Rias, I know we've been through a lot these past few months and I couldn't wait for this, so would you accept this idiot half-demon dragon as your husband? Would you marry me? So Issei would show a small box that was open revealing a beautiful engagement ring. Rias was happy and was also crying from happiness. Issei worried. Hey Rias, you're okay. At that Rias would hug Issei tightly and then give his brown-haired girl a passionate kiss and then say. Rias crying. Yes Ice-kun did agree to marry you. So Issei would be happy and then delicately grab the ring and then delicately put the ring on one of Rias' fingers. Issei. I love you Rias Gremory. Rias. And I love you too Issei Hyodo. Thus the two would give each other a tender and loving kiss while the moonlight illuminated them. Dreg. Well, I'm happy for you too. Issei. Thanks friend. Rias. Ice-kun, what do you think if we go and give my mother the news? Issei. Of course. So Rias would make a magic circle disappearing along with Issei. But what they both didn't know was that something was about to happen to them. Meanwhile, in a place far from the underworld, Akeno, Rasuius and Lefei would be there, and on the ground would be a blonde-haired girl, and this was Ravel Phoenix, who was dying. Lefei. Poor Ravel, but that's what you get for not supporting us. Akeno. Well, Rasuius, stay here since you have to get rid of that body, you can't leave any traces. Rasuius. It's okay. Akeno. Oh, I'm sorry, Rias, another charge you'll be charged with. Lefei. Exactly. So Akeno would show an evil smile. Akeno. Very well, the time has come to make that damn woman pay. Lefei, the video has already been sent, right? Lefei. That's right, when Zudikas and Surzich's Sama see it, everything will be ready. Akeno. Very well, see you later Rasuius, you know what to do with that body. So Akeno and Lefei would disappear. Then Ravel's body disappears. Rasuius. You can leave Ravel, they're gone. From behind a tree, a very wounded Ravel would appear, who was being healed by Asia. Ravel. There has to be a way to stop Akeno. Rasuius. Don't worry, we already have a plan to prevent Issei and Rias from being killed, but for now, Asia, in a moment, Tan and Sama along with Azazel, will come to take Ravel to cure her with the help of the Citri clan. For now, I'll go there. You try to follow me as fast as you can. Asia. Okay Rasuius-san. At that Ravel would be losing consciousness. Ravel. Please don't let them kill my dear Issei. Thus Ravel would fall unconscious. Rasuius. Don't worry, we'll do our best to avoid it. Asia. Well, I'll wait for Tan and Sama and Azazel sensei to come. Rasuius. Don't let her keep bleeding out. Thus Rasuius would disappear in a magic circle. Then minutes later Tannen would arrive together with Azazel, and using a magic circle, he would take Ravel to Kuo Academy. Tannen. Hey girl, we have to go over there to pick them up. Asia. Oh yeah. So Asia would climb on top of Tannen, and he would start to fly. Asia. Issei-san, President, I'm coming for you. Meanwhile, Issei and Rias were in front of Venelana Gremory, who looked at them with a warm smile upon hearing the news. Venelana. I'm so happy for you, I can't wait for your wedding day. Rias. Thanks mom. Issei. Thank you Venezuelan Sama. Venelana. Hey, you can call me Mother Issei, after all you are already family. Issei. It's okay, mother. Venelana. And tell me when you're planning to get married. Do the others already know? Issei. Well, answering your other question, it was Asia, Rasuius, Ravel, and also Murayama-chan and Sarah-chan who gave me the idea, so they already know. Author's note. If in this story Murayama and Sarafel are Issei's partners, end of note. Rias. And well, answering your first question, mom, we've been thinking about it and we agreed that it would be after he graduated from Kuo Academy. Venelana. Oh I see, so it will be in a few more months. Rias. That's right, mom. But then a magic circle would appear in Ria's ear and she would start talking to someone, but then the call would end and Rias would be somewhat confused and scared. Issei. Is something wrong, love? Venelana. What daughter do you have? Rias. My brother just talked to me, but I could hear that he was upset and that scared me a little. Issei. Then we have to go. Rias. Yes, but we'll take advantage of it and we'll tell him the news as well as my father, who is there. Issei. I like the idea. Venelana. Very well, go and don't make Surzich's and your father wait. Rias, see you mom. So the two would leave. Minutes later. The two would appear in a large room where Surzich's and Zudikas were, but there were also Akeno, Lefei and Rasuius, and there were also Kiba, Gasper, and Kakao, and there was also Michael, and there was also Grafia, but she was waiting for Rasuius's signal to execute the plan. Rias. Hello brother, hello father. Surzich's seriously. Rias, Issei answer this question, why did you do it? Issei, hey, what do you mean Surzich's? Serious Zudikas. Answer why you did it. Why, daughter, why did you do it? Rias. I don't understand, what did I do? I don't know what you mean, father. At that Akeno would start crying, but she would be pretending. Akeno crying. Why did you do it? Laugh. Why did you and Issei kill her? Issei. Kill. We don't kill anyone. Lefei crying. You guys killed Ravel. That would leave Issei and Rias surprised. Issei. What? We didn't do that. Rias. Besides, they have no proof. Kiba. Of course Akeno has the evidence. And that Akeno would show in a magic circle the image of Ravel lying on the ground and dead. Seeing that, Issei couldn't believe it, Ravel, one of the girls he loved was dead. Issei crying. No, I can't believe who did it. Angry Surzich's. You guys did it and I can't believe you did it. Zudikas. I can't believe it, daughter, you've disappointed me. Leffe. Surzich's Sama show the video. So a magic circle would show a video where Issei and Rias were killing many demons. The two couldn't believe someone was blaming them for all of this. Surzich's. Sister, I'm sorry, but you and Issei will be eliminated for everything you did. Zudikas. This hurts me, daughter, but I still feel it. So everyone was ready to launch their attacks, but… Vesuvius. Wait, I'll just say something to the traitors. So Vesuvius would get closer to Issei and Ria's ears. Vesuvius whispering. When I say now Grafia-sama will activate some traps that she and I set, and when the traps hit everyone they fly away I will be following them. So Vesuvius would return to where the others were. So everyone would charge their attacks and would be about to launch them, but in that. Vesuvius. Now Grafia-sama. So Grafia would activate the magic traps and deal many attacks to everyone. Vesuvius. Now Issei and President. So Issei and Rias would fly away and Vesuvius would be following them. So the boys would be away. Issei. Vesuvius, what's happening? Vesuvius. First of all, don't worry, Issei Ravel is still alive and Azazel took her to Kuo Academy so the Citri clan can cure her. Issei. Uff, what a relief. Rias. But what's going on? Vesuvius. Well look, Akeno is the one who planned all this. With a spell, she controlled the minds of Kiba, Gasper and Kakao, but now she surely has control of Surzich's and Zutika-sama. Issei surprised. Akeno is the one who showed them that false evidence. Vesuvius. If he did it out of revenge against you, why did you take Issei away from him, and it seems that now he has control over those I told you about except me and Asia. There the boys would meet Tannen and Asia. Tannen. We found them in time. Asia. Issei-san, President, it's good that you're all well. Issei. Us too, but we have to go. Tannen. Follow me, I'll take you to my territory. Minutes later. The boys would arrive at Tannen's territory. Tannen. Fine, they'll be safe for now. Issei. I still can't believe Akeno did this to us. Greg. Well, think about it, buddy, why did that wretch blame you and the Gremory? Rias. And what do we do? They'll find us sooner or later. Vesuvius. Well, I have no idea, but if I remember correctly Issei can enter the dimensional gap, so I thought that you and Rias could hide there, since it is impossible for you to get in there. Asia. So they'll be safe. Tannen. That's the right thing to do. But in that. Akeno. I found them. Ha 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 ha. So a bunch of attacks would hit everyone, knocking down Tannen and sending the boys flying, falling near the edge of a cliff. So the boys would be surrounded by everyone and by many demons. Surzich's. Sister, you and Issei just give up. I know mom will be sad, but I'm sorry, it's the right thing to do. Zudikas. Sorry daughter. Akeno. Ha 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 ha, maybe Grafia escaped, but you're not going to escape Rias, I'm going to kill you, and that way Issei will be mine, only mine, only mine, only mine, only mine. Greg. This bitch is crazy. Issei. No, Akeno. Akeno. Hey, what are you talking about? Issei. If you want to kill Rias, you'll have to kill me too. Rias. If you want to kill me then do it, but I will die together with my beloved Issei. So the two would hold hands. Akeno. Well, if that's what they want then everyone finish them off. So everyone would launch their attacks, but in that Asia and Vesuvius would throw Issei and Rias off the cliff, surprising these two. Asia. Issei-san, take care of yourself and also be happy with the president and remember that I love you and I will always be with you. Vesuvius. I love you too Issei, so be happy. So the attacks would hit Asia and Vesuvius. Issei crying. No. Rias crying. Friends, no. But then some targeted attacks would go towards Issei and Rias and they would hug each other tightly. Issei. I love you and if we die I'm glad to die together with the woman I loved and at least we can reunite with them and the others too. Rias. I love you too Ice-kun and I'm also glad to die together with the man I loved. Thus the attacks would hit both of them and they would begin to fall until they fell into a forest, very injured and unable to move. Worried Dreg. Buddy wake up. But out of nowhere something would appear below Issei and Rias. Dreg. What the hell? Thus the portal would absorb Issei and Rias, surprising Dreg. Meanwhile in the world of Fire Force. In the underworld. The Fire Squad had managed to defeat the Preacher and also the Pillars. But the underworld was falling apart. In addition, Shinra Kusaka was seriously injured and could not move. Arthur. Hey buddy, hang in there, we'll take you to recovery. Shinra. Don't leave, if you stay to help me you'll die. Maki. But Shinra, we can still help you. Shinra. Go away, guys. I don't want you to waste this opportunity to live in the new world without infernals, so please leave. Everyone would see how Shinra was crying, so everyone with tears in their eyes would make the greeting they always do. Everyone crying. Shinra Kusaka, rest in peace, we will all remember you as a great hero. Tamaki was watching Shinra, and despite being injured she knew that even if she got out she couldn't save herself. Tamaki's thoughts. Tamaki. It doesn't matter if I get out of here, I'm still going to die, but if I'm going to die I'll die next to the boy I love. Out of your thoughts. The underworld was being destroyed faster and faster. Iris. We have to get out of here. Take Issei. Let's all go to the exit. So everyone would run, but in that. Shinra. Arthur. At that Arthur would turn around and see his friend. Shinra. Take care of yourself, friend, and tell Sho and my mother that I love them very much. Arthur crying. I will rest in peace, brother. So Arthur would go with the others, but everyone would stop when they saw Tamaki standing there doing nothing. Akateru. But what are you doing? Iris. Tamaki, let's go, we have to go. Maki. Let's go before everything collapses. At that, Tamaki would see everyone while tears fell from his eyes and then activate his fire Nekomata form. Tamaki. Live your lives happily, friends. Thus with his claws Tamaki would destroy the door through which everyone had left. Iris wanted to go for Tamaki, but Maki and Arthur would stop her. Iris crying. No, friend. At that point, Tamaki would see everyone and then greet them. Tamaki crying. Goodbye everyone. Thus the debris would end up blocking the entrance. So everyone would go away crying without any other option. Meanwhile, Tamaki would approach Shinra, who had his head bowed, waiting for his death. Tamaki. Kusaka. At that Shinra would be surprised to see that Tamaki was still there. Shinra. What are you doing here, Tamaki? You can die. Is that what you want? Tamaki. If I'm going to die, I want to die next to the boy I loved. That had surprised Shinra, but besides being blushed. Shinra blushed. You mean you love me? Tamaki. Yes, despite the fact that my curse supposedly attracted you to me just for being perverted, I discovered that you are not, and since when I fell in love with you, but I didn't want to tell you, but now I want to tell you that I love you, Shinra Kusaka. Shinra. You know, I love you too, since I met you, I fell in love with you, but at the moment I didn't want to tell you, but now I want to tell you something that I always wanted to tell you, Tamaki Katatsu. Do you want to be the girlfriend of an idiot like me? Tamaki crying. Yes, I want to be your girlfriend. So Tamaki would sit on the floor and then put Shinra's head on his lap. Shinra. You know, even though we're going to die, I'm glad we're a couple and we'll die together. Tamaki. Yes, you're right. So while the underworld continued to fall, the two lovers were happy even though they were going to die. At that Tamaki caresses Shinra's cheek. Tamaki. Do you remember how we met, honey? Shinra. How can I forget that day? If it was when I fell in love with you, I would never forget that day, and tell me, do you remember the day when I saved you from Lieutenant Rekka? Tamaki. Yes, and I remember when you gave me that kiss. At that the two would look into each other's eyes. Shinra. Well, it's time to die. Tamaki. Yes, that's true. At that, Shinra would get up with difficulty and then look into Tamaki's eyes. Shinra. I love you, Tamaki Katatsu. Tamaki. I love you too, Shinra Kusaka. So the two would get closer and then give each other a passionate kiss, and then the two would finally die as they would both fall to the ground dead since they had lost a lot of blood. But then the two would be swallowed by a strange portal. And so a new adventure is about to begin for Issei and Rias, but also a new adventure for Shinra and Tamaki. What happens next? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 2. A new adventure. An unknown world. Previously Issei and Rias had been accused of treason, all this due to a plan by Akeno to kill Rias, but thanks to Asia and Rossweisse, Issei and Rias managed to save themselves more or less because they were injured, but a strange portal had absorbed them. On the other hand, in the world of Fire Force, Shinra and Tamaki would end up dying from blood loss, but before dying, they both told each other their feelings, thus becoming boyfriend and girlfriend, but after dying a portal would end up absorbing them. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the intro. Chapter introduction music. Today we present a new adventure, an unknown world. Mundo de Kimetsu no Yaiba. In a field of crops. There was an unconscious Issei, and next to him was Rias, also unconscious, but then a strange crow would sit on Issei's head. Author's note. The crow is that crow that tells Tanjiro about his missions. I think his name is Kazuya or Kasugai, or as Tanjiro says in Secrets of the Taisho Era, Mitsuoman Tenouji, but I'll call him Kazuya. If it's any of those names, please tell me. End of note. Kazuya. Wow, this kid did badly, but I don't see him hurt or anything like that. Greg surprised. A talking crow? This is weird. Kazuya. If I'm the stranger, you're also the talking hand. Greg. Hey, I don't mean to bother you, but could you please wake up my partner? Kazuya. With pleasure. So Kazuya would peck Issei, and he would begin to wake up until he saw the crow. Kazuya. Hula. Scared Issei. I'm still alive. So Issei would send the crow flying with a single blow. Issei. For God's sake, a crow that I spoke to devoured my body, no thank you. Dreg. Wow, mate, it's good to see you're still alive. Issei. Dreg, where are we, or rather why are we in a carrot field? Dreg. Well partner, luckily I remembered what happened after you were injured together with your female, a strange portal absorbed you and also the Gremory, so I deduced that. But it would be interrupted. Issei. Let me guess, you were going to say that we are possibly in another world far from ours, right? Dreg. I was literally going to say that, but why aren't you surprised? Issei. Please, Great Red is able to travel between worlds if he wants to, so I'm not surprised that we're in another world, and that way we're safe from Akeno. Dreg. The crazy bitch. Issei. Yes it is. On that. Rias. Ice-kun, so we are in another world. And that Issei would see that Rias was awake and that she was not hurt either. Issei. Yes, but how long have you been awake, love? Rias. Well, since I heard you scream that you're still alive. Dreg. Okay, couple of lovebirds, get up and find out about this world because otherwise you'll easily get lost. So Issei and Rias would get up and then see a path. Issei. Perhaps this path will lead us to some village or city. Rias. Then let's go, my cute ice-kun. Issei. Yes my dear, you would. So the two would begin to walk hand in hand. But on the other side of the path there was another crop plantation where there were none other than Shinra Kusakaba and Tamaki Katatsu, who were slowly waking up since they had heard Issei's scream. Shinra confused. Hey, what happened, wasn't I supposed to be dead? Tamaki, confused. I also asked myself the same thing. But then Shinra would turn around and see his girlfriend, and she would also see him like this, the two with tears in their eyes, would hug each other tightly and then give each other a tender kiss. Shinra. It's good to see you're alive too, Tamaki. Tamaki. I'm also glad to see that you're alive, my love, but where are we? Shinra. Well, it seems like we are in a crop plantation, but I don't understand why if we should be in the underworld. So the two would wake up seeing that they still had their 8th squadron uniforms. Shinra. Well, we still have our uniforms and spare ones. Tamaki. Yes, you're right. In that, the two would see the path. Tamaki. Maybe if we follow this path it will lead us to a city. Shinra. Then let's go. So the two would start running holding hands. Meanwhile, Tanjiro had arrived at a city where there was a river where there were several wooden boats being handled by people. Tanjiro. This will be the city in the northwest. So Tanjiro would continue walking across the bridge. After a few seconds Issei and Rias would arrive observing the city in amazement. Issei. Whoa. Rias. I guess the cities here aren't advanced. Issei. Well, we have to investigate and find out about this world. So the two would begin to walk until they entered the city, but Issei would see Tanjiro, but he would feel a presence on Tanjiro's back. Issei. Rias, do you feel it? Rias. Yes, it seems that boy is carrying someone inside that box. Issei. We must follow him. So Issei and Rias would start following Tanjiro, but he didn't realize it. But while Issei and Rias followed Tanjiro just like the original story, Tanjiro would see a boy named Kazumi who was hurt, but Issei and Rias would also see him. Issei. But what happened to that man? Rias. I don't know, but I think it went badly for him. But in that, the two would listen to what a woman would say. Woman. I was right next to Satoko when she was taken away. But the boys would follow Tanjiro, but he, like Issei and Rias, would listen to what people would say. Man. It happens every night, it's a terrible thing. Woman. It's creepy. Woman 2. When night falls, they will kidnap another young woman. That surprised Tanjiro but also Issei and Rias. Issei. Kidnap another young girl. Rias. Let's find out what it's about. So Issei and Rias would run towards where Kazumi is, but Tanjiro would also go after them upon hearing what Rias said. And that Kazumi would continue walking until. Issei. Rias. Tanjiro. Are you Kazumi? So he would turn around seeing Issei and Rias and also Tanjiro. Tanjiro. I would like to hear your story please. Issei. Us too. Minutes later. Kazumi had taken the boys to where Satoko disappeared. Issei. So this is where she disappeared. Kazumi. Yes, but I'm sure they won't believe me. Rias. If we believe him, we are here to help. Tanjiro. Even though I don't know them, I also say the same thing, I'm here to help. But then Tanjiro would throw himself to the ground and then start using his sense of smell. But Issei and Rias felt the essence of a demon, but not that of the demons they know. Issei's thoughts. Issei. I still feel the demonic essence, but it is not like that of the renegade demons or demons from other clans. Greg. Hey buddy, stay alert with the Gremory because besides the fact that this boy must travel with a demon, I also feel that these are not demons like the ones we know. Issei. Este bien drag. Out of your thoughts. And that while Tanjiro continued to smell the demon, Kazumi would remember how he was beaten by Satoko's father. So then both Kazumi and Issei and Rias would start following Tanjiro, who continued using his sense of smell. While that was happening, Shinra and Tamaki would be running at the entrance to the city. Shinra. What a strange city. Tamaki. Yes, it doesn't look modern. But then they would hear about what was happening with Kazumi and that he was being helped by 3 boys. Shinra. Maybe something is happening. Tamaki. Let's find out. So the two would approach a woman. Shinra. Excuse me, miss, do you know where we can find Kazumi? Tamaki. We want to help you with your problem. Woman. It's not far away, if you go straight and turn left you will find him together with 3 young people. Shinra. Tamaki. Thank you. So the two would run away. But Shinra would stop there. Tamaki. Hey, is something wrong, my love? But at that Shinra would put on a serious and thoughtful face. Shinra. It's just that I find it strange that young women disappear at night. Tamaki would also think about the situation. Tamaki. You're right, it's as if whoever kidnapped them made his move at night. Shinra. If we want to find out what's going on, then let's keep looking for Kazumi. Tamaki. Yes. So the two would continue on their way. Later. It was already night and Tanjiro continued to smell the demon while Issei and Rias felt the demonic essence. Issei. Hey, do you know where Miss Satoko might be? Tanjiro. If I follow the scent, maybe we'll find the culprit. Rias. Let's hope so, since it's not fair that Kazumi continues to suffer. On that. Shinra. Hula. So everyone would turn around seeing 2 people who were Shinra and Tamaki. Shinra. Excuse me, are you Kazumi? Kazumi. See. Tamaki. We were looking for him because we wanted to help him in his search. Issei's thoughts. Issei. They look like firefighters with those uniforms, but are they from another world like us? Greg. Indeed, my friend, since I feel some strange energies within them. Issei. You're right, Dreg. Out of your thoughts. At that Tanjiro would feel that the demon was already making his move, so he would start running, while Issei and Rias would take out their demon wings, starting to follow Tanjiro. Kazumi. How fast? At that Shinra would smile. Shinra. This got interesting, come on love. Tamaki. I'm following you. So the two would start running fast following Issei and Rias and Tanjiro. Meanwhile. The 3 had arrived at a place. Tanjiro. But what? How did you do that? Are you demons? Issei. Hey, we understand that you are something they call a demon hunter, but in answer to your question, are we demons? Rias. But we are not like the demons that you must surely know, we are different. And that Tanjiro would be analyzing the situation. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. Maybe they are demons, but if they were Kibutsuji demons, the sun would have already destroyed them, and I can also smell their scents. There is goodness in them, and they are not helping for nothing. Out of your thoughts. Tanjiro. I can see it in you too and I believe you, but for now I need help finding the demon that is causing this. Issei. Understood. In that, as in the original story, Tanjiro would manage to save the girl who had been kidnapped by the demons at that time. But then Shinra arrived and Tamaki joined Kazumi to see what was happening. Shinra. What the hell was that? Issei. A demon. Tamaki. You said demon. In that, as in the original story, Tanjiro would realize that there were 3 demons, but they would also discover that it was too late because Satoko had already been devoured by the demons. Rias. Damn unhappy people. So Rias would throw a sphere of destruction, but the demon would quickly get into the swamp. Rias. Damn, he got away. Issei. Everyone pay attention, we don't know where they might appear. Although Shinra and Tamaki were surprised to see what Rias did, they would be on alert. Issei. Boosted gear. So Issei would take out his boosted gear and then summon the Ascalon sword. At that a black puddle would appear right behind Kazumi who was carrying the unconscious girl. Tamaki. Careful. Thus Tamaki would activate his fire Nekomata form, surprising Issei and Rias. Thus, Tamaki, with his claws, would manage to cut off the demon's arms and also make a large scratch on his face. Tamaki. What did you think of that damn thing? Shinra. That's how love is made. But in that both Tamaki and Shinra and also Issei and Rias would be surprised to see that the demon had regenerated his wound in addition to his arms. Tamaki was super surprised to see that. Tamaki surprised. But how did he do that? So the devil would get back into the swamp. Issei. Apparently they have the ability to regenerate their wounds. Rias. That's going to cause us trouble. Tanjiro. Try to protect Kazumi and the girl. I will try to cut off the heads of each of them. It is the only way to defeat them. So everyone would nod. But as in the original story, Tanjiro couldn't attack the demons because his attacks failed and the boys tried to help Tanjiro but couldn't do much. But just like in the original story, Nezuko would come out of her box and start fighting the demons. Issei surprised. Wow, his strength is almost equal to or greater than Kaneko's. Rias. You're right, Ice-kun. Greg. My suspicions were correct, the boy was traveling with a demon. Shinra surprised. Wow. In that, as in the original story, Tanjiro came up with the idea of entering the swamp. Tanjiro. Nezuko, I need you to protect them both. This is how Nezuko would see her brother and then nod. Nezuko's thoughts. Nezuko. I will, brother, but please be careful, I don't want to lose you since I still have to tell you that I love you. Out of your thoughts. At that Tanjiro would smile. Tanjiro. I'm counting on you. Issei. Rias, you and the fire cat girl help her, I'll go with him. Shinra. I'll go too. Rias. Be careful, Ice-kun. Tamaki. Please don't die, Kusakib. So both Issei and Shinra would smile. Issei. I'll be careful. Shinra. Don't worry, my love, I won't die. So Issei together with Shinra and Tanjiro would enter the swamp. So Issei found it a little difficult to breathe, so he came up with an idea and then shouted in his thoughts. Issei had activated his balance breaker, impressing Tanjiro and Shinra. Issei. Great, now I can breathe. Greg. Well done, mate, and good idea to activate the balance breaker in the water. At that Shinra would start making hand signs asking Issei how he did that. Issei. It's a long story, but I'll tell you if you tell me about yourself. So Shinra would assent. At that Tanjiro would make hand signs indicating that they would concentrate. So the demons would be moving while saying that they were stupid to enter the swamp. Issei's thoughts. Issei. They underestimate me even without knowing what I'm capable of. And that Issei would remember everything he has faced since becoming a demon. Issei. Since I became a demon I have faced many different enemies, I have surpassed each and every one of my limits, so you should not underestimate me. Out of your thoughts. While Shinra would also be thinking. Shinra's thoughts. Shinra. So you underestimate me, huh? You have no idea what I'm capable of. This is how Shinra would remember everything he experienced since he joined the 8th squad. Shinra. I have faced difficult enemies and despite that I always did my best to keep fighting. I didn't mind dying if I could be a hero. And now you will see what an Adala burst is capable of. Out of your thoughts. At that Tanjiro would be ready to use one of the water postures while Issei had activated the Welsh Sonic Boost Knight and Shinra was ready to make an attack. So the demons would already be close to them. Issei. Hirye. So Issei would start spinning at maximum speed. Shinra's thoughts. Shinra. Take this. Out of your thoughts. At that Shinra would begin to spin at maximum speed while drawing his fire from his feet. Then that Tanjiro would see what they were doing and then execute the posture he was going to do. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. Total concentration, 6th pose water breathing, whirlpool vortex. Out of your thoughts. Thus with the 6th stance and the attacks of Issei and Shinra, the boys would manage to destroy the demons by cutting off their heads. Issei. Lola Gramos. So Tanjiro would grab a piece of the demon's clothing and then start swimming to the exit of the swamp. Meanwhile. On the surface. Rias along with Tamaki and Nezuko were facing the last remaining demon, but it dodged Rias' fears of destruction. At that Tamaki would jump ready to attack the demon. Tamaki. Take this. So Tamaki would cut off his arms and then Rias would throw a sphere of destruction hitting the demon, but it would regenerate his wounds. Rias. Damn, he keeps regenerating his wounds. In that, as in the original story, the demon would manage to hurt Nezuko and would be about to kill her, but from the puddle that the demon had opened, Tanjiro would come out and cut off the demon's arms. Tanjiro. Don't touch my sister. Thus the demon would fall to the ground. At that Nezuko would hug her brother. Nezuko's thoughts. Nezuko. My beloved Tanjiro, you saved me, thank you. Out of your thoughts. And that Tanjiro would see Nezuko's wound. Tanjiro. Nezuko, you rest, I'll take care of the rest. Just like in the original story, Tanjiro would tell the demon to tell him everything about Muzan Kibutsuji, but he would refuse. Issei. Forget it, I don't think he'll answer you. Shinra. Well, if he won't answer your question then. At that Shinra would jump and then scream. Shinra. Go to hell where you belong. So Shinra would give a big fire kick to the demon's head. Thus the demon's head would fall to the ground and then disappear along with his body. Issei surprised. That was amazing. Tamaki. That's my boyfriend. Tanjiro was surprised because normally the only thing that can cut off the heads of demons are Nichiren katanas. But then Tanjiro would put away his katana and then go see Nezuko, seeing that she was sleeping to recover. So Tanjiro would join his front with that of his sister, and that's it. Issei. Now that's what I call incestuous brotherly love. Greg. I was going to say the same thing, mate, it's obvious that this guy loves his sister. Tanjiro would blush terribly at that, but then calm down and then approach Kazumi to give him the piece of the demon's clothing that had the things of the girls he devoured, and among those things was a red bow that Satoru used. At that point, while Tanjiro was walking away, Kazumi would ask for forgiveness and Tanjiro would scream. Tanjiro. Kazumi, take care of that girl. Take her home safely. Kazumi crying. I will. And that Tanjiro would continue on his way, but Issei and Rias would begin to follow him as well as Shinra and Tamaki. Shinra. Hey, well we follow the boy, why don't we talk about ourselves so we can get to know each other? Issei. Sounds good, after all you are the same as us, you are not from this world, right? Shinra. I think so. Minutes later. Tanjiro was walking while thinking until. Issei. Oi wait. So Tanjiro would turn around seeing Issei and Rias and also Shinra and Tamaki. Tanjiro. Oh, it's you guys. I forgot to tell you that thank you very much for helping me, but I would like to know about you, since I have never seen guys like you. Issei. First let me introduce myself, my name is Issei Hyodo, and this is my fiancé Rias Gremory. Rias. Nice to meet you. Shinra. I am Shinra Kusakub, part of the 8 Fire Squad, and this is Tamaki Katatsu, my girlfriend. Tamaki. Nice to meet you. Tanjiro. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Tanjiro Kamado, and the one inside the box is my sister Nezuko. Issei. Hey Tanjiro, listen, we don't know much about your world, but. Shinra. We would like you to tell us more about your world please. Tanjiro, confused. My world. What do you mean by that? Issei. We'll tell you, but for now we'd like to accompany you on your journey. Rias. Since you are a good person and you are the only person in this world that we know, so we would like to know if we can be friends. Shinra. Yes, and if other demons appear, we will be ready to fight by your side. Tamaki. So what do you say? So the 4 would extend their hands. Issei Rias Shinra Tamaki. Amigos. Tanjiro would see that the boys had noble hearts and had no bad intentions, so he would accept the handshake. Tanjiro. Friends, but you do have to tell me about yourselves. Issei. We will do it when the time is perfect, but one question, where will we go? Tanjiro. Oh, I just have to wait for them to tell me my next mission. At that point the same crow that woke Issei up would sit on Tanjiro's shoulder. Issei scared. Oh shit, it's the talking crow that almost killed me. Greg. I wasn't going to kill you, buddy. I asked him to wake you up. Kazuya. Hula talking hand. Shinra. Woo-oh, as if on our way here you told us everything about you, it's no longer surprising that there's a talking crow. Tamaki. True. Tanjiro. What's going on? Kazuya. You must go to Tokyo, Asakusa. Rumor has it there's a demon lurking around, wow. Tanjiro would make a nervous face. Nervous Tanjiro. Should I start my next mission? Kazuya. But at the voice of the crow. Issei. So now we'll have to go to Asakusa like you say, talking crow. Kazuya. Exactly. Tanjiro. It can't be later. Shinra. Yes, we are a little tired. Kazuya. There's no time. Tanjiro. Just a moment, I need to rest a little and so do they. Issei. If it's true, we need a break. Kazuya. Shut up and move. Tanjiro Issei Shinra. Yeah enough. While Kazuya started pecking at the boys, Rias and Tamaki watched this with a drop of an anime-style sweat. Rias. You know it's good to know that we're friends. Tamaki. Yes, you're right, and by the way, I'm sorry for everything that happened to you and Issei, but now you can count on me and my boyfriend. Rias. You're right. So everyone would start walking while Kazuya continued pecking at the boys. What will happen now? What will happen when the boys arrive in Asakusa? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 3. Arrival in Asakusa, Tamari Demons and Arrows. Previously, our protagonists met, they also met Tanjiro, helping him in his battle against the swamp demons, managing to defeat them. But after that, Issei, Rias, Shinra and Tamaki became friends, and also Tanjiro's friends, promising to tell him everything about themselves when the time is right. But now our protagonists must go to Tokyo, Asakusa. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the intro. Chapter Introduction Music. Today we present Arrival in Asakusa, the Demons of Tamari and Arrows. Much later. The boys had finally arrived in Asakusa and were surprised to see the city. Issei surprised. Wow, the city of Asakusa looks great. Shinra. Yes it is. Tamaki. From what we can see in this world, people always have to wear kimonos. Rias. If you're right, I wonder how I look with one. Issei. You'll surely look beautiful as always. Rias blushed. Thank you my love. Shinra. Hey Tanjiro, what do you think of the city? But Shinra would see that Tanjiro had a face of what the buck and was totally impressed when he saw the city of Asakusa. Issei. I think this is the first time Tanjiro has seen a city like this. So the boys would start walking, but like in the original story, Tanjiro wouldn't stop running like crazy. Minutes later. The boys would arrive at a stand where they sell udon and Tanjiro would order a plate, but also Rias and tamaki, since they were both hungry. Shinra. I suppose you've never seen cities like this, right Tanjiro? Tanjiro. No, I grew up in the mountains so I'm not used to this. In fact, I almost threw up. Issei. Calm down friend, everything will be fine. But in that Nezuko being asleep would put her head on Tanjiro's shoulder, making him smile. But seeing that Issei would smile. Issei. It seems that your sister is in love with you haha. That would make Tanjiro blush super hard. But then like in the original story Tanjiro would smell Muzan, but Issei would feel his presence so together with Shinra, they would accompany Tanjiro, obviously Issei would hide his presence, so that Muzan would not know that he is a demon. So then it would happen like in the original Muzan story without anyone seeing it other than Tanjiro, Issei and Shinra. He had turned a man into a demon, and while Tanjiro held him back, he along with Issei and Shinra would see how Muzan left, but Tanjiro would start to scream. Tanjiro. Muzan Kibutsuji. No matter where you go, I swear you won't be able to escape. Issei Shinra. No matter where you go you won't escape from us. But still Muzan had ignored them. Tanjiro. Hide all you want, I'll follow you to the end of hell, my katana will be the last thing you'll see in your life. Issei Shinra. No matter where you hide, we will find you, and the last thing you will see will be our faces. So all three would scream at the same time. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. We will never forget what you did. As in the original story, the police would try to remove Tanjiro from the man he was holding, but as in the original story, Tomeo had used his ability to remove the police. Issei. What the hell is going on? Shinra. Ni idea viejo. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. Is it a special technique? It could be a problem, the smell is getting stronger. Out of your thoughts. But then the boys would hear footsteps turning around and seeing Tomeo and Yashiro. Tomeo. I can see that they treat him like a human, even though this person has become a demon, they are still trying to save him. Now if you allow me, I would like to give them a hand. Issei. Do you really want to help us? Shinra. That's strange. Tanjiro. Who are you? Your smell tells me something. Tomeo. That's right, you're right. I'm a demon, but also a doctor. I want to help I also want to destroy Kibutsuji. That'd surprise Tanjiro, Issei and Shinra. Meanwhile at the Uden stand. Minutes before. Rias and Tamaki were together with Nezuko who had woken up. Rias. Hey Nezuko, I would like to ask you something. Could you answer the question? At that Nezuko would agree. Rias. Tell me, do you love your brother? That would make Nezuko blush too much. Rias. Come on, you can tell us. Tamaki. We won't tell anyone. At that Nezuko would take off her bamboo and to Rias and Tamaki's surprise Nezuko would begin to speak. Nezuko. Yes, I loved my brother. Rias surprised. But how can you talk? Tamaki. We thought you couldn't. Nezuko. Well I learned to speak again thanks to Mr. Urakadaki, he taught me to speak again. Rias. Incredible. But back to the topic, tell us how you fell in love with your brother. Nezuko. Well my brother has always been a very kind person to me and he also always worries about the well-being of everyone instead of his own. He always worked selling coal to keep our family safe, but what I saw in my brother I had never seen in other boys, that's why he captivated my heart. Tamaki. Wow you really love him. Rias. Why don't you tell him? Nezuko sad. I don't know if he feels the same way I feel about him and I'm afraid that he'll reject me and I don't want that to happen. Rias. If so, don't worry, Tamaki and I will help you so you can tell him your feelings. Tamaki. Exactly, friend, so don't worry. Nezuko. Do you promise? Rias. We promise. So you would laugh and smile. In the distance Tamaki would see that the boys were approaching. Tamaki. Here come the boys, put on your Nezuko bamboo. So quickly Nezuko would put the bamboo in her mouth again. Meanwhile. The boys were walking towards the Uden stand. Shinra. That bastard can't have escaped. Tanjiro. Curse. Issei would be thoughtful about that. Tanjiro. Issei, is there anything wrong? Issei. Well, I was thinking that Kibutsuji could possibly be found. Shinra. How exactly? Issei. Well, I can feel his energy, but it would still be difficult to find him, since it is confusing, since his energy is found in demons too. Tanjiro. So we couldn't find him easily? Issei. No. So the boys would arrive at the udon stand, and like in the original story the vendor was angry with Tanjiro, but he would eat 2 plates of udon, and then the boys would start walking. Rias. Why did it take so long? Issei. Well, let's just say that Muse and Kibutsuji caused problems when we found him. Shinra. Exactly, but luckily Issei hid his demonic energy. But then the boys would stop and see that Yushiro was there waiting for them. Tanjiro. Did you stay here to wait for us? Issei. I didn't expect that. Yushiro. I'm just following orders. The lady told me she'll take you with her. Tanjiro. But we can follow them with my sense of smell. Issei. And my girlfriend and I can find their presences. Yushiro. Our home is hidden with a protective spell, they couldn't find it. Tanjiro. Issei. Concealment. Yushiro. Before we go. And that Yushiro would point to Nezuko and Rias. Yushiro. Do you know those girls are demons? They look so vulgar. Both Tanjiro and Issei were confused. Thoughts of Tanjiro and Issei. Tanjiro. Issei. Vulgar. Vulgar. You mean ugly? Who? Out of your thoughts. But in that Tanjiro and Issei would realize who Yushiro said that to. Tanjiro surprised. Nezuko. Issei surprised. Laughs. Rias and Nezuko were left with what the hell faces when they knew what Yushiro was referring to. Angry Issei. You must be sick, no one in their lives would say that my Rias is ugly. She is the most beautiful girl in my entire academy and the pride of her family, just look at her. At that, Tanjiro angrily approached Yushiro. Tanjiro, angry. You must be sick, no one in life would say that Nezuko is ugly. She was the most beautiful girl in the whole village and the pride of my family, just look at her. Both Shinra and Tamaki would break out in an I'm-style sweat while Yushiro didn't respond, and then everyone would start following him. Yushiro. Come on, walk. Tanjiro. Issei angry. Yes, we are already walking, but going back to what you said about them, what happens is that you did not see them in a good light, come back here candles. Just like in the original story, everyone would arrive at the house where Tomeo and Yushiro were. Tanjiro surprised. Just when I thought it was a dead end. Issei. Shinra. We think the same too. Yushiro. Pay attention now, please make sure you don't offend the lady. So Yushiro would approach the boys with a threatening face. Yushiro. Why don't I care what happened to you guys, I only brought you here because she insisted, understood? Tanjiro. Issei. Shinra nervous. Yes, of course. Rias. Tamaki. How aggressive is this guy? Nezuko would just nod. The boys then entered the house and then entered a room where Tomeo was checking on the wife of the man who had become a demon. Tomeo. I haven't introduced myself, have I? Excuse me, my name is Tomeo and this is Yushiro. I hope we can be friends. But both Tanjiro and Issei and Shinra would see that Yushiro was upset. Dreg. I don't think you can be friends with this guy. Issei. Don't talk, Dreg. After a few minutes, as in the original story, Tomeo would tell Tanjiro how she had freed herself from Kibutsuji's curse and that it took her 200 years to figure out how to transform a person into a demon. Tanjiro. 200 years. Then Tanjiro screamed in surprise. Tanjiro is surprised. It took him 200 years to figure out how to transform a person. That's a long time. Mrs. Tomeo, how old are you? Issei. Shinra surprised. It's true, how old are you, Mrs. Tomeo? But then Yushiro would hit Tanjiro. They then start hitting Issei and Shinra. Yushiro, angry. You don't ask a lady her age. So Issei and Shinra would fall on their backs. Tomeo. Yushiro, if you hit them again you'll be punished. Yushiro signed. Yes, I agree. But Yushiro would be thinking something. Yushiro's thoughts. Yushiro. She looks beautiful when she's angry. Out of your thoughts. Issei. Poor Dio's too. Issei's head would hurt from saying that. Greg. Ha 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 mate, you forgot you can't say that. Issei. Don't remind me. Then, as in the original story, Tomeo would tell them that she always converts humans who are about to die, but not before asking them if they want to live their lives as demons. And that Tanjiro would use his sense of smell and Issei would feel Tomeo's aura. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. Her scent is very pure, there's no sign of lies, so I can trust her. Out of your thoughts. Issei's thoughts. Issei. Her aura is very pure, I didn't detect any deception or lies, so we can trust her. Out of your thoughts. Then, like in the original story, Tanjiro would ask if there was any way to make a demon become human again, and he would tell the same thing as in the original story, that he needed to experiment with Nezuko's blood and also with a demon with a strength similar to Kibutsuji's. Issei. Mrs. Tomeo, there is something I would like to ask you. Tomeo. Yes, it does happen. Issei. Well, I was thinking and wanted to know something related to the blood of demons. Greg. What my partner means is, what would happen if we obtained a large blood sample from Muzan Kibutsuji? That surprised everyone. Tomeo. Get a sample of Kibutsuji. Issei. Vera, as Tanjiro told us, his master Urakadaki told him that Muzan Kibutsuji is the first demon to exist and the one who creates the demons, right? Tomeo. That's right. Issei. So I was thinking that possibly if we obtained a large sample of Muzan's blood, we could not only cure Nezuko, but we could also make those who already transformed into demons become humans again. Tanjiro. Now that you mention it, Issei, it's true, it could work like this, so everyone would go back to how they were before. So Tomeo would smile. Tomeo. So it will be. Issei. By the way, now that we are in a quiet place, Tanjiro, it's time we told you about ourselves. Rias. Also, Mrs. Tomeo and Yashiro have to know about the four of us. But in that, like in the original story, a bunch of Tamari balls would destroy everything in their path, and in that, Issei and Rias, and also Shinra and Tamaki, would see that they were two demons, and these were none other than Susumaru and Yaiba. Issei. Damn, they must have found our trail. Shinra. I guess that's what demons are like. Then, like in the original story, although the boys tried to stop the Tamari balls, they couldn't do it. Susumaru. How fun is this? I'm having so much fun. One of the 12 demon moons will kill you, don't you feel special? Tanjiro. Issei. Shinra confused. Sweet demonic lunas. Rias. Tamaki. What are the 12 demonic moons? Tomeo. They are demons who follow the orders of Kibutsuji. Just like in the original story, Tanjiro still couldn't stop the Tamari balls, nor did Issei's dragon shoots work since the Tamari balls kept appearing. And the balls would manage to hurt Tomeo and Yashiro. Tanjiro. Senora Tomeo, Yashiro. Issei. Are you okay? Tomeo. We'll be fine, we'll regenerate in a few moments. Yashiro. Hey, what are you doing, silly people? If you pay attention to the arrows, you'll know the direction. You have to dodge them. Tanjiro. Issei. Shinra confused. What arrows, old man? So Yashiro would get 3 papers. Yashiro. Really? So you're incapable of seeing them. I'll lend you my sense of sight, so maybe you can eliminate the ball-sucking Tamari woman. So the papers were stuck to the children's forehead so they could see the arrows. And as in the original story, Tanjiro managed to cut off Susumaru's arms with a dance of the currents. But she would start laughing. Susumaru. Hahaha, do you really think you can get our blood? I don't know what you're planning, but I'll make sure you don't do anything to upset him. Do you think you can get blood from one of the 12 demon moons? Well, I want to see you try. Ishiro. Watch your back, you must not let your guard down. If she really is from the 12 demonic moons, you must not underestimate them. They are more powerful than any demon you have ever faced. Just like in the original story, Nezuko would fall on top of Tanjiro, but Rias would also fall on top of Issei, and Tamaki would fall on top of Shinra. But the 6 would manage to dodge Susumaru's attack. Ishiro. Hey Hunter and weird guys, make sure you take out the arrow demon first while we fight the Tamari demon. Tanjiro. Okay. Issei. Rias, you along with Nezuko and Tamaki, take charge of helping Yashiro against the demon Tamari. I, along with Tanjiro and Shinra, will take care of the arrow demon. Rias. Okay, but be careful, my love. Issei. I'll have it. Tamaki. Good luck, Kusaka, and please be careful. Shinra. I'll have it. So Issei joined with Tanjiro and Shinra to fight against Yaiba. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. It's time to get those blood samples. I'll fight any demon if it means we'll have that medicine in no time. I'm going to beat them all. Out of your thoughts. Just as in the original story, Tanjiro could not cut Yaiba's neck because using the Kaketsu arrows he sent Tanjiro flying, causing him to crash many times, hurting himself. But while the arrows also hit Issei and Shinra, Yaiba would also notice that Issei and Shinra were calm. Yaiba. What the hell? Why doesn't this hurt you? Issei. I'm sorry, friend, but for us this is nothing. Shinra. We've received worse attacks than yours, this is nothing to us. Just like in the original story, Tanjiro devising a plan would succeed in cutting off Yaiba's head, but using his last card would cause Tanjiro, Issei, and Shinra to crash many times, although luckily Issei and Shinra had not broken several bones unlike Tanjiro. Meanwhile, as in the original story, Nezuko and Susumaru would start kicking the Tamari ball several times, but Rias and Tamaki would do the same, but luckily, Rias' legs were surrounded by energy of destruction, while Tamaki was using her flames on her legs in the same style as Shinra does. At that Nezuko, Rias, and Tamaki were ready to do a combined shot. At that Rias would see Susumaru with a serious face. Rias. This is over, Susumaru. Thus the 3 would launch the combined shot, destroying a wall, but also causing a wound to Susumaru on the cheek. Just like in the original story, Tomeo would begin to use her ability to get Susumaru to activate Kibutsuji's curse. But Rias would start talking. Rias. Maybe you don't realize it, but this is like chess, Kibutsuji is the king piece, and you are just simple slaves that he uses, he doesn't even care about your own well-being. Susumaru. No, shut up you stupid girl. Rias. He's just a coward who uses his pieces as simple toys, and you don't even realize it. Tomeo. She's right. Susumaru. Shut up you damn things, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about, he would never be like that, no one can compare to Mr. Kibutsuji. At that you would burst out laughing. Rias. Cast. Tamaki. Take it, stupid. At that, Susumaru would be scared. Ishiro's thoughts. Ishiro. Magical fragrance of daylight weakens brain functions, making it impossible to lie or keep a secret. Mrs. Tomeo is truly powerful. Out of your thoughts. As in the original story, Musin cells would destroy Susumaru and everyone watched the scene in horror. Minutes later. The few remains of Susumaru were on the ground. Issei scared. Is she really dead? Tanjiro scared. Did she really die? Tomeo. She will die in a moment, this is the curse, the cells that Kibutsuji left in her body will destroy her, she will be destroyed from the inside. The boys were amazed and scared when they heard that. Tomeo. In general, battles between demons are useless, they have no sense, the wounds they make are not fatal, only sunlight or a hunter's katana can kill them, except for Kibutsuji, he is the only one who can destroy the cells of other demons. Minutes later. The sun would rise and the boys would go down to the basement and Tanjiro would hug Nezuko tightly. Rias. Mrs. Tomeo decided to bring Nezuko here since the sun doesn't reach down here. Tamaki. It was a good idea of hers. At that Nezuko would hug Tomeo tightly, this would anger Yushiro, but Nezuko would begin to caress Yushiro's head. Ishiro. Don't do that. Shinra. Ha, it seems that Nezuko has become fond of you. At that Issei would smile since Nezuko's attitude reminded him a little when Xenovia and Arena petted his head. Issei. Well now that we are here and there are no demons, it is time to tell you about us. Tomeo. In fact, I would also like to know about the four of you, since the abilities you display are not normal. Rias. One question, is there a clear spot in this basement? Minutes later. Rias would be making a special magic circle. Rias. Well, don't leave the magic circle. Issei. Everyone will see my memories and everything that Rias and I have lived and Drake will be narrating it. So Rias would activate the magic circle and an Issei would be seen sitting at a desk. Narrates Drake. Before my partner did not know about me he was a normal human, but also perverted yes. One normal day my partner agreed to go on a date with a fallen angel named Yuma Amano, but on that date the fallen angel killed my partner he was about to die, but thanks to the Gremory, my partner was reincarnated as a demon of the Gremory clan and then met his entourage companions. And that would show an image of Kiba and Kaneko and Akeno. Narrates Drake. After my partner lived many adventures and also fought against several enemies from facing the fallen angel who had killed him, from facing Razor Phoenix to save the Gremory from an arranged marriage, from facing Kakabia a cadre of Grigori who was a fan of wars, from facing his rival Vali Lucifer, the bearer of the White Emperor Dragon, from facing Loki the god of deception, from facing Diodora Astaroth and Shalba Beelzebub, also facing Kakao. And also facing the Gremory's cousin Sarairg Baal until reaching the battle against the Trihexa. Normal narration. Drake would tell everything that happened in the battle against the Trihexa, what happened after several months until how they arrived in that world. Everyone couldn't help but cry because what had happened to them was something very sad and even Yushiro was crying. Then Shinra and Tamaki would enter the magic circle and everyone would see Shinra's memories since an infernal supposedly killed his brother and his mother, how he saved his sister Iris, how he met Tamaki and some couldn't help but laugh, how Joker told Shinra that his brother was still alive, how Shinra saved Tamaki from Lieutenant Rekka, how the 8th squad entered the underworld where he managed to make his brother remember him, but not for long. And after the rest of the adventures they lived until they reached the moment where before dying, they declared their love and died and how they came to this world. Everyone again couldn't help but shed several tears because Shinra and Tamaki's story was also very sad. So everyone would hug the four tightly even Yushiro joined the hug. Minutes later. Tanjiro. Well, we have to go. Issei. We'll do our best to get more blood samples. Shinra. Exactly, with our help it will be easier to find a cure for Nezuko. Rias. Okay, come on Nezuko, you have to get into your box. So Rias and Tamaki together with Nezuko would run up. Issei. Hey, there's no need to run. But in that. Ishiro. Tanjiro, Issei, Shinra. In that the three would see Ishiro. Ishiro. Tanjiro I have to say that your younger sister is really beautiful and Issei Miss Rias is too. So they would both smile. Ishiro. And I'm also glad we're friends. So the four would smile. So the boys would leave while Tomeo and Yushiro stayed in the basement. Ishiro. Mrs. Tomeo, do you think they will do what they said? Tomeo. We've already seen what they're capable of. I'm sure if they attract Kibutsuji they'll be able to get that large blood sample. Meanwhile, the boys would be walking on the path on their way to the next mission. Issei's thoughts. Issei. Musing Kibutsuji, no matter what happened, I will do everything possible to make you come to us so that I can finish you off for everything you've done, but we will also get that blood sample, I swear. Greg. That's how you talk, mate. Out of your thoughts. Issei. Well, we have to continue on our way. All? Yes. So everyone would continue walking although Rias would walk together with Issei holding hands. The same thing happened with Shinra and Tamaki. What happens next? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 4. Zenitsu Agatsuma, The Mansion of Drums, Part 1. Previously, our protagonists met Mrs. Tomeo and Yushiro. They also faced two demons sent by Kibutsuji. Luckily, they managed to defeat the two demons. Thanks to Tomeo, they discovered that there is a way to cure Nezuko. Finally, our protagonists told their origins and everything that happened to the four of them. Now, our protagonists head off on their next mission. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the intro. Chapter Introduction Music. Today we present Zenitsu Agatsuma, The Mansion of Drums Part 1. The boys were meeting up but Kaguya kept saying that the next mission was in the southeast. Issei. Will you shut up for once? Shinra. My god, this guy is impossible to stand. But before Tanjiro could continue arguing with Kaguya, two screams would be heard. Please see. The boys were confused when they heard those screams. Shinra. What was that? Tamaki. Look ahead. So everyone would look forward to seeing a boy and a girl on their knees grabbing some young people. Boy crying. Please please marry me, I could die at any moment, I beg you please marry me, please 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 please. Crying girl. Please please I beg you marry me, any moment I could die, I beg you please marry me, please 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 please. So the two would continue like that while the boys were watching everything with what the buck faces. Issei confused. What the buck? Shinra confused. Are they crazy or what? Rias. Hey look. At that moment, a small sparrow would approach them and land on Ria's hand. Rias. Hello little one, what's up? Thus the sparrow would begin to explain everything. 15 minutes of explanation later. Issei. Are you granddaughter? Tamaki. That's just why those two got like that and. Tanjiro. Now I understand, I'll try to help, hey Issei, give me a hand. Issei. Of course I'll take care of the boy and you take care of the girl. Tanjiro. Of course. So the sparrow would smile and then Issei and Tanjiro would approach and Issei would grab the boy while Tanjiro grabbed the girl. Issei. Tanjiro, annoyed. Why are you making a scene in the middle of the road? They don't want to marry you and you're stressing out their sparrow. In that moment the girl would be looking at Tanjiro while a memory passed through her head. Flashback. In the final selection. The girl was in the forest while she was scared. Scared girl. Damn, why did I separate from my brother, it's easier for demons to devour me. Then the giant green and very fat demon would appear. Demon. Looks like I found a new prey. Super scared girl. Hey no, help me. And that the demon was going to attack the girl and she would just close her eyes waiting for her death, but she would feel like she was being carried and when she opened her eyes, she would see none other than Tanjiro who was carrying her like a princess. Tanjiro. Are you okay? Blushing girl. I know if I'm okay thanks. So Tanjiro would take the girl down and then face the demon, defeating him just like in the original story. End of the flashback. Girl. Wait, I remember you, you're the guy who saved me in the final selection. Boy. Wait a minute, that uniform is one of those who were in the final selection, right? Tanjiro, annoyed. I couldn't possibly know someone as ridiculous as you heard. Surprised and crying boy. Waddy, but you do know me, we've met, remember? Don't get mad at me for having a terrible memory. So Issei would release the boy, while Tanjiro would only release the girl. Tanjiro. Sorry if I grabbed you that rudely. At that the girl would be somewhat scared by Tanjiro's reaction, but would calm down later. Although Issei would notice that the girl looked a lot like the boy he had grabbed. Author's note. This is the female version of Zenitsu and yes, in this story Zenitsu has a sister named Zenko, end of note. But like in the original story, the girl who was bothering Zenitsu would hit him many times and then leave upset. Issei. Hey kid, leave her alone, don't buck with me. Zenitsu angry. It's all your fault, this had nothing to do with you. Issei and Tanjiro just looked at him with faces of what? Zenitsu angry. Why are you looking at me like this? Stop it. You're looking at me like I'm a pathetic and lonely creature. Listen to me well, the only reason you refused to marry me and my sister was you. The boys just kept the same face. Zenitsu Zenko, angry. Why don't you say anything? Listen, in our next mission we know that we will die, we know because we are weak, do you understand? Issei. Mi nombre es Issei Hyodo. Tanjiro. My name is Tanjiro Kamado. Zenitsu. Sorry, we started badly, I am Zenitsu Agatsuma, please I ask you to save me Issei. At that Zenko would hug Tanjiro tightly making him blush super. Zenko. I am Zenko Agatsuma, please protect me, Tanjiro-chan. Issei confused. Why do they want us to save them? At that Tanjiro would look into Zenko's eyes. Tanjiro. What was the reason you became hunters? This attitude is somewhat pathetic. Issei. I agree. So Zenitsu and Zenko would explain why they are demon hunters. Zenitsu Zenko, crying. And since we survived, we have to continue with this nightmare. Why, how scary, how scary, how scary. We know that in a very short time a demon is going to eat us, our brains are going to be sucked through our ears while we are still breathing. Don't save us. At that Tanjiro would hug Zenko tightly. Tanjiro. Calm down, calm down. Issei. Don't be dramatic. While Shinra, Tamaki and Rias watched everything with a big anime-style drop of sweat. Minutes later. The boys were walking and then Tanjiro would give some rice balls to Zenitsu and Zenko and they would accept. Although Zenko was blushing since she couldn't stop looking at Tanjiro, since she remembered how he saved her from the demon in the final selection and how he hugged her to calm her down. Zenko's thoughts. Zenko. Tanjiro is very nice and kind to me and my brother, seriously I don't know why I did that of bothering someone who is already engaged to someone, if Tanjiro must be the one for me. Out of your thoughts. So Zenko, with some shyness, would grab Tanjiro's hand, surprising him. Tanjiro. Hey, what's going on Zenko? Zenko blushed. It's just that I want to be with you since I feel safe by your side. While the boys watched everything just smiling. Here everything would happen as in the original story, the boys would arrive at a strange house and find two children, but then Zenitsu and Zenko would be listening to something until out of nowhere, someone would come out from above and fall to the ground. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Close your eyes. So the three would approach to see the body, but the Agatsuma brothers were scared but more Zenko. After seeing the body the boys were determined to enter the house. Tanjiro. Zenitsu, Zenko Vengan Kan as Otros. Hearing that Zenitsu would get super scared. Tanjiro. The only ones who can end this are you and us, Zenitsu. Zenko. Even if I'm scared, I'll go with you, Tanjiro-chan. Issei. Are you coming Zenitsu? Shinra. Come on, friend, come with us. But Zenitsu was still super scared, but later he would accept. So Tanjiro would leave Nezuko's box to the children. Issei. Rias, will it be possible for you and Tamaki to be here together with the children? Rias. Of course love, don't worry, we'll stay here. Tamaki. Please be careful. Shinra. Don't worry my love, we'll be careful. So the boys joined with Tanjiro and Zenitsu and Zenko to enter the house. But Rias would be looking at the house with a serious face. Something that Tamaki would quickly notice. Tamaki. Are you okay, Rias? I can tell you're a little serious. Rias seriously. What happens is that I feel the energies of 4 demons from Kibutsuji inside that house and I have a bad feeling. At that Tamaki would see the house putting on a serious face too. Serious Tamaki. Now I can see that you are telling the truth even though we are outside I perceive a rather unpleasant smell. But then Rias would calm down. Rias. But we don't have to worry too much since Ice-kun is in there. At that Tamaki would put on a what? Face. Tamaki. I think you're forgetting that my boyfriend is also together with Issei and nothing will happen to anyone if they are both there. Rias. Oh hehe sorry Tamaki I forgot. Tamaki. Hey, by the way, I'm surprised at how you fell in love with Issei. The truth is, it reminds me a little of how I fell in love with Kusakib. Rias. You mean you supposedly had a curse that attracted perverts? At that Tamaki would get nervous and start playing with her fingers. Tamaki. Yes, something like that, he. But at that, the two would turn around but would not see the children. Rias. Hey, and the kids. Tamaki. They were here a few minutes ago. In that, the two would see that there were some small footprints left by the children until they finally realized that the children had entered the house too. Rias Tamaki, scared. Oh, no. Meanwhile. Inside the house as in the original story because of Zenitsu, Tanjiro and the girl would be transported to another room, but there were also Issei and Shinra until the boys would appear in another room. Issei. What the hell? Shinra. The room suddenly changed. Tanjiro. But did you hear the sounds of drums? Issei. If it's strange, do you think it's a demonic blood technique like you told us that demons possess those abilities? Tanjiro. maybe. Then that the boys would look at the girl who is called Teruko until the boys would hear the sound of footsteps, so everyone would remain silent until they would see a demon, and this was none other than Kaguya, or for the friends the demon of the drums. Issei whispering. Shit, that guy looks strong. Shinra whispering. Look, it seems like his body has many drums. Tanjiro whispering. Teruko, we don't want you to scream. At that, Issei's arm would begin to shine. Greg whispering. Girl, listen to me. I want you to hide behind that furniture and not come out. Let us take care of this. So Teruko would go into hiding, and then Issei would take out the boosted gear and then summon the Ascalon sword, while Shinra would be on guard, and finally Tanjiro would take out his Nichiren katana. Tanjiro. I am a demon hunter, Mizunoto rank, Tanjiro Kamado, and it is my duty as a hunter to eliminate you. Issei. I am Issei Hyoto, and I am a member of the Gremory clan, and my duty now is to finish you off. Shinra. I am Shinra Kusakub, I am part of the 8th Fire Squad, and my duty is to eliminate you. So the boys would launch an attack, but Kaguya using his drums would turn the room upside down. And then from one of the walls would come out no one else and no less than Inosuke Kashibira. But like in the original story, Inosuke would only complicate things. Meanwhile, Zenitsu and Zenko together with the other boy called Shoichi would be looking for a way out. Zenko, angry. Brother, you are stupid. Zenitsu. Why do you call me that? Zenko, angry. Why? You separated Tanjiro-chan from us, how do you expect us to survive? If he's not here, neither are Issei and Shinra. Zenitsu angry. I don't know, what the only thing I want is to get out of here. But then the two of them turned around and saw that Shoichi was about to yell at them, and then they both got scared because two demons were approaching and quickly entered a room. But as in the original story, Zenitsu would fall asleep upon seeing that, Zenko would be on guard. Zenko's thoughts. Zenko. Come on, you can do it. Remember Grandpa's teachings. I know I can only use one stance, just like my brother, but I can still do it. I trust myself. Out of your thoughts. At that, one of the demons was approaching Shoichi, but in Zenko, he would close his eyes and get into position ready to perform the first posture of the lightning breathing. Zenko. Lightning breathing, first stance, lightning flash. Thus, Zenko managed to cut off the demon's head at great speed and then put away his katana. Zenko. I did it, but there's still one left. But then when the other demon was going to attack, his tongue would be cut off, and both the demon and Shoichi and Zenko would see that Zenitsu had gotten up. Then, begin to concentrate on your breathing and get into position ready to perform the first posture of lightning breathing. Zenitsu. Lightning breathing, first stance, lightning flash. So at maximum speed Zenitsu would cut off the demon's head, surprising Shoichi and making Zenko happy. Zenko happy. You did it, brother, grandfather's teachings helped you too. But then Zenitsu would wake up and then get scared when he saw the demon's head. Zenitsu scared. He's dead. He died suddenly, what's happening? It's strange. Thus confusing Zenko and Shoichi, but Zenitsu, just like in the original story, would think that Shoichi had eliminated the demon. Meanwhile, as in the original story, they would find Teruko's brother, Kiyoshi, who was hurt, but Tanjiro would pull something out of his sleeve. Tanjiro. This ointment is amazing, Mr. Urakadaki was the one who gave it to me. The boys would just make a what the buck face. At that, Tanjiro would be putting the ointment on Kiyoshi's leg. Tanjiro. You know one thing, he always wears a Tengu mask. Kiyoshi. Tengu. In serio? Issei. So he basically always wears that mask. Tanjiro. That's right, my master's ointment is great, it will relieve you immediately. Then Tanjiro put a bandage on Kiyoshi. Tanjiro. Do you think you can tell us what happened? Thus Kiyoshi would tell how he had escaped from the demons using one of the drums that Kaguya had on his back, but that he had dropped while fighting the other three demons. Issei. The one with the drums. Was that the one from before? Greg. Indeed, partner. Shinra. If I am not mistaken, I think he said something about peculiar blood. Kiyoshi. If it's true, I don't know what it is, but that's what he told me. Issei. What do you mean by peculiar blood? On that. Kazuya. Peculiar blood. It refers to the owner of rare blood. The boys were surprised while the children were scared. Kazuya. What's wrong with you? I'll peck you guys. Tanjiro. That's enough. Issei. How the hell did you get in here? At that, Tanjiro would grab Kazuya. Tanjiro. What does peculiar blood mean? Issei. Shinra. If you explain, bitch. Kazuya. The blood of all living species can be divided into silly types, the rarer the blood, that is, the more uncommon it is, the more desirable it is for any demon. Listen, a single human with peculiar blood is equivalent to devouring 50 or 100 normal humans. That'd surprise the boys. Kazuya. Someone like that is a feast for demons, it's their favorite food. At that Issei would feel Kaigai's presence approaching while Tanjiro had felt his smell. Issei. We'll leave the room. Tanjiro. Teruko, listen to me, your brother is very tired right now, we need you to take care of him. Shinra. As soon as we leave, play the drum to move like Kiyoshi did. Issei. If someone wants to open the door or you hear something, beat the drum to get away from danger. Tanjiro. We promise to come back with you, we will find you by your smell, we will say your names when we open the door. Issei. Shinra. Hold on a little longer, will you? So the two children would nod. Issei. Shinra. Tanjiro. Well, they are brave children. So then the boys would turn around seeing Kaigai launching an attack. Issei. Touch it. So Teruko would play the drum like that, she and Kiyoshi would disappear. Kaigai. These insects are very irritating. So Kaigai, using his drums, would start to move the room, but because the boys already knew the movement pattern, but the boys couldn't launch a single attack since Kaigai was too fast. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. He is fast, he makes rotations and attacks very quickly. And that Tanjiro would remember when Mrs. Tomeo healed his wounds before leaving. Tanjiro. Mrs. Tomeo healed my wounds, but they still aren't completely healed. Will I be able to defeat him? I don't know how much longer I'll be able to endure the pain. Out of your thoughts. At that Tanjiro would remember some advice that Urokodaki had given him. Flashback. Urokodaki. Water can take any shape at once, inside a box it will be square, in a vase it will take its shape, it can even break rocks or flow as far as you can see. End of the flashback. Tanjiro. That's it, I got it. Meanwhile Issei did everything possible to get closer, but he couldn't. Issei. Curse without launching a dragon, shoot it could destroy the house, and I don't want that, come on Issei thinks. But then Issei would have a memory. Flashback. We see Issei on a mountain with Xenovia and they were watching the beautiful Kuo sunset. Xenovia. You know Ice-kun, during all this time I have learned a lot from you. Issei. Really? Xenovia. Yes, like for example in a battle, even if you are at a disadvantage, you always have to get up since the only thing they cannot destroy is your spirit, that is what I have learned thanks to you. So Xenovia would hug Issei and he would hug her back. Issei. Yes, that's true, but I'm glad you learned a lot of things from me, but I've also learned things from you and the others. So Xenovia would snuggle into Issei's chest. Xenovia. I love you Ice-kun, I love you with all my soul. Issei. I love you too Xenovia-chan, I love you with all my soul. So the two would give each other a tender and loving kiss. End of the flashback. Issei. That's it, no matter what I went through, even if the situation looks difficult, I always have to fight until the end. Issei's thoughts. Issei. Thank you Xenovia, even though you are no longer with me, you and Irina, as well as Kaneko and Kuroka, are by my side like my guardian angels, and you, along with Rias and the others, motivate me to keep going. Out of your thoughts. While Shinra was remembering everything he learned in the 8 Fire Squad and how he now has a reason to keep fighting no matter what happens. So the three of them would be together and ready to face Kaigai. But then Shinra would smile as he always does, scaring Kaigai and the boys a little. Issei. Why are you smiling Shinra? Shinra. Why this will be super exciting. Issei. If you're right, ready Tanjiro. Tanjiro. List. So Issei would take out his boosted gear and then scream. Issei. Ascalon. Dragon. Blade. Thus the sword Ascalon would come out. As Shinra began to draw flames from his feet. Then Tanjiro would grab his Nichiren katana and then stand on guard. Tanjiro. I've done a good job so far. I have what it takes, no matter if it's today or tomorrow, no matter how many bones I have broken. Issei. Shinra. And no matter how difficult the fight looks. That would bother Kaigai. Issei. Shinra. Tanjiro. We will never doubt it, we will not give up. What will happen now? Will the boys be able to defeat Kaigai? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 5. Inasu Kashabira, the Mansion of Drums Part. Previously, our protagonists met two brothers who are demon hunters and now they have to face a demon. Now, Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro must face Kaigai, the drum demon. What will happen next? Find out. Hit the intro. Chapter introduction music. Today we present Inasu Kashabira, the Mansion of Drums Part. The boys were now facing Kaigai, even though he moved the room very quickly they did not give up. Shinra. Hey old man, we would like to ask you something. Tanjiro. What's your name? Issei. It's true, you must have a name, right? Kaigai. Soy Kaigai. Tanjiro. Listen to us Kaigai, no matter what happens we won't give you that child you hear. Issei. Shinra. No matter what happens, we don't plan to give up. So the boys would continue fighting, but Kaigai would remember something from his past and become very furious. Angry Kaguya. That's enough, I'll play the drums faster than usual. That'd surprise the boys. So at maximum speed Kaguya would start playing the drums, complicating things for the boys, but they would see some papers on the ground but quickly avoid stepping on them. So the boys would continue avoiding the attacks, obviously being careful to step on the papers, until Tanjiro would begin to concentrate his breathing. Tanjiro. Total concentration, water breathing. So Tanjiro would start running like that, leaving watermarks all over the room. Tanjiro. Ninth stance, chaotic flapping. Issei. Here we go. Shinra. CEE. So the boys would jump, but before. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Kaguya. Your blood technique was super impressive. That it impressed Kaguya, so the three of them cut off Kaguya's head, thus the boys won the battle. But then Tanjiro would be in great pain because he breathed too much. Shinra. Hey, old man, are you okay? Tanjiro. I just breathed too much. Issei. Woo Ojo, we won. Fist bump. So the three of them would bump fists, but in that. Kaguya. Brats. So the boys would turn around seeing Kaguya. Kaguya. Did my demonic blood technique really impress you? Issei. Yes, it was impressive. Tanjiro. But we can't forgive you for killing people. Kaguya. I see. Shinra. Hey Tanjiro, don't forget to take the blood sample. Tanjiro. Oh right. So Tanjiro would throw a kind of syringe into Kaguya's body and the blood would quickly be collected. Issei. Wow, that was fast. How in the original story a cat appeared like this, giving Tanjiro the blood sample. Then the cat would give another meow and it would disappear. Shinra. As Yushiro said, at the first meow he would become visible and at the second he would disappear. So the boys quickly went to look for Kiyoshi and Teruko, but in that the boys would turn around looking at Kaguya and then say. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. You may go in peace. So the boys would go until they finally found Kiyoshi and Teruko and then they would start looking for the exit. But then Tanjiro would smell something like that and quickly start running, being followed by Issei and Shinra, leaving the house. The boys would notice that the boar-headed guy was kicking Zenitsu while he kept Nezuko's box protected. The boys were impressed, but they also saw that on the ground were Zenko injured and Rias and Tamaki unconscious. To know what happened, let's go back. Minutes before the boys beat Kaguya. Outside the house were Zenitsu and Zenko on the ground, apparently they were unconscious until. Shoichi. Zenitsu, Zenko Despierten. So the two had woken up seeing Shoichi, but they would also see Rias and Tamaki. Zenko. Oh girls, it's you. Zenitsu. I'm glad you're okay, Shoichi. Shoichi. Well, you broke my fall. Tamaki. True, when we saw how they shot out from above, we thought they had passed away. Rias. But the good thing is that they are okay. Zenko. Thank you very much girls. But Zenitsu would see that some blood would come out of his head and would get a little scared. Tamaki. Wait a moment, where is Kusaka? Rias. And where is Ice-kun? Zenko. Well, because of my brother, they ended up separated along with the girl and they must still be inside. At that the girls would look at Zenitsu angrily, scaring him. Zenitsu scared. Why are you looking at me like that? Stop doing that. Tamaki. We won't give you one more because it's not the time. But at that moment, no one else, no less Inosuke, would come out of the door, scaring Zenitsu but confusing the girls. But in the blink of an eye Inosuke was gone. Rias. Where is it? But then Inosuke appeared behind Rias, hitting her neck using the handle of one of his katanas, leaving Rias unconscious, then leaving Tamaki unconscious, then starting to hit Zenko, and then falling to the ground. How in the original story Zenitsu would defend Nezuko's box, while Inosuke beat him non-stop. Back to the present. The boys, tired of seeing what Inosuke was doing, would give him a big punch in the stomach, breaking some of his ribs. Then the boys start fighting against Inosuke. Issei began to use the tower promotion and Shinra used normal kicks, while Tanjiro used his fists, but even so, Inosuke was very flexible, complicating things, and despite the fact that Issei defended himself from Inosuke's blows, he found the perfect moment to hit him, and in that Inosuke would put himself in a very, very strange position. Then he would get up and run towards the boys, starting to hit them, but Issei and Shinra would grab Inosuke's arms, and Tanjiro would grab his shoulders and then give Inosuke a big headbutt. At that point, Inosuke's mask would fall off, revealing his face, surprising the boys as well as the girls who had already woken up. Zenitsu? Wait, is it a girl? That's your look. Inosuke. What are you talking about? So he would smile. Inosuke. Do you have a problem with my face or what's wrong? Zenitsu. I don't know what to think of you now, you have such a muscular body, but with a girl's face. Inosuke. What are you saying? I don't understand why you're so obsessed with my face. At that Zenitsu would hide behind Teruko. Zenitsu? I'm not, I'm just saying. Biashi and Shoichi would only have a few drops of anime-style sweat. Tanjiro. There's nothing wrong with your face, its delicate shape and pale color make you look very handsome. Issei Shinra. Literally. Inosuke. Consider yourselves dead men, let's fight. Tanjiro. We won't. Issei. We're not going to fight you. Inosuke. Hit me now. Shinra. Damn, why don't you calm down, asshole. Inosuke. I have a better idea. How about if I tell you my name? My name is Inosuke Hashibira, don't forget it. Issei Shinra. Tanjiro. And how the hell can you write that? Inosuke surprised. Wow, how am I going to know how to write if I can't read or write? I only know that they wrote that name on me. But Inosuke would stop talking and then fall to the ground. Issei. I guess your stubbornness did that to him. Minutes later. Inosuke was sleeping until he woke up and started following Zenitsu, but he hid behind Teruko again, and then Inosuke saw what the boys were doing. Inosuke angry. And now what are they supposed to be doing? Tanjiro. A funeral. Issei. And you should help old man since there are possibly more dead people inside that house. Inosuke. And why should we bury those creatures? I won't do that. Let's fight. Let's finish the fight. Just like in the original story, Tanjiro would start to provoke Inosuke until. Inosuke angry. I can do more than you all, I can bury 100, not 200 corpses, I will do more work than all of you. Then the boys would follow Kazuya. But Issei would be carrying Rias on his back, while Shinra would be carrying Tamaki on his back. Issei. Sorry if it took us a while to get out of that house. Shinra. It's just that we had a few difficulties. Rias. Don't worry Ice-kun, after all Tanjiro wasn't going to be able to defeat the demons. Tamaki. True, after all his wounds were not yet healed 100%. Issei Shinra. They have a point. But in that they would see that Zenko was walking with Tanjiro and he was carrying a sleeping Zenitsu. Rias Tamaki. Well, let's sleep a little. So the two of them would fall asleep, but that's it. Inosuke. Fight me, I'll find your weak point and finish you off, useless people. Angry Issei Shinra. Shut up, idiot. Angry Tanjiro. We are not useless, my name is Tanjiro Kamado. Issei Inahado. Yo soy Issei Hyodo. Angry Shinra. And I am Shinra Kusakub. Inosuke. Well Gonpachiro Kamaboko, Issei Haidu and Shinra Kusakobo, I'll finish with you. Issei Shinra Tanjiro, angry. Can I know who the hell you're talking to? Inosuke. With you. Issei Shinra Tanjiro, angry. We don't call ourselves that. On that. Zenitsu angry. Shut up, you won't let me rest. Rias Tamaki, angry. Neither to us. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Cool, but I don't know they're angry. Later. It was night and the boys had arrived at a strange place and they would see that the door had a strange symbol. Tanjiro. The family crest is Wisteria. This is how Kazuya would appear saying that they could rest. Tanjiro. Can we really rest? What a relief, because I had to face a demon even though I was injured. Issei Shinra. Seirdo. Kazuya. Hahaha. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. What the hell was that? Laughter. Inosuke. Why don't we cook it? Shinra. I support the idea. Poor Kazuya had gotten a little scared. Then, as in the original story, the boys would be in the house with the Wisteria family crest. Later. The boys were in one room while the girls were in another. Zenitsu. This is incredible, all three of us have broken ribs. Tanjiro had 3 broken ribs, Zenitsu had 2 broken ribs, and finally Inosuke had 4 broken ribs. Issei. Good thing we don't have broken ribs. Shinra. It's a miracle we survived that. At that Inosuke would move part of his hair seeing that he had a big bump. Inosuke. This blow hurts a lot. Tanjiro. Sorry. Issei. Well, as we said, Tanjiro has a very hard head. Shinra. It seems that you can resist anything. Zenitsu. By the way, I'm waiting for my apology. I'm hurt you hit me really hard too, are you sorry? Inosuke. I have no regrets. Angry Zenitsu. I want an apology. Inosuke. I told you no. Tanjiro. You must be kind. Issei. If it's true Inosuke you must be nice. Zenitsu. Look Inosuke, we won't eat with you anymore if you continue like this. Inosuke confused. Ah. What does that have to do with anything? Shinra. Simple and easy dude. Zenitsu. Food always tastes better when you're with someone. Tanjiro. You're right. Issei. You're right in what you say. Inosuke just looked at this with a what? Face. Inosuke. Hey, are you sure you didn't fall when you were little? Zenitsu angry. And you're the one asking. Later Tanjiro would explain why the house with the Wisteria family crest provided lodging for hunters like them. Issei. So basically it's like this is a mini hotel. Tanjiro. Technically yes. Inosuke. I love being a demon slayer. Tanjiro. By the way, what made you become a hunter? Zenitsu. I imagine there must be a reason, right? Shinra. Right, Inosuke, so what made you become a demon slayer like Tanjiro and Zenitsu? Issei. I'm curious too. So Inosuke would begin to tell everything. Inosuke. A member of the demon slayers showed up at my mountain, we fought to see who was the strongest and I kept his katana. Issei and Shinra would start laughing because what Inosuke said was very funny, while Tanjiro and Zenitsu looked at Inosuke with what the buck faces. Inosuke. Later I learned about something called the final selection and that's when I learned that demons existed. Issei. How interesting your story is. Shinra. That's why we're starting to like you. Then Inosuke would put on his mask, but then Zenitsu would get up. Zenitsu. Guys, there's something I'd like to ask you. Tanjiro. What is it about? Zenitsu. First tell me, Shinra, how is it that you can fight and just using your feet apart, how do you have such great strength? Shinra. Well, it's a long story. Zenitsu. And you, Issei, tell me, how did I hear a voice coming from your hand? Issei. Oh, you're talking about Dreg. Zenitsu confused. Dreg. Inosuke. And who the hell is that Dreg? At that Issei's hand would begin to shine. Dreg. Respect me, boar's head, because my partner is capable of destroying you. Inosuke. Wow, a talking hand, why doesn't it surprise me? Zenitsu scared. So it was true your hand did talk. But how is that possible? Issei. Long story again, but I'll tell you when the time is perfect. So then, like in the original story, Zenitsu would ask about why Tanjiro travels with a demon, but then the door of the box was opening little by little until Nezuko would come out in her small form. Tanjiro. Hello, you idiot. Issei. How are you, Nezuko? Shinra. It's so good to see you. We thought you'd been asleep for a long time. So Nezuko would grow up as always, surprising Zenitsu, and Inosuke would just ignore that. Inosuke. It was already too much for just one day. So Inosuke would fall asleep. But before Tanjiro could say anything. Zenitsu Serio. Espera Tanjiro. Issei. And now why do I feel a strong increase in energy? Shinra. Guys. So the boys would turn around seeing Zenitsu, who was being surrounded by a bright aura, and some small rays would appear. Nervous Tanjiro. Hey, what's going on? Shinra. What's wrong with you, Zenitsu? Issei. Todopien. Zenitsu was releasing more lightning, surprising the boys, and Nezuko would approach to see what was happening. Zenitsu angry. How is it that you can travel with such a beautiful girl, and the same goes for you, Issei, how is it that you can have a beautiful fiancé? Angry Issei. Listen to me well, you bastard, dare to touch my beloved Rias, and I swear I'll kill you, you bastard, you know I didn't threaten in vain, and you saw it in the house where we saved the children. Angry Shinra. I tell you the same, if you dare to touch my beloved Tamaki, I swear I'll turn you into ashes, you little bitch. Zenitsu would get a little scared but would get upset again, but this time with Tanjiro. Angry Zenitsu. Every day you can be around this beauty, naturally you should enjoy life a lot. Issei Shinra confused. And now what are you talking about? Nervous Tanjiro. Hey, wait, she's not. But it would be interrupted. Angry Zenitsu. And I have to face pain and loneliness. The boys were left with faces of what the buck. Angry Zenitsu. Tanjiro, how abusive. Well, you're having a good time, how lovely, how beautiful, enjoying yourself, I have to endure beatings and abuse. Look at everything I've had to endure, including that boarhead who hasn't stopped hitting me. Issei Shinra nervous. Calm down, friend, calm down. Nervous Tanjiro. Hey Zenitsu, calm down, I don't understand what's wrong with you. Zenitsu angry. This is all crazy, do you think I became a hunter just for fun? Issei Shinra. Well, honestly we do believe it, ha 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 ha. Zenitsu angry. People like you should disappear from this world. But in Zenitsu he would grab his katana looking at Tanjiro, but also at Issei and Shinra. Issei scared. Why is he looking at us like this? Shinra scared. I'm scared. Dreg. Guys, one word, run bitches run. Issei Shinra Tanjiro, confused. Like why or what? So the boys would turn around and see Zenitsu in a threatening way. Zenitsu super serious. I'll make you pay for ruining my marriage and my sister Tanjiro's. So Zenitsu would start to draw his katana. Zenitsu super serious. And you two together with Tanjiro, I will make you pay for having sent my protector Shoichi to your house. So Zenitsu would get much angrier and ready to attack. Zenitsu gets super angry. Face justice. Don't underestimate the hunters. So Zenitsu would launch an attack while the boys just ran for their lives. Zenitsu super angry. I hate you Tanjiro, Issei and Shinra, you're going to regret it. I won't forgive Yaoi. Meanwhile. The girls could only listen to everything while having a big anime style sweat drop. Rias. It's normal for your brother to get so crazy. Zenko. No, in fact, it's the first time I've seen it like this. Tamaki. Well, I'd better go to sleep since I'm sleepy. Rias. Well, good night friends. Tamaki Zenko. Good night Rias. So the girls would fall asleep, ignoring the scandals Zenitsu was making. What will happen now? What will the boys' next mission be? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 6. Difficult Mission. Mount Nadagumo. Previously, Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro managed to defeat Kaguya and collect his blood. But after that, the boys had a small confrontation with Inosuke, so he would accompany them. Afterward, they all stayed in a house where they had lodging. But at night, the boys had a small problem, whose name is the Wrath of Zenitsu Agatsuma. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the intro. Chapter Introduction Music. The day we present. Difficult Mission. Mount Nadagumo. The next day. Now the boys would be walking on their way to the next mission. Issei. So like the crow said we have to go to Mount Nadagumo. Tanjiro. Exactly. Shinra. But where exactly is that? Tanjiro. You'll see. But then Inosuke would start running and the boys would start following him. Much later. It was already night and the boys had finally arrived at Mount Nadagumo. Tamaki. So this is the famous Mount Nadagumo, right? Tanjiro. Exactly. Shinra. Well, I don't feel any danger in here. But in that, like in the original story, they would see a hunter and when trying to help him, he would be dragged by something strange, surprising the boys. Issei. This is literally bad. Rias. We have to find out what's going on. So the boys would enter the forest but leave Zenitsu behind because he was dramatic and scared. So the boys would be in the woods looking for what was happening. Zenko. What do you think is going on here? Shinra. No idea, but there are probably demons here. Until, like in the original story, the boys would meet a hunter who had survived the demon's attack, but in that, everyone would notice how the hunters were rising. Issei. What the buck? Rias. This is already too bad. Shinra. Any ideas? Tamaki. Well, cut the threads. Thus Tamaki would activate his Fire Nekomata form, surprising Zenko and also Inosuke a little. So Tamaki would cut the threads in a quick movement. Shinra. That's how love is made. Issei. Wow, that was easier than I thought. Rias. Now we just have to get on with the others. But that would surprise Tamaki. Since the campers she had freed would again be tied up by the threads. Tamaki surprised. What the heck? So the boys would start fighting the hunters until the following would happen. While the boys followed Inosuke, the girls would stay to fight against the other hunters. Rias. There are too many demons and my power of destruction doesn't work to cut all the threads. Tamaki. Don't give up, laugh, we have to keep fighting. Zenko. Well then don't stop. So the girls would continue fighting, but out of nowhere a strange portal would appear surprising the girls. Zenko scared. What the hell is that? Something would come out of nowhere from the portal and stick into the ground and then the portal would disappear. When the smoke cleared, Rias was extremely surprised as there was nothing more and nothing less than the Durandal sword. Rias surprised. It's Durandal, but how? Tamaki. I remember when we saw Issei's memories I saw a girl with blue hair and a green lock who used that sword, right? Rias. That's right. But in that. Xenovia. President. In that Rias would see that in front of Durandal was the soul of Xenovia watching her. Rias crying. Xenovia, is that really you? Xenovia. Yes, I am the president, but now I want you to be the new Durandal carrier. Rias crying. But I don't know if I can do it, I don't think I can be like you. Xenovia. It doesn't have to be like me necessarily Rias, I believe in you, you are the right person to carry Durandal, that's why I believe in you. Now, wield Durandal and fight and always take care of Ice-kun. So laughs would wipe away the tears. Rias. I will do it Xenovia, I will not fail you. Xenovia. I always know that, goodbye friend. Thus Xenovia would disappear and Rias would return to reality and then she would get up and with all her strength she would manage to wield Durandal. Rias. In the name of the Gremory clan I will fight using the sacred sword Durandal. Thus Durandal would be covered by Rias' power of destruction and the sword would change from a blue and gold color to a crimson red and gold color. Zenko surprised. I am literally speechless. Tamaki. Tell me about it. So Rias would start cutting the threads. Meanwhile, the boys were facing the strongest puppet of the mother demon until, using one of the water postures and a dragon shoot, Inosuke and Shinra would finish off the puppet. Then, as in the original story, Tanjiro would use the fifth stance to finish off the mother demon, so he is dying in a very calm but sad way, and his last words would be. Mother demon. There is a member of the 12 demon moons here. That'd surprise Tanjiro and the boys and they would approach. Mother demon. Take good care of yourself. So the demon would finally disappear. Issei. A member of the 12 demonic moons is here. Shinra. Looks like we'll have to look for him. At that moment the girls would arrive and Issei would be surprised to see that Rias had Durandal. Issei surprised. Rias, but how is it possible that Durandal is here? Rias. Well, out of nowhere a portal appeared and from there Durandal came out and Xenovia decided that I would be her new carrier. Issei. I'm glad about that and Xenovia made a great decision by choosing you. Tamaki. And how did it go for you? Because it went well for us. Shinra. Well, luckily we made it, but now we have a problem. Thus the boys would tell that there was a member of the 12 demonic moons on Mount Natagumo. Rias serious. Then that's it. Tamaki. This is already bad. Zenko. Hey wow time out, you still owe me a lot of explanations. Issei. We'll tell them everything about us when the time comes. But in that. Hello, is there anyone here? At that the boys would turn around and then Issei and Rias would be surprised since there was no one more and no less than. Issei surprised. Sarah-chan. Rias sorprendida. Seraphil-sama. At that Seraphim would turn around and then become happy. Seraphil. Perhaps they are real. So Seraphil would start crying and then run towards the boys. Seraphil crying. Ice-chan. So Seraphil would hug Issei tightly and he would hug her back while he was also crying and then they would both give each other a tender and passionate kiss and then separate. Seraphil crying. Rias-chan. So both would hug each other tightly. Seraphil crying. I thought you were dead just like Ice-chan. Rias. We didn't survive and we're alive. Issei. I'm glad you're here, but how did you get here? At that Seraphim would wipe away his tears. Seraphil. Well, I found his energy and I asked Afisama for help to help me and I managed to get here, but it's good to see you, my love to you and Rias-chan. Issei. I'm also glad to see you again. Inasu confused. And who the hell is this? Zenko confused. Is it true who she is? Issei. Long story again. But out of nowhere the sky would turn dark purple. Tanjiro surprised. But what the hell? Issei surprised. This energy is from. Rias surprised. It's impossible. Shinra. Issei, what the hell is going on? Tamaki. Why did the sky turn that color? But in that. Well finally we found you, Gremory. It wasn't that hard to find you. At that moment everyone would look towards one of the trees and there was no one more and no less than. Rias surprised. It's you. Seeing the situation, Zenko would be on his guard. Zenko's thoughts. Zenko. This is bad, those guys look really bad, but I have to be alert. Out of your thoughts. Inosuke. Now who the hell are those? Issei. Son Angelus Chaos. Tanjiro. Now I understand, when we saw your memories there were some strange guys with crow wings and those are the fallen angels, right? Issei. That's right, Tanjiro. Seraphil. But didn't you say, Rias-chan, that you had eliminated them? Rias. Yes, but I don't understand how they are alive. Inosuke. Well, it's something difficult to explain since we don't even know. Alwerner. But now we will finish you off, Gremory, because this is our revenge. Shinra. Hey, we don't have time, we have to look for that member of the 12 demonic moons. Tamaki. I don't think they'll let us go that easily. On that. Zenko. You guys go, I'll stay and fight them. Everyone was surprised to hear that. Zenko. Please trust me, I can do it. So everyone would start trusting Zenko. Tanjiro worried. Please be careful, Zenko. So Tanjiro would leave. Inosuke. Well, if you want to die then die. So Inosuke would kick Zenko, sending him into a tree, but she was lying on the branch so she would quickly close her eyes to concentrate. Alwerner. What the hell? You knocked her out. At that Zenko would fall from the branch. Inosuke. Don't worry, he'll fall and die. That's while Zenko was falling. Zenko's thoughts. Zenko. Come on, you can do it, remember everything you learned. Out of your thoughts. At that Zenko would grab his katana while having his eyes closed. Zenko serious. Lightning breathing first posture. So Zenko would gain momentum and then jump towards where Inosuke and Alwerner were. Alwerner. Take this. So Alwerner would throw a spear of light, but Zenko would spin in the air, managing to dodge the spear of light while still maintaining his same posture. Inosuke was surprised. He spun in the air to avoid the spear. Alwerner surprised. But how is it possible? Zenko would be. Lightning breathing first posture. Inosuke. Die now. So Inosuke would throw several spears of light, but Zenko kept dodging them while maintaining his same posture. Zenko would be. Lightning breathing first posture. Inosuke. He still has the same posture, he doesn't stop doing it. Alwerner. Ha, I see this brat can only do one attack. And that while she had her eyes closed and still maintained the same Zenko posture, she would remember something when she and Zenitsu trained with her grandfather. Flashback. Grandpa. Don't worry, it's good progress, even if it's just one. It should be celebrated. If you can only do one pose, master it perfectly, refine it, and take it beyond its limits. Zenko Zenitsu. But Grandpa recently got angry with us because we can only use one of the 6 lightning breathing postures. At that point, his grandfather would start hitting them on the head, but not so hard. Grandpa. Do you know how katana is forged? Zenko Zenitsu. No, but stop doing that or we'll cry. Grandpa. When you make one, you hit, and hit the steel until it is free of impurities and anything you don't need, so the blade lasts longer. Zenko. Is that why you hit us again and again? But we are not made of steel, we are made of flesh and blood. End of the flashback. Otsutsuki. Ha, you're not as intimidating as you said. Alwerner. And you call yourself a demon hunter, how pathetic. At that Zenko would remember other words that her grandfather had said to her and her brother. Flashback. Grandpa. Zenko, Zenitsu, perfected, you can cry, that's okay, just don't give up, believe in yourselves, you've endured this training, you will be rewarded without a doubt, forge yourselves like tempered blades, become the most resistant of all, focus on what you know how to do. End of the flashback. While she remembered those words, Zenko's hands released small rays while Zenko's eyes were blank, and then she closed her eyes again, dodging the spears of light, but she would remember how Kagaku treated her and her brother, something that made her very sad, because she thought that she was just good for nothing. Zenko's thoughts. Zenko. My brother and I don't have parents or anyone who expects something from us, we don't have anyone who dreams about our future, no one who dreams of seeing us do anything. And that Zenko would remember the children already, Nezuko and Rias and Tamaki. Zenko. Or prove that we are useful to others, or even protect them, we wouldn't know how to make them happy, even if it was what we most desired, we don't have anyone like that, when we make a mistake we cry and run away, and everyone walks away thinking that we are a nuisance, but not Grandpa. This is how Zenko would remember when she and Zenitsu trained with her grandfather. Zenko. Grandpa scolded us again and again while we tried to run away. So Zenko would remember a time when she and Zenitsu tried to escape, but it didn't work for them. Zenko. But every time we did it, he would force us back. And then she would remember again how she and Zenitsu tried to escape, but it didn't work either. Zenko. I still think he hit us too much, but he never abandoned us. End of the flashback. Angry Calwerner. You're driving us crazy, brat. So Calwerner would throw many spears of light and one or another would hit Zenko, causing her to spit blood. Thus Otsutsuki and Calwerner would lock Zenko in a prison of light spears. Otsutsuki. I was finally getting tired. At that, the two would hear the noise of something breaking, so they would turn around, and then their prison of light spears would be destroyed into 1,000 pieces, since Zenko had been released, and the air would begin to vibrate. Otsutsuki surprised. What is this? Calwerner surprised. The air is vibrating. At that Zenko would open his eyes and they were completely white and the 2 fallen angels would descend to the ground. Zenko would be. Lightning breathing, first stance lightning flash. So they would both be scared. Zenko would be. 6 times. So quickly the 2 fallen angels would take flight and then launch spears of light, but Zenko would disappear in the blink of an eye. Calwerner surprised. Where is it? So the 2 would see Zenko moving at maximum speed, so the 2 were ready to leave, but Zenko would use a spear of light that was stuck in the ground and then jump 6 times in the trees in order to cut off the heads of Otsutsuki and Calwerner, so Zenko would fall to the ground and then the bodies of Otsutsuki and Calwerner would disappear forever. At that Zenko would begin to concentrate his breathing and before closing his eyes say. Zenko. If I don't manage to survive Tanjiro-chan, I love you. So Zenko would close his eyes completely. But while she was in her battle, the battle of Zenitsu had already happened. Meanwhile. At that moment Tanjiro had heard some thunder. Tanjiro. What was that sound when a lightning bolt struck? Inosuke. Wouldn't know. Issei. It's impossible for lightning to strike when the sky is like this. Tanjiro. I'm not smelling any storm, although the smell is getting stronger. Greg. As my partner already said, it's impossible for there to be storms with the sky like this. But then heaven would return to normal. Rias. Woo Ojuo, if the sky returned to normal it means that Zenko made it. Serafel was surprised. Wow, that girl could take on 2 fallen angels. That surprises me. Issei. Oh, it's okay. Washes. What? Issei. I think you should go down the mountain. Shinra. I agree. Tanjiro. You know why you're hurt. Awkward silence. Inosuke. What wounds? All. What? Issei. Oi Inosuke Deebs Esther Bermindo. Tamaki. Hey. Tanjiro. Your blood can literally be seen from miles away. Tamaki. Hey. Shinra. You really don't notice the blood. Angry Tamaki. Hey. Everyone's scared. Why? Tamaki. Look there. So everyone would see a demon. Serafel surprised. Is she a demon? Issei. Yes, a demon of this world. Inosuke. Listen to me, you damn demon, I'm going to finish you off. So Inosuke would launch an attack, but. Sister demon. Go father. Inosuke. Who are you calling father? At that moment a gigantic demon had fallen and his face was horrible, frightening everyone. Father demon. Don't come near my family. Don't even think about touching them. Sister demon. I leave it in your hands, father. So the demon would leave, but Rias and Tamaki would follow her. At that, the demon was about to attack Inosuke and Issei and Serafel and Shinra but. Tanjiro. Water breathing, second pose water wheel. Thus Tanjiro would stick his katana into the demon's arm, surprising the boys. What happens next? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 7. Overcome your limits, Dance of the Fire God. Previously our protagonists arrived at Mount Natagumo, where they began to have some complications, but apart from that Rias is now the new bearer of Durandal, but also Issei and Rias met Seraph who had arrived in that world, but two fallen angels appeared that Rias had killed in the past, but fortunately Zenko was able to defeat them, but now while Rias and Tamaki went to look for Rui's sister, Issei and Seraph and also Shinra and Tanjiro and Inosuke had to face the father demon. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the intro. Chapter introduction music. Today we present Overcome Your Limits, Dance of the Fire God. How in the original story the father demon was impossible to cut off at least one arm since his skin was very tough. But Issei, when trying to help Tanjiro, both would be sent flying. Seraphil preoccupada. Ice-chan. So Seraphim would fly away. Inosuke. Kentaro. Shinra. Issei. Issei Tanjiro. Guys, you have to resist until we return, that guy must be a member of the 12 demonic moons, you must survive no matter what happens, don't die. Inosuke and Shinra got scared and quickly ran away from the demon. Meanwhile. Issei was unconscious until. Worried Serafil. Ice-chan wake up. So Issei would wake up seeing Serafil. Issei. Sarah-chan are you okay? Serafil. Yes, I'm fine, but what about you? You fell very hard to the ground. Issei. I'm very calm. So Seraph would raise Issei. Issei. And where are we? Serafil. I don't know, but I don't remember the way back with the others. Issei. Well, we'll have to find the way. So the two would start walking until. The sound of gunshots alerted them both, so they quickly went to where the shots had been heard and when they arrived they saw. Issei surprised. It can't be Freed. Serafil would be. Is he a priest? Issei. But he's supposed to be dead. Serafil. What do we do then? Issei. Listen Sarah-chan, I'll take care of him. You stay here. I don't want him to do anything bad to you, okay? Serafil. It's okay, but be careful. So Issei would come out of the tree seeing Freed who had his back turned. Serious Issei. Freed. So Freed would turn around and look at Issei. Freed. Oh but what do we have here if it's you Issei Hyodo how long since we last saw you? Issei. How are you alive? Answer. Freed. Well, I don't know for sure, but I can assure you of one thing. You won't get out of here alive. So the two would prepare to fight. Meanwhile. Tanjiro as in the original story had met Rui and started to fight against him. Back with Inosuke and Shinra. They were hiding, hoping the demon wouldn't find them, but he would follow Inosuke's blood trail, thus finding the boys, but with some effort, the two would manage to cut off two of the demon's arms. Shinra. Oju we did it we cut off your arms. Inosuke. Ha 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 I finally figured it out if you can't cut the arm with your katana, you have to hit it with your other katana luckily I always carry two katanas ha 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 I'm the best. But the two would watch as the demon was leaving, so they would start following him. Back with Issei. He continued fighting against Freed, having some difficulty because Freed had become faster. Issei's thoughts. Issei. Damn Freed became faster, more agile and stronger, I don't know how the hell I'll beat him. Greg. Mate no matter what happened you have to fight and kill this unhappy person. Issei. You're right Greg, let's do this faster tower promotion. Out of your thoughts. So Issei would start hitting Freed, but he defended himself. Back with Inosuke and Shinra. They had lost sight of the devil. Shinra. Damn, the wretch got away. Inosuke. I guess he escaped because he's afraid of me. But just like in the original story, the demon had changed his skin, becoming stronger and bigger, and he would send Shinra flying. Then he grabs Inosuke and is about to kill him, but that's it. Shinra. So Shinra would give a big fire kick to the demon sending him flying. Tomioka, who was watching everything, was surprised because he had never seen someone do something like that. Shinra. Hey Inosuke, are you okay? Inosuke. See Pura Y2. Shinra. Well, I broke a few ribs, but this is nothing compared to what I've been through. Rest, leave this son of a bitch to me. By then the demon would be in front of Shinra. Shinra. Well listen to me, you unhappy person, I am Shinra Kusaka, part of the 8th Fire Squad, and it is my duty to eliminate you. So Shinra would get into position to fight. Shinra. What are you waiting for? So the devil would be on guard too. Fire would come out of Shinra's feet. Shinra. I hope you're ready because here I come. Thus the two would launch an attack. Meanwhile, Tanjiro continued fighting against Rui, but like in the original story his katana would break in two. Rui. Tell me, do you still refuse to repent of what you told me? Tanjiro wouldn't answer. Rui. Well then it's time for you to die. So Rui would throw his threads towards Tanjiro, but Nezuko would put herself in front protecting her brother. Then, like in the original story, Rui's sister would leave while he would tell Tanjiro the same thing as in the original story. At that Tanjiro would come out of his hiding place. Tanjiro, seriously? I'm never going to give Nezuko to you. Rui. Then I'll kill you. Tanjiro. I'll cut off your head first. Rui. You have guts, I want to see you try. At that Rui would show one of his eyes showing that he was the 5th demonic moon. Rui. Are you going to beat someone like me? Someone from the moons? Meanwhile, Issei continued fighting Freed, having too many complications because Seraphil was trapped in a divine trap, complicating things for Issei. Issei. No matter what happened, I don't plan on losing. So Issei would launch himself into the attack, dodging each attack, destroying some with Ascalon, but that's it. Freed. Cast. Divine trap. Thus Issei would be surrounded by a divine trap. Issei's thoughts. Issei. Damn it, I won't be able to free myself from the trap in time, I won't make it, I'll die. Greg. Partner. Out of your thoughts. Meanwhile, Shinra had complications against the father demon because he surpassed him in speed, having Shinra on the ropes. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was also on the ropes because Rui had activated his blood technique. All three were on the ropes and would ask themselves the same question. Issei, Shinra, Tanjiro. Is this our end? But in that, the three would appear in a strange place. Issei. And now where are we? Shinra. No idea. Tanjiro. Guys, what are you doing here in my mind? Issei, Shinra. Ni la menor idea viejo. But then the three of them would hear the laughter of a boy followed by another laughter, but of a girl. In that, the three would look at two children who were Tanjiro and Nezuko when they were little, but they would also see a man that Tanjiro would recognize. Tanjiro. Father. At that Tanjiro's father would look at the three of them. Tanjiro's father. Tanjiro, breathe, control your breathing, become a fire god. That'd surprise Tanjiro, but confusing Issei and Shinra in that the three would appear in another of Tanjiro's memories, seeing this time Tanjiro's mother with him watching his father dance under the snow surrounded by torches. Tanjiro's mother. Tanjiro watches the dance of the fire god. Our family works with that element, which is why at the beginning of each year we offer the dance and our prayers to the fire god to avoid injuries or disasters. That'd surprised Issei and Shinra. Little Tanjiro. But mom-dad is always so sick, how can he dance in the snow for so long? If it were me, my lungs would freeze. And that the boys would appear in another memory seeing Tanjiro's father again, but accompanied by him being a small child. Tanjiro's father. There is a breathing technique that will keep you from getting tired, no matter how much you move. Little Tanjiro. Oh yeah. Tanjiro's father. Yes, you can master the correct way of breathing, you two will be able to dance forever, and the cold will not bother you, Tanjiro. This ceremonial dance and my pair of earrings will be given to you, and they will be yours, this is what I promised you. Back to the present. The three of them would simultaneously concentrate their breathing, Tanjiro's katana would be engulfed in flames, on the other hand, the Ascalon sword would be engulfed in flames, and on the other hand Shinra's flames would become stronger, acquiring a solar color. Issei, Shinra, Tanjiro. Dance of the fire god. So the three of them would cut off what had them under the ropes. Issei, Shinra, Tanjiro. Vowels. At that point the three of them headed towards their enemies. Thoughts of the three. Issei, Shinra, Tanjiro. Don't stop, keep running, if you hesitate now you will suddenly suffer the consequences of having changed your breathing, maybe I could stay still for a while, that's why we need to do it now, run, you have to protect what you love. Out of your thoughts. Thus the three would begin to win in their fights. On Issei's side Freed's attacks did not work, on Shinra's side he managed to cut off the demon's arms, but despite the fact that he regenerated Shinra cut them off again. Finally Tanjiro was winning against Rui in the fight because he was superior with the dance of the god of fire. At one point in the fight Nezuko would wake up preparing an attack. Nezuko's thoughts. Nezuko. Demonic blood technique blood explosion. Out of your thoughts. Thus Rui's threads would be completely burned and Tanjiro would plunge his katana into Rui's neck. Rui's thoughts. Rui. Impossible my threads burned. Out of your thoughts. Tanjiro. The bond that exists between Nezuko and me cannot be cut by anyone. Thus Tanjiro would manage to cut off Rui's head. On the other hand, Issei would manage to cut off Reed's head even if he were dying and Seraphil was released. On the other hand, Shinra with a strong solar fire kick would manage to finish off the father demon even if he went at maximum speed at the same time Issei together with Seraphil would go to where Tanjiro is. Meanwhile, Tanjiro and Nezuko were on the ground and Rui was recovering because he had cut his head. Rui. Now you will die. But in that. Issei Shinra. In your dreams. So Shinra would kick Rui and Issei would stab Ascalon in his neck. Issei Shinra. Muri. Thus, the two would definitively cut off Rui's head, thus winning the fight, and then both would fall to the ground unconscious. Meanwhile, Rias and Tamaki were on the ground tired because they had managed to defeat Rui's sister. Rias. Damn it costs too much to defeat that bitch. Tamaki. True, but I wonder how the others fared. Rias. We have to find them. So the girls would leave. Meanwhile with the boys. Seraphil was using magic to heal Issei, while Nezuko was slowly waking up and then seeing her brother on the ground, she quickly approached and started to move him while he started to cry. So Tanjiro would wake up seeing Nezuko crying and he would bring their foreheads together while they both cried. Tanjiro. Calm down Nezuko, I'm fine, you don't have to worry. At that Nezuko would take off her bamboo. Nezuko crying. Brother please I don't want you to put yourself in danger again because I love you. Tanjiro was surprised to hear that Nezuko had spoken and would blush heavily upon hearing what Nezuko said but. Tanjiro. Maybe we are brothers but I don't know why but I started to feel this way for you and in fact it made me angry how Zenitsu approached you and that's why I love you too. That had made Nezuko happy, making her cry more, but Tanjiro would wipe her tears and then both of them would slowly approach each other and then give each other a tender and passionate kiss, showing the love they have for each other. Then the two separate. Tanjiro. Maybe it sounds a little hasty, but would Nezuko like to be my girlfriend? Nezuko crying. Yes I want to be your girlfriend. So the two would kiss again, showing their brotherly love. Issei. Yes I'm happy for them both. Shinra. Me too. Seraphil. I didn't expect that. But like in the original story, Shinobu and Kanao would arrive trying to kill Nezuko, and despite the fact that Tomioka had arrived, things were getting complicated. But everything would happen like in the original story where the meeting of the pillars would be held to judge Tanjiro and Nezuko, but then like in the original story the boss would let both brothers stay also accepting Issei and Rias and Seraph and also Shinra and Tamaki, but with the condition that they tell about them later. As in the original story, Tsunemi, the wind pillar, was not yet convinced of the pattern's decision, so he would try to tempt Nezuko using her blood, but Nezuko would refuse and then Issei, already fed up with Tsunemi. Issei. With all due respect, boss and pillars. So he would give Tsunemi a tremendous punch, leaving him unconscious. Shinra. That's how it's done Issei. Rias. That's my fiancé. So everything would continue its course the boys would train with Shinobu and so the training continued although Rias, Tamaki and Seraph got along very well with Shinobu and Mitsuri, but with Kanao they still lacked because she did not speak to them or to the boys. Also during training Issei and Rias showed their past as did Shinra and Tamaki, and everyone saw it including Inosuke, Zenitsu and Zenko, since Tanjiro and Nezuko already knew about the boys' past. One night. Tamaki was near where there was a cherry tree and she was looking at the stars while she remembered all her friends especially Iris, since she was her best friend and she also remembered her squad at that Tamaki would let out a sigh. Tamaki sad. I miss you friends, but I hope you are living in the new world without hellfires, but I still miss you and I'm scared. On that. Shinra. Hello my love. At that Tamaki would turn around looking at Shinra. Sad Tamaki. Hello love. At that Shinra would sit next to Tamaki. Shinra. Are you feeling okay? I can tell you're a little sad. Sad Tamaki. Well it's just that I'm scared. Shinra confused. Afraid. What are you afraid of, my love? Sad Tamaki. It's just that I'm afraid of failing, afraid of dying again, if Kibutsuji or a demonic moon appears, I'm afraid of not being able to face it, since I'm afraid of being the same as before, who for being weak let herself be convinced by Lieutenant Rekka, or that for being weak, I couldn't help you against the preacher, and I don't want that to happen, and I don't even know who I am 100%, am I still the same as before now? I don't want to lose you. And that Tamaki would be crying, but Shinra would hug her tightly while he was alone crying. Shinra. I know how you feel, love, but you'll see that nothing will happen to us and you won't lose me, but you should be proud of who you are because only you know who you can become and not be ashamed of who you are like me when I discovered I was a demon. Tamaki. Really? Why do you say that? Then that Shinra would look at the starry sky and the moon. Shinra. Do you know why I was chosen to be part of the 8th squad? Tamaki. No, why? Shinra. Because they saw something in me that I still can't understand or see, but what I can see is that just as you see me is what I am. At that Shinra would grab Tamaki's hands. Shinra. And I fell in love with you because you were always by my side and because you know who you are and you shouldn't be ashamed of what you are, love ever. Tamaki blushing. Haha, thanks. So Shinra would start singing. Shinra singing. I've already put the world on pause, I draw dreams about yaoi, let the sky wait, life doesn't go over, I planted promises, Harry, that time hurts, I will ask life to steal a smile from you, remember what silence forgets, look at me again, here I am, what you see is what I am, here I am, I'm not leaving, what you see is what I am. Tamaki would just smile and then be grabbed by Shinra and start dancing. Shinra singing. There are lights in the soul that cannot be extinguished, I am sure, and if pain spies on my heart it trusts without pauses while the night advances, look at me again, here I am, what you see is what I am, here I am not leaving, what you see is what I am. It is what I am. They would continue dancing like this and then hug each other. Shinra singing. Look at me again, here I am, what you see is what I am, here I am, I'm not leaving, what you see is what I am. So both would look into each other's eyes and then Shinra would show a ring, surprising Tamaki. Shinra. Tamaki Katatsu, will you marry me? Tamaki crying. Yes, yes, 1,000 times yes, yes, I want to marry you, Kusaka. So Shinra would delicately place the ring on Tamaki and then the two would give each other a passionate kiss and then sit on the tree trunk. Tamaki. Tiamo Shinra Kusaka. Shinra. I love you too, Tamaki Katatsu. So the two would fall deeply asleep, but then Issei and Rias would arrive and they would take them to their room and then they would go to rest too. What happens next? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 8. Training ends, new mission. Previously, our protagonists managed to defeat their opponents, though it took them a while, but they also succeeded. Tanjiro and Nezuko admitted their feelings and finally became a couple. Afterwards, they were all taken to the Demon Slayer headquarters, where they all began training to use the total breathing technique. Now, the training is almost over. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the intro. Chapter introduction music. Today we present. Training ends, new mission. Everyone was watching in surprise as Tanjiro was doing one of Aoi's many training sessions, but Tanjiro was doing that training with Kanao, and both were equal because they were very fast. Zenitsu surprised. It's incredible. Inosuke. I don't know. Issei surprised. Literally the speed of both is incredible. Rias. I think they both surpass Kiba in speed. But in that Kanao would end up winning. Aoi. It's over. At that Tanjiro would fall tired. Tanjiro. You really are fast, Kanao. Serafel. Literally that was incredible, you surpassed Tanjiro-sen's speed. Tamaki. You're too amazing. But Kanao wouldn't say anything. Aoi. You have accumulated 10 victories and 10 defeats, unlike Issei and Shinra. Issei Shinra. And what about us? Tanjiro. I'm ready for more, I'm going for a run. Do you want to go? Zenko. I'm going. Issei Shinra. Us too. Zenitsu. Using total concentration breathing. Tanjiro. You are. So Tanjiro would hit Zenitsu in the stomach. Zenitsu. Did you have to do that? Inosuke. Saigo yo. So Zenitsu would start hitting Inosuke. Zenitsu. Aver. Inosuke. That's nothing. Zenitsu. Damn, he has no brain. But without them realizing it, a few months ago, as in the original story, Muse and Kibutsuji had gathered the waning moons to talk about what happened with Rui, thus killing all the waning moons except one, and that was Enmu. But after Enmu left, Muzan Kibutsuji would be remembering something. Muzan. Issei Hyodo and Shinra Kusaka, if Enmu fails in what I asked him to do, I will take care of you two myself, if that is what you want, you will see what happens when you get involved in my business. Asi Muzan would disappear. Back to the present. It was already dawn and the boys were sleeping peacefully until. Kazuya. It's already morning. Wake up already. The boys had woken up upon hearing Kazuya. Inosuke. What? So ready? Zenitsu asleep. What's going on? Issei. Bucking great with you, Talking Crow. Greg. Hu Ombre, nice to see you again, Talking Crow. Kazuya. Why I say the same, Dreg. But then they would knock on the door. Shinra. And now who will it be? Issei. I'll see. So Issei would open the door revealing that Rias, Serafel, Tamaki and Zenko were there, who were still sleepy. Issei. Girls, what are you doing here? Rias. The talking crow came and woke us up. So Rias and Seraph would fall, but Issei would hold them both, but Kazuya would wake them up with a peck. Kazuya. Wuaya, don't make me peck them. Seraphil. The talking crow is very rude. So everyone would take a seat. Shinra. And well, Crow, what is the reason why you woke us up early? Kazuya. Mugen train victims are increasing, now there are more than 40 missing, meet up with Kaijiro Rengoku right there, go west immediately. Issei confused. Tren Mugen. Shinra confused. Trains do exist in this world. Kazuya. You don't know much about this world, right? Issei Shinra. No. How in the original story Shinobu would be talking to the boss like this, telling him about Tanjiro's motivation, which was to defeat Kibutsuji. Meanwhile, the girls would be in front of Aoi. Aoi. Really? What do you mean you're leaving already? It was only a short time, but I really enjoyed spending time with you. I hope you're doing well and take care of yourselves, too. Rias. Thanks Aoi-san. Tamaki. We thank you for everything you did for us and the boys. At that moment, Aoi's blanket would fall off, but she continued holding it. Aoi. You don't have to thank me. In the final selection I couldn't do anything, I just ran like a coward. Seraphil. So you're here despite everything? No. Rias. But you'll always be with us in whatever battles we have. Tamaki. Why are you our friend now? That had surprised Aoi, and then she saw how the girls left. Aoi. Despite being from other worlds, they see me as their friend. Do then Aoi smile. Aoi. But if I'm honest, I like them too. Meanwhile, Tanjiro, along with Issei and Shinra, would go see Kanao, who would speak to them, but kept saying the same word until Tanjiro asked about the coin while sitting with Issei and Shinra. Kanao. It helps me decide things that I'm not very clear about. The question I asked was whether or not I should talk to you and the girls, not talk to you was heads, tails, I would talk to you, then it landed on tails. Shinra. Wow, that's amazing. Kanao. By the way, I was a little curious to know more about your past, Issei. Issei. And what do you want to know about my past? Kanao. Well, I was wondering how you can be calm knowing that you suffered so much. Issei. Well, believe me, it's not so easy for me to be calm since I think about my home, my loved ones who believe in me and in Rias. I also think about my parents, my loved ones whom I lost, and I'm scared to think that they're all in danger because of Akeno, but I try to be calm, knowing that they'll surely be okay. Kanao. Of rank. As in the original story, Tanjiro would tell Kanao that he should follow his heart to decide things, so Tanjiro would flip the coin, and if it landed heads, Kanao would listen to his heart. Thus falling face surprising the boys. At that Tanjiro would grab Kanao's hands, surprising her and even the boys. Tanjiro. Remember, the heart is what guides people. If you listen to it, it gets stronger and stronger. Greg. I agree with Tanjiro. Issei. I will yo. Shinra. Me too. Tanjiro. Well, we have to go, bye. So the boys were about to leave, but. Kanao. Why did it land heads? Tanjiro and the boys would turn around seeing Kanao. Kanao's thoughts. Kanao. I saw his hand when he threw it, I'm sure he didn't cheat. Out of your thoughts. At that Tanjiro would smile. Tanjiro. It was luck, although if it came up tails I would keep flipping it 1,000 more times until it came up heads, hahaha. So Tanjiro would smile, and that smile had surprised Kanao. Tanjiro. Take care. Issei Shinra. See you. So the boys would leave while Kanao looked at the coin and then placed his hand on his heart. Minutes later. The girls who helped the boys in their training were in front of them with some large cans, because one of the trainings the boys did to use the total concentration breathing technique was to blow into some cans with their air to make them break. Issei. Hagamaslo. So everyone would start blowing the cans. Girls. Yes you can, yes you can, yes you can. So the boys would continue blowing until the boats finally broke. Girls. You did it. Zenko. Damn, this training is difficult. Rias. We don't deny that it's difficult to pop the cans. Seraphil. But it's still fun. Tamaki. Literally. Girl 1. Here you go. So the girl would offer them some rice balls. Tanjiro. Thank you. So the girls would grab one each, and so would Issei and Shinra, but Inosuke would start grabbing a lot. Girls. Please go and defeat many demons. Tanjiro. Yes, that's what we'll do. Issei. We'll do what needs to be done. While Zenitsu and Inosuke began to fight, Tanjiro, Issei, and Shinra would see Tomioka approaching. Tomioka. Are you ready for the mission? Tanjiro. Yes, we are ready. Tomioka. I heard you can maintain full concentration for longer. Tanjiro. That's right. Issei. In fact, Tanjiro is the only one who can do that. Tomioka. Then keep doing it. Tanjiro. Yes, Tomioka, thank you very much for defending Nezuko. You risked your life for her and you didn't know it. It was very brave. I don't know how to thank you. Issei. Not even we know how to thank you for defending us even without knowing us and that we are demons from another world and yet you still defended us. Tomioka. Thank me by doing your best. Our mission is to kill demons and nothing else. Do you understand? So Tomioka would disappear. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. If we understand. So the kids would turn around to see what was happening. Girl 2. Please take care of yourselves. Rias. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Tamaki. You have nothing to worry about. Zenitsu. Oh, not saying goodbye is going to break your hearts, I can't stand it. Girl 3. Zenitsu, we would like to ask you, if it is not too much trouble, to please try to be more respectful to women. Zenitsu. Bueno. Inosuke. Oh how cute. Serafel. Oh you are so adorable little ones. Zenko. I agree with you Serafel. Zenitsu. But they're a little sad because I'm leaving, right? Girls. We are not sad. At that Tanjiro would put Nezuko's box on his back. While on the other hand Issei was already ready and Rias would put Durandal inside a magic circle to use it when necessary. So everyone was ready. Tanjiro. Okay girls, see you. Issei Shinra. Be careful. Rias Serafel Tamaki Zenko. We'll be back later. Later. The boys had arrived at the train station and mooted that. Inosuke. Hey. Inosuke was surprised to see the Mugen train. Inosuke surprised. What kind of animal is this? Its size is colossal, it must be the king here, it surely rules this place. The boys would look at Inosuke with what the buck faces. Inosuke. He's intimidating. Huge. He's the king. He looks like he's asleep, but don't be fooled. Zenitsu. It's a train, have you never seen one? At that Inosuke would cover Zenitsu's mouth. Inosuke. Shut your mouth, don't speak or you'll wake the beast. Inosuke was ready to attack though. Tanjiro. Detente is washing away. Inosuke. What? Tanjiro. He must be the guardian spirit of this land, it would be disrespectful to attack him like that. Issei Shinra. What? Zenitsu. I didn't just say it's a train, you understand, a train is a vehicle that transports people a couple of villagers. Zenko. Don't be so rude to Tanjiro-chan, bro. Tanjiro. So that's what the crow told me. Rias Tamaki. You definitely lived too long in the mountains. Serafel. I agree. And that everyone would watch as Inosuke hit the train with his head, drawing the attention of some police officers, so Zenitsu would take them all running. Later. It was already night and the boys were still hiding. Zenitsu annoyed. Inosuke, it's your fault we went through hell, apologize. Inosuke. First, explain to me why we had to run away from those guys. Zenitsu. Why aren't demon slayers officially accepted? We can't show our katanas in public. If we tell them about the demons, they wouldn't believe us anyway, it would be useless. Zenko. What you say is true, brother. Issei Shinra. You have a point there. Tanjiro. With all our efforts. Zenitsu. That's how things are for now, let's just hide the katanas. So Inosuke would put his katanas behind his back, but they could still be seen. Zenitsu. We can see them, cover yourself with something. But then they would hear the noise of the train moving as it was already starting to move. Zenitsu. It can't be, the train is leaving. Aren't the police here anymore? Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Let's seize the moment. Rias Serafel Tamaki. And quickly before we fall behind. Inosuke. Hahaha here I go master of this land. Zenitsu. Wait, idiot. Tanjiro. We have to go up. Zenko. Rapido. So everyone would get on the train, but Zenitsu was missing so everyone would help him get on. So the train kept moving. Inosuke. Woo Ojo that's fast. Everyone watched as they slowly walked away. Zenitsu. Oya Tanjiro. At that Tanjiro would look at Zenitsu. Zenitsu. Are you sure it's a good idea for Nezuko to come with us? Don't you think it would be better for her to stay with everyone at headquarters? Zenko. I think I agree with my brother, wouldn't it be dangerous for Nezuko if there are strong demons here? So Tanjiro would smile. Tanjiro. She will be fine wherever I go, she will always accompany me, we will never separate because I love her and she loves me, and our love is stronger than anything. The boys would just smile upon hearing what Tanjiro said. Inside the box Nezuko was asleep, but she had heard what Tanjiro said and was happy. Then Zenitsu and Zenko smiled as they looked at the view. At that moment Tanjiro began to remember everything he lived since he saved Nezuko, how he became a hunter, how he met the boys, how he saved Nezuko from Rui, and when they both told each other their feelings. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. Nezuko I'm going to save you so you and I can be together. Out of your thoughts. While Issei and Shinra were thinking of only one thing. Thoughts from both of us. Issei Shinra serious. Muse and Kibutsuji with everything we did should be enough for you to come towards us and when you do prepare to die. Out of your thoughts. Without them realizing it, Enmu was already on the train in the main car so the train would continue on its way. What will happen now? Will the kids be able to defeat the threat of the moving train? Find out in the next episode. Chapter 9. The train moves. In a forest where there are some graves. The boss was walking with a woman who takes care of him until at one point he would feel a little ill, but then they would both continue walking. Woman. Please my lord, let's go back. I beg you to think about your health. Boss. I ask how much longer I can stay here. I hope to watch over the lives of all those children while I remain in charge. This month I also received reports of more demons. This time there were 7. My children in the Hunter Corps are fighting, even now they are facing the demons. At that the boss would stop looking at the sky. Boss. Even if everyone's lives are extinguished, they will never be able to extinguish the glowing embers of the human spirit, no matter how many times they defeat us, because in the end we will always fight again. Meanwhile on the train they moo. Our protagonists would enter seeing all the people, but in that Inosuke would be looking out the window. Inosuke. How fast haha. Zenitsu Zenko. Excuse me please, what are you doing, silly, come here. So the Agatsuma brothers would be pulling Inosuke so that he doesn't cause any problems. While Tanjiro would be helping some passengers with their suitcases, obviously with the help of Issei and Shinra. So everyone would keep walking. Zenitsu? He's a pillar, right? He talked about that Rengoku. Issei. Well, if they asked us to meet with him, it's more than obvious that he's a pillar. Shinra. Wow, I can't find any flaws in your logic. Zenitsu. Hey, you could recognize him on the train, right? Tanjiro. He has a very extravagant hairstyle, and I also remember what his smell is. Rias Tamaki. Well that always helps us. Tanjiro. I'll tell you when I see him. At that Tanjiro was going to open the door until. Hasty. That had confused the boys and scared Zenitsu. And so this chapter begins. Click on the chapter intro. Opening of this chapter. Red Swan, the opening of season 3 of Attack on Titan, Latin Spanish cover. Singer. David Delgado, lateral square. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present. The train moves. Tanjiro would open the door but again. Hasty. Everyone didn't know who was saying it until, like in the original story, they realized it was none other than Kaijiro Rengoku, the flame pillar, who was eating but kept saying the same word. Issei Shinra. Wow, simply wow. Zenitsu whispered. He's the pillar of flame. So he's not just any glutton. Zenko whispering. Don't be rude bro. So Tanjiro would approach to talk to Rengoku, but he would not respond until he would turn around. Rengoku. Sabroso. Everyone. Yes, that is already clear to us, Mr. Rengoku. Minutes later. Rengoku. You're the boy we met at headquarters. Tanjiro. Yes, I am Tanjiro Kamado sir, and they are my buddies Zenitsu Agatsuma and his sister Zenko, Issei Hyodo, Rias Gremory and Serapho Leviathan, Shinra Kusakib, Tamaki Katatsu and finally Inosuke Hashibira. Rengoku. I understand, and someone else comes in the box right? Tanjiro. Yes, my sister's name is Nezuko. Issei. I would say brother-sister Jahaja. Asi Tanjiro la Pagoria on Kaskorina Issei. Rengoku. Of course the demon girl, from that time I saw how our boss accepted her, I'm not going to refuse her decision. So Tanjiro would smile. Rengoku. Why don't you sit here? Issei Shinra. In serio? Minutes later. All the others were in other seats. Issei and Shinra were sitting in the front seats while Tanjiro had sat with Rengoku. Rengoku. And why are you on the train? Is it for a mission? Tanjiro. We received a message from my Crow Kasugai, as the victims of the Mugen train increased we were ordered to meet with you and travel together. Issei. And here we are. Rengoku. Yuvio. Tanjiro. Mr. Rengoku, ask you something. Issei Shinra. Us too. Rengoku. What is it about? Tanjiro. It's something about my father. Rengoku. What's wrong with your father? Tanjiro. He was a fragile man. Rengoku. Pure you know. Tanjiro. And yet he could perform the dance of the fire god and he did it under the snow. Rengoku. Wow, impressive. But this time all three would speak at the same time. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. And then. Rengoku. And then what? Issei. We use the dance of the fire god as breathing. So the three of them would remember how they did it. Issei. At that moment we saw Tanjiro's memories and we saw how to do the dance and we managed to use it as breathing. Tanjiro. Mr. Rengoku, I would like to know if you have heard anything about that dance. Shinra. Or if he knows something. There would be silence until. Rengoku. I understand but I don't know anything. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Kui. Rengoku. I had never heard of that dance until now, but the fact that you learned it from him just like you is something honorable. Issei Shinra. Neda. Rengoku. We'll leave the conversation at this point. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Listen, but we want to keep talking. But they would be interrupted. Rengoku. I want you to become my successors from today. I'm going to train you. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Hey, wait a moment, why are you looking over there if we're here? Just as in the original story, Rengoku would explain the main breaths and how the others that exist are branches of them. Issei. So that's why the other breaths exist. Shinra. Wow, that explains a lot. Rengoku. Young Misaguchi, what color is your katana? Tanjiro. You made a mistake, my last name is Komodo and my katana is black. Rengoku. She's black but what bad luck. The boys just made what the buck faces. Issei Shinra Tanjiro, confused. What? Like why or what does he say that? Rengoku. I've never heard of someone becoming a pillar who carries a black katana, it's unknown what element it should be based on. Tanjiro would be thoughtful as would the boys. Rengoku. But you have nothing to worry about. Because I'm going to train you. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Yes, but when I spoke to them, I looked where we are. Then Inosuke was trying to get out the train window but was being stopped by Zenitsu and Zenko. Zenitsu. Angry. Does your stupidity have no limits? Rengoku. Be very careful, a demon could come out. That had surprised everyone but Zenitsu as always would get dramatic and then the man who checks the tickets would arrive, except with Rias, Tamaki and Serafel, because Issei shared his ticket with Rias and Serafel and on the other hand, Shinra shared his ticket with Tamaki. But then Rengoku would rise. Rengoku. Sir, I ask you to keep your distance. It's a risky situation. I'll have to use my katana. I'm truly sorry. At that point the lights would be failing until a large demon would appear, surprising the boys. Rengoku. You are very big, you hide yourself with a blood technique, your presence was difficult to detect, however, if you want to put your fangs on innocent people. At that Rengoku would be taking out his katana. Rengoku. With my shining crimson flame katana I'll see your bones turn to ash. At that point the demon would be preparing to launch an attack. Rengoku. Flame breathing first stance. So Rengoku would launch an attack. Rengoku. Mar de Fuego. Thus with a single cut Rengoku would finish off the demon by cutting off his head, surprising the boys. Rengoku. There's still one more, follow me. So the boys would go after Rengoku. Thus they would arrive at another car where there was a long-armed demon and between the seats there was a man. Rengoku. I won't let you hurt that man. And that the boys would stand next to Rengoku, Tamaki had his fire Nekomata form activated and Serafel had his magic scepter, while Rias had Durandal. Rengoku. Demon, listen, we are the hunters who will face you. Just like in the original story, Inosuke would launch an attack, but luckily Rengoku had saved the man, so Rengoku would launch an attack against the demon. Rengoku. Flame breathing second stance rising sun. So Rengoku had managed to defeat the demon. Just like in the original story, Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke had become excited and asked him to please be their teacher. Issei would just smile as he remembered his good times with the Gremory clan before everything went to hell, but at least he enjoyed having new friends and also a new teacher who would help him become strong. Minutes later. Everyone was fast asleep, including the boys. Meanwhile. In the forest there were two demons watching the Mugen train from afar and these were the sixth demon Moondaki and his brother Gyutaro. Although Gyutaro was somewhat annoyed. Gyutaro. I still don't understand why Mr. Mugen wants to kill those two so much. I don't understand, what do you think, sister? But Daki didn't respond because she was distracted. Gyutaro. Hey sister. Daki. Oh, what's going on? Gyutaro. I'm talking to you and you're ignoring me. Daki. Sorry, I'm just a little distracted. Gyutaro. Anyway, let's go, we have to follow that train. So the two would start running, but Daki would be thinking about something. Daki's thoughts. Daki. I would like to be able to live a new life, stop being a demon who serves Mugen, that's all I would like. Out of your thoughts. Meanwhile on the train they moo. Enmu was in the main car watching the whole journey. Enmu. They sleep while they die in a peaceful dream, it is something so splendid no matter how powerful those demon hunters are, what drives all living beings is their heart and soul. At that the hand of Enmu would return to him. Enmu. All I have to do is destroy their spiritual core and then kill their empty bodies. The heart of all humans works the same, it's like a beautiful crystal sphere, something unfortunately brittle. How in the original story the children that Enmu sent would tie themselves to his hands, but one of them would tie himself to Tanjiro, but also to Issei and Shinra. In Issei's dream. He was walking in a quiet forest until he reacted. Issei. What the heck, where am I? Rias. Sarah-chan, where is everyone? Greg. Hey, buddy, are you okay? We just went for a ride. Issei. What are you talking about? But then Issei would hear some footsteps and turn around and see that it was Rossweisse. Rossweisse. Issei, are you okay? I've been looking for you for a while. Issei would just start running towards Rossweisse and then hug her tightly. Rossweisse blushed. Issei, are you okay? Is something wrong? Issei crying. I'm sorry, forgive me. Rossweisse didn't understand why Issei was like that, but she would just reciprocate the hug. Meanwhile in Shinra's dream. He was living with his mother and brother in a world where infernals apparently do not exist. Back in reality. In the main car I was still speechless, watching everything. Enmu. Sleep children, sleep because the devil is coming and will eat you. Sleep children, sleep because the devil is coming and will eat you. It seems that all of them have already started to sleep, that makes me happy, now it's just a matter of destroying their spiritual cores, and that's it. Everyone was dreaming the same thing as in the original story, but Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro would discover that it was a dream, but they didn't know how to return. Meanwhile. Rias y Serafal y Tamaki Despertarian. Rias. Wow, I slept so well. Serafal. Yes, me too. Tamaki. Yes, it is true, but. The girls would watch as Rengoku was hanging someone as well as seeing the children who were tied to the others. Rias. What the hell happened while we were sleeping? Tamaki. Not the slightest idea. On that. Greg. Mate with a shit, wake up. At that Rias and Serafal approached where Issei was. Rias. Drake, what's happening? Greg. Gremory Eris and Mao Leviathan, please help me wake up my partner. I've been trying to wake him up for a while and nothing works, it's like something is preventing me from talking to my partner. In that box Nezuko would come out seeing her brother asleep, but she would give him a surprise kiss, but this didn't work. Nezuko. Hey, why don't you wake up? Tamaki. Long story Nezuko, but we have to try to wake them up. So Nezuko would try to wake Tanjiro up, but nothing worked until she would headbutt him, but this wouldn't work and Nezuko would start to cry. Nezuko crying. You are rude, love. So Nezuko launches a fire attack and it would reach Issei and Shinra. Back to Issei's dream. He would feel Nezuko's presence even if he was recovering Drake. Issei. Are you a dragon? Greg. Yes, partner, it's me, let's go now. Kiba. Issei, what's going on? Vesuvius. Out of nowhere you were attacked by a flare. Asia. Issei-san, are you okay? Issei. I'm sorry but I have to go. So Issei would run away, but in that. Issei-senpai, where are you going? At that Issei would stop listening to the voice of one of the girls who had died, and this was Kaneko. Xenovia. Ice-kun, it's good that we found you. Arena. Yes, we went with Kaneko to buy some sweets. Hiroka. And where were you going, out of curiosity? Issei's eyes were completely filled with tears. Hearing the voice of his loved ones whom he had lost was something he hadn't heard for a long time. Kiba. Issei. This is how the others would arrive. Kaneko. Hey guys, is something wrong? Hiroka. Right, why do they look exhausted? Vesuvius. Issei, what's wrong with you, you're acting strange. And that Issei would be looking at the sky while wiping away his tears. Issei. I would like to stay with you, but I can't be with you anymore. Everyone. Issei. This isn't real, you're not with me anymore, I'm alone, alone. If this were real, I would still be with you, fighting together no matter what happened. We would spend time together like always. Rossweisse and Asia, you would still be alive by my side, and you Kiba and Gasper would still be my best friends forever, and you Xenovia, Irina, Kaneko, and Kuroka. You would be by my side without having to sacrifice yourselves for me to defeat the Trihexa. If it were real, if it were real, if it were real. At that Issei would wipe his tears and then start walking. Issei. But it isn't, so please forgive me. So Issei would start running. Gasper crying. Issei. Why do you want to abandon us? So Gasper would fall to the ground. Issei crying. I wouldn't want to be Gasper either, but this isn't real. I would be with you all if this were real, but it isn't. But I always think about you no matter what I went through. As in the original story, Tanjiro would return to reality as would Issei and Shinra, thus realizing the situation and going to the main car. But when the boys arrived they would smell an unbearable smell. Issei. Damn, what a pest. Shinra. How the hell could we sleep with this smell? So Tanjiro would look out and begin to smell the aroma. Tanjiro. The smell is coming from the main car. Issei. We're waiting, let's go. Shinra. Let's go. So the boys would climb onto the roof of the train. Tanjiro. Nezuko, you stay with the girls and take care of the others. Nezuko. Understood, but be careful. Tanjiro. I'll have it. Issei. Let's go quickly. The boys would start running until they saw Enmu. Enmu. Bravo, they've finally arrived and I can see what they've woken up to. The boys would stand on guard ready to fight. Enmu. Little ones, didn't you like the dreams I showed you? You know, I can do it better, like with you, I could make a dream where your father is still alive. That had angered Tanjiro. Enmu. With you, strange boy, I could show you a world where those fire creatures don't exist, where your mother has never turned into one of those things. That had angered Shinra. Enmu. Finally, I could show you a dream where you live your life happily without having to meet any of those girls, so as not to put them in danger. That had angered Issei. Thoughts of Enmu. Enmu. Normally he always used to show them his happiest dreams and sink them into their worst nightmares. Normally no one would be able to wake up, but these kids managed to do it. Out of your thoughts. At that Tanjiro would take out his katana and Issei would summon his boosted gear along with the sword Ascalon while Shinra got ready to fight. Issei Shinra Tanjiro, angry. We will never allow someone like you to play with the dreams of others. Hell, we will never forgive you. At that Enmu would notice Tanjiro's Hanafuda earrings as well as Issei and Shinra and she would smile. The battle here would continue as in the original story until Enmu would put the boys in a nightmare, but they would get angry and fight back. Tanjiro gets really angry. Don't put those words in my family's mouths. They would never say something like that. Issei super angry. I will never ever allow you to put those words in my family's mouth. Shinra, super angry. Don't put those words in my brother and mother's mouths. They would never say something like that. So all three would jump at the same time. Issei Shinra Tanjiro, angry. Don't insult the memory of my family. This is how the three of them would remember their families by cutting off Enmu's head. Although this would confuse the boys. Shinra. Hey, was this guy weaker than that Rui? Issei. Maybe or maybe not. Tanjiro. We still made it. But that's it. Enmu. I see why. The boys would turn around seeing Enmu's head. Enmu. The Lord told me that he will eliminate the pillar and you, Hunter with Hanafuda earrings, and you too as well. Thus Enmu would explain why he did not die and why the Mugen train had been used. The boys would start running. Tanjiro. Zenitsu, Zenko, Inosuke, Senor Rengoku. Los necesitamos despierten. Meanwhile, inside the train they moo. The girls were watching how Nezuko tried to wake Inosuke up until he would move like this, coming out through the ceiling, and when they saw him the boys would smile. Inosuke. Time to follow the number one. Prepare yourselves and be amazed and keep your eyes straight ahead because the wonderful Inosuke has just arrived. Tanjiro. It's a wash. Shinra. We have to go, it's not a safe place, the train turned into a demon. Issei. Did you hear the train turned into a demon? Inosuke. I already knew it, I was always right in everything, my instincts never fail, that's why you should trust the boss. So Inosuke would enter the train again through the hole he made. Inosuke. Beast breath, fifth fang slashing madness. So Inosuke had cut off Enmu's tentacles. Inosuke. Now I will make sure to save all of you, therefore it is only right that you kneel. And praise me. I am your savior Inosuke Hashibira, make way for your lord. Meanwhile. Rias, Tamaki and Serafel were ready to fight and protect the passengers along with Nezuko. Rias. Let's do it girls. All? Yes. So they would all begin to cut the tentacles, thus managing to save the passengers, but they would all be grabbed until Zenitsu and Zenko had saved the girls for later. Serious Zenitsu Zenko. Lightning breathing first pose lightning flash. So the two would cut the tentacles. Zenitsu Zenko Serios. Says Visas. Rias. Well done guys. Serafel. They are amazing. Zenko would be serious. Calm down girls, we will protect you. So Zenko would open his eyes, but Zenitsu would fall asleep again, making everyone shed a drop of anime-style sweat. Meanwhile. The boys had already entered the train again and began to fight against the tentacles, but it was impossible. Meanwhile. Rengoku would be walking around seeing everything. Rengoku. A lot of things happened while I was taking a little nap, how much disaster if the other pillars were here, I wouldn't be able to look them in the eyes. Asi Rengoku would prepare to attack. Rengoku. I'd be ashamed. Thus with his Rengoku attack, he would be able to damage Enmu. Back with the boys. They had fallen to the ground because the earthquake was very strong. Issei. What the hell was that? Shinra. No idea but it was strong. That's when Rengoku would arrive. Rengoku. Young Kamado, Hyodo and Kusakib. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Senor Rengoku. Rengoku. A moment ago I managed to give the demon a fairly precise blow. It will take a while to regenerate its wound, however we cannot be confident. The train has 8 cars in total. I will protect the 5 in the back, your sister and the others will take care of the other 3, and those in yellow. Well, you and the boar boy look for the demon's neck while he fought. I will try to look for it too. Tanjiro. But Mr. Rengoku, how can we? He would be interrupted. Rengoku. Finding a neck is a demon, do your duty, Hunter, and yours too, guys. So Rengoku would go at full speed. At that point the boys would go look for Inosuke until. Inosuke. Shut up or I'll kill you idiots. I've already received orders from Mr. Fish Eyes, but he's too amazing, and I can't stand it. Issei. We have to try to get to the main car. Inosuke. I already know that, besides I already found what we were looking for, its weak point, and I did it with my 7th fang. Shinra. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. So the boys would go up to the roof with Inosuke like in the original story, but Enmu would be using the vanishing hypnosis eyes many times, but fortunately the technique didn't work with Inosuke. As in the original story, the boys would begin to combine their attacks. Issei and Shinra would take care of the eyes and tentacles, while Inosuke and Tanjiro went for the neck. Inosuke. Breath of the beast, 4th fang. Chopped into pieces. So Tanjiro would be ready to cut Enmu's neck. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. Father, protect me, this is my chance to cut his neck. Out of your thoughts. Tanjiro. Dance of the fire god. So Tanjiro would make a circular cut. Tanjiro. Blue sky. Thus Tanjiro would manage to cut Enmu's neck, but the train would begin to go out of control. Issei. Tanjiro, are you okay? Shinra. Since you're the one who's hurt. But at that moment Issei and Shinra would be thrown far away, while Tanjiro would fall to the ground rolling. Issei and Shinra would fall rolling until they would collide with some people like that, finally falling to the ground. Minutes later. Rias, Tamaki, and Serafel were leaving the wreckage of the Mugen train together with Zenko, but they couldn't find the boys or Nezuko. Rias. Where will they be? Tamaki. I don't know, but I smell a rather unpleasant smell that I already recognize. And that shadows would come out, no one more and no less than Daki together with Gyutaro surprising the girls because they were the 6th demonic moon. Serafel surprised. Is that another of the 12 demonic moons? Zenko. It seems so. Gyutaro. But look, we have here 2 strange demons, a fire cat girl and a good sister Hunter, it's time. But Daki remained distracted. Gyutaro. You know, sister takes a break, I'll take care of this alone. At that Tamaki would notice that Rias was somewhat hurt. Tamaki. Rias, you rest, I, Serafel, and Zenko will take care of this unhappy person. Rias. Are you sure you can? Serafel. Don't worry Rias-chan, we can beat him. Thus the 3 would launch an attack, beginning to fight against Gyutaro. At that Rias would stand up and approach Daki. Rias. I know you don't know me, but tell me one thing, don't you want to follow Kibutsuji's orders anymore? Daki would be surprised but nod. Rias. Why don't you tell me about yourself and I'll tell you about myself, I think I can help you. Daki. Yes, it's okay. So the 2 would sit down to start talking. Meanwhile. Issei and Shinra were beginning to wake up until. Kiba. Issei, are you? At that Issei would open his eyes in surprise, since there were none other than his friends Kiba, Gasper and Kakao. Issei surprised. Guys, it's you. But wait, aren't you under Akeno's control? Gasper. We didn't get free, but she left us wounded and you see how we are. Kakao. But it's still good to see you, friend. Shinra. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Issei, we have company. So Issei would turn around to see no one else and no one less than. Issei. Finalmente das la cara Musen Kibutsuji. Shinra. So that's your true form, why doesn't it surprise me? Musen. You guys have already caused me several problems. I had a feeling that Enmu wouldn't be able to finish you off, but now I will be the one to finish you off. Issei. That's for you to see. So Issei had activated his balance breaker, but it was the Cardinal Crimson promotion. At that Shinra would smile as always, scaring Musen Kibutsuji, while flames of fire came out of his feet. Issei. Shinra. Here will be your grave, damn it. Musen. We'll see that, idiots. So the 3 would launch an attack. The 3 would clash their fists making a large wave of air, while Kiba, Gasper and Kakao watched everything, knowing that they had to help Issei and his friend. Issei and Shinra knew that cutting Musen's throat was impossible, so they would have to hold him until dawn. So Issei would launch an attack. Reg. Solid impact boost. So Issei would connect a great blow to Musen sending him crashing, but his wound would regenerate and so he would attack Issei, but Shinra would cut off one of his arms and then cut off one of his legs and then Issei would give him a great kick sending him flying and then crashing to the ground. Reg. Friend, remember not to get too confident because if you do, you won't be able to get the blood sample. Issei. We know Drake and we are not going to give up so easily. When the smoke cleared, the kid saw that Muzan was there as if nothing had happened. Muzan. I admit they have guts, but do they still think they can beat me? Issei. Of course. Promotion, sir. So Issei would disappear at great speed. Muzan. But what the heck, where are you? At that Issei would appear in front of Muzan. Issei. Damn surprise. So Issei would launch a beam of energy from his chest, making Muzan fly away, and then Shinra would give him a bunch of fire kicks. Issei. Crimson boost. Greg. Thunder blaster booster. So Issei would launch a large energy shot, hitting Muzan even if he fell to the ground. But in that Issei would lose the Cardinal Crimson promotion. Issei. Damn, I lost the Cardinal Crimson promotion. Shinra. Let's hope that worked. But in that, both would see that it was still early morning, but in that, both would see that Muzan was there watching them. They then let out a great cry of fury. Muzan. How the hell are you guys so strong? You guys are driving me crazy. So Muzan was going to launch himself into the attack ready to kill Issei and Shinra, but in that Gasper and Kakao would get in the way of the attack and Muzan would pierce both of their stomachs. Issei was scared, he couldn't believe his friends had been pierced by Muzan. Muzan. Are you guys idiots or what? Kakao. Cast. So Kakao would stab Muzan in the heart with his spear, but he would stab Kakao and Gasper. Worried Issei. Guys. Muzan. Bunch of idiots. I'll finish you off now. But at that Muzan would remain motionless, something that would confuse him. Muzan. What the hell, why can't I move? What the hell is going on? Issei surprised. It's like Gasper. At that Issei would observe seeing that Gasper had activated his Fortibene Valor Brian. At that point the Kakao spear would stick into the ground making Muzan unable to move but at that point. Kiba. Sword birth. Thus, several swords would stick into Muzan's hands, legs, arms and stomach, making him unable to move. Muzan. No Suelton. Taking advantage of the moment, Issei and Shinra would throw 2 syringes that would absorb a large amount of Muzan's blood. At that Kiba would notice that the sun was about to rise. Kiba's thoughts. Kiba. I have to use all my strength, but if I don't I'll die, but at least I'll be able to redeem what Akeno made me do to my friend Issei. Goodbye friend. Out of your thoughts. At that Kiba would give a great shout with all his strength and the swords were extending towards the sky. Muzan would see that he could not escape because Gasper still had the Fortibene Valor Brian activated and instead of shedding tears, his tears were of blood. Kiba continued to resist with all his strength, just like Kakao. But then Issei and Shinra would hear Tanjiro's screams. Tanjiro. We hunters will always fight even when the light of the darkness of the night gives them an advantage. We are humans of flesh and blood, our wounds do not heal by magic, and our limbs do not grow back. Do not run away damn idiot you are a coward. Listen to me well, Lord Rengoku will always be more amazing, the bravest, he will never let himself be defeated, he did not let anyone die, he fought until the end, he remained until the last, you are the loser and Lord Rengoku the winner. To then hear how Tanjiro was crying. And that finally Muzan would be about to disappear until. Muzan. Millimeters damn. So finally Muzan Kibutsuji had disappeared forever and with him also the other demons including the 12 demon moons except for one. Meanwhile. Rias was with Daki and Tamaki and Serafel and Zenko because they had managed to defeat Gyutaro, but Rias had made Daki part of her clan being a tower of the Gremory clan. Rias. Well Daki, welcome to my clan. Daki. Thank you Rias for giving me this opportunity, but although I'm going to miss my brother, I know that now I have a new family. Rias. That's how you talk. Serafel. Welcome to the family. Tamaki. Well, we'd better find the others. So the girls would go look for the boys. Meanwhile. Issei was carrying Kiba while Shinra was carrying Gasper and Kakao. Issei worried. Please resist friends. Kiba. Calm down, we'll just die peacefully. Issei. Hey Tanjiro, we have the blood samples from Kibutsuji. Shinra. Besides, he no longer exists, so we did it, we won. But in that the boys would see the destruction that was in the place, but they would also see Tanjiro crying as well as seeing a wounded Rengoku smiling. Rengoku. You shouldn't have screamed so much, your wound could open, and that is something very serious, you would die my young Kamado, and that would mean my defeat. Tanjiro crying. Lord Rengoku. Issei worried. Mr. Rengoku is fine. Shinra worried. What happened here? Rengoku. Long story but come closer, I want to talk to you one last time. Kiba. Vain Issei. Kakao. Go friend. Asper in pain. Go Issei senpai. Minutes later. Rengoku. I just remembered something thanks to the dream I had about my past. I was in my house, the Rengoku family mansion, the ancient flame pillars left some writings, my father used to read them a lot, but I didn't have that opportunity, I don't know what they say. But Akaza's arm was slowly disappearing, revealing the wound. Rengoku. Perhaps the answer to the sacred dance of the fire god lies in those writings. Blood began to flow from Rengoku's wound, worrying the boys. Tanjiro. Mr. Rengoku, please stop concentrating on stopping the bleeding. Is there any way to close your wound? Issei Shinra worried. Right, isn't there any way to close his wound? Kiba. We don't even know if we can close our wounds. Asper. True. Then Iso Rengoku Sonraria. Rengoku. They are right, it is useless, I will soon die. That had worried the boys. Rengoku. I will continue talking as long as I can, so listen to me. To my younger brother Sanjoru, I want you to tell him to always follow his heart and never give up, and to my father, please ask him to take care of his health, and lastly young Kamado. Iodo and Kusaka, I want you to know that I trust the girls and I see them as part of the Hunter Corps inside that train. I saw the girls shed blood to protect those people. Anyone who risks their life to fight against the demons, no matter what they say, is part of the hunters. Then Iso Rengoku Sonraria. Rengoku. Live with pride and your heads held high, do not let your fears and weaknesses keep you from your goals. Keep your hearts burning no matter what happens, keep moving forward and do not give up even if you have fallen. Remember that time waits for no one, it will not keep you company or share your sorrows, and please do not mourn my death. I am a pillar, my duty is to protect my disciples. Anyone in my place would have done exactly the same. The young ones must flourish, young Kamado. Iodo and Kusaka, young Inagashira and the young women of Gremory, Leviathan and Katatsu, and the young men in yellow, please mature and flourish, and when you are powerful be the next pillars of the Demon Slayer Corps. You can, I humbly trust in that. Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro were crying non-stop, but Issei was crying more since his friends were slowly dying and they would grab Issei's hand, but then Rengoku would look at a lady he knew. Rengoku. Mother. Tell me, do you think I did my job well? Did I fulfill my responsibility? Was my purpose the right one? At that Rengoku's mother would smile. Rengoku's mother. Of course you did great. On that. Rengoku. Jaja. Rengoku would smile for the last time and slowly die. Minutes later. Issei was holding Gasper's and Kakao's hands and Kiba's because they had died in the arms of their best friend. The girls along with Zenitsu had finally arrived, seeing what had happened. Rias sad. I can't believe Kiba and Gasper are dead. Sad Seraphle. Maybe Muzan was defeated, but at the cost of the lives of the three of them. And that Rias and Seraph would hug Issei tightly so that he wouldn't be sad. Zenitsu surprised. When the train derailed, Lord Rengoku used many of his techniques, so none of the cars were damaged and many deaths were avoided. Sad Tanjiro. If that's how it was. Without anyone noticing, a mysterious hooded figure was watching everything. He doesn't deserve to be dead. Maybe I can't save Kiba and Gasper-sen anymore, but I can save that person. Back with the boys. Zenko surprised. We can't believe he's really dead. Did he fight against one of the moons? Tanjiro-chan. Tanjiro sad. Yes. Zenitsu. Why did one of those demons appear? They're too strong for. Issei sad. We know it. Sad Tamaki. And even though they managed to defeat Kibutsuji. Shinra sad. It didn't help prevent what happened. The tears in Issei and Shinra and Tanjiro were inevitable. Issei Shinra Tanjiro, crying. We hate this. Even when we think we could have helped him right away, a huge wall stands in front of us. Even when we see amazing people constantly fighting, we can't do anything about it. At that Issei would be crying. Issei crying. Not even I could do anything to save my friends. They who were controlled by that damn thing to hurt me are already laughing. They did everything and sacrificed themselves, and I couldn't do anything. The three of them continued crying. Issei Shinra Tanjiro, crying. We're just some idiots who keep failing over and over again, and we want to know if one day we could be someone like Lord Rengoku. Everyone would be crying for what happened to him. Daki couldn't say anything because despite having lost his brother, this didn't compare to that until. Inosuke angry. Stop crying like babies. At that all the boys would look at Inosuke. Inosuke angry. Don't ask yourselves if you can be like him. I can't stand hearing such nonsense. He said he trusted us. What other damn answer is the one you want to hear? All animals return to the earth when they die. And no matter how much you cry, they will never come back. So stop crying even if it hurts. It doesn't matter if we are weak or too pathetic, we must move on. Without realizing it, Inosuke would be crying too much, literally xddddddddddd. Zenitsu crying. But you're crying too, I can perfectly see the tears coming out of that mask. At that Inosuke would give Zenitsu a big headbutt. Inosuke crying. I'm not crying, idiot. So Zenitsu would fall to the ground unconscious while Inosuke began to run like crazy. While crying the boys continued crying, but then Inosuke would approach them. Inosuke crying. Come here, let's train. So the boys would continue crying, but the one who cried the most was Inosuke, hitting Issei and Shinra and Tanjiro. So a crow Kasugai, who is the crow of Rengoku, had observed everything and would begin to distribute the information so all the pillars would find out about Rengoku's death. Until the boss would also find out. Boss. None of the 200 passengers lost their lives on that train, right? Kaijiro did an excellent job. He was an amazing kid. I'm not going to cry over his loss. I don't have much time left either. But for some strange reason, I feel like Kaijiro is still alive. Back with the boys. They were still sad, but Issei would grab Kiba's sacred demonic sword and put it on his back. Sad Issei. Guys, could you help me find out about my friends? At that, everyone would nod to start digging the holes while Rias and Seraph, using magic, created some coffins to put the bodies in, and then the boys would finish digging, so Issei, with the help of Shinra, would put the bodies of each one in their respective coffin and then put the coffins inside the holes to cover the holes. Then with wood, Rias and Seraphil and Daki would put a cross on each grave, and finally Tamaki would put a crucifix on each cross. Tamaki. Despite being demons, they deserve to go to a good place. Issei. Gracious Katatsu-san. At that point Shinra would return because he had found Rengoku's katana, so the boys would lay Rengoku's body on the ground and then place his katana next to the body. All sad. Rest in peace, Mr. Rengoku. So the boys would start walking. But then the hooded woman would approach Rengoku's body, which would be surrounded by a green aura. The boys kept walking until youths. So everyone would turn around, seeing that it was none other than Rengoku who was alive. Everyone crying. Mr. Rengoku. So everyone would hug their teacher tightly. Issei surprised. But how is it that you? Rengoku. It was her, she revived me using a strange magic power. At that point the hooded woman would take off her hood, revealing that she was none other than Issei is crying. Asia. Asia. Haha, hello President, Issei-san. So quickly Issei would hug Asia tightly and then give her a tender and loving kiss and then hug her again, but this time Rias and Seraphim joining in the hug. Everyone would look at the scene with happiness because thanks to Asia Rengoku he was alive. Rengoku. Well, young Yuzin Kibutsuji has been completely defeated, it's time to return to headquarters. All. Yes sir, Rengoku. So everyone would start walking. Issei surprised. But how is it, Asia? Asia. I'll tell you later, Issei-san, so you understand everything. So everyone would continue walking towards the demon hunter's headquarters. What will happen now? Will Nezuko's cure be possible now that the boys have Kibutsuji's blood samples? How is it possible Asia is still alive? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 10. Back at headquarters, Asia's explanation. Previously our protagonists had finally started their mission on the Mugen train, which was somewhat difficult. Fortunately Issei and Shinra managed to defeat Kibutsuji, obtaining the blood samples for Nezuko's cure. Rias also obtained a new piece. But apart from that, after Rengoku had died, the boys were about to leave, but fortunately, out of nowhere, Asia had returned, reviving Rengoku, thus making everyone happy because their master was back. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New opening theme for this story. Ignite, the opening theme for Sword Art Online 2, Spanish Latin cover. Singer. Danny Green. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present. Back at headquarters, Asia's explanation. Everyone surprised. Wow. It was the cry of all the pillars and the boss because the boys had returned to the headquarters, but everyone was surprised to see Rengoku alive and also to know that it was Asia who had resurrected him. Although everyone saw Issei's memories and knew about Asia's ability, it did not take away the fact that she was capable of reviving Rengoku. Shinobu. I still don't believe she could have done that. Mitsuri. Well, we already saw that he did. Tenjin. One question, is it true what you two say that Mugen Kibutsuji has finally been defeated? Issei. Yes, we can assure it. Shinra. After all, we saw how he vanished before our eyes. Boss. So it means you did a great job and that is worthy of admiration in all of you. So everyone would bow. Tomioka. But I still don't understand why you turned that demon into someone like you. Rias. Because she showed me that she wanted to change, that she no longer wanted to follow Kibutsuji's orders, so I freed her from him. Besides, I always give a second chance to those who deserve it. Boss. Well, you can leave, you must be exhausted from the mission so you can go rest for the moment. So everyone would leave. Meanwhile. Outside the headquarters was Daki waiting for the boys until they left. Daki. Oh hey guys, how did it go? Tamaki. Well, it went well for us. Rengoku. Joven Kamado. Tanjiro. AC Senor Rengoku. Rengoku. Come with me, we will look for information about the dance of the fire god. Tanjiro. Of course. Issei. Hey Tanjiro, could you leave Nezuko for us? Tanjiro. AY. Issei. Well, we have the blood samples from Kibutsuji so we can make the cure for Nezuko. Tanjiro. Oh that's right it's okay. So Tanjiro would give them Nezuko's box and then leave with Ringoku. Issei. Well, we have to go with Mrs. Tomeo and give her the blood samples. Rias. Luckily we can use the magic circle to get there. So everyone would enter the magic circle and disappear. Meanwhile at Tomeo's house. Ishiro was quietly meditating until. Issei. Holy Ishiro. Ishiro had frightened turning around seeing Issei and Rias and Shinra and Tamaki, along with Zenitsu and Zenko and Inosuke and Serafel and Asia and Daki. Ishiro surprised. And how the hell did you guys arrive if my spell is supposed to prevent you from feeling our presence, and also who are the ones who are with you? Issei. Calm down, old man, we'll explain it to you later. Shinra. We want to see Mrs. Tomeo since we managed to obtain the blood samples. So Shinra and Issei would show the syringes with Kibutsuji's blood. Ishiro surprised. Give me 15 minutes. 15 minutes later. Tomeo. I still can't believe they managed to do it and defeat Kibutsuji. Sad Issei. Well it was thanks to my friends that we made it, but they are now dead. Tomeo. I'm really sorry Issei. Issei. Don't worry, I must move on and by the way, I want to introduce you to two of my partners, they are Serafel Citri Leviathan, and she is. But it would be interrupted. Tomeo. Asia Argento right? Issei. Yes, that's right. Tomeo. Nice to meet you, I'm Tomeo and Yashiro. Serafel, nice to meet you Mrs. Tomeo. At that Asia would smile. Asia. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ishiro. Hey Issei, she wasn't supposed to be dead. According to what we saw in your memories, she had sacrificed herself to save you and Miss Rias. Issei. Now that you say it, it's true. Hey Asia, could you tell us how you survived? Asia. Yes, of course. Tomeo. For now I'll start working on Nezuko's cure. Minutes later. Everyone was gathered in the room in the attic. Asia. Well it's hard to explain, but I'll do my best. What happened is that. Flashback. Asia narrates. After the attacks were about to hit us, I just closed my eyes waiting for my end, but I didn't feel anything until little by little I opened my eyes, and when I saw well, I was together with Rossweisse in the dimensional gap. Normal narration. Asia. But where are we? Rossweisse. It seems that somehow we reached a dimensional gap, but I don't understand why. On that. Office. I see you're finally awake. So the two would see that it was none other than Office and Great Red. Asia is surprised. It's Office-sama. Rossweisse surprised. And also Big Red Sama. Big Red. It took those brats a while to wake up. Asia is surprised. I don't understand how we can be here in the dimensional gap without suffering consequences. Office. Well, it's thanks to us that now the dimensional gap doesn't do anything to you. Rossweisse. But then that means you saved us. Big Red. We did indeed save them from the clutches of death, or in this case, the rings of death. Office. There are many things we must explain to you, and one of those is that Issei and the Gremory are still alive. That had surprised Asia and Rossweisse. Asia surprised and happy. Issei-san is still alive, just like the president. Rossweisse. Incredible. Wait a minute, but where are they? Great Red. Well that's the thing, it turns out the boy and the Gremory are in another dimension. Asia Rossweisse surprised. What a dimension. Office. Just as you hear it. Asia narrates. And then Great Red and Office-sama told us a little about what they knew about that dimension where you fell. It took a while, but both of you managed to create a portal to this world, so I offered to cross it, and that's how I got here. Normal narration. End of the flashback. Issei surprised. Woo-oh, I never imagined that Great Red and Office would save you and Rossweisse, and I'm glad she's alive. At that Asia would let out a little giggle. Asia. I knew you would be the most surprised. Zenitsu surprised. This is amazing, we had already heard of those dragons in Issei's memories, but I didn't think they were like that. Zenko surprised. I don't even believe it myself. Shinra. Well Issei, I must say that you surprise everyone more and more. Issei. And that you and Katatsu-san also surprise. That's what Drake would talk about. Drake. But how the hell were you able to find us? Serafel. Now that I think about it, Drake-sama is right, it would be impossible to find our energy, given that the energies of the Kibutsuji demons could confuse us. Asia. Well, thanks to the president teaching me to sense the presence of everyone in the clan, I was able to know where to find them. Inosuke. Why am I not surprised? Tamaki. You're never surprised by anything. Shinra. You're right about that. At that point Nezuko would come out of her box and hug Asia, surprising everyone. But Asia would just smile. Asia. How cute and adorable you look. Rias Serafel Tamaki. True that is. Ishiro. But I have a curious question. Asia was just confused upon hearing that. Asia. And what kind of question is Yushiro-san? Yushiro. What is that on your arm? At that everyone would see Asia's right arm, noticing a strange but peculiar watch. Aki. As far as I understand, people call those watches. Rias. I hadn't noticed that watch. Issei. Asia, and what is that watch for? Asia. Or this is actually the other thing I have to tell you, you'll see. Flashback. High school DxD world. In the dimensional gap. Big Red. Well, the portal is ready. Vesuvius. So one of us has to go. Office. That's right, only one can enter the portal. Asia. I'll go. Vesuvius surprised. Are you sure Asia could be dangerous? Asia. I've been exposed to several dangers and I've always come out alive, and besides Issei-san and the president need me, so I'll go. Vesuvius would look at Asia's look of determination and smile. Vesuvius. Then go and find them. Asia. Thank you, friend. Office. Very well, Asia, are you ready? Asia. I'm always ready. Big Red. By the way, don't forget to give him that. Office. Oh right, have this. So Office would give Asia a strange watch and she would just look at the watch in confusion. Confused Asia. Is this a watch? Office. That's right. Vesuvius is confused. But why is he giving Asia a watch? And why does she look like that? Office. Well, you see, this is not a normal watch in any watch, since this watch is special, since it has part of my power and that of the network. Big Red. And if you're going to look for the boy and the Gremory, you're going to need to look for more help in another world if you want to beat that crazy bitch. Asia. It's okay. This is how Asia would grab the watch and then put it on. Office. You may not be able to return using the clock, but you will surely end up in another world, so take advantage of that and seek the help you need. Asia. I will do it, thanks Office-sama and Great Red-sama. So Asia would let out a sigh before entering the portal. Vesuvius. Be careful Asia, and please you have to bring Issei and Rias. Asia. I will. So Asia would cross the portal. End of the flashback. Asia. And that's why I have the watch. Issei. So we have to go back home. Rias. Is that what Office and Great Red-sama told you? Asia. That's right, but if we want to defeat Akeno, we're going to need help. When someone else was about to say something, Tomeo would come in. Tomeo. I'm done with Nezuko's cure. Shinra. What if it works? Tomeo. Well, I recently experimented with a demon that was still alive and it worked. Tamaki. Question. Isn't that the demon you had restrained when we met you and Yushiro? Tomeo. Exactly, well Nezuko, it's time to return you to being human. Nezuko was a little scared, but Asia would hold her hand. Asia. Don't be afraid, remember this will help you become human again. Rias. Besides, we're all with you. So Tomeo would inject the cure into Nezuko and she would begin to feel strange until she saw that her fangs had disappeared. Nezuko. It worked if I'm human again. Everyone. See. Tomeo. Finally, I want to tell you that you're back to being human, but you haven't lost your demon powers yet. Now you can be in the sun without fear. So Nezuko would leave the house seeing that she could now effectively be under the sun. So he would start running while jumping for joy and everyone would smile when they saw that. Zenitsu. Hey, we have to go after Tanjiro, he has to see this. Issei. I'll go, and Rias, does anyone want to accompany us? Asia. I'm going with you Issei-san. So Rias would make a magic circle and disappear along with Issei and Asia. All the others also played with Nezuko, even Daki, since Nezuko pulled her, so they both played. Meanwhile. In the city of Asakusa. Tanjiro and Rengoku were walking. Rengoku. I'm sorry if we couldn't find much information about the dance of the fire god my young Kamado. Tanjiro. Don't worry, Mr. Rengoku, what I discovered is enough for me. Rengoku. And where exactly are we headed? Tanjiro. Well, we'll go see a doctor who would help me create a cure for Nezuko, that's why Issei and Shinra got the blood samples from Kibutsuji. Rengoku. I understand, young Kamado. Tanjiro. What's up, Mr. Rengoku? Rengoku. Answer this question. Do you really love your sister? I don't want you to take this question the wrong way. On the contrary, when we were on the train and at the headquarters, I saw how your sister treated you and how you treated her. I'm not against that. I just want you to answer the question. Tanjiro. Yes, at first I thought it was wrong because I knew she was my sister, and I know that people criticize and see that as bad, but I discovered that with Nezuko, and I also discovered it with Zenko. Rengoku. I understand you also like the girl in yellow, that surprises me. Tanjiro. Yes, I like it, but getting back to the topic, I love Nezuko, and thanks to Issei, Rias, and also Shinra and Tamaki, I understood that it doesn't matter what others say because they are your decisions, and Nezuko and I decided to be together no matter what they say. Rengoku. I understand and that is how you speak my young Kamado. In front of them would appear Issei and Rias and Asia. Issei. Tanjiro, Mr. Rengoku, how did it go? Tanjiro. We did well, we didn't find out much, but what I learned is enough for me. Rengoku. What's going on, young people? Rias. Good news Tanjiro, the cure worked and Nezuko is human again. That'd surprise Tanjiro, so everyone would go in the direction where Tomeo's house hideout is located. Minutes later. The boys had arrived although Rengoku never thought the place was hidden. So quickly Tanjiro would run towards Nezuko, so the two would hug each other tightly and then give each other a tender and loving kiss. Everyone would smile at that. Zenitsu. No matter what happens, I mustn't cry they can't make me cry. But Zenitsu would start to cry with happiness and so would Issei and Shinra. Inosuke. Looking great with these and. Ishiro. Do you have a handkerchief? So everyone would be happy, plus Tomeo and Yushiro also injected themselves with a cure while they were outside, but that's it. Issei surprised. But what the hell? Serafel would be serious. They felt it was a demonic presence. Inosuke. And now what do you guys get? Rias surprised. But I feel like it's a familiar presence. Rengoku. Whatever it is, we have to find out what's going on. So everyone would come out of hiding since the presence came from the city of Asakusa. What will happen now? What familiar presence did Issei, Rias, Seraphim, and Asia feel? Will they be able to defeat him or her? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 11. Diodora Astareth's attack. Previously our protagonists had returned to the Demon Hunter headquarters where everyone was surprised to see Rengoku alive, but the boys also went with Tomeo to deliver Kibutsuji's blood samples, so finally the cure for Nezuko was ready and had worked. Also Asia told how she and Rasuius survived the magical attacks, in addition to explaining about the strange watch she had, but now the boys felt a familiar presence, so they would quickly go to the city of Asakusa. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present the attack of Diodora Astareth. The boys would finally arrive at the city of Asakusa, seeing that people were running away because they were fleeing from something. Issei. What the hell are they running from? Zenitsu scared. That's it. And that something would fall in front of them seeing a strange demon, but that Issei and Rias and Asia knew perfectly. Renegade demon. Wow, what do we have here if it's the Gremory heiress and the Red Emperor dragon? Issei surprised. A rogue demon. Ball. Renegade demon. Shinra. Aren't they one of those demons we saw in your memories? Issei. Exactly. Rengoku. Listen, we have to get everyone out and take them to a safe place. Ball. Yes sir Rengoku. But what do we have here if it's about Issei Hyodo and Rias Gremory, but there's also the Mau Leviathan and my dear Asia, how long since we saw you? At that everyone would look at the sky and Issei and Rias and Asia and Seraph would be surprised to see that it was none other than Diodora Astareth. But the curious thing is that he was accompanied by a group of demons serving the Gremory. Issei surprised. Diodora, but how I saw you die at the hands of Shalba. Diodora. Oh about that you see Hyodo, it turns out that the queen of Rias Gremory revived me, I don't know how, but she did it, giving me the objective of killing you, and the Gremory, well, not exactly she asked me to kill you, she just asked me to take you with her, but even so I do want to kill you, but as I can see the Mau Leviathan is there, and also my dear and tender Asia is here, so I kill you and the Gremory, and the Mau Leviathan, and I keep Asia, ha 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 ha. That had exhausted Issei's patience. Issei. Rias, Sarah-chan, you and Asia and the others get the people out of the city and take care of the demons and the rogue demon. Rias. I understand, don't worry, we'll do it. Serafel. Just be careful Ice-chan. Issei. I will have it, and by the way Asia, if any of the people or the boys end up with injuries, I believe in you to heal them. Asia. Thank you Issei-san. Rengoku. Luck young Hyodo. Shinra Tamaki. Break his mother. Tanjiro Nezuko Zenko Zenitsu. Suerte amigo. Inosuke. Whatever, just don't die. So Issei would go to fight Diodora while the others fought the renegade demon and the demons that were there. Issei was using his speed to dodge Diodora's attacks, but he would continue to launch more attacks. Diodora. How much longer do you think you can dodge my attacks Issei? Issei. Whatever it takes to finish you off. So Diodora would continue launching magical attacks, but Issei would manage to kick Diodora, sending him crashing into a building. Meanwhile, the others continued to fight the demons and the rogue demon while they led the civilians away from the city. Tanjiro. Water breathing, 4th stance title strike. Thus, Tanjiro's attack would cut off the renegade demon's arms, but he would regenerate. At that point, when the demon was going to attack Daki, using his deadly slats, he would manage to cut off the demon's legs. Tanjiro. Thanks if you are. Daki. Nothing dangerous-an. So Zenko would be on guard. Zenko would be. Lightning breathing first stance lightning flash. Thus Zenko would cut off the arms and stomach of the renegade demon. Zenko would be. 6 times. While Inosuke was surrounded by the demons. Inosuke. Haha, you won't do anything to me. So Inosuke would jump. Inosuke. Beast breath, fifth fang cutting madness. Thus Inosuke would cut the demons into 1,000 pieces. Meanwhile, Seraphiel launched powerful magical attacks that destroyed the demons. Tamaki used his claws to cut the demons and prevent them from getting close to people. Rias using Durandal split the demons in two. While Zenitsu and Nezuko were helping Rengoku with the civilians who were being treated by Tomeo and Yushiro while Asia healed their wounds. Back with Issei. He continued fighting against Diodora, but he continued launching his attacks until 2 magic shots from Diodora managed to hit Issei in the legs. Issei. Damn see. So Issei would stop flying. Diodora. Oh Issei, understand once and for all, you will never beat me, but if you hand Asia over to me, I might let you live. Issei. Shut up. Diodora. Don't you want to do it? Well, I still don't care because I'll take you to Asia anyway and you won't be able to do anything. Angry Issei. Shut up. Diodora. And then I will fulfill my goal of killing you and also the stupid Gremory and the Mau Leviathan. Angry Issei. Shut up. Diodora. And when you're dead, I'll take Asia with me and she'll be mine and mine alone. Issei super angry. Shut up already. Dragon. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Issei super angry. Diodora. So Issei had activated his balance breaker. Issei. Dragon. Greg. Yes, I know, mate, let's finish this bucking son of a bitch. On that. Shinra. Need help. So Issei would turn around seeing Shinra who was smiling while his flames came out of his feet. Issei. I knew you were coming, but we could use a little help. Diodora. Ha is that the Red Emperor Dragon asking for help? How pathetic and ridiculous you asking for help is something stupid why? But Diodora would not finish speaking because Issei had given him a big punch in the stomach, making him spit blood, and then Issei threw him into the air, and then Shinra gave him a super strong kick, making Diodora fall to the ground. Diodora in pain. Damned wretches, how dare they? At that Diodora would create a magic circle to start attacking. Diodora. I don't plan on being defeated by you two damned wretches, I don't plan on losing. But every attack that Diodora launched did nothing to Issei and Shinra, and then Issei gave Diodora a good punch in the face, and Shinra threw a fire kick at him, causing Diodora to crash into a building, and then he made a shield, but it would be destroyed by Issei and Shinra. Diodora. Damned wretches, I'm not going to lose. So Diodora would start charging a magic attack, but Issei would do it too. Diodora's attack hadn't worked, and he was scared until Issei grabbed him and made his helmet vanish. Diodora scared. How is it possible that they defeated me if I supposedly received more power than normal? Issei. It was just stupidity, I don't think Akeno gave you more power. Shinra. And what will you do with the Issei? Issei. Now Diodora Astaroth, it's time for you to return to hell where you belong. So Issei would throw Diodora into the sky and then say. Issei. Welsh Blaster Bishop. Greg. Change Fang Blaster. So Issei would carry a big Dragon Blaster. Issei. See you later, Dragon Blaster. So Issei would throw the Dragon Blaster, but before Diodora died. Diodora. Even if I die, I don't think you can stop that fool, much less save your rival. Thus Diodora would be completely destroyed. Issei would disappear his armor. Shinra. Well, we did it, the others should have already finished off those demons and the giant demon. At that a magic communication circle would appear in Issei's ear. Ria's worried. Ice-kun, are you okay? Nothing bad happened to you? Issei. Haha, calm down love, I'm fine, but are you all fine? Rias. If everything is fine, luckily thanks to Inosuke we were able to defeat the renegade demon and what happened to Diodora? Issei. Don't worry, I've already finished him off and thanks to Shinra I succeeded. Rias. Well, I'll be here helping rebuild the city using magic, see you later. Thus the magic circle of communication would disappear. Although Issei was confused by the last thing Diodora said. Issei confused. What did Diodora mean by that? Shinra. If I am not mistaken, he mentioned something about your rival and friend. At that, Issei would have a memory. Flashback. High school DxD world. We see Issei training with his rival and friend Vali Lucifer, the current White Emperor. Vali. And yet you decided to start training Hyodo. Issei. Well, after what happened in my battle against Sekiryuutei, I want to become stronger in case another threat comes to try to destroy us. Ollie. Well, I don't deny that a new threat could come, so we have to be prepared. At that Issei would extend his fist. Issei. Well, despite everything, we will always fight together, and besides being rivals, we are friends. Thus Ollie would bump his fist with Issei's. Ollie. Friends. So the two would continue training. End of the flashback. Issei surprised. It's not possible Akeno couldn't have captured Bali so easily. Shinra. See, I told you, if Diodora mentioned that, it's because he knew. Greg. Partner, we have to do what Big Red and Offa said. We have to return to our world and stop that crazy bitch. Issei. But since I don't believe that only me, Rias, Seraph and Asia can fight her, she must have many people under control. Shinra. And who said you would be alone? Issei surprised. Shinra, maybe you? Shinra. Exactly, my friend, Tamaki and I will go with you, we will help you with whatever you need. The others would arrive at that point. Tanjiro. I'll go too. Issei, I'll help you save your world. Izuko. I will go too, after all you are now my friends and my family, so I will fight alongside you no matter what happens. Zenitsu. I know it will be very dangerous, but I still don't plan on abandoning my friends, so I'll go too. Zenko. I will fight with you until the end. Rengoku. I will also go with you, young Hyodo. After all, I can't leave my disciples alone, and as I mentioned, I am a pillar. My duty is to protect my disciples. Asia. Looks like we've got help from everyone here. Aki. I will also go. After all, as part of the Gremory clan, my duty is to protect my friends and companions. Tamaki. But we're missing someone. Seraphil. True, very true. Rias. And you, Inosuke. Issei. Will you help us? At that everyone would look at Inosuke. Inosuke. Okay, after all I am the boss, so I will help my subordinate. Ishiro. Well, I can only wish everyone luck. Tameo. And take care of yourselves too. Shinra. One question, shouldn't we inform the boss and the other pillars? On that. Kazuya. Ooh, Aya, don't worry, I'll take care of that. Everyone was scared because they didn't realize when Kazuya appeared. Greg. Well, thanks for your collaboration, Talking Crow. Kazuya. Wow, I wish you luck, because this will surely be the hardest mission you've ever faced. So, good luck. So Kazuya would fly away towards the Demon Hunter's headquarters. Issei. Well, Asia, we are ready, but as you told us, we are going to need more help if we want to defeat Akeno, so we will have to go to another world, right? Asia. That's right, everyone get close to me. So everyone approached Asia and then they saw the clock. Asia. Okay, here we go. Thus Asia would begin to move the clock hands, in addition to putting the coordinates on the planet that had the clock. Asia. Is everyone ready? Everyone. See. Asia. So here we go. So Asia would press the planet that had the clock so everyone would disappear. Tameo Yashiro. Good luck to everyone. Meanwhile. At the Demon Hunter's headquarters. Everyone had already heard what happened, so everyone wished everyone luck. Boss. I'm sure they'll manage to save the world from young Hyodo, I have complete confidence in that. So the journey back home had begun, and now Issei, Rias, Shinra, Tamaki along with everyone else had to find allies to be able to beat Akeno. Meanwhile in the world of High School DxD. In the Gremory mansion. Akeno was there because she had taken control of the Gremory house, but when she tried to go to the human world to find Grafia and Venelana for some strange reason she couldn't, so she decided to stay in the Gremory territory. Akeno. It seems that Diodora couldn't even bring me my dear Issei, well I can't trust any idiot like him. On that. Ollie. You're wrong about something. At that Akeno would turn around seeing Volley who was chained with anti-magic chains. Akeno confused. Why do you say that? Ollie. Don't you know, you stupid bitch. What a disappointment, and you're saying Issei is yours. Akeno. Answer me, damn, what do you mean by that? Ollie. It's simple, as long as Issei is with the Gremory you will never be able to separate them because as I have seen, Issei's love for girls is stronger than anything, even someone like you who became strong just by being crazy about him. At that Volley would be electrocuted by Akeno. Ollie. Damn, that hurt. At that Akeno would start laughing like a crazy deranged Yandere. Volley only felt a chill run through his body, but was a little scared when he saw that Akeno's eyes were lifeless, she looked like a crazy, obsessed Yandere. Akeno. Ha 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 ha, no matter what you say, sooner or later I will kill that damn thing. Now there are only a few left to be able to help me, and when they manage to kill that damn thing, I will finally be able to have my dear Issei, and he will be mine, only 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 mine, and no one else's. Ha 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 ha. But well, I will discover how to take Albion away from you. For now I will go to rest, and escaping will be impossible, because you already realize that these anti-magic chains do not let you escape, but well, goodbye. Ha 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 ha. So Akeno would go to rest, leaving Volley alone. Volley. Damn, that bitch is crazy. Albion. I think it's pretty obvious that yes. Volley. You know, he asked me how Issei is. Albion. Well, he'll probably be fine, let's just hope that damn thing doesn't find him. Volley. I still can't believe that Leffe is with her, besides that damn thing managed to control Arthur, and they managed to kill Bikuo, and they captured us. Albion. And don't forget that now he resurrected Kakabiel and also managed to control Sererg. Volley. I know the only ones who could escape when they were controlled were those three, but you know there is something he asked me. Albion. And what is it, mate? Volley. If Issei's other girls are safe, such as that brunette girl and the Phoenix girl. Albion. They are probably safe in the human world. Meanwhile, in the human world. Akuo Academy. In the occult club was none other than Kaori Murayama, one of Issei's partners, who was looking at the sky with sadness because nothing was known about her beloved yet. Murayama sad. Ice-kun, where are you? That day you were going to propose to Rias was the last day we heard from you, and I haven't heard from Serafil either. She went to look for you in Rias, but she never came back, and I really want you back by my side. I want to feel your warm arms when you hug me, I want to feel your kisses when we were together, I really miss you. At that moment, someone would hug Murayama tightly, and it was none other than Caddis, her best friend. Caddis. Calm down, Kaori, I'm sure that sooner or later they will return wherever they are. Murayama. Thanks, but I still miss him, and I don't want anything to happen to him. But Murayama wouldn't finish speaking as he quickly ran off to the bathroom. Caddis would only look at this since it has been several days or rather weeks since her friend started acting like this. Caddis. I hope this is what I'm thinking. She said this as she took something out of her bag, showing that it was a pregnancy test. At that, Caddis would approach the bathroom, hearing the sound of someone vomiting. Caddis. Kaori, can I come in? Murayama. Yes. So Caddis would walk in, seeing her friend sitting on the floor while wiping her mouth. Caddis. Are you okay? It's been a few days since you got like this, first with the dizziness, and now this. Murayama. I don't know, and I really don't know what's happening to me. Caddis. Tell me something, friend, have you and Issei already done it? That had made Murayama blush a lot, but she agreed. Caddis. Exactly, between that and the disappearance of Issei and Rias, how many weeks passed? Murayama. 7 weeks. Caddis. Take this. At that, Caddis would give the pregnancy test to Murayama, and she would be surprised. Murayama surprised. You say that I might be. Caddis. Yes, since you showed symptoms, but well, I'll go out while you take the test. I also called Tsubaki, so with her magic she can help us find out if what comes out on that test is 100% positive. Author's note. Since Murayama is one of Issei's partners, she obviously already knows about supernatural, end of note. Murayama. Thank you, friend. So Caddis would come out. Meanwhile at the student council. There was a cured Ravel. Azazel. And how do you feel, girl? Ravel. The truth is that better, but I still wonder what happened to Asia and Rossweisse, since I didn't receive any message from them informing me if Issei is okay. Azazel. The only thing I can tell you is that for the moment the crazy Akeno will not be able to come to the human world because apparently something is preventing her from getting here. Ravel. I understand, and do you know anything about my brother and the rest of the Phoenix clan? Azazel. They're safe for now, but hopefully they can get here before that crazy woman catches them. Sona. Saji, any report on Venelana-sama and Grafia-sama? Saji. For now, President, it seems that they managed to escape, but there is no sign of them. Sona. I see. At that moment I heard that Tsubaki was about to leave. Confused Sona. Tsubaki, where are you going? Tsubaki. Oh well, Kata-san asked me to check on Kaori-san. Haven't you seen how she's been these past few weeks? Sona. Now that you mention it, I've noticed. Wait, aren't you saying that it was possibly her? Tsubaki. If that's what I thought, Kata-san, so using my magic I'll find out if it's true, but I'll come back later, don't worry. So Tsubaki would leave. Minutes later. Tsubaki would arrive at the occult club seeing Caddis. Caddis. Oh Tsubaki, you're here. Tsubaki. Hello Kata-san, tell me Kaori-san hasn't left. Caddis. She won't continue taking the pregnancy test I gave her. At that moment, the two of them would watch as Murayama came out of the bathroom with a happy face while crying. Hadis. So? Everything okay? Murayama, crying. I'm pregnant. So Cadis would be happy to hug her friend, and Tsubaki would also join in the hug. Tsubaki. Well, I'll use my magic to verify that the test is 100% positive. 15 minutes later. Tsubaki. Well, as I was able to verify, the test is 100% positive, and my spell also confirmed it. Murayama, crying. I am the happiest woman in the whole world. Hadis. Congratulations, friend. But then Murayama would have a memory. Flashback time ago. Just after that day where Murayama had his first time, Rias had gone out on a date with Issei, so he would be talking to Rias. Murayama. So you also did it with Ice-kun, right? Rias blushing. Hehe yes, that's right. Murayama. I'm actually glad Ice-kun can pull through after what happened with that apocalyptic dragon. Rias. Yes, you're right, but you know, I just hope that one day I end up pregnant with Ice-kun, because believe me, I will be the happiest woman in the whole world. Murayama. I hope so too. End of the flashback. Murayama worried. No, this is bad. Tsubaki, confused. What is bad? Murayama worried. What if I'm not the only one who ended up pregnant by Ice-kun? What if Rias is too, since after that day she also did it with Ice-kun, so maybe she's pregnant too. That had worried Cadis and Tsubaki, but later they would calm down and go to the student council. Minutes later. Then Alana. How good that we were able to get here. Sona. I have a question, how did you manage to escape? Rafia. When I activated the magic traps I quickly went to look for militias and luckily I was able to find him and put him safe with Issei's parents. Saji. Well, it's good that the child survived. Then Alana. Then Grafia came for me and explained the situation to me, so we quickly arrived at the human world and stayed hidden for a while in Issei's house. Grafia. Until today when we found Kuo Academy. As a cell. And you don't know anything about Issei and Rias. Ravel. O Saban algo saba Rasuius. Grafia. Well, she recently contacted me and explained that she and Asia had survived. She didn't give me many details, but she told me that they were in the dimensional gap since Great Red and Officeama saved them. Ravel. That reassures me a little. Then Alana. For now we have to wait and plan something to stop Akeno. Grafia. Wait a moment, Sona-sama, where is Sarafel-sama? Sona. Well, since Issei and Rias disappeared, my sister went to look for them in all the places where they could be, but the last time I contacted her, I didn't hear anything else, and I'm worried about my sister. As a cell. Well, it's decided for now we'll be safe in the human world. So everyone would nod while Murayama looked at the window and also touched his belly. Murayama's thoughts. Murayama, crying. I'm very happy I'm going to be a mother, but still Ice-kun, wherever you, Rias and Seraph are, please be careful and please come back to us. I miss you and Ravel too, and Rias, if you are pregnant like me, I hope nothing bad happened to you. Out of your thoughts. Meanwhile in the wormhole. All the boys were unconscious and the clock was directing them to the dimension where they should go and get allies. And what Murayama said was true because Rias was also pregnant, but she didn't want to tell Issei yet. The only ones who knew were Tamaki, Zenko, and Serafel. Luckily, Rias didn't suffer any damage to her belly because she had used a very powerful protection spell, and that helped her all this time. What will happen now? To what dimension will the Watch Great Red and Office give Asia take them? Will they be able to find allies to confront Akeno? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 12. A dimension full of murderers. Previously our protagonists faced Diodora Ashtoreth, who brought a large group of servant demons from the Gremory clan, together with a renegade demon. Luckily they managed to defeat the threat, but now Issei and Rias, together with Asia and Seraph, and all their friends, have begun their journey to get allies to defeat Akeno. But while in the world of high school, DxD Murayama discovered that she was pregnant, but she was worried because Rias is also pregnant and is afraid that something will happen to her best friend. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present a dimension full of murderers. World of Akame ga Kill. In an unknown place there were two black-haired girls sitting eating something that seemed to be a sweet. These two girls are none other than Akame and her sister Kurum. Akame. And tell me what convinced you to forgive me? Kurum. It was Tatsumi who showed me the truth behind the imperial capital and the empire, and that's when I realized I was stupid to judge you for that. So Kurum would get up and then hug Akame. Kurum. That's why I ask you to accept my apologies, please sister. I want to fight by your side again, no matter what happened, and this time I don't want to separate from you. Kurum was shedding tears, but in that Akame would reciprocate her sister's hug. Akame. Of course I forgave you Kurum, I always missed you and I would also like to fight by your side again. Kurum. Thank you, sister. Author's note. There were several changes here that I will explain. First, Tatsumi was with the Jaegers for too long and could not meet with the others, but still Tatsumi became fond of the Jaegers except for Stylish and Seryu, but with the others like Bulls, Wave and Run and also Kurum, he did become fond of them, and luckily Tatsumi was able to convince Kurum to join the Revolutionary Army, and how he did it well you will see. End of note. Kurum. You should talk to Tatsumi. Became confused. Why? Kurum. Why? Don't act like you don't know, sister. When we arrived, it was clear you were missing Tatsumi, so you better go out and talk to him a little. I'll be waiting to leave. Akame. It's okay. So Akame would come out seeing Tatsumi who was sitting on the grass looking at the starry sky. So Akame would sit next to him. Akame. I missed you so much Tatsumi, I thought she had done something to you. Tatsumi. If you're referring to Esdeath, I actually thought she would kill me, but luckily she didn't. Akame. And how did you convince Kurum to join the Revolutionary Army? Tatsumi. So, do you remember the house where I met you all? It turns out I took her there and did exactly what Leon did that day. I showed her the truth behind the imperial capital. Akame. I see. At that Akame would smile while a blush appeared on her face. Akame Sanrahata. Tatsumi. Tatsumi. CK. But Tatsumi wouldn't finish speaking because Akame was kissing him on the lips, surprising him, but he would reciprocate the kiss and then both would separate. Tatsumi blushed. Why was that? Akame blushed. At first I didn't know what this feeling was, but little by little I realized, and it was love. I fell in love with you Tatsumi, and that's why I was waiting for the moment when you would return so I could tell you. Tatsumi blushed. The truth is I didn't know about this either, but then I understood and I also fell in love with you Akame, and that's why I want to tell you that I love you. Thus, the two would once again give each other a tender and loving kiss, and then the two would separate. Tatsumi blushed. So we are officially. Akame blushing. Haha, you don't need to say it because of course she agreed to be your girlfriend. So the two would hug each other tightly and then Kurum would come out to join the hug and smile. Kurum. I'm glad to see you so happy. Akame. Thank you, sister. Tatsumi. Well, we have to return to the base and tell the boss that my plan worked even if it was only with Kurum. But in that. Wait, we'll go too. The three would turn around seeing that it was none other than Wave and Run. Tatsumi surprised. Wave, Run, how are you guys? Run. We heard your conversation with Kurum and we followed them to that mansion and we saw the same thing, so now we know that we are on the wrong side and in fact I always suspected about the imperial capital and the empire. Tatsumi. And you Wave. Wave. Well I always thought we were doing good, but now I realize that we are just puppets of the empire and I am also a soldier and the duty of every soldier is to protect the innocent no matter how it is, so I join you too. Tatsumi. And what do you say, love? Akame. Let's be better so we can win. Tatsumi. Okay guys, follow us, we have to go to the night raid base. Wave Run Kurum. Yes. But then the three of them would see a flash appear in front of them and then a kind of wormhole would form. Everyone. What the hell is that? But in that wormhole thing, no one else but Asia would emerge. Asia is surprised. Wow, it seems the clock is working. Then the wormhole would expel the others, falling to the ground, but Issei and Shinra would headbutt Tanjiro, causing them to suffer the blow. Issei. Damn Tanjiro your head is very hard. Shinra. Damn now I understand why Inosuke ended up with that big bump that time. Inosuke. Don't talk about that, idiots. Tanjiro. Sorry guys. Rengoku. Are you alright, young people? Zenitsu. Yes, and luckily we're still alive. Rias. Ice-kun where are we? Issei. No idea. Tamaki. Hey. Nezuko. That strange hole brought us to an unknown place. Tamaki. Hey. Zenko. Yes, but the good thing is that we survived. Serafel. But where we are is the question. Aki. Well, that clock thing had to bring us to a different place. Angry Tamaki. Hey. Everyone scared. What? At that Tamaki would point towards where Tatsumi and the others were, who were looking at them with strange faces. Inosuke. Who the buck are they? Asia. They seem to be people from this world. The Kane would be. Who are you? Tatsumi seriously. You better answer, are you enemies? Issei. No, calm down friend we are not enemies we are just looking for something. Shinra. And that's what it's called. All. Allies. Wave. Looking for allies. Run. So they would want allies. Rias. It's a long, very long story, but we'll tell it to you if you lower your weapons and. Serafel. They take us to their leader. Tamaki. But they are not Seraphil aliens. Seraphil? Maybe, but I always wanted to say that both Tatsumi and the others would keep their Tigas because they saw that what the boy said was possibly true. Rengoku? You don't have to distrust us, none of us have bad intentions. Tanjiro? The only thing we want is what we mentioned since our friend Issei together with his partners Rias, Seraphil and Asia need help. Became? Then follow us and you'll have to explain everything in detail. So everyone would start following the boys and along the way they were formally introducing themselves. Minutes later. Based on Night Raid. Author's note. Pretend it's night, end of note. Tatsumi. Home sweet home. Became. Well, I'll go tell the boss about your return, meanwhile, all of you. Referring to Issei and Shinra and Rias and Tamaki and the others. Became. Wait here with the Jaegers and don't try to escape. So Akame would enter the base while Tatsumi went to look for his friends. Nezuko. Well, I guess so far so good. Tanjiro. I guess. After a few minutes of waiting, everyone would enter, although Leon and Lubbock were looking at the boys somewhat strangely. Leon. Hey Tatsumi, who are all of them? Lubbock. It's true they look very strange, and it doesn't look like they are Jaegers or carriers of Tigas. Tatsumi. Well, it's a long and strange story, literally, but they'll explain everything to us. So the boys would arrive at the base room where they were watching a funny scene. Well, there was no one more and no less than Chelsea who was, as always, bothering me. Chelsea. Ha, you have to admit mine that joke I made on you was funny. Angry mine. Stop being stupid, silly, and take off that stupid face before I beat it off you. Everyone was in a big and I'm style sweat drop watching the two of them fight more like mine fought with Chelsea. Lubbock. Hey mine, look who's back with us. Thus mine Viria that it was about Tatsumi. Mine. Wow Tatsumi until you finally appear, but I guess your plan didn't work. Leon. Actually, Tatsumi's plan worked, look. So mine would see the Jaegers and be surprised. Lubbock. You have to pay the bet ha. Mine, angry. Since. Chelsea. So you're Tatsumi, nice to meet you. Tatsumi. And who are you? Chelsea. Oh right, I'm Chelsea, nice to meet you, but who are you? Chelsea would say it while looking at the boys. Issei. Long story, only they already know our names. At that moment Najenda would arrive and smile upon seeing that Tatsumi had succeeded in his plan to convince the Jaegers. Najenda. It's good to see you again, Tatsumi. Tatsumi. Hello boss, oh by the way, here you go. So Tatsumi would give him over to Extus. Tatsumi. I managed to get it back. Najenda. Good job, I'll send her with the Revolutionary Army. Then Najenda would sit in her usual chair and everyone was already gathered, including the good guys, although they still had to introduce themselves. Najenda. First of all Wave, Run, Kurum, thank you for agreeing to join us. I assure you that with your help we will be able to defeat the corruption in the capital. And well, Tatsumi, you probably don't know them, but I'll introduce you to the new members first. But Najenda wouldn't finish speaking because Chelsea was no longer there and was now stroking Kurum's hair. Chelsea. Wow, you're cuter than your sister Kurum. Kurum, sadly. What are you doing? Chelsea. My name is Chelsea, let's leave the past behind and be good killer friends. Take this as a token of forgiveness. Chelsea would have a lollipop in her hands and Kurum would have stars coming out of her eyes. Author's note. Pretend it's Kurum just like in the following image end of note. Quickly Kurum would grab the trowel and Chelsea would smile. Kurum. Apology accepted. Tatsumi surprised. Wuo bribed Kurum with a sweet. Wave. I guess the drive here made you hungry. Najenda. Well, he's the new Tigu that I got thanks to the Revolutionary Army, the speed of lightning, Susanoo. Inosuke. Wuo that big guy looks strong. Zenitsu. Shut up, animal. Shinra would approach at that. Shinra. Nice to meet you. But then Susanoo noticed that Shinra's hair was a bit messy, so she would quickly fix it. Najenda. By the way, he is a maniac about his craft. Mine. He even combed my hair like he just did to that guy. Run. I have a question. Do you have any other abilities? Or is it only good for melee combat? At that Najenda would burst out laughing. Najenda. You'll see, you'll be surprised, go ahead Susanoo. Susanoo? Understood. So quickly Susanoo would grab a broom and start sweeping the whole place, thus tidying the whole place up. Issei. Exactly what the hell is he doing? Tanjiro. He's just doing housework. Najenda. Exactly. He can do anything, even cook, and he can clean the whole place no matter what. The annoying kids. That has nothing to do with it. Najenda. No, but that's very good, it also has a hidden ability which is too strong, right? Susanoo. Yes. But in that Najenda would see the boys. Najenda. By the way, who are all of them? I've never seen them with the Jaegers. Tatsumi. Well, when we were on our way here they all appeared out of nowhere in some kind of wormhole. They came. Basically what is known as a portal. Legenda just looked at me with a what the buck look on her face. And she wasn't unique because the others were the same. Legenda confused. I don't understand how they came out of a portal that looked like a wormhole. Issei. We can explain it to you in a very easy way. Rias. And it's with this. So Rias would put a magic circle on the ground and everyone would be transported to Issei's memories where they would see Drag and so everyone would begin to see Issei's memories as well as Shinra's memories and also Tanjiro's memories. The effect of the magic circle had ended and everyone would return to reality, but everyone was shocked by what they saw. No one could speak, but the first to speak would be Leon, who was still surprised. Leon. Let's see if I understand correctly, you come from another world and you are demons who were unjustly accused and ended up in Tanjiro's world and met him and his sister Nezuko. Next up was Wave, who was still surprised. Wave surprised. Besides that, you are from a world where you are firefighters and you were dedicated to fighting against creatures called infernals. Shinra. Basically yes. Legenda. I see your stories are interesting and from what I saw I believe you, but I want to make you a proposal, guys. Issei. What would it be? And that Legenda would extend his hand. Legenda. I only ask that you help us end corruption and Minister Hornist, and I may consider the idea of helping you, Issei, so you can save your world. If you help us, Night Raid will be willing to help you in your goal that you say. Issei. And what do you guys say? Rias. I always support you, darling, so I agree to help. Seraphalasia. Us too. Aki. Well, I don't think I'll leave my family alone either. Rengoku. Count on my support. If it's to save people I will do it, besides it is my duty as a pillar. Tanjiro Nezuko. We will also help. Zenitsu Zenko. We will help too. Shinra. Obviously I will help, so I accept. Tamaki. I also agree to help them. Issei. And you wash it. At that everyone would look at Inosuke. Inosuke. I had already said it and I will say it again, I agree to help. After all, I am the boss, so I will help my subordinate and these assassins. Issei. Then Mrs. Legenda, we accept your proposal. So the two would give each other a good handshake. Everyone would be living together and getting along, but then Rias and Issei would leave the base. Issei. What did you want to tell me, Rias? Rias. Well, you see, Issei, I recently discovered this. In fact, it was during our training with Shinobu at the butterfly farm, but I didn't want to tell you yet because I didn't want you to worry. At that Rias would show her a pregnancy test that was positive. Issei surprised. Rias, are you there? Rias. Yes, I am pregnant. At that Issei quickly hugged Rias while he was crying with happiness. Issei crying. I'm the happiest boy in the whole world. But at that Issei would calm down. Issei. But how is it that you didn't receive any damage to your belly? Rias. Well, you see, I put on a pretty strong protection spell that resisted every attack they tried to give me there. Greg. You never noticed, mate. Issei. You knew and you didn't tell me. Greg. I didn't say anything because I thought it was a surprise from the Gremory and wow, it was. Issei. Still, you make me happy with that news, Rias, and I promise that when we return we will finally get married. Rias. It's okay, Ice-kun, and you also make me the happiest woman in the whole world. So the two would give each other a tender and loving kiss. The days would pass and the day of the revolution was approaching. The boys were training together with Night Raid to become stronger, and this worked with Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke since the three of them made a great team. One day before the revolution. Everyone was gathered in the living room. The Kane was eating meat while Kurum was eating her sweets. Everyone was a little nervous. Nervous Tanjiro. I hope everything goes well and the revolutionary army manages to win. Inosuke. It's just a matter of killing that minister and that's it, we'll kill a bird with one stone. Issei. Maybe we just hope everything turns out well. Hitsumi's thoughts. Hitsumi. I must convince the emperor that I managed to gain his friendship when I was with the Jaegers. I have to make him see that the minister is only manipulating him. Out of your thoughts. That's where Negenda comes in, accompanied by Susanoo. Negenda. I want to thank you for all your work. Leon. Wow, don't say it like you're saying goodbye, boss. Mine. That's right, don't say that. At that, Negenda would sit in her usual chair. Negenda. Whether we meet again or not will depend on you. Leon. Of course. At that Leon would hug Akame and Kurum tightly. Leon. They're going to need luck to even hurt us. Akame Kurum. Exactly. Leon. Am I right? Hitsumi. Yes. Wave. Actually, absolutely right. Negenda. Very good, and you guys are ready. Issei Shinra Tanjiro Zenitsu Inosuke. We are ready for whatever. Rengoku. I'm ready too. Rias Tamaki Serafal Asia Zenko Daki Nezuko. También nosotros estamos listas. Agenda. Very well, this will be the last mission of Night Raid. We will end the root of the problem and kill Minister Hornist. All? Yes. It was early morning, the sun was almost up, and everyone was on a mountain watching the imperial capital, ready to end it all. Akame and Tatsumi were holding hands, and the same thing was happening with Shinra and Tamaki, and also with Issei and Rias and Seraph in Asia, and also Tanjiro and Nezuko. Akame. They must survive. Tatsumi. Yes, it's a promise. Issei. Hagamaslo. So everyone would continue to see the imperial capital. What will happen now? Will the boys be able to defeat the empire? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 13. The legendary Tigu Shikaudazer. Previously, our protagonists arrived in a new world where they met new friends, a group of assassins known as Night Raid. They were able to see our protagonists' memories, so they agreed to help Night Raid take down the empire and Minister Hornist. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present La Tigu Legendaria Shikaudazer. At the entrance to the imperial capital, the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army would manage to demolish the entrance. Agenda had arrived with her troops and was accompanied by Susanoo and also by Zenitsu and Zenko, and also by Nezuko and Asia and Daki, and also Rias and Tamaki and Serafal. And that Agenda would use the communicator that Issei had given to each member of Night Raid, as well as his friends. Agenda. Tatsumi, we'll try to keep them busy for a while. You'll have to kill the minister at that time, while the boys will try to get people away from the battle. Tatsumi. Entendido Jifa. So Agenda would cut off communication. Agenda. Comrades, today we rebel against this empire to start a new kingdom. All of us together will overthrow this corrupt empire and create a kingdom of peace. So everyone would shout to start running. Rengoku. Take care of the soldiers, I will evacuate everyone to get them away from the battlefield. Rias. We will go with you, Mr. Rengoku. Serafal. He's going to need help. Daki. I'm going with you too. Tamaki. I'm also going with you, I'll help you evacuate everyone. Rengoku. I appreciate the help. Zenitsu. We'll stay and help just in case. Zenko. And in case of emergencies, Asia will heal the wounded. Nezuko. Good luck. So the girls together with Rengoku would go to evacuate all the people. Agenda. I'm counting on you all. Meanwhile at the Imperial Palace. The ground would open up and Leon would come out along with Tatsumi, Akame, Kurum, Wave and Run, but Issei, Shinra, Tanjiro and Inosuke would also come out. Leon. Perfect, the construction is so poor in this place. Tatsumi. It's just as the Lubbock map indicated. Issei. Lubbock, are you copying me? Meanwhile in the Imperial capital. Lubbock was on the roof of the house accompanied by Chelsea and Mine. Lubbock. I copy you Issei, tell me, did you manage to enter the palace? Issei. Yes, your map was very useful to us. Lubbock. We're welcome to go look for Mr. Rengoku. Maybe we can help with the evacuation to avoid as many deaths as possible. Issei. Good luck. This would cut off communication. Lubbock. Let's go fast. The plan is to prevent the deaths of innocent people. Chelsea. Then let's not waste time and go quickly. So the three of them would start running. Back with the boys. They would break down the door as they entered. Guardia. Night Raid. The Kame would be serious. We will avoid unnecessary deaths. Kurum would be. Leave if you don't want to die. The guards would stand on guard ready to fight. Leon. It was to be expected that the best guards would be in here. Run. Tatsumi, you and the others go for Minister Leon and I'll take care of the guards. Tatsumi. Are you sure? Leon. Don't worry, we'll be fine. It's up to you to finish the mission. Shinra. Then good luck and don't die. Inosuke. I'm staying with you. Tanjiro. Are you sure it's clean? Inosuke. I'm the boss so I'll stay and help my subordinates. You guys finish off that minister who are you waiting for? Go now. So everyone would run avoiding the guards. Inosuke. Good luck to everyone. Leon. Looks like you have a heart after all and care about your friends. Angry Inosuke. Shut up damn it and focus on finishing off these idiots. So the three would start fighting the guards. Wave and Kurum would leave because they would help a little with the evacuation of the people. Meanwhile in the throne room. There was the Emperor together with the Prime Minister and other guards. Author's note. Here I decided to name the Emperor Makoto because it seemed like a good name to me haha xd end of note. Makoto. How's the war going, Minister? Hornist. Your Majesty, I have to be honest with you. We are in very bad shape. Our soldiers are failing before those arrogant members of the Revolutionary Army. Makoto worried. We are losing, have I perhaps governed them badly? Hornist. Not at all, even after the death of his parents he has known how to be a great emperor and I have accompanied him all this time, I assure you that he has not made a mistake. Makoto. That's absolutely true, you've always been a big influence on me. Minister Hornist would just smile maliciously, but before saying anything else the door would be opened, revealing that they were Tatsumi who had his incursion armor and also Issei, who had his balance breaker along with Shinra, who was releasing flames from his feet while smiling. Issei. Looks like we got it. Shinra. As Leon said, the construction is so poor in this place. Hornist surprised. Some rebels. Tatsumi. Makoto, don't let him manipulate you. He's only told you lies. You have to react. Makoto surprised. I know that voice, is that you Tatsumi? Tatsumi? Yes, it's me. Makoto surprised. Does that mean you're a rebel? Tatsumi? Yes, but I'm here by my own will with my friends. Angry Hornist. What are the soldiers of the Empire doing? At that moment, some windows would be broken and from there a cane would fall, accompanied by Tanjiro. The cane? There are no more guards left. Tanjiro? Exactly. The minister just got scared. The cane? My target is the minister, you will die. So Akame and Tanjiro would jump on top of the guards. Tanjiro? Water breathing first pose, water surface slash. But when both swordsmen were going to cut the minister, a strange barrier prevented them from reaching the minister, so they would retreat. Hornist. Ha 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 ha, you're late, the legendary Tigu has been activated. But the minister would calm down. Makoto confused. Tatsumi, what do you mean by lies? Tatsumi. I'm talking about the empire that has lived under tyranny, the weak have had to suffer all this time, regardless of their pleas, no one has given them any help, Akame and Kurum, Seo and Ieyasu too. Akame's thoughts. Akame? I guess Kurum told Tatsumi about what happened to me and her. Out of your thoughts. What Tatsumi said surprised the emperor. Tatsumi. A kingdom like that must change, don't you think? Hornist. Your Highness, please don't let me fool you with those words. Issei Shinra, annoying. Shut your mouth, you damn son of a bitch. At that Tatsumi would point his nuda towards the minister. Tatsumi. Minister Hornist, you have manipulated him all this time, you took advantage of the fact that he is just a child to manipulate him. Hornist. What? I want you to stop your false accusations in front of the emperor. All I did was advise him with love. Issei. Stop babbling. Shinra. Don't you hear the voices out there? The empire has lost. Annoying Hornist. Brats, shut your mouths already. On that. Young Tatsumi doesn't lie and neither do his friends. At that, everyone would turn around and see that it was General Budu. Tatsumi surprised. General, will they? Issei. Wow, is he a general? He looks imposing. Hornist. Oh, the general is also a rebel. Budu. Say what you want, Hornist, but you know why I'm here, besides, I trust young Tatsumi's word, besides, these young people already said it, it's over, you have no escape. Angry Hornist. You think I care? I don't give a shit if you or those brats or even Esdeath try to stop me since I now have the legendary Tigu in my possession. At that moment the minister was going to attack the emperor, but Tanjiro quickly ran and saved him in time. Tanjiro. Are you okay, Emperor? Makoto. Yes, thanks for the help. Budu. Thank you for saving the emperor. Tanjiro. It was nothing. Shinra. Guys, look. At that everyone would see Hornist, who was standing on the emperor's throne. Issei. What the hell are you planning to do? Greg. I think he'll activate that legendary Tigu. Budu. You can't do that, Hornist, only the descendants of the first emperor can activate the legendary Tigu. Hornist. You think so? Well, you're wrong. During that time I obtained the blood of that damn old man, just like I obtained the blood of that damn brat, so now I have the power of the legendary Tigu. Thus everything would begin to shake, surprising everyone. Tanjiro. What's going on? Hornist. Meet the best card of the Shikadazar Empire. The full power of his force is only comparable to that of God, better yet, he is God. All those who have betrayed the empire will be punished by God, or rather, by me. Everyone was scared when they saw how the Tigu began to come out. Budu. Young Tatsumi, I will keep his majesty safe. You and your friends take care of that madman. Tatsumi. Understood. Worried Makoto. Please Tatsumi, don't let that monster destroy everything, you have to stop him. Tatsumi. Don't worry, I won't let him destroy everything. Issei. Trust us, Emperor, we will finish off that idiot. Tanjiro. And we'll stop him from murdering innocent people. Thus, Budu would take the emperor to a safe place. Finally the Shikadazar would finish rising and everyone would observe the giant war machine. Among the rubble of the imperial palace were Inosuke and Leon together with Run and they would see the legendary Tigu. Inosuke. What the hell is that thing? Leon scared. Wow, it's huge. Run. It can't be, it's the legendary Tegu, follow me, we have to get everyone from the capital away from here and fast. Inosuke. Don't tell me what to do, idiot. Leon. Hey wait. Meanwhile. Agenda joins Zenitsu and Zenko and Nezuko and Asia would observe the legendary Tegu. Zenitsu scared. What the hell is that thing? Agenda worried. Is it the Shikaudazer? I can't believe she really exists. Now it's clear that's the reason the minister hadn't wanted to admit defeat. In another part of the imperial capital. The others were evacuating the people but would observe the legendary Tegu. Serious Rengoku. What the hell is that? Rias surprised. It's too big. Tamaki surprised. Don't even say it. Lubbock. The Shikaudazer is the legendary Tegu. Telsi. Quick, we need to evacuate everyone as quickly as possible. Meanwhile. Wave and Kurum would observe the legendary Tegu in surprise. Wave surprised. What the hell is that thing? Kurum. The legendary Tegu Shikaudazer, we have to look for my sister and the others. But in that the minister within the legendary Tegu would speak. Hornist. It's time for everyone to die. Thus he would begin to charge a great crimson energy. Wave. What the hell are you planning to do? Thus the legendary Tegu would fire a great crimson ray that would impact a part of the city. In that, both would see Akame surrounded by the Emperor's guards. Wave. I'll leave you here Kurum, I'll look for the boys. Kurum. Wave. At that Wave would stop. Kurum would be. If something happens to my sister's boyfriend, that is, Tatsumi, I will torture you until the day you die. Wave scared. Ooh okay. So Kurum would get off. On the other hand, Akame had difficulties against the Emperor's guards, but Kurum appeared, standing by her sister. Akame. I'm sorry. Kurum. Calm down sister, I'm here. How about we finish them off? Akame. Go ahead. So both of them would be on guard. While Issei and Shinra and Tanjiro and Tatsumi would emerge from the rubble. Tatsumi angry. Hornist, what do you think you're doing? Hornist. But what do we have here, the brave brats die. Thus the legendary Tegu would fire a crimson ray, but luckily Tatsumi and the boys would dodge it in time. Tatsumi angry. Don't bring innocent people into this. So the boys would start attacking, but the Tegu resisted their attacks, so the minister would hit them, so the boys would fall to the ground, but they would quickly save a woman and her daughter. Angry Issei. Don't you care about people's lives? Angry Tanjiro. Don't you care about the lives of innocent people? Hornist. I don't give a shit about people, to me all people are slaves. Now they will die. Shinra. Don't look away, you idiot. So the boys would launch themselves into the attack while dodging the attacks, and then the four would attack the legendary Tegu, but their attack still didn't work, and then the minister would grab them and then throw them to the ground. The boys would be lying on the ground. Tatsumi. No matter what you do. Issei. And no matter how hard you try. Tanjiro Shinra. You're still scum. Angry Hornist. Shut up you damn vermin. At that the minister would stomp his foot. But then the boys would open their eyes seeing Wave who had saved them. Tatsumi surprised. Wave. Lucky I got there on time, otherwise Kurum's sister or even her would have killed me, besides I'm a soldier, my duty is to protect people. Tatsumi. Yes, that's right. Issei. That's how you talk, old man. Wave. I also owed you one, remember Tatsumi? Tatsumi confused. What did you say? Wave. Forget it. At that point the five would observe a huge explosion caused by a shot from the legendary Tegu. Wave. We have to stop him, we are the only ones who can do it. Tatsumi. If you don't have to say it. Hornist. Another vermin who perhaps wants to die, besides that you weren't supposed to be part of the empire, perhaps you joined the revolutionary army just because. Wave. You're wrong. I joined the rebel army for a reason. Protecting the defenseless is my duty, and I will do it with pride. Meanwhile. Leon and Ron together with Inosuke were evacuating the people. Leon. I hope they manage to finish it. Ron. Don't worry, also with Issei and Shinra and Tanjiro they will be fine. But then a piece of rubble was going to fall on the people, but then Inosuke would jump. Inosuke. Breath of the beast fifth fang slashing madness. So Inosuke would destroy the rubble, but then another rubble would fall, but Leon would destroy it. Leon. Let's get out of here as quickly as possible. Ron. Let's go. So the three of them would take the people away from the place. Back with the boys. They continued fighting but could not land a strong blow. Tatsumi. We can still win, it will only end if we give up. Issei. Then let's keep fighting. So Issei, together with Shinra and Tatsumi, would hit the Tegu's stomach, which would cause an electric shock, and the minister would only scream in pain. And then the boys are sent flying. Tatsumi. What did we feel? Issei. Not the slightest idea. But in that Tatsumi would remember Susanu's words. Flashback. Susanoo. No matter how tough it looks, everything has a weak spot, Tatsumi, it will help you a lot if you learn how to do it when you're in the middle of combat. End of the flashback. Tatsumi. That's it, Wave and Tanjiro distract him. Wave. Understood. Tanjiro. It's okay. Thus Tanjiro would concentrate his breathing, thus activating the dance of the fire god. Issei. We will go with you Tatsumi. So the minister would shoot again, but Wave and Tanjiro would block each shot and then Issei joined with Tatsumi and Shinra to give a big punch to the legendary Tigu, making the minister scream in pain again. Tatsumi. This point is worn out. Controlling something of this size is a big burden. There must be damage somewhere, right? Issei. Looks like we found his weak spot. Angry Hornist. I curse them. Thus the minister would send the three of them to crash. Wave worried. Tatsumi. Tanjiro preoccupado. Issei, Shinra. But then both of them would be hit by the shots of the legendary Tigus. Angry Hornist. It's over, surrender, you can't beat me. Tatsumi. Do not underestimate me or my friends, I have faced countless tragedies that led to my fallen companions and my other companions, I will never ever let you down. But in that. Bullet. You will go through painful experiences, many of them tragic, but we all decided to continue on this path. Tatsumi. Brother. Issei Shinra. Who said that? Bullet. We'll do the dirty work and change the world. When we're done, we can disappear. Tatsumi. Brother. The minister would try to prevent Tatsumi from evolving into Incursio, but it was too late because Tatsumi had managed to evolve into Incursio while Issei had activated his balance breaker and Shinra's flames had become solar flames. So the three would launch an attack. Angry Hornist. Don't come near me. Thus the minister would start firing many shots, but the three would dodge him to strongly attack the weak point of the Tigu. Hornist. No. So the three of them would continue giving their best effort. Wave worried. Do you want to get yourself and the boys killed? Tatsumi. It won't happen, I'll keep my promise. So Tatsumi would remember his fallen companions Shield and Bullet, he would also remember everyone who trusts in Lubbock, Chelsea, Mine, Kurum, Run, Wave, Leon, Nagenda, Susanoo, Issei and all his friends, and finally Akame who had a serious face and then smiled sweetly. Tatsumi. I'm going to survive. Akame. Tatsumi. Thus, with all their strength, the three would manage to destroy the legendary Tigu, together with the Prime Minister, but Issei and Shinra had activated the Dance of the Fire God. Issei Shinra. Dance of the God of Fire Dragon Solar Halo. So before falling Issei would grab Shinra. Issei. We did it guys, we won. Shinra. Siwu Ojo. Tatsumi. Yes, if we make it. But in that Tatsumi would lose his armor, but before starting to fall Run would grab him along with the incursion sword. Run. Wow, they managed to defeat the minister, I'm surprised. At that point the legendary Tigu would begin to fall. Tatsumi in pain. People. Run. Don't worry, we managed to get everyone out of the capital so there's no danger for the moment. I'll take you to Miss Asia to heal your wounds. Tatsumi. Thank you. So Tatsumi would be unconscious and then run away. At that point Issei and Shinra would meet with Wave and Tanjiro. Meanwhile. Akame and Kurum were watching everything. Akame. I'm glad Tatsumi survived. Kurum. Yes, why else would you be able to give me nephews? That had made Akame blush, but then Rias arrived, along with Tamaki, Serafel, and Daki. Rias. Are you okay girls? Akame. Yes, we are fine, and you? Serafel. Luckily we're safe. Daki. We have to go with the others. But in that. You're not going anywhere. In that the place where the girls were would be surrounded by a giant wall of ice. Rias. What the hell? In that, everyone would see that it was none other than Esdeath who was staring at them. Akame. The empire is over, it was destroyed, you lost. Esdeath. The empire lost, not me, my hunt is not over. Akame was about to take out Murasame but. Serafel would be. Wait Akame, I'll take care of her. They were all surprised to hear what Serafel said. Rias worried. Are you sure, Serafel-sama? I don't want anything bad to happen to you. Serafel. Don't worry Rias-chan, I'll be fine. Tamaki. I'm going with you, you'll need help against that bitch. Serafel. Okay, are you coming Daki-san? Daki? Of course. So the three would stand in front of Esdeath. Serafel, Tamaki, Daki. We will be your opponents. Esdeath. 3 against 1 seems good to me, it will be more fun. So the three would prepare to fight. Back with the boys. Issei serious. This is not over. Wave. What do you mean? But then the three would see that someone fell in front of them and when the smoke dissipated, Issei would be surprised because it was none other than Sekiryuutei who had red eyes, implying that he was being controlled. Issei surprised. It can't be, they are the same eyes that Diodora also had. Shinra. It means that Akeno has him under control too. Sererg. Issei, I finally found you, now you will come with me, and if you refuse I will have to destroy you. Issei. Guys, you rest, leave Sererg to me. But then a spear of light almost hit Shinra and Wave, but luckily Tanjiro had destroyed it. Kaguya. Long time no see Issei. Issei surprised. It can't be. Wave. Issei, we'll take care of him, you finish that guy. Tanjiro. And be careful. So Wave and Tanjiro would start fighting against Kaguya. Issei and Sererg would be staring at each other ready to start the battle. What will happen now? Will Issei be able to defeat Sererg alone? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 14. The battle ends, time to leave. Previously, our protagonists had managed to defeat the Empire and also kill Minister Hornist. But now Issei had to face Sererg, while Wave and Tanjiro faced Kaguya. The question is, will Issei manage to defeat Sererg? What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. The day we present. The battle is over, time to leave. Issei and Sererg continue to stare at each other. Sererg. Akeno wants me to take you with her, so please don't resist, my friend. Issei. We are not friends, not until I can free you from Akeno's mind control or whatever. Sererg. Fine, if that's what you want. Hyodo. Issei, let the battle begin. Issei had managed to defeat Sererg, but he was injured so he would fall to the ground. Issei worried. Hey, hang in there, you can't die yet. Sererg. You know, old man, I appreciate that you freed me from the mind control, but you don't have to worry about me. Issei worried. Of course you still have a lot to live, old man, you have to attend my wedding with Rias, please don't die, just resist, we will take you to Asia to heal you. Issei couldn't hold back his tears because he didn't want to lose another friend like what happened with Kiba, Gasper, and Kakao. Sererg. Don't worry, the good thing is that I will meet my mother, I only ask you one thing, Issei, defeat Akeno and make Rias happy, I trust you, friend. Sererg would finally close his eyes and both Regulus, and he would disappear into particles that would go towards the sky to disappear. Then that Shinra would approach Issei. Shinra. Old man, I know it's not easy for you to lose another friend, but you have to move on like Tanjiro told Kazumi that time, life goes on. At that moment, Wave and Tanjiro would arrive because they managed to defeat Kaguya, and they would see Issei crying, so the three would approach to calm their friend. Meanwhile, the girls were watching as Serafel, Tamaki, and Daki had Esdeath on the ropes, but Rias felt like Sererg's presence disappeared forever. Rias sad. Rest in peace, cousin. Became. Are you feeling okay, Rias? Kurum. You look very sad. Rias sad. Yes, I'm fine, I just remembered something that made him feel sad. At that point the girl's gaze would focus on the battle. Esdeath. It's interesting that you use ice just like me, but do you think you can beat me? At that Esdeath would throw a large ice stake that would quickly be destroyed by Serafel. Serafel would be. Unlike you, I don't use ice to kill, but rather I use it to protect what I love. So Serafel would launch another ice attack that would hit Esdeath, making her retreat. Esdeath. Now you've reached your grave. But then Esdeath would be attacked by the Daki slats, and Esdeath would quickly begin to dodge them. Daki. Damn, it won't stop moving. But in that Esdeath would use her hidden ability stopping time. Esdeath. I recognize that you were a great opponent as was your friend, but it's time to die. But in that, Death would notice that they were an illusion. Esdeath. Where are they? At that the effect of Esdeath's ability would end, and at that. Tamaki. Muri. So Tamaki would give Esdeath a big blow, making her start to bleed, but then Daki would cut off one of her arms. Esdeath injured. CC, how was it that they were able to defeat me? Serafel would be. You trusted yourself in battle, you think you are superior to everyone, but you are wrong, now you decide to live or die. Esdeath injured. I recognize that someone like you who uses ice together with her friends were great opponents, so they have my respect. At that Esdeath would begin to freeze herself. Esdeath. Serafel, Tamaki and Daki, right. It was a pleasure fighting you. So Esdeath had frozen completely and then disappeared into particles. Serafel. I guess we won, right? Tamaki. See, we won. So the three of them would start jumping because they had done it. But while the others just watched this with an anime-style drop of sweat. Then the others would arrive and everyone would quickly celebrate. How in the original story the capital was being rebuilt after what happened, the emperor had to face justice, but thanks to Tatsumi now he is still the emperor, a worthy emperor, and who will not make the same mistakes as before. At that moment, everyone would be looking at the imperial capital, happy because they had achieved it. Issei. Well, we helped with this, but it's time to go. Agenda. Wait, Issei, as I said, you fulfilled your part of the deal with your friends, so Night Raid will help you on your mission. Issei surprised. Really, will you help me? Rias surprised. Do you really swear it? At that Nagenda would smile. Nagenda. Of course a promise is a promise. Hitsumi. Besides, I was going to accompany them after all, and you, Akame. At that Akame would smile and then grab Hitsumi's hand. Akame. Wherever you go, I'll go too. So the two would give each other a tender and loving kiss. Lubbock. Well, I'm always willing to help, so I'm going to. Susanoo. The truth is that I do too, besides, it is my duty as a Tigu. Leon. I'll also go obviously, plus I'd like to hit the demons that are with Adekeno, so I'll go. Wave. Well, I'll go too, and I want to help you, Issei, so that your world is as peaceful as ours is now. Kurum. Exactly, and it will be fun too. Chelsea. Well, I'll go too, and like Kurum said, it will be fun, and fun is my middle name, haha. Run. Well, I'll be calm if I can help you like you helped us, Issei. You and your friends helped us have this peace, so I'll go too. Issei crying comically. Thanks guys. Seraphil. Piro to mine-san. Asia. Will you help us? At that everyone would look at mine, which would only have a funny face. Mine. Well, I know it will be dangerous and all that, plus this will be a different threat to the Empire and Esdeath. But at that mine would smile. Mine. But I like to help, so I go too, plus I'm a fan of danger and new adventures and experiences. So everyone in Night Raid was ready to leave because everyone already had their tigas prepared. Issei. Okay Asia, we can go now. Nezuko. But I have a question. Zenko. And what would Nezuko be? Nezuko. Will we go to another dimension in search of more help? Asia. That's right, we need more help, so everyone come forward. So everyone would approach Asia and then start putting new coordinates on the clock. Asia. Already. All? Yes. Asia. So here we go. So Asia would press the clock planet so everyone would disappear. Meanwhile. High school DxD world. In the Gremory mansion. The Keno was supervising Volley, but she felt something. The Keno surprised. Wah. Volley. Hahaha, I told you no matter what you do you won't be able to have Issei. Why don't you give up? Look, you have Surzichas and Zudikas controlled. You also have two of my friends at your service, which you have controlled one, and you have all the demons of the Gremory family at your service. I mean, do you think any of them can bring Issei to you? The Keno would look at Volley and as always she had that scary look. The Keno Yandere. Say what you want, but sooner or later Issei will be only for me, and nobody will take him away from me, and sooner or later I will take Albion away from you, so I will use it, so that Issei is mine, only 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 mine. Goodbye. So Akeno would leave the room. Volley. I swear I can't stand seeing that scary look anymore. Albion. If I'm honest, that look scares me too. Not even Office's look compares to that crazy bitch's. Volley. I hope we can get out sometime. Albion. I doubt it, mate. We are literally trapped here, and the anti-magic chains are too strong. For now, we just have to wait for them to rescue us before that damn thing finds a way to get me out of your body. Meanwhile. The Keno was calm watching the sky of the underworld. The Keno. How is it possible that that damn girl beat Issei? I still don't understand why Issei went for her first and the others if I'm also beautiful, I don't understand. At that Akeno would begin to sing. At the end of the song, Akeno would throw a great lightning bolt into the sky and then have her lifeless look, the same one she had that day when she had Issei and Rias surrounded. Akeno Yandere. Rias, I swear I'll finish you off and then my dear Issei will be with me and we'll be happy together, So Akeno would enter the Gremory mansion. Meanwhile in the dimensional gap. Big Red. Wow, that damn thing has some talent. Office. You don't even need to say it, Red. Vesuvius. I still can't believe you two are a couple if you were mortal enemies. Big Red. As people say, sometimes you can fall in love from hate. Office. And that applied to us. Vesuvius. Well, but returning to the topic, Akeno's lightning bolts are stronger than before. Seriously, did she become strong just because she's obsessed with Issei? Big Red. That's right, brat. Let's just hope the brats get more help. They only have 2 more worlds to visit. Vesuvius. What exactly is the next world? Since, as I was told, the first one was a world where there were assassins known as Night Raid. Office. Exactly, and they do indeed carry those assassins with them. Big Red. And answering your other question, the next world the clock will send them to is a world where Valkyries like you exist. Vesuvius surprised. Wow. Office. Yes, but these Valkyries are different and you will need all of them, or well, almost all of them, just a few that you bring will be enough, but the good thing is that it is a reality where Ragnarok did not take place. Vesuvius. Ragnarok. They're referring to the myth that Odin-sama says will either happen sooner or later or it won't happen at all. Big Red. The Ragnarok of that dimension is different, brat, but when the boys manage to recruit those Valkyries, we'll tell you what the last world is. For now, I'll briefly explain about that dimension. Meanwhile, in the human world. At Kuo Academy. Everyone was gathered because they still didn't know any plan to confront Akeno. Ravel. Damn, it's been 4 days and nothing, we still haven't come up with a plan. Azazel. Don't despair, sooner or later we'll find a plan. Sona. We're running out of time. Sooner or later she might come to the human world and we'll be lost. Hadis. Well, according to what you said, Ravel Akeno is stronger, but she must have some weakness, right? Ravel. Well, when I faced her, she had no weaknesses and that's why I ended up hurt. Murayama. Hey, don't despair. I'm sure we'll come up with something. Besides, I know that Ice-kun is still alive, just like Rias. I have that feeling in my mind. Rafia. I'm also sure that they are still alive, they couldn't have died so easily. Sona worried. What worries me is that I didn't hear from my sister after she went to look for Issei and Rias, and I'm still worried since the communication circles don't work and I don't want anything bad to happen to my sister. At that, Sona would be hugged by Saji, making her blush a little. Saji. Don't worry President, I'm sure your sister will be fine, after all she is the Mao Leviathan and your sister, so don't worry. Sona blushing. Thanks Saji. But then everyone would feel a demonic presence in the occult club, so quickly running there, of course, Cadis carried Murayama because she didn't want anything to happen to her friend during her pregnancy. Thus, everyone would arrive at the occult club seeing none other than Razor, along with his queen and wife Uvaluna, and also the rest of the Phoenix clan. Ravel worried. Brothers, are you okay? Razor. Yes, we are more or less fine. Then Alana. What happened to them? Uvaluna. Arthur and Lefay attacked the Phoenix mansion along with many servant demons of the Gremory clan and we tried everything but nothing worked. Razor. We barely managed to get out, but I want to know why Akeno is doing this, it's still not clear to me. Sona. It's simple, Akeno is obsessed with eliminating Rias and having Issei for herself, and now she is controlling many demons, she already controlled Surzich's and Zutika-sama. Razor. Damn it, tell me where the hell are Issei and Rias? Saji. That's the problem, we don't know where the hell they are. Tsubaki. Since the last thing we heard about them was that they escaped from Akeno with the help of Tan and Sama, but after that we didn't hear anything. Uvaluna. Can we stay here for now? Then Alana. Of course, this way they help us create a plan. So everyone would be willing to create a plan, since they didn't know how much longer they could be safe. What will happen now? Will Issei, Rias, Shinra and Tamaki, along with the others, manage to get more help? Which world will they go to next? And which is the last world they have to visit? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 15. A world with strange Valkyries. Previously our protagonists finally won the battle and the imperial capital could be at peace. Also Night Raid agreed to help Issei in his mission to save his world from Akeno. On the other hand, in the world of High School DxD, everyone was still thinking about a plan, but Razor and his clan appeared to tell that they were attacked by Arthur and Lefay joined with an army of demons servants of the Gremory clan, but now the objective was to create a plan. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present the world with strange Valkyries. Mundo de Shumatsu no Valkyrie. In the Valhalla arena. There was none other than Goal walking, looking at the sky with a smile. Goal. What a peaceful day, it's good that the day is so peaceful without anyone bothering you or ruining your peace. But then a strange portal would appear surprising Goal, and he would quickly go to hide, and then from the portal would come out Issei and Rias and Shinra and Tamaki, together with Asia and Seraph and Daki and Tanjiro and Zenitsu and Inosuke and Nezuko and Zenko, and there was also Rengoku and also Night Raid. Leon surprised. Woo-oh, that was amazing, let's do it again. Legenda. So this is how they came to our world, it's impressive. Tanjiro. What I was wondering was why we didn't become unconscious like the first time. Asia. Well, maybe that's why it didn't affect us this time. Tamaki. And where exactly are we? Why don't I see anyone around here? Issei. Leave this to me. So Issei would take out his demon wings and fly upwards, managing to observe that they were in some kind of coliseum or strange arena. Issei. What class of world will this be? Greg. I don't know, mate. So Issei would return to the others. Rias. And what did you find out, Ice-kun? Issei. Well, it seems like we are in a coliseum or strange arena that floats. Zenitsu. Does that mean we're flying? Issei. Something like that. Hitsumi. Exactly what kind of allies do you expect to find here? Wave. I asked myself the same thing. Asia. Well, the watch doesn't give me information about this world, it's the same as with your world, the watch didn't give me information about that. While everyone was talking, Goal watched them and then quickly ran to find his older sister. But Zenitsu had heard that. Zenitsu? What was that? Zenko. Brother, did you hear it? Inosuke. And now what's happening to you? Zenitsu. We heard someone running, didn't you hear him? Telsi. Well, none of us have great hearing like you two. Meanwhile. Brunhild sat calmly looking at the view with a smile. Brunhild. Well, it seems that everything is calm. I think I'll take a walk. But in that. Goal. Sister. At that moment Brunhild would see that it was Goal who was tired because she had run too much. Brunhild. Goal. What's going on, why do you look so upset? Goal. I was in the Valhalla arena and out of nowhere a portal appeared and out of there came out many strange people and they are still there. Brunhild was serious. Let's go quickly, we need to know if they are a threat. So the two would start running. Back with the boys. Nezuko. Hello, is anyone here? Zenko. SHHHH Nezuko, you can't scream like that, they could hear you out of nowhere. Kurum. What do you mean? Lubbock. You mean there are people here? Zenko. Well, we didn't say we heard someone running. Zenitsu. They shouldn't doubt us. Shinra. Well, let's just say that doesn't help us much sometimes. But in that. Brunhild. Don't move. At that, everyone would turn around seeing that it was Brunhild and Goal, but she was behind Brunhild. Issei. Oh, hola. Serafel. Hey, they look like Valkyries. Asia. It's true, the black-haired girl looks like Rossweisse. Brunhild was serious. Who are you? And what do you want here? Are you enemies? Issei. No, of course we don't come in peace. Tamaki. They are not aliens. Serafel. That's fun to say. Susanoo. Could you stop playing and concentrate? Issei. Oh right. Rias. Miss, don't worry, we're not bad, we just come in peace because we need help and I think we can talk so you realize it. Brunhild would just smile in a very strange way. Brunhild. Okay, fine then come with us and if you do anything I'll kill you. Brunhild would say it while making a sign with one of her fingers on her neck. Everyone would be scared of that, but Akane would just make a chibi face. Akane chibi. It was that easy to convince her because if it was like that I didn't expect it and why does that scare them? Kurum would only put on a chibi face like her sister. Kurum chibi. I guess that's how it is, sister. Everyone would just break out in a few anime-style drops of sweat at the sight of the sisters' faces. Rengoku. Well young people, let's follow the young lady if we want to survive. Everyone is surprised. Mr. Rengoku doesn't even flinch. Minutes later. Everyone was in a room together with Brunhild and Goal, but there were other people too. Brunhild. First of all, before introducing myself, let me introduce myself. I am Brunhild and I am the older sister of the Valkyries and she is Goal, our younger sister. Issei. And who are the others there? Issei would say it while pointing at three girls who are also Valkyries. Brunhild. Well first she is Sister Wrist. He would say this while pointing at the aforementioned Christ. Wrist. Nice to meet you and it's a pleasure to meet you. Brunhild. Well, she is Sister Randras. He would say this while pointing at the aforementioned Randras. Randras. Nice to meet you. Goal. She is Sister Regenleaf. Goal would say this while pointing to the aforementioned Regenleaf. Regenleaf. Hello, nice to meet you. Shinra. So they are basically Valkyrie sisters. Brunhild. Of course you're deaf or something like that. Shinra. No, of course not. Issei. Well let me introduce myself, my name is Issei Hyodo, I am a demon of the Gremory clan and I am the bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon and she is my fiancée Rias Gremory and my partners Asia Argento and Sarah Citri Leviathan. Rias Serafel Asia. Nice to meet you. Shinra. I am Shinra Kusaka, part of the 8th Fire Squadron and this is my fiancée Tamaki Katatsu. Tamaki. Hello, nice to meet you. Tanjiro. I am Tanjiro Kamado and she is my sister Nezuko and. He is interrupted. Wave. I would say Brathervia hahaha. Issei. I was going to say that too. But both would receive a slap on the head from Tanjiro. Issei wave. Also. Tanjiro. And these are my companions Zenitsu Agatsuma and his sister Zenko and Inosuke Kashibira. Rengoku. I am the pillar of the flame, I am Kaijuro Rengoku. Daki. My name is Yum, but you can call me Daki. Tatsumi. Well I'm Tatsumi and she's my girlfriend Akame. Tatsumi would say it while grabbing Akame's hand, who would smile. Akame. Nice to meet you. Nagenda. I'm Nagenda and they're all-night raids so guys introduce yourselves. At that Mine would smile. Mine. My name is Mine, it's a pleasure to meet you. Leon. I am Leon, a pleasure. Lubbock. I'm Lubbock, nice to meet you. Wave. I'm Wave, nice to meet you. Run. I am Run, it's a pleasure. Susanoo. I am Susanoo, the speed of lightning. Kurum. My name is Kurum, it's a pleasure. But then everyone would see that Chelsea wasn't there and everyone would see that she was stroking Goal and Regenleaf's heads. Chelsea. You two are so adorable, Goal and Regenleaf. Goal surprised. How the hell did you get here? Regenleaf surprised. And how did we not see you when you moved? At that Chelsea would smile. Chelsea. My name is Chelsea. I hope we can be good friends. Grab some popsicles. So Chelsea would give 2 paddles to Goal and Regenleaf which they would grab. Goal. Thank you. Regenleaf. And you are welcome. Shinra. Wah. Brunhild. Well, tell me why you are here. Issei. Bueno. But in that. What the hell is going on here that won't let me rest peacefully? And that everyone would see that it was a brunette girl who was upset. Goal. Oh right, she is Sister Herver Alvater. Lubbock. Wow, she's cute, I admitted. Leon. Don't start being stupid. Lubbock. I mean it. Alvater. Are you going to tell me who the hell you are? Tamaki. It's getting wild. Issei. That's what we were going for, but you showed up. But then a wall would be destroyed, revealing that it was a very large Valkyrie. Thrud. What's going on here? Goal. Sister Thrud. Zenitsu scared. It's huge. So Zenitsu would fall unconscious and then Chelsea would start laughing. Chelsea. Ha 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 ha, looks like Zenitsu got scared. Issei. He is like that, but well, who are you? Brunhild. As Goal already mentioned, she is the Thrud's sister. Seraphil. Woo, oh, it's huge, it must be stronger from what I can see. Thrud. Nice to meet you, although I don't know who you are. Issei. Are you going to let me speak? On that. I think so, since I was the only one missing. At that point everyone would look at a desk watching a blonde-haired girl combing her hair. Izuko. Who is she? Goal. Oh well, she is Sister Locke and she looks like Sister Alvater, but they are different. At that Locke would turn around and look at everyone. Then there is smiling. Locke. Nice to meet you. Brunhild. Okay Issei, you can talk now. Issei. Finally, well, this will take time, so let's start. So Rias would put the magic circle so that the Valkyrie sisters could see everyone's memories. 346 minutes later. The effect of the magic circle would end and the Valkyrie sisters were super surprised. Randras. Let's see if I understood correctly, you 4 are demons from another world, but you 2. Referring to Issei and Rias. Randras. They ended up in the world of Kamado-san because of that girl called Akeno, right? So the 2 would nod. Goal. And you, Kamado-san, in your world there are demons, but they are demons that cannot go out in the sun, and also, that Musen Kibutsuji turned Izuko into a demon, and to find a cure you became a demon hunter, and you met Zenitsu, Zenko, and Inosuke, and you also met Lord Ringoku and the other pillars. So Tanjiro would smile. Tanjiro. In short, yes. Wrist. And you Shinra and Tamaki, are you from a world where you are firefighters who fight against creatures called infernals, but you had died but came back to life while in Kamado-san's world? Shinra Tamaki. Exactly. Locke Alvater. And you are a group of assassins known as Night Raid who were dedicated to ending the corruption of your world and also carrying very strange weapons known as Tegus. So all of Night Raid would agree. Brunhild. Very well, Issei and Rias, come with me. The others can spend a little time together. So the 3 would leave the room. Everyone was talking to the Valkyrie sisters. Alvater, for his part, was talking with Lubbock. Alvater, embarrassed. Hey Lubbock, is what you said true? That I'm pretty? Lubbock. Of course, why? Are you ashamed? Alvater would just blush hard. Alvater blushed. That's it, well, I'm a little embarrassed when people say that kind of thing to me, since I don't consider myself perfect. Lubbock. Well, you know you shouldn't be ashamed, besides you are perfect just the way you are, what matters is what you went through, so never be ashamed of who you are. So Lubbock would smile while Alvater's heart began to beat strongly and too fast. Alvater blushed. GG, thanks for the compliment Lubbock. While Locke was combing Zenitsu's hair. Locke. I must admit that your hair is very pretty, Zenitsu. In fact, your hair shines like the sun itself. Zenitsu blushed. Are you serious? Locke. Of course, and you're also very sweet, he. This is what Locke would say while blushing. Meanwhile. Issei. Let's see if I understood correctly, you said that you can operate with weapons and that's what you call willpower. Brunhild. Exactly mente. Rias. So that's what makes them different from the Valkyries of our world. Brunhild. That's right, but I was still surprised when I saw that Nordic faction. Issei. Hey Brunhild, tell me you and your sisters could help me save my world. Rias. We need enough help to be able to win against Akeno. Greg. And what do you say they can help us? Brunhild. Well, seeing the situation and how it could also affect our world. At that Brunhild would smile. Brunhild. I agree to help you in your mission. Issei. Thank you. Rias. Thank you very much Brunhild-san. So everyone would return to the Valhalla arena ready to leave. Asia. Okay, it's time to go to the last world to get help. Now everyone come to me. So everyone would approach Asia and then set the coordinates of the last world. Asia. Everyone ready. Everyone. See. Asia. Last world here we come. Thus Asia would press the clock planet, thus all disappearing along with the Valkyrie sisters. Meanwhile. High school DxD world. In the dimensional gap. Vesuvius was playing a card game with Office, but despite not knowing the game, Office always won. Office. And I won. Vesuvius. Damn, it's impossible to beat a goddess, even at cards. Big Red. Good news, I have new news. Office. What is it about Red? Big Red. The Brad and all his friends managed to get the help of those Valkyries. Vesuvius. Yes they did it I knew they would. Office. Now they just need the last world to find their last allies. Big Red. That's right, and then we'll have to connect to the clock to bring them back, but first here and then to the human world so they can reunite with the others. Vesuvius. May I ask what the final world you're going to is like? And how many people are needed to return? Big Red. Well answering your second question first they only need 3 or 2 more, and answering your first question as I investigate and find out in that world, 80% of the population has powers, or as they call it their particularity there are also professional user heroes, who are dedicated to fighting those who use their powers for evil, that is, villains, and there are also schools, so that brats who have the aspiration of being heroes, can receive the necessary training. Vesuvius surprised. Woo-oh sounds like the comics and movies literally. Office. Vesuvius you'll have to come with me. Vesuvius. Where to? Office. We will go to the dimension where Issei and Rias ended up along with those Shinra and Tamaki. Vesuvius. But why? Big Red. You will have to bring those pillars, but only the sound pillar along with the insect pillar along with its sister Kanao, also bring the water pillar and the love pillar. Vesuvius. It's okay. Office. Okay, let's go. So Office would create a portal. Big Red. Be careful. Thus the two would enter the portal. Meanwhile. Mundo de Kimetsu no Yaiba. At the butterfly farm. Shinobu. We didn't hear anything from the boys after they left. Tenjin. Well, we have to wait, we can't wait for them to come back quickly, it will be difficult for them. Tomioka. Why do you worry so much? Mitsuri. Aren't you worried? Tomioka. Why would I be if I know what they are capable of? They can't die so easily if they have managed to survive everything they faced, so stop worrying. The pillars would just smile, but Kanao just kept looking at the sky because she missed Tanjiro, because in these days that passed she discovered that she fell in love with Tanjiro, but since at that moment Tanjiro had already left she couldn't tell him until out of nowhere, a portal would appear in front of them surprising everyone. Kanao. Did they come back? Tomioka. It definitely shouldn't be them. Office and Vesuvius would emerge from the portal, surprising the pillars and Kanao. Office. It's good that you're all here. Shinobu. Wow, it's the Infinity Dragon that we saw in Issei's memories. Mitsuri. And she is Vesuvius the Valkyrie. Tenjin. What do they want here? Tomioka. You better answer if you don't want to die. Vesuvius. We only came to look for you since Issei is going to need you too, in addition to your friends. Office. Come with us. Kanao. If it's to help, I'll go. Mitsuri. Me too. Shinobu. I'll go too. Tenjin. What do you say, Tomioka? Tomioka. Anyway, we only go if they need our help. So everyone would cross the portal. What will happen now? What is the last world our protagonists have to visit? Will they manage to find their last allies? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 16. A world where heroes exist. Previously, our protagonists joined their friends and night raid to the world of Shuematsu no Valkyrie, where they got help from 8 of the Valkyrie sisters, while on the other hand, in the world of high school, DxD Office and Vesuvius went to look for Shinobu, Tomioka, Tenjin and Mitsuri, and also Kanao to take them to their world because they would need their help. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present the world where heroes exist. World of Boku no Hero Academia. We are set right after the events of World Heroes mission, after the boys managed to defeat Humanizer. Current events. Everyone was in class with Izawa Akamom Caterpillar XD. Although Izuku was somewhat thoughtful. Izuku's thoughts. Izuku. How strange why I feel this feeling that something is about to happen. Out of your thoughts. So it was time to go train at the Gamma gym. Bakugo. Hey Deku. Izuku. Hey, what's wrong Kaken? Bakugo. You felt the same feeling as me. Izuku. That something is about to happen. Bakugo. Exactly, do you think it's something bad? Izuku. Well, if I'm honest, no. Todoroki would get closer to that. Todoroki. I also felt the same feeling, but we'll find out what it is. So the three would start walking. Minutes later. Izuku was walking and he had his new suit. Izuku. This suit is really cool. But in that. Hello Deku-kun. So Izuku would turn around seeing that it was his now girlfriend Uraraka Ichako. Izuku. Oh hello love, what's wrong? Uraraka. Well, I was looking for you to go to the Gamma gym together. Izuku. Oh okay. So the two would begin to walk together. Uraraka. By the way, are you okay, Deku-kun? I saw you were very thoughtful in class. Is everything okay? Izuku. It's just that I have a feeling. Uraraka. What kind of feeling? Izuku. It's like something is about to happen, but the strange thing is that it's not anything bad, but I'm still afraid that it might be something bad. At that Uraraka would hug Izuku tightly. Uraraka. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll be by your side helping you fight because I never plan to leave you alone. Izuku would reciprocate his girlfriend's hug and then both would give each other a tender and loving kiss. Minutes later. Everyone was already in the Gamma gym ready to begin their combat training. All Might. Very well young people, the first confrontation will be one of three between the young Midoriya against the young Bakugo and the young Todoroki. Everyone was surprised because the strongest in the class would face each other. At that Bakugo would begin to walk towards the arena and he, like Izuku, had his hero costume. Todoroki would also start walking towards the arena and he also had his hero suit. Finally, Izuku would also begin to walk towards the arena so that the three of them would be face to face. Lita. This will be super interesting to see. Momo. After all, they are the strongest in the class, so we will learn more by watching them fight. Kirishima. Yes, that's true. Haminari. Well then let's focus our attention on the battle. All Might. Well start. So the three would launch an attack. Bakugo. I hope they don't hold back. Izuku. I'm not going to do it. Todoroki. Me neither. Todoroki would quickly launch an ice attack, but Izuku and Bakugo would dodge it, and then Bakugo would start throwing explosions, but the two would dodge the attacks. Izuku. Delaware smash aerial shot. Thus several air projectiles would go against Bakugo and Todoroki, but they dodged with difficulty. Haminari. Wow, they are really skilled. Jiru. No attack hits them. Mina. Hey, don't you feel like something's going to happen? Sayu. Yes, I'm sorry and I don't know why. Uraraka's thoughts. Uraraka. Perhaps this feeling I feel is the same thing that Deku-kun felt. Out of your thoughts. At that point everyone would see that the three were ready to end the fight. Bakugo. I'll be the winner Yuu. So Bakugo would launch an attack. Todoroki. No Yuu. So Todoroki would launch an attack. Izuku. Don't listen. So Izuku would launch an attack. The three were about to launch their strongest attacks. Izuku. Detroit. Bakugo. It hit me. Todoroki. Incineration. So the three were ready to launch the attack. Izuku. Smash. Bakugo. Explosive. Todoroki. Prominent. So the three were about to launch their attacks. But in the middle of everything a portal would appear from where Issei and the others would come out together with Night Raid and the Valkyrie sisters, but in that. Shinra scared. Damn it. So quickly Seraphiel would create a shield so the boys' attacks would create a giant explosion. Everyone had taken cover from the explosion that almost destroyed the Gamma gym. Izuku, Bakugo and Todoroki would come out of the smoke, but they were all covered in dust. Izuku. Cough cough cough, what was that? Todoroki. Cough cough, well I just heard someone shout Kinchechimer. Annoyed Bakugo. Cough cough cough, it was the unfortunate one who interrupted our fight. At that moment, everyone would look towards the arena, seeing a giant sphere of ice which would disappear to reveal itself to all the children safe. Issei. Damn, that was close. Rengoku. There is no need to fear death, young people. At that everyone would see the Class A was watching them. All. Hello there. Before anyone said anything. Bakugo. Din. Bakugo had launched an explosion surprising everyone. Izuku. Kaken, what did you do? Todoroki. That wasn't necessary. Bakugo. But what if they are villains? On that. Issei. Hey explosive, we are not villains. At that everyone would look amazed that the boys had survived Bakugo's explosion. Shinra. If you want to know about us, then come closer. Quickly all of Class A, including All Might, would approach, and then Rias would use the magic circle again. Much later. The whole class was surprised as was All Might, but afterwards. Izuku. So you are in our world, why do you need help to save your world, Issei? Issei. Exactly, and then will you help me? Bakugo. First of all, I want one of you to face me. Inosuke. Hahaha, and if we entertain you and one of your friends? Bakugo. Tried made Deku and half come with me. Issei. And who of all of us will fight? Inosuke is already there, 2 more are missing. At that Zenitsu would smile. Zenitsu? I'll go. Everyone was surprised to hear what Zenitsu said. Shinra. Sure, old man. Zenitsu. Trust me, I know I'll make it. Zenko. Well, I trust you, bro, so good luck M. Locke. I trust you too, Zenitsu, so you can M. The Valkyrie sisters were surprised because Locke was not someone who supported a person. Everyone. We trust you, Zenitsu M. At that Tanjiro would smile. Tanjiro. I will also fight, besides it will be fun to know about the skills they have. Rengoku. Then good luck young Kamado, Inagashira and Agatsuma. So the boys would go up to the arena. All Might. Begin. So the 6 would launch into the attack, so the boys would clash their katanas with the boys' attacks, creating a small shock wave. So the 6 of them would be exchanging attacks non-stop, and they looked pretty evenly matched. Lita. Incredible, they are like Midoriya, Bakugo and Todoroki. Kirishima. They are a super strong trio. Issei. That's what our friends are like. For their part, Nezuko and Zenko, as well as Gol, supported Tanjiro, while Zenitsu was supported by Locke, and on the other hand, surprisingly, Ranjira supported Inosuke, surprising everyone. Bakugo. I admit it, all 3 of them are strong, but it's time to end this battle. Inosuke. Hahaha, you agree with me, Explosive, I admit we have some similarities. Everyone would have anime-style sweat drops coming out. Agenda. From what I could see, those 2 do look very similar in attitude. Rias. Did you notice it too, Miss Nagenda? Nagenda. That's right. At that point the 6 would get into position, launching into the attack, preparing their best attacks. Bakugo. It hit me. Inosuke. Breath of the 5th Fang Beast. Todoroki. Incineration. Serious Zenitsu. Lightning breathing, first pose. Izuku. Detroit. Tanjiro. Dance of the Fire God. So the 3 were ready to hit their attacks. Bakugo. Explosive. Inosuke. Cut Madness. Todoroki. Prominent. Serious Zenitsu. Flash of Lightning. Izuku. Smayash. Tanjiro. Waltz. Thus the attacks of the 6 would collide and a huge explosion would occur. Luckily Seraphiel made a large ice shield to protect everyone. At that everyone would see that Izuku, Bakugo and Todoroki were on the ground while Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke were still standing. All Might. And the winners are the young Kamado together with the young Hashibira and the young Agatsuma. At that the 3 would approach Izuku, Bakugo and Todoroki and then extend their hands. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke. Really good fight. So the 3 would accept the handshake. Minutes later. While the 6 were being treated in the UA infirmary, the class, along with All Might, told the boys everything about their world, leaving them impressed. Issei surprised. So that means we are in a world where heroes exist. Shinra surprised. It's incredible, this is the perfect place where everyone can become heroes. Asia. Wow, the clock sends us to some very incredible worlds. All Might. Changing the subject, what kind of allies are you looking for in our world? Rias. In fact, we have already decided who could help us. Uraraka. And who are they? On that. Izuku. Are you referring to the 3 of us? In that everyone would see that Izuku, Bakugo and Todoroki would come out already improved, as well as Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke, because the injuries were not so serious. Izuku quickly hugged her brother and then kissed him. Izuku. Please don't scare me like that again. Tanjiro. Haha, I'll try. Seraphiel. Back to the topic, if you could be of much help to us. Tamaki. Yes, and his peculiarities are also amazing. Asia. We could take more, but we don't want to risk an entire class, so we decided it would just be the 3 of you. Issei. So could you help us save my world? Rias. Please, we really need help. The 3 of them would be thinking about that until. Izuku. I also accept that the duty of a hero is to save everyone, so you have my support, Issei. Todoroki. I'll help too, don't worry, Issei. Uraraka. Hey, do you think I can accompany you? Zenko. Do you want to join us, Uraraka-san? Uraraka. Well, I don't want to leave Deku-kun alone, so I would like to accompany them, and maybe I could be of help if necessary. Issei. Well, there's no problem, what are you saying, Asia? Asia. Well, there's no problem, besides, your Roxas' peculiarity will help us if necessary. Izuku. And you Kaken, do you accept? At that everyone would look at Bakugo. Bakugo. I accept after all I would like to exploit those demons who are accompanying that crazy bitch called Akeno, so you can count on my support. Inosuke. Hahaha we really look alike explosively. Greg. Mate those two literally look too much alike. Asia. Well then our search for allies is finally over. Asia would say it while watching Tanjiro and Nezuko and Zenitsu and Zenko and Inosuke and Rengoku. She would also watch Night Raid and the Valkyrie sisters, and finally she would watch Izuku and Uraraka and Bakugo and Todoroki. Minutes later. They would all be in the Gamma Gym. All Might. Good luck young people and be careful, this mission will be more difficult than what you have faced. Izuku Uraraka Bakugo Todoroki. Of course Sir All Might. Lita. Good luck guys and don't give up. Hiroshima. Take care of yourselves brothers and don't die. Haminari. We'll be cheering them on from here. Mina. Just like we always say, go further. All. Plus Ultra. So everyone would hug each other tightly and then separate. Issei. Well, are you ready? Izuku Uraraka Bakugo Todoroki. Yes we are ready. Issei. Well Asia, I imagine it's time to return to our world. Asia. Exactly, I just hope the watch can take us home. So Asia would press a button that would set the coordinates of the world of High School DxD. Asia. Okay here we go. Everyone. Yes. So everyone would be transported. Meanwhile in the world of High School DxD. In the dimensional gap. Office. Well the clock will bring them here to the dimensional gap. Big Red. They finally got enough help to confront that crazy bitch. Vesuvius. That's great. I want to see the president and Issei again and also Sarafel-sama and Asia and I also want to meet all the friends they made. Tomioka. A question how is it that we as humans can't survive here in this place? Tenjin. True, how is that possible? Big Red. It's simple, we put a super strong spell on them that helps them stay here even if they're human. Shinobu. That explains a lot. Hanao. And how long until they arrive? Office. They'll arrive, don't worry. Mitsuri. Hey, but why do the kids need so much help? I mean, it's just that Akeno and a group of control demons, right? Big Red. You're wrong, Pillar of Love, because that damn thing has some demons that are too strong and come from other worlds. Added surprise to Pillars and Kanao and Rasuius, because even though she knew why they told her, she didn't believe it 100%. Office. That's why we gave the watch to Asia so that she and the boys could get as much help as possible. Vesuvius. I just hope they arrive soon. Meanwhile in the underworld. In the Gremory mansion. Bali was still chained by the anti-magic chains. Bali. Why am I alone? There's no one here by my side. There won't be any problems today, I've already been made fun of. Author's note. I'm 100% sure you got the end of note reference. Albion. Seriously, you didn't have anything else to sing, mate. Bali. Well, I don't know, I thought what else to do, we've literally been chained here for many days. Albion. Still and besides that's not the song. Bali. Albion. Well, it's true, mate, that's not the song. Bali. Oh yeah, and what do you think the song is like? Albion. Well if I'm honest, I don't know either. Bali. I guessed as much. Albion. Hey buddy, there's something I want to ask you. Bali. What is it about? Albion. Have you noticed anything strange about Lefei? Bali. Well, what surprises me is that she is with Akeno, if literally Lefei fell too much in love with Issei, she even asked me for some advice, even though she knows that I don't know about these things, that's why I don't believe that Lefei is with her. Albion. And something else I've come to feel that her energy is not like the one we know, it's as if she weren't Lefei 100%. Bali. So basically she could be an impostor pretending to be her. Albion. It is possible, but it is not 100% certain that what we are saying is true. At that the doors would open revealing that it was Akeno. Akeno. You're in luck, I couldn't figure out how to get rid of Albion, so you can keep him. Bali. Why are you so angry? Let me guess, you couldn't get Issei by sending the lackeys you had under your control, and the ones you revived died again. Accepted, Akeno, you won't be able to have Issei, and I don't think you have any lackeys left. At that Bali would be electrocuted by Akeno's lightning. Bali. Damn, it really hurts when you do that. At that Akeno would start laughing like a psychopath. Bali and Albion were scared because Akeno's laughter was different from the other times. Bali's thoughts. Bali scared. Shit that bitch is really crazy. Albion, scared. You took the words right out of my mouth, mate. Out of your thoughts. At that Akeno would look at both of them with her lifeless gaze while she had her hands on her face. Akeno Yandere. Ha 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 ha, it's funny to see your scared face, but you know something, if I have more lackeys who can help me, I will first introduce you to the Rakshasa demons. At that a light would turn on, showing that the 4 demons of Rakshasa Sten, Mez, Suzuka and Abara were there. Sten, Mez, Suzuka, Abara. At your service, Miss Akeno. Bali was just surprised, and he wasn't the only one like Albion. Akeno Yandere. Don't be surprised yet, I still need to introduce you to the others, ha 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 ha. At that moment another light would turn on, showing a strange creature and 2 strange boys. Akeno Yandere. I present to you Leviathan, a super strong creature, and they are the Serpenters. Akeno would say it while pointing at those already mentioned, who would only smile. Akeno Yandere. Ha 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 ha, I told you not to be surprised yet, I still need to introduce you to those who remain, the Dauma. Akeno would say it while another light turned on, showing Dauma, the second upper moon. Dauma. Nice to meet you, strange boy, thank you that you're not a girl, because I would have devoured you. Akeno Yandere. And they are the judges of the underworld, Radamanthys, Iacos and Minos, who served Hades, but now serve me, ha 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 ha. Author's note. Hades did exist in this story, but he died, but Akeno revived the judges of the underworld, end of note. Akeno would say it while the 3 judges of the underworld appeared, accompanied by Cerzichus and Zeuticus, who had red eyes, implying that they were controlled. Radamanthys. She needs us for something else, Miss Akeno. Akeno Yandere. You can't retreat, lead the troops and look for more escaped demons. Radamanthys, Iacos, Minos. Your wish is my command. Thus the 3 judges of the underworld would leave, accompanied by Cerzichus and Zeuticus. Akeno Yandere. Finally, I present to you the Dark Knights. Akeno would say it while a light turned on, showing 5 demons. Akeno Yandere. And finally, you should already know there are Arthur and Leffe Pendragon. Akeno would say it while Arthur came out of a magic circle, which had red eyes, implying that he was controlled along with his sister Leffe, who was on her magic broom. Leffe. Wow, you couldn't figure out how to remove the vanishing dragon. Akeno Yandere. No, and that makes me angry. Arthur. Still, he can't do anything. Akeno Yandere. Well, let's go, let's leave the prisoner, goodbye, ha 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 ha. So everyone would leave the room. Bali was scared. Damn, how many demons did that damn woman recruit? Albion, scared. No idea, but the strange thing is that they don't seem like demons from here. I hope Issei doesn't come back, since that means those unfortunate people will hunt him down. Bali scared. You're right. Meanwhile. Akeno was looking at the sky of the underworld, but she couldn't stay calm. Akeno. Damn you, Rias, I can't be calm knowing that you're still alive, Issei, you only have to be mine, only mine, only mine, only mine, only mine. Thus Akeno would begin to sing a song that reflected her sadness and her madness, and finally her pain. At the end of the song, Akeno would only have her lifeless gaze. Akeno Yandere. I swear I'll finish you off, Rias, and then Issei will be mine, and no one can take him away from me. Meanwhile. In Leffe's room. She would enter and then be enveloped by a cloud of smoke, that when it dissipates it would be revealed that what Vali and Albion said was true, because someone was pretending to be Leffe, revealing that it was none other than Kunu, Yasaka's daughter. Kunu. Damn, it was hard for me to maintain this spell, but I still learned to use it really well. On that. Sooner or later that damn thing will realize you're not me. At that, Kunu would turn around, seeing the real Leffe, who was somewhat injured and was chained with anti-magic chains. Kunu. You think so? Well, I don't think so. Leffe. You're wrong, Vali and Albion must have already realized it, since they know about the love I have for Issei, and they know that I would never do something like that to him, much less join that stupid girl. I made it very clear to them when I told them that I wouldn't help her that day. Kunu was just starting to get angry. Kunu. Shut up already, damn it. Leffe. I told that crazy woman that I didn't agree to help her because I loved Issei, and I wasn't going to do something like that to him, and also why would you agree? Kunu angry. It's none of your business, you wretch. Leffe. Maybe it's because you fell in love with Issei, but you know that no matter how hard you try to keep pretending to be me. At that, Leffe would smile despite being somewhat hurt. Leffe. Sooner or later Issei will realize that I would never do something like that to him, because he knows me and knows how I am, and that I never listen well. I would never do something bad to him like trying to kill him. You laugh so I. Leffe wouldn't finish speaking because Kunu had launched an attack on her that made her scream in pain and cough blood. Kunu would be super upset about that. Kunu annoyed. Do you want to know why I started to ignore you? Do you want to know why I decided to help Akeno? Then listen carefully, you damn bitch, I agreed to help Akeno because that damn Gremory took Issei away from my mother. Leffe injured. Did Yusaka-sama fall in love with Issei? Kunu annoyed. Of course you are, stupid. Issei was the perfect man for my mother, but Issei only wanted her as a friend. Wounded Lefei. And? Is your mother the one who made you accept the Akeno thing? Kunu annoyed. Of course not, my mother respected Issei's decision to just be friends, but I wanted my mother to have someone with her, so when I heard you tell Akeno that you didn't accept to help her after she left, I knocked you unconscious, so I managed to use my spell to acquire your form and your voice, so they wouldn't suspect, and so that's the reason why I accepted now, if you excuse me I have things to do. So Kunu would activate her spell, taking the form of Lefei, and so she would grab the magic broom, and then go out and put magic circles of locks and magic seals anti-noise. Sad Lefei. Issei, my beloved Issei, please help me, I want to return to your side, and I want to tell you that I love you. Meanwhile. In the wormhole the boys were on their way to Issei's world ready for anything. What happens next? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 17. Home Sweet Home, Reunion. Previously our protagonists arrived in a world where heroes exist, and so they got their last allies, and finally it was time to return home. Well, in the world of high school DxD Volley and Albion had seen that Akeno had too many allies being these strange demons, and it was also discovered that Kunu was posing as Lefei and the real one was Kunu's prisoner. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present Home Sweet Home, Reunion. High School DxD World. In the dimensional gap. The portal would appear from where Issei, Rias, Shinra, Tamaki, Seraph, Asia, and Daki would come out along with Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Nezuko, Zenko, and Ringoku, along with all of Night Raid and the Valkyrie sisters, and also Izuku, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Uraraka. And everyone would be surprised to see the place. Everyone surprised. Woo-oh. Issei. I was expecting that reaction. Rias. Me too. Shinra surprised. And how could we not be surprised if this place is literally crazy if we saw it in your memories, old man, but seeing it in person is different. Tamaki surprised. So this is what the dimensional gap is like. It's a great place. Tanjiro. But the strange thing is that we can survive, and that's even though half of the group is human. Wave. Now that you mention it, how can we still be alive? Asia. Well, it's because the clock put a spell on us all, so basically everyone is still alive. Ringoku. I understand, but where are those dragons that we saw in young Hyodo's memories? Inosuke. I want to see them too. I want to see if they're as amazing as they look and see if they surprise me. Bakugo. I doubt very much that they can surprise. Everyone would have anime-style sweat drops when they saw that Bakugo and Inosuke looked too similar. But in that. Well, see for yourselves, brats. So everyone would see that Great Red would emerge from a portal in his dragon form. Issei. It's Great Red. Shinra Tanjiro Tatsumi Lubbock Runaway Izuku Susanoo, surprised. Ooh. It's crazy. Zenitsu Lock frightened. It's huge. Brunhild. So that is the Dragon of Dreams, I feel a great power in it. Brist. I could even give battle to Zeus. Randras. Oh, to other gods. The others were somewhere between surprised and scared. But the boys would notice that there were some people on Big Red's back. So Big Red would get closer to everyone. Big Red. They finally arrived, we've been waiting for them. At that point, the pillars would emerge from the back of Big Red, surprising the boys. Tanjiro surprised. Tomioka, Shinobu, Yuzui-san, Mitsuri-san and Kana-san, what are they doing here? Tomioka. It boils down to what they came for us. Tenjin. They may also require our help. From the back of Great Red, Rasuius would come out and quickly hug Rias, Seraphil, and Asia tightly. Rasuius. Friends, it's good to see you again. Rias. Nice to see you again, Rasuius. At that Rasuius would approach to then give Issei a passionate kiss and he would reciprocate. Rasuius. I missed you so much, Issei, it's good to see you. Issei. I say the same, the truth is I felt happy when Asia told us how they survived. Rasuius would just blush. Rasuius blushed. Well, I was also glad when Office and Great Red told us that they survived. Asia. By the way, where is Office-sama? At that Office would come down from Great Red's head. So Seraphil would begin to make a sign of greeting. Seraphil. Hello, Office-same. Office. Hello, Seraph, the truth is we never believed that you could get to where Issei and the Gremory were. Seraphil. Well, I'm surprised too. Office. It's good to see you again, Issei, the truth is we assumed that you wouldn't have died after all you defeated Trihexa. At that Office would look at all the boys' companions with a smile. Office. It's a pleasure to meet you all. You should already know who we are. Everyone. That's right. Big Red. Well, brats, it's good that you agreed to help Issei. Izuku. Well, after all, Issei's situation is too serious, so that's why we all agreed to help. At that Rasuius would smile. To then approach Brunhild and the other Valkyries. Rasuius. So you are the older sister of the Valkyries, that surprised me. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rossweisse and I am a Valkyrie like you, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Brunhold rist rangras thrud gol lockridge leaf alvater. Ungusto Rossweisse. Great red. You must be Shinra Kusaka bun tamaki katatsu. It's actually good that Issei and the Gremory weren't alone on the adventure together with the demon hunters. Shinra. The truth is that Issei is a great friend. Tamaki. Same with Rias. Zenko. I still can't believe we're dealing with deities. Office. Well, leaving the introductions aside, Issei, you probably want to know what happened. Issei. What happened? Are our parents okay? Are Murayama and Ravel safe? Did Akeno manage to reach the human world? Please tell me. Big Red. Don't be so brat like that. Office. Well, everyone is safe because Akeno will never be able to reach the human world because we put a spell that protects the entire human world. Great Red. And also that damn thing captured Vali and Albion and controlled Cerziches and Zudicus and many demons, but she has more demons, but apart from that we discovered that someone was pretending to be Leffe all this time, since the day you and the Gremory were indicted. Issei surprised. Someone pretended to be Leffe. Rias. No wonder I know she fell too much in love with you Ice-kun. Asia. Even I knew it, in fact I once met her in the human world and she told me. Issei. I knew it, I knew that Leffe wouldn't be able to do something like that to me, Rias. Everyone had a big anime-style sweat drop. Annoyed Bakugo. Don't interrupt, idiot. Inosuke. And who the hell is going through that damn I don't know what her name is. Office. Her name is Leffe Inosuke and the one pretending to be Leffe is Kunu, Yasaka's daughter. Both Issei and Rias, Asia and Seraph were surprised, but so were the hunters, Shinra and Tamaki, because they knew who it was. Became Kuram. Who is Kunu? Leon. I don't remember seeing her in Issei's memories. Mine. Not me at all. Agenda. I don't either, to be honest. The others didn't know either. Chelsea. Seriously, and don't you know that Kunu is the daughter of the Yakai Queen Yasaka? Am I wrong, Office-sama? Office. No, you're not wrong. Chelsea would just smile while the others would just get angry. Seraphil surprised. But why would the little Kunu do that? Issei. I don't understand, explain why Kunu is pretending to be Leffe. Big Red. Everyone look at this screen. Everyone would see a screen appear in front of them. Great Red. I was the first to find out about this on that day when that damn girl began her plan against the Gremory. And that everyone would see that Leffe had rejected Akeno's proposal because she had said that she would never do anything to the man she loves and neither to Rias, but Kunu in her anger against Rias, and when Akeno left, she knocked out Leffe using a spell to acquire her form and voice. Everyone was surprised. Greg. And exactly where is the real one? Big Red. I don't know that, after that I never felt his presence again. Office. I don't either, it's like she's missing. Issei had been worried because he didn't want anything bad to have happened to the real Leffe. But with this, Issei was determined to stop Akeno and everyone supported him. Big Red. Okay, we'll send them all to the human world. I guess you want to see your parents again, right, brat? Issei. Of course I missed my parents too much. Office. Well then take care and we will inform you with the clock how many days you have to train. Thus Office would open a portal where everyone would enter and then disappear. At that Great Red would return to his human form. Big Red. Well, we can rest easy for now. Office. Hehe, you're right, then let's go. So the two would begin to fly hand in hand. Meanwhile. In the human world. Issei and the others would come out of a portal. Todoroki. Damn, I'm not used to this portal thing. Izuku Uraraka. 9 is Otros. Issei. Home sweet home. So everyone would see that they were outside a house. Bakugo. Do you live here? Issei. That's fine, I'll go since I want to see my parents again. Rias. I'm going with you, darling. Seraphil Asia Rossweisse. We're going too. So the five would begin to walk towards the door of the house while everyone would watch. Meanwhile inside the house. Milikas was a little sad. Well, it was not yet known about his aunts Rias or Issei. In that, the soldiers would approach where Issei's parents were. Issei's mother. Oh little Milikas, are you okay? Issei's father. We noticed you were a little sad. Milikas sad. It's just that nothing is known about my aunt Rias or Issei yet and I'm too worried. Issei's mother. We understand you, we are also worried about our son. But at that both gentlemen would smile. Issei's mother. But we know that wherever our son is, he will be fine. Issei's father. After all he is strong. At that moment the bell would ring and Milikas would be surprised since there was no one more and no less than her Aunt Rias. Milikas surprised. Aunt Rias. Is that really you? Rias. Haha hello soldiers. Milikas would quickly hug her aunt tightly and then begin to cry. At that, Issei's parents would see their son with tears. Issei's mother crying. Son, is it really you? Issei's father crying. Are we not dreaming? Issei crying. No, you are not dreaming, it's me. Issei's parents crying. Son. Issei crying. Mom, Dad. So the Hyodo family would hug each other tightly while everyone outside would watch everything wanting to cry. Later. Issei. I hope and if they are here at the academy like Milikas said. Rias. Well, let's hope so. At that point, everyone would arrive at Kuo Academy and be surprised. Izuku Uraraka Bakugo Todoroki. Wuo S Parasita la Academia UA. Night Raid surprised. It's bigger than our base. Everyone would get into that. Meanwhile at the student council. Hadis. Hey friend, I still don't understand why you put your pregnancy test in a gift box. Murayama. Well, if Ice-kun shows up, I want to surprise him. I'm sure he'll be happy. On that. Saji surprised. Well then come see who's in the yard. At that everyone would approach the window seeing Issei and Rias and Serafel and Asia and Rossweisse. Ravel crying. It's Issei. Sona crying. And my sister. Azazel. Quick, let's go see them. So everyone would quickly go to the patio and see the boys accompanied by other people. Murayama Ravel crying. Ice-kun. So both would hug Issei tightly and then both give a kiss to their brown-haired girl and then both hug their friends. Serafel see Asurkaria Sona. Serafel crying. Su Tanyo. But before saying anything else, Sona would hug her sister tightly and begin to cry. Sona crying. Don't scare me like that again, sister. I couldn't bear to lose you. Because I'm nobody if I don't have my sister to lean on. Both sisters were just hugging each other while everyone cried at the scene. Rias crying. Mom. Then Lana crying. My daughter. So mother and daughter would hug each other tightly. Azazel. Nice to see you again, boy. Issei. I say the same to you, Azazel. Razor. It's good to see you, Issei. Issei. I'm glad to see you too, Razor. It's good to see you're not dead. So the two would give each other a good handshake. Raphia. But who are all those people? Issei. I'll explain it to you. Much later. At Issei's mansion. Everyone had stayed in a specific room because the mansion had too many rooms. In Issei's room. This one was talking to Murayama. Issei. Well Murayama-chan, that's what you wanted to tell me. Rias. The truth is that I want to know too. Murayama. Well Ice-kun is a gift for you. So Issei would grab the gift and he and Rias would look at what it was, being surprised since there was the pregnancy test that Murayama took. Issei surprised. Murayama, is this serious? This is real. Murayama happy. Yes my love, I am pregnant. Rias quickly hugged Murayama tightly. Rias. How exciting, it means I'm not the only one because I'm pregnant too. Murayama. I'm really glad about that, my friend. I had a feeling you were. At that Issei would approach and then hug both of them, starting to cry. Issei crying. I am the happiest man in the whole world. At that moment, Serafel, Asia and Rossweisse joined in the hug as they had woken up seeing what was happening. Later at night. Issei would get up to get a glass of water, but on the way to the elevator he ran into Shinra. Issei. I guess you were going for the same thing, right? Shinra. Well, what can I say? I'm tired. Issei. Are you joking? I thought you and Tamaki had already done it. After all, you're dating. Shinra. Well, we still didn't feel ready, it was only today that we finally felt ready. At that the elevator would open and they would both enter. Issei. I understand you, old man. The same thing happened to me with Rias and Murayama. I wasn't ready yet because you know I had a trauma before. Shinra. Ti refieres a separate rainer. Issei. Exactly, but as they say, you have to leave the past behind. At that point the elevator would reach the floor where the kitchen was located. In that, both would see how in the kitchen there were Tanjiro and Nezuko and Zenko and Kanao talking, and then these three left leaving Tanjiro super blushed. So Issei and Shinra would get closer. Issei. And now what happened, friend? Tanjiro. Well, I discovered that Kanao-san is in love with me, just like Zenko, and I reciprocated her feelings. Shinra. And that Nezuko didn't kill you, old man. Tanjiro. Well, she agreed that Kanao and Zenko would be my partners, and that surprised me. At that Shinra would smile as he always does. Shinra. Well, congratulations, old man, you officially have 3 partners. Issei. I don't understand why you always smile like that, old man. Shinra. Why, it's my style. Tanjiro. Issei, you know that the battle we will fight will be difficult. But at that Tanjiro would smile. Tanjiro. But I promise to help you, so I'm not afraid, I know we'll win. Shinra. That's right, old man, we'll win. Issei. Yes, you are right, but I don't understand why Akeno became like this. On that. Tatsumi wave. What do you mean by that? At that point the three would notice that it was Tatsumi and wave. Issei. I mean she wasn't like that before, but after I confessed my feelings to Rias after my battle against Sekiryuutei, she started behaving strangely and when I tried to approach her to talk she left sad. Tatsumi. Maybe he felt like you weren't paying attention to him. Wave. But that made her what she is now. Issei. I feel guilty if I was the cause of her sadness. I feel guilty and also an idiot. Shinra. Don't feel so old. Tatsumi. We all make mistakes sometimes, even I, whose mistakes almost led to my death. Wave. I made too many mistakes when I was in the Jaegers and I regret it many times, but I still managed to find the right path. Tanjiro. So don't feel guilty and stay the same Issei we know. So Issei would smile. Issei. Thanks friends. Greg. Wow, you guys are such good friends. So the five would bump their fists. The next day. Everyone walked around Kuo City wearing normal clothes because they would cause a lot of mess. And that Tamaki was eating ice cream while holding Shinra's hand. Tamaki. Wow, I'm surprised that everyone likes ice cream, especially Brunhild, Inosuke, and mine. Tamaki would say it while watching Brunhild, Inosuke and mine enjoy their ice cream. Shinra. Well, it must be normal after all, it is the first time they eat ice cream. So everyone would continue on their journey having a great time since everyone liked Issei's world. Later. It was night and everyone was on the roof of the Kuo Academy together with the Phoenix clan and the Citri clan. Azazel, Grafia and Venilana were also there. At that Tamaki would be looking at his marshmallow. Tamaki. How good, there's nothing better than eating marshmallows by the campfire. Then she takes a bite of her marshmallows just like the others did. Tomioka. I'm not really into socializing with people, but it really is fun. Shinobu. The truth is that you are too lonely, Tomioka. Everyone laughed because it was fun to see when Shinobu bothered Tomioka. Rengoku. The truth is that these types of activities are a lot of fun when you're accompanied. Izuku. The truth is yes. Inosuke. Hahaha, making a bonfire is the best. Bakugo. Yes, especially if you can have free food. So everyone laughed because seriously Bakugo and Inosuke look too much alike. Leon. We didn't have this kind of activities before. Became. That's true, since we were previously focused on stopping the Prime Minister. Tatsumi. But the good thing is that that's over. Wave. Now we can rest easy knowing our world is safe. Brunhild. Well, we never did this type of activities. Sona. And why not? Bowl. Well, since we were Valkyries, we were always busy and since I was the youngest, I had to train a lot. Brud. There were few times when we could be calm. Locke. And living together as sisters. Regin Leaf. But because we were busy all the time, it was stressful. Wrist. But we knew we had to be prepared for any situation that would arise. Rangeris. It was at that very moment that you all appeared and we met you all. Alvitor. And the truth is, it's good to get away from the daily routine. Razor. Hey, look at the stars. And that everyone would look at the stars and the full moon. Ravel. Wow, the night looks beautiful. Aki. The truth is yes. Uraraka. There's nothing better than watching the stars and the moon. Saji. The truth is that the beauty of the sky cannot be compared since, as Uraraka-san mentioned, there is nothing better than seeing the stars and the moon. Lubbock. And you know what the best part is? Ball. What thing? Lubbock. Singing in the moonlight. At that point Lubbock would pull out a guitar. Zenitsu. And that guitar. Lubbock. Well, Azazel brought her because she thought it would be a good idea for the moment. Todoroki. And you know how to play the guitar. Lubbock. Well, not so much, but in our world when I was little they taught me to play instruments including the guitar. Agenda. Then show us your talent, Lubbock. Alvitor. I'd also like to hear you sing, Lubbock. Lubbock. Okay, then here we go. So Lubbock would start playing the guitar and then start singing. When the song ended, everyone would clap and be amazed at Lubbock's talent. Issei. Wow, old man, you sing well. Tatsumi. I can't even believe it. Lubbock. What can I say? I learned a lot and tell me who wants to try it now. Tanjiro. Can I try? Lubbock. Go ahead. Zenitsu. I'll accompany you, Tanjiro, after all I know a little about singing. Tanjiro. It's okay. So Tanjiro would start playing the guitar and then he and Zenitsu would start singing. When the song ended everyone would applaud because the song was incredible, just like Lubbock's. Izuko Zenko Kanao. You sing very well, darling. So the three would hug Tanjiro while Zenitsu was hugged by Locke. Lubbock. And now who wants to try it? Inosuke. Let's see what you think. Issei Shinra. We don't even think you can sing. Inosuke. Oh no. Well then, look at this. So Inosuke would start playing the guitar and then surprisingly start singing. When the song ended, everyone's mouths were open because they literally couldn't believe that Inosuke had that talent. Rangers. You were amazing Inosuke, bravo. So everyone would start clapping. Issei. Well, I'll try. This is how Issei would hold the guitar. Issei. Anyone want to accompany me? So all the boys volunteered. Issei. Okay then 1, 2, 3. So Issei would start playing the guitar and then start singing with the boys. At the end of the song everyone would applaud. Issei. Wow, this is so fun. Zenitsu. If it's true it feels amazing. But then the Asian clock would begin to shine. Asia. Guys, we have a call from Great Red and Office-sama. So everyone paid attention, so the call would be shown in a hologram seeing Great Red in office, but Great Red was in his human form. All. Is that Big Red in his human form? Issei. That's right. Office. Hey guys, good that you answered the call. Big Red. Okay brats, listen to the battle they will fight against that crazy woman and her army, it will be difficult so. Office Great Red. You have 5 days to train so give it your best. All. Yes. Great Red. Tomioka, Yuzui, Shinobu, Mitsuri and Rengoku, we ask you to train everyone. A training given by the pillars will help and Susanoo and Nagenda will help you. Thus the aforementioned would agree. Office. Well we have to go, good luck to everyone. Thus the call would end. Issei. Okay guys, we have 5 days to train so let's give our best. Everyone. See. So everyone would start walking, but Issei would stop Rias. Rias. Something's wrong, honey. Issei. Rias, I want to ask you to please stay here the day we go to the underworld like I told Murayama this afternoon. I don't want her to be in danger either. I don't want the same thing to happen to you. Despite having the protective spell, I'm afraid that Akeno will destroy it, so please promise me that you'll stay. Issei was about to cry, but Rias would hug him tightly. Rias. Ice-kun don't cry, I know you don't want anything bad to happen to me, and Akeno wants to kill me so I can understand you, so I promise I'll stay here when that day comes. Issei crying. Thank you. Greg. Now lovebirds, get moving, you have to rest because training starts tomorrow. Issei. You already look like the talking crow. So the two would follow the others. What will happen now? Will the boys be able to grow strong enough to face the battle they will face? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 18. The Pillars training begins. Previously, our protagonists arrived in Issei's world where they discovered that Kunu was pretending to be Lefei. Our protagonists also spent time with everyone else. But now, our protagonists have 5 days to train so they can face Akeno. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. Last opening of this story. Zankyu Senka, the opening of the Kimetsu no Yaiba Red Light District arc. Latin American Spanish cover. Singer. David Delgado Lateral Square. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present. The pillar training begins. The next day. Issei was sleeping peacefully until his alarm clock rang, but he disconnected it and continued sleeping. Greg. Get up, buddy. The sun has risen. It's time to get up. Hey Juan. Marcelo, Beto. Uncle Francisco. Where are you? Everyone is waiting for us, the me migration. Author's note. I hope you caught that reference at the end of the note. Issei. Can you stop saying references and let me sleep peacefully? Greg. Come on buddy, it's already daylight, time to get up. Issei. You say it easily but I missed my bed. Greg. You didn't like sleeping on the futon. Issei. It was comfortable, but I'm not a fan of sleeping on the floor. Greg. Get up now or else they'll come and get you in the worst way possible. Issei. Yes, of course. Issei wanted to continue sleeping because he wondered if he really didn't pay attention to Akeno, since he always wanted to get closer to her, but when he did she would leave, but Issei would continue sleeping good. Issei had suddenly stood up seeing that Chelsea was there with a trumpet in her hands. Chelsea. Good morning, lazy. Issei. Chelsea-san, what the heck are you doing with a trumpet, and most importantly why did you wake me up with that noise? Chelsea. Well, in short, you didn't wake up so, like I did with mine who is just as weak, I had to come wake you up using this trumpet, hahaha. Issei and Drake would only have a few drops of anime-style sweat coming out. Chelsea. Well hurry up, Rias told me that breakfast would be ready and we have to go train with the pillars. So Chelsea would leave. Issei. Damn, I forgot, we have to start training with the pillars from today. Greg. Then don't waste any time and let's go quickly to breakfast. So Issei would get up and then take a bath and go have breakfast with the others. Later. The boys were gathered in a forest near Kuo Academy. Those who were there were Issei and Shinra and Tamaki and Serafel and Tanjiro and Zenitsu and Inosuke and Kanao, and also Tatsumi and Wave and Kuram and Akame and Leon and Mine and Chelsea and Lubbock and Run. There were also the Valkyrie sisters and Izuku and Bakugo and Todoroki. Tomioka. Very well. Listen, you have 5 days to train and get strong, so this will be our training site and each of you will train with one of us. Tenjin. But first, I'll just tell you one thing. Everyone stayed alert for later. Tenjin. Pay attention. Then he would start making some strange movements until he would make a strange pose. Tenjin. I am a god. That left almost everyone surprised. Thoughts of Zenitsu and Todoroki. Zenitsu Todoroki. Has a problem. Out of your thoughts. At that Tanjiro would raise his hand. Tanjiro. A god of what? Exactly. Issei Shinra Tatsumi Wave Lubbock Izuku. We want to know too. Zenitsu. Is it necessary to ask that? Todoroki. I don't see the need for it. Tenjin. Excellent question. Zenitsu Todoroki. Tenjin. I see that they have potential but answering your question. At that Tenjin would make another strange pose. Tenjin. I am the god of showiness, the god of festivals. Thoughts of Zenitsu and Todoroki. Zenitsu Todoroki. He's an idiot, he's the god of idiocy. Out of your thoughts. Issei. The god of festivals and showiness. Rengoku. You see young people, Yuzui is well known in our world where he comes from. Shinra. And that's why they call him the god of showiness and the god of festivals. Tomioka. In a nutshell, yes. Izuku. This is amazing. The girls would only have a few anime-style drops of sweat, but that's it. Inosuke. I am the king of the mountain. Bakugo. And I am the explosive killer king lord. Inosuke Bakugo. A pleasure god of festivals. Everyone, absolutely everyone, had a look of, what the buck? Upon hearing what Inosuke and Bakugo said. Tenjin. What are you saying? You give me the creeps. Inosuke Bakugo. Huh? How do you say? Tanjiro. For Inosuke. Izuku. Calm down Kaken. Tenjin. How disgusting. Inosuke Bakugo. Let me go. Thoughts of Zenitsu and Todoroki. Zenitsu Todoroki. Seems to hate those who look like him. Out of your thoughts. After that Tomioka and Nagenda organized each group. With Mitsuri, Shinobu and Nagenda would go 2 of the Valkyrie sisters, Wrist and Thrud, the girls would go separately. While with Tomioka and Rengoku and Tenjin and Susanoo, the boys would go accompanied by Brunhild and Gol and Regin Leaf and Locke and Alvitra and Randras. This is how the training would begin. On the girls' side. Nagenda gave them some basic exercises since they were very, very brutal exercises that would help them build more endurance. On the boys' side it was almost the same, but their exercises were more brutal since they would have to do more things, something like in the following video. Only instead of the girls from the butterfly farm, the boys had to make long poles while holding heavy concrete blocks. The next day. It was the second day of training and now the boys had to run non-stop, something that exhausted them, but they still knew it was necessary. On the girls' side, they had to run while dodging Nagenda's arm because they had to avoid being grabbed. And they also had to meditate before going into battle. And so the training would continue until reaching the 4th day of training. The boys were on the floor breathing heavily. Tatsumi tired. This is too much. Wave tired. Don't even say it. Brunhild. Hey, don't just lie there, we still have to keep training. Gol. That's right, tomorrow is the last day of training. Issei. They are right, we have to continue. Tatsumi. Hey Regin Leaf, I hope this helps us do the will. Regin Leaf. I'm 100% sure it will work and my calculations never fail. Flashback on the 3rd day of training. Tatsumi was resting by a river because he needed some water. Regin Leaf. Are you okay, Tatsumi-san? Tatsumi. Yes, a little tired but fine. Regin Leaf. Hey, by the way, my sisters and I were thinking about something that might help some of you in the battle. Tatsumi. What could that be? Regin Leaf. Remember when we mentioned about Volund? Tatsumi. It does require uniting the hearts of the wielder and the Valkyrie to increase their powers and make their divine weapons. Regin Leaf. Exactly. Tatsumi. But why are you asking me? Regin Leaf. Well, this training will help all of you strengthen your hearts so that you can do the will, and so your weapons will be more resistant, so you and the others will have to make an effort. So Regin Leaf would leave. End of flashback. The girls continued their meditation training, but Leon was getting bored. Leon. How the hell is this meditation going to help us? Mitsuri. Leon listened to me carefully. At that Leon would look at Mitsuri. Mitsuri. Meditation will help you find inner peace. Leon. Inner peace. Isn't that what Chief and Shinobu mentioned? Mitsuri. Exactly, but you're probably wondering what inner peace is, right? Leon. Yes. Mitsuri. Well, inner peace is something that can help you with many things, for example. Author's note. Watch the video from minute 047 to minute 110 end of note. Leon was surprised to see what Mitsuri did. Leon surprised. Woo, oh, that was great. Does that mean that can be done with inner peace? Mitsuri. Technically, if you manage to stay calm, you will win the fight, so try hard. Leon. I will. And so finally the last day of training arrived, and so the boys had finished the pillar training, and also the Valkyries found someone to do the Volund with. Later. Everyone was gathered because tomorrow it would be time to leave for the underworld. Issei. Well guys, all I can say is that I'm sure we'll be able to win. Everyone looked at Issei with a smile. Issei. But the most important thing here will always be the people in this room. You my friends are now my family, so cheers my family. All. Cheers. So everyone would continue celebrating and then go to rest, as it would be time to leave tomorrow. Meanwhile in the underworld. In the Gremory mansion. Akeno was looking at the lifeless bodies of one of the Dark Knights and the lifeless bodies of Surziches and Zudikus. Akeno Yandere. Ha 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 ha, that's what happens to you when you try to betray me or see my stupid face, and with that I mean you Surziches and Zudikus. The worst thing is that Akeno killed those three in front of Vali, who could only watch everything helplessly. Vali got angry. You're a damn murderer. How can you kill them after all? Answer me. At that Akeno would look somewhat annoyed at Vali. Akeno. Why answer you? You would never understand, after all you only care about fighting, that's not why you made my dear Issei fight you at the faction meeting, you don't even care about people, you're just like that bitch office. But in that Akeno would look at Vali with her Yandere gaze. Akeno Yandere. But sooner or later I will come to kill you, for now I will leave you here so you can suffer and understand what loneliness is, ha 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 ha. So Akeno would leave. Vali sad. She's right, I'm just an idiot who never cared about the good of others or innocence, I only cared about fighting against others, I guess I am the same as Office in those times. Vali would only shed a few tears of helplessness as he remembered Surziches and Zudikus's last words before dying. Flashback. Surziches. Vali, before I die, I just want to ask you to do this, tell Rias and Issei to forgive me and my father, we were stupid to believe in false evidence, and tell them that we wish them the best happiness in the world. Thus Surziches would die in the same way as his father, being disintegrated by Akeno's rays. End of flashback. Albion. Don't feel bad, buddy, if you were a piece of shit, Issei wouldn't see you as a friend, so hold your head up and don't lose hope. At that Vali would smile. Vali. You're right Albion, I'm not going to lose hope, I'm sure we'll make it out, we just need more time. Meanwhile. Akeno would enter a room seeing the three judges of the underworld. Akeno. How are things going with what I asked you for? Radamanthes. It won't be long until it's ready, Miss Akeno. Ayakos. And with this sacred gear no one will be able to stop her. Minos. And will even be able to surpass the gods. Akeno. That's music to my ears. By the way, have they already eliminated the angel faction? Ayakos. They're all dead. Akeno Yandere. Well, that's what happens when they manage to free themselves from the spell, ha 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 ha. So Akeno would smile and then start to leave the room while laughing like a psychopath. What happens next? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 19. Arrival at the underworld, Leon vs Dyrachio. Previously, our protagonists began their training with the pillars, Magenta and Susanoo. This training would also help some of the kids achieve their goals. Finally, the kids completed the pillars training, ready to set out to stop Akeno. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. The day we present. Arrival at the underworld, Leon vs Dyrachio. The next day. The boys were gathered together because Great Red and Office had gathered them all. Big Red. Very well. Listen, it's almost time for you to go to the underworld. Office. First of all, we'll send them there using the underworld train. Issei. And what is the second thing? Shinra. Yes, why is the second thing the most important? Big Red. You see, you only have until dawn to stop Akeno. Office. Our spell wasn't forever, and if they don't stop Akeno before dawn, meaning before the sun rises completely, the human world and Rias will be lost. Everyone was surprised to hear that. At that, Seraphil would put on an overly worried face. Seraphil. They're saying we have a countdown to stop Akeno. Tamaki. And we have to do it before dawn because otherwise his spell will end and everyone will be screwed. Office. Exactly. Issei. Then there's no time to waste. So everyone would prepare. Later at Issei's mansion. It was 4:30 in the afternoon and the boys were finally supposed to leave for the underworld and everyone would be on the roof of the mansion waiting for the train to arrive. So everyone would be saying goodbye to everyone. Magenta. Remember guys, don't die, fight until the end, I believe in you. Everyone. Thanks, boss. Issei. Well it's time for me to go. So Issei would be hugged by the girls. Rias mure amarasu Issei Ravel. Take care of yourselves and don't die. Issei. We'll be fine. Seraphil. That's why we train. Uraraka. Be very careful, Deku-kun, I don't want to lose you. Izuku. Haha don't worry I've survived a lot of things I'll be fine. Bakugo. Calm down, we won't let anything happen to Deku. Todoroki. We'll be fine. Zenko. Good luck brother and please Locke take care of him. Locke. Don't worry, nothing will happen to him, he'll be fine. Tanjiro. Well Kanao, it's time to go. Tanao. See. Nezuko. Please don't die. At that Tanjiro would give Nezuko a kiss and she would reciprocate. Tanjiro. We'll be fine, I promise. Razor. Before they leave, have this. So Razor would give them a box that had Phoenix tears. Razor. These are the only ones I could save so use them properly. Ball. Thank you. So the underworld train would finally arrive and everyone would get on and then the train would cross a portal. The office. We'll be watching everything. Meanwhile. Issei. I don't understand why Grafia gave us this. Issei would say it while showing a videotape. Tatsumi. Maybe it's an important message. So Issei would put the videotape and on the screen would show none other than Kateria Leviathan. Issei surprised. Isn't that Kateria Leviathan? Seraphil. Yes, but why would Grafia have given us this tape with Kateria? And that everyone would watch the video. Kateria. If this is recording I hope I manage to reach the Red Emperor Dragon okay, listen Red Emperor Dragon for a long time more specifically since I was at the faction meeting I saw the Queen of Rias Gremory, but for some strange reason I had a kind of premonition, so I dedicated myself to investigating, and after a long time I discovered it, I discovered that the Queen of Rias Gremory would turn against her in fact, she took many demons who were my sorcerers as her lackeys, and right now they are destroying everything I just hope the video reaches you and you manage to stop that chick good luck. This way the video would be cut off. And that Seraphil would be looking at everything with a serious look. Seraphil would be. It seems that Kateria found out after Great Red and Office found out. Issei. And apparently she's dead. Tanjiro. We mustn't let our guard down, she must have more allies with her. Inosuke. Anyway, we just have to cut off their heads and that's it. Bakugo. I agree. Became. Looks like we're almost there. Run. The good thing is that using Miss Ria's magic circle I was able to save Phoenix's tears and the paper with the circle would be safe with me. Shinra. Well, we trust you, run. Minutes later. They all landed on a mountain, but Issei would see that everything was silent, worrying him. Issei worried. There is a lot of silence. Greg. I don't feel the presence of any demon. At that Leon would look towards a place and be surprised. Leon surprised. Hey, I think the woman in the video wasn't lying when she said everything was attacked. Come quickly. So everyone would come closer and be surprised. Because in front of everyone were the ruins of the entire underworld. Issei worried. It can't be possible. Shinra worried. The whole place is destroyed. Tamaki scared. That damn thing destroyed the entire underworld. Became Kurum, serious. It seems that the woman in the video was not playing. Line Chelsea. Everything is bucking destroyed. Tanjiro surprised. I smell the smell of death, it seems no one could survive. Zenitsu scared. And I didn't hear anything. Inosuke. My instincts say everything has gone to hell. Bakugo. And exactly where the hell is that Gremory mansion? Issei. It has to be around here, it's the only place that should have survived. Brunhold Gol Alviter. Well, we can't see anything. Brud. Neither do I. Rangers. Apparently there is no sign of life. Wrist. Destroyed everything. Lock. This looks like a horror movie. That wave would look towards a place being surprised. Wave surprised. Egg eyes. Run. Something's wrong Wave. Lubbock. Do you look surprised? At that Todoroki would approach where Wave was seeing what he was seeing. Todoroki surprised. Issei exactly how big is that Gremory mansion? Issei. It's big, but why do you ask? Wave surprised. Why doesn't that look like a mansion? So everyone would approach and then be more surprised by Seraphic, who would get a little scared. Surprised Seraphil. That's it. Issei surprised. The Gremory mansion. Tatsumi surprised. But it looks better. Izuku surprised. As if it were a. Everyone surprised. Giant fortress. So everyone would be seeing that the Gremory mansion had become a giant fortress. Inosuke. The Gremory fortress. Bakugo. Good name although the truth is it reminds me of the humanizer base. Izuku. You have a point Kaken. Leaf. I guess we have to go, right? Issei. There is no other choice, we are already here and we can't turn back. So everyone would start walking quickly while observing the Gremory fortress. Minutes later. The boys were walking through the woods, but Lubbock would be seeing the lifeless bodies of several demons. Lubbock. It seems that everyone put up a fight, but they couldn't fight the controlled demons. Alvator. You're right about one thing, Lubbock. Run. It seems that the underworld has become a lonely place. Leon. And that Gremory mansion would now become a giant fortress. Bakugo. Gremory fortress blonde tell things as they are. Inosuke. Exactly. Issei was walking with some fear because seeing all the bodies was like a scary movie. While Serafel could only cry because she was afraid. Hanao. Serafel, are you okay? Scared Serafel. Yes, I'm fine, just a little scared. Issei. Don't let go of my hand, Sera-chan, I'm not going to let anything happen to you. Serafel. Thank you, love. Became. By the way, Serafel, don't you and Sona have parents? Purim. Did her parents die? Sad Serafel. If Lefe rather Kunu killed my parents, even Sutan knows it. Became. Sorry for asking. Purim. We didn't mean to remind you of something sad. Serafel. Don't worry, I'm going to avenge my parents no matter what happened, and I'll do it by helping to stop Akeno. Issei. That's how you speak, my love. Todoroki. This is strange, look at the marks on the bodies, it seems that they were not killed by a rogue demon as you call them, rather it seems that they were killed by another type of demon. Greg. It may seem like a joke, but Todoroki is right, now that we are getting closer I can feel the presence of demons, but their presence is strange. Brunhold. Well, before we get closer, I suggest that those we chose to do the will do it now. So Izuku, Mine and Chelsea, Tanjiro and Zenitsu and Inosuke, Tatsumi and Lubbock and Leon would scream. Izuku, Mine, Chelsea, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Tatsumi, Lubbock, Leon. Volland. Thus the Valkyries would join their respective warrior. Brunhold had joined with Izuku. Rist and her other personality would join Mine and Chelsea. Thanks to the training, Goal was able to learn how to do the Volland and thus he would join Tanjiro. Locke had joined Zenitsu. Brandras had joined Inosuke. Regenleaf joined with Tatsumi. Alvator joined Lubbock. And finally Thrud joined with Leon. Thus the Tigas of Tatsumi and Lubbock and Leon had become divine weapons. Just like the Nichiren katanas of Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke had become divine weapons. On the other hand, Izuku's gloves had become divine gloves. Hanao. Wow, that was amazing. Shinra. Well, if they're done, we have to move on. Tamaki. I follow you, my love. So everyone would run until they finally reached the entrance of the Gremory fortress. Greg. Okay, listen carefully as they said, Big Red in office, we only have until dawn, and now it's 5:30 in the afternoon, it's almost dark. Mine. Exactly where the hell are we going to find that bitch in this place? Issei. Drake, you feel his presence. Greg. Yes, it seems that he is at the top of the entire fortress since I can feel his presence, and that of Volley and Albion seems to have them there near the top. Izuku. So it boils down to us having to reach the top of everything. Greg. Exactly, but it won't be easy since I feel the presence of many demons and also strange demons and. But Drake had remained silent. Greg surprised. I feel the presence of a demon from Kibutsuji. That had surprised the hunters in Issei and Shinra and Tamaki and Serafel. Issei. Impossible, we killed him, it is not possible that a single demon of his was still alive, except for Daki who became part of the Gremory clan. Shinra. Whatever it is, we have to run and get in now. So everyone would start walking, but then something would fall in front of them and everyone would see a giant lion and it was none other than Dorakio. Dorakio. I'm sorry but you can't come in. And then a Serpenter would appear, surprised by Bakugo. Bakugo. Impossible, I killed that damn son of a bitch. Issei. We don't have time for this, we have to move forward. On that. Leon. You guys go, I'll stay here. Bakugo. Go ahead, I'll take care of that damn vermin. Everyone was surprised to hear that, but since they didn't have time to waste, they all left wishing the boys good luck. Bakugo. Blonde, I'll take care of the vermin, you take care of that big guy. Leon. You don't have to tell me. But then Leon would be sent flying by Dorakio and then fall to the ground. Leon. Damn, that hurt. Dorakio. You'll regret having challenged me. Leon. I'm sorry, big boy, but I don't regret anything. So Leon would start running towards Dorakio. Leon. I shouldn't be too confident since it seems this guy uses magic, but I'm not going to let myself be defeated by an idiot like this. Dorakio. Cut fire. Thus a gigantic circle of fire would begin to throw fireballs, but Leon dodged them with difficulty, thus managing to hit Dorakio. Dorakio. Damn unfortunate woman. Leon. Oh, did that hurt, honey? Well, get ready, because there's more where that came from. So Leon would run towards Dyrachyo but… Dyrachyo. Icebreaker. So a gigantic circle of ice would start throwing ice stakes, so Leon dodged them, but every now and then they would hit her, but she didn't give up. Leon. Toma Stuo. So Leon would give Dyrachyo several blows even if he was in pain. Dyrachyo. Die now. So he would throw fireballs again, but Leon would dodge them, but a fireball would hit him. Leon. Damn, this bastard is giving me his attacks, but I'm not going to give up. So Leon would run at top speed in circles. Then Dyrachyo couldn't attack her. Dyrachyo. Damn it, stop moving. Leon. If that's my plan, you can't give it to me. Dyrachyo. Damn you little brat. Dee. So Dyrachyo would start throwing a million fire attacks like that and one would hit Leon. Leon. Damn you. So Leon would run towards Dyrachyo just like him, both of them would clash their fists, creating a large airwave, and then Dyrachyo's punch would send Leon flying. But he would quickly get up and then start running, thus starting to dodge attacks and throwing rocks at Dyrachyo, and then starting to hurt him. Leon. I'll finish you now. So Leon would run towards Dyrachyo and then jump. Dyrachyo. Don't even believe it. Leon. Dee. But in that. Dyrachyo. Fire cut colossal ball final. Leon. Quee. So a giant fireball would knock Leon down, so she is falling to the ground all injured. Dyrachyo. Ha 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 ha, I told you, do you regret having challenged me? At that Leon was slowly getting up. Leon's thoughts. Leon in pain. Come on, get up, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, you can do it, come on, you are Leon, I will not die, I will keep fighting until my last breath. Out of your thoughts. So Leon would finally stand up. Dyrachyo. So you don't give up. Who the hell are you? Leon. I am Leon and I am a warrior lioness. Dyrachyo. If that's what you want, I'll finish you off right away. So Dyrachyo would be preparing it. Dyrachyo. Short. At that point Leon would start making some strange movements until he would get into a strange pose. Dyrachyo. Fire. So Dyrachyo would throw a fireball. Leon's thoughts. Leon. Inner peace, inner peace, inner peace, inner peace, inner peace. Out of your thoughts. At that Leon would grab the fireball, thus deflecting it, surprising Dyrachyo. But in that Leon's hand was on fire, so he would put out the fire. Dyrachyo. Die. So he would throw another fireball, but Leon would deflect it again. Dyrachyo surprised. What? Leon. Yes. This way she will dodge other fireballs. Angry Dyrachyo. Die. Die already. So he would throw another fireball, but Leon would return it. Leon. Hahaha. So Dyrachyo would throw 3 more fireballs, but Leon would dodge 2, and 1 would return to Dyrachyo, and so it would continue. Leon would return each fireball to Dyrachyo, and 1 would hit him in one of his arms. Dyrachyo surprised. But what? And so other fireballs would pass through his other arm and legs. Dyrachyo. Unfortunate. Leon. I see you. So the two would prepare. Angry Dyrachyo. Final elemental bald eyes. So a fireball with ice would go towards Leon, but she would stop it. Leon. Ai. So Leon would start to go around like crazy. Leon. Woo-ee-ay. So Leon would take one last lap. Serious lion. Skittish. So Leon would throw the final elemental ball and it would end up destroying Dyrachyo. Dyrachyo. No. So finally Dyrachyo had died. At that point Leon would be tired and fall to the ground, but then she would get up with difficulty. Leon in pain. Come on, you can do it, don't give up, keep going. Thus Leon would begin to walk with difficulty. Meanwhile. So finally Bakugo had managed to defeat the Serpenters, and despite the fact that they were stronger than the last time, he was able to defeat them. But Bakugo was tired and hurt because the Serpenters left him more hurt than before. Bakugo injured. Damn, those wretches increased their power because of that damn crazy woman, and that idiot Ron took the paper with those phoenix tears, now I'm really screwed. At that moment Bakugo was trying to walk, but he couldn't because he was very hurt and it would be difficult to enter because his battle against the Serpenters blocked the entrance. Bakugo injured. I guess the blonde could against that big guy, I'm surprised, ah damn, I'm running out of strength Deku, half and half, I'll leave the rest to you, it's up to you to help Issei and the others for the moment, I'll take a long rest, I just hope to recover before dawn. So Bakugo would fall to the ground unconscious and then Leon would arrive seeing the destruction. Wounded Leon. Hehe, you did it Bakugo, well now it's up to the rest to help Issei, for now I'll take a nap. Thus Leon would fall unconscious next to Bakugo. So 3 of Akeno's lackeys have already been defeated, but there are still more to come, but besides the boys had to hurry because they only have until dawn. What will happen now? Will the boys manage to defeat Akeno in time before dawn? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 20. The hard road to the top. Previously, our protagonists finally arrived at the underworld, seeing the destruction there and the fact that the Gremory mansion had become a giant fortress. Apart from that, Leon had to face Dorakio, managing to defeat him with difficulty. Bakugo also faced the serpents, defeating them and thus eliminating 3 of Akeno's lackeys. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present the hard road to the top. The others were inside the Gremory fortress running, but then Zenitsu would stop. Issei. Hey Zenitsu, why are you stopping? Zenitsu. I heard a rather varied explosion outside. Izuku. Surely Kaken could beat those snake guys. Tatsumi. And Leon was able to beat that big lion. Shinra. Too much text, no time to waste. Todoroki. What time is it now? Greg. It's 6:30 at night. Everyone was surprised because apparently time does not move so quickly in the underworld. Seraphle. Don't be surprised, here in the underworld time moves somewhat slowly. Hanao. Well Issei, we follow you. You are the one who can guide us to the top. Issei. Then let's go. So everyone would start running but in that. Stop right there and don't move. Everyone would stop seeing that they were servant demons of the Gremory clan. Inosuke. Ha 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 ha, perfect enemies to face. Guard. They are not allowed to enter here, much less your Issei Hyodo. Issei seriously. Let me guess, Akeno put that stupidity in your heads, right? Lubbock. Hey, what about Chelsea? At that all the guards would fall dead and everyone would see that it was Chelsea using her Tigukia base. So Chelsea would smile. Chelsea. Haha, we can continue now, so come on friends, woo Ojo. Everyone would have anime style sweat drops when they saw that Chelsea managed to kill the demons without them seeing her. So everyone would keep running, but then something was going to attack them. Lubbock. Watch out. So Lubbock would create a shield of threads, thus revealing that it was Sten's surprise to all-night raid. Sten. Looks like we meet again, vermin. Tatsumi surprised. It's a Rakashasa demon. Lubbock. Nice to see you again Sten, seems like trash like you always escape death. Sten. I'm sorry but I can't let you go on. Then that the Leviathan would appear, surprising Todoroki and Izuku. Todoroki. It seems that unhappy woman brought members of Humanizer back from the dead. Izuku. We don't have time to waste. Issei. If you don't get out of the way then prepare to die. But in that. Lubbock. You guys go ahead, I'll take care of that idiot. Todoroki. I'll take care of the beast, it's up to you to stop Akeno, go quickly. So everyone would see Lubbock and Todoroki and then nod. All. Good luck. So everyone would go their own way. Lubbock. What are you waiting for, Sten? Or are you afraid of me? Sten. Now you're dead. Lubbock would quickly create a scythe of threads, thus protecting himself from Sten's attacks. Lubbock's thoughts. Lubbock. Well, first you have to analyze the situation and your opponent. It is true that I already defeated him before, but now because of that crazy woman he must have become stronger, so first I will analyze you, and then I will finish you off. Out of your thoughts. Sten would start hitting Lubbock many times, thus throwing him far away. Sten. Now you see, I'm stronger than you. At that Lubbock would get up with difficulty. Lubbock. I admit it, you're stronger, but even so, now you're just, how can I put it, a shitty puppet. Sten would get very angry and go to attack, but Lubbock would quickly create a wall of threads and Sten would start hitting her. Lubbock. It's useless, it's the same as last time, your strength doesn't help you at all against the cross-tail threads. So Sten would step back and Lubbock would quickly create 2 spears of thread, each one being thrown, but Sten would deflect one and miss the other. Sten. Ha 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 ha, you failed idiot. Lubbock. You think so? At that moment a spear of thread would be stuck in Sten's heart. Lubbock. And goodbye. So Lubbock would squeeze his hand and so the threads of cross-tail destroyed Sten's heart and body, leaving nothing. By then Lubbock would be somewhat exhausted. Lubbock. Damn, if it weren't for my Tigu becoming a divine weapon I'd already be screwed, but oh well, I'll go find Todoroki. So Lubbock would start running. Meanwhile with Todoroki. So Todoroki had managed to defeat Leviathan and nothing would remain of him because his body was completely incinerated. Todoroki was falling, but before falling completely something would grab him. Lubbock. Good thing I made it on time, Todoroki. So Lubbock, using his threads, would re-enter the Gremory fortress. So Lubbock would put Todoroki on the ground. Lubbock. Dude, are you okay? It seems like it wasn't easy for you. Lubbock would say it while watching Todoroki receive several injuries, but not one serious one. Injured Todoroki. I'll be fine. Why do you think they taught us the total concentration breathing technique? Lubbock. You have a point. Todoroki injured. Look for the others, for now I need to rest. Lubbock. Okay, good luck and don't die old. So Lubbock would run away while Todoroki began to use the total concentration breathing technique. Todoroki injured. This is good for these kinds of occasions. Meanwhile with the others. They were running through some corridors. Issei. Quick, there's still a long way to go to reach the top. But out of nowhere the light would go out. Everyone. What the hell? At that point the light would return, but Tamaki and Serafel were no longer there, nor were Akame and Kurum, nor Mine and Chelsea, nor was Run there either. Issei worried. But what the hell? Sarah-chan, where are you? Shinra worried. Tamaki. Hey, where are you? Hitsumi worried. Akame. Where are you? Wave worried. Kurum and Run are not there either. Tanjiro worried. Kanao, are you here? On that. Kanao. Here I am. Quickly Tanjiro would see the Kanao was there so he would hug her. Tanjiro. Don't leave me. Kanao. Don't worry, I won't do it. Issei. Damn, it seems that the Gremory fortress separated us all. Zenitsu. I can't hear anything, it's hard for me to hear anything now. Inosuke. Damn, what's the plan now? Meanwhile. Serafel and Tamaki had fallen into a strange place. Serafel. Hey, where are we? Tamaki. I don't know, but it seems like we got separated from the group. On that. But we have some damn demons here to be able to have fun. That had angered Serafel. Angry Serafel. Damn unhappy people, who was the one who told us that? Tamaki, angry. And why do they call me a demon? I'm not a demon. In that shadow Suzuka and Gala would come out. Gala. Were we having any problems with that? Suzuka. They came at the perfect time, we were bored and not doing anything good. Tamaki. We don't know what kind of demons they are, but I can assure you of one thing. At that Tamaki's eyes would shine. Tamaki, serious. You won't get out of here alive. Thus Tamaki would activate his Fire Nekomata form, surprising Suzuka and Gala a little. Serafel would be. I am Serafel Citri Leviathan, I am the Mao Leviathan, and now you will see that you should not mess with me. So Serafel would put on her magical girl outfit, thus increasing her power. Serafel would be. Tamaki, I'll take care of the one with the white skin, you take care of the one with the whip. Tamaki, serious. You don't have to tell me, after all that bitch is the one I will kill. Gala. Well, if they want to fight. Suzuka. They will have a fight. So the four would prepare to fight. Meanwhile. Mine and Chelsea were in a place that looked like Big Ben, which was attached to a bridge. Angry Mine. Damn, where the hell are we? Chelsea. Apparently this place sent us away from the others. On that. Ha 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 ha, looks like we have unexpected company. Night Raid Assassins is my lucky day. In those shadows, Pump and Mez would come out. Mine. A Rakshasa demon. Chelsea. And I hope so, ha 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 ha, you understand why it's a metal monster. Mine. Well, I admit it's a good joke. Pump. So you like jokes, huh? We'll see if it's funny when we're done with you. Mez. Wow, I must admit they look good. Once we finish them, I think I'll have a lot of fun with you too. Mez would say it while licking his lips, watching Mine and Chelsea lustfully. Mine scared. Oh, I think the reverse is going off and she's a lesbian. Chelsea scared. And apparently he wants to grape us. Pump. Ha 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 ha, I'm going to enjoy killing them slowly and painfully. But in that Pump would be beaten by Mez. Angry Pump. Hey, why was that? Angry Mez. Idiot, the plan is to leave them immobile so I can make them mine, and then we get rid of their Tigus. Pump. Yeah, I just forgot the plan. Chelsea. Well, we'll have to fight you idiots. So Chelsea would prepare by taking out some cosmetics from her Tigu. Mine. I guess there's no other option. Mine would say it while taking out his Tigu pumpkin. Chelsea. Don't worry, we'll win. After all, that's what we train for, right? So Mine would smile. Mine. I agree with you, he. Pump. It will be fun to leave them immobile with my ignonitals. So Pump would pull out several needles from his body. Mez. That attitude they're showing me makes me want to make them mine as soon as possible. That had scared Mine and Chelsea, so you're swallowing saliva. Mine is scared. We have to win at all costs or else. Chelsea scared. Or else we'll be raped by that crazy woman. So the four would prepare to fight. Meanwhile. Run would wake up seeing that he was in one of the places that were outside the Gremory fortress, more specifically a street. Run. Damn, they sent me out. On that. Well, with a former member of the Jaegers, this will be interesting. Thus, Ibarra would come out of a house. Ibarra. It will be fun to fight you. Run. Another Rakshasa demon, seems like they are all there, but well, you will be killed. So Run would prepare to fight. Thoughts of Run. Run. I must be careful not to lose the paper with the magic circle, because if I lose it, Phoenix's tears will also be lost. Out of your thoughts. Thus Run would take out the wings of his Tigumastema. Thus both would launch an attack. Meanwhile, Bakame and Kurum were walking. Bakame. Damn, we're separated from the group. Kurum. Rather the Gremory fortress separated us from the group. And that Akame would put a chibi face. Bakame chibi. It's almost the same. Kurum. No, it's not the same. But then both of them would hear some metal footsteps, turning around and looking at Ayakos. Bakame would be. Who are you? Ayakos. My name is Ayakos, I am one of the 3 judges of the underworld, and I am sorry, but I cannot let you continue. Kurum. You better get out, Natal. Thus Kurum would summon her most powerful puppet, which was a giant skeletal beast. Kurum. Come on, sister. So Akame would climb onto Natala's hand along with Kurum. Back with the boys. These would knock down a giant entrance, seeing a great hall. Shinra. How elegant France is. Izuku. I must admit it looks great. Issei. Don't separate, you don't know when the light will go out. So everyone would make a circle, but then the light would go out and everyone would start to hear Akeno's laughter, but Shinra, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Kanao, Izuku, Tatsumi and Wave got scared. Issei. Akeno, is that you? Where are you? Let me see you. Akeno Yandere. Oh my dear Issei, you are here. When I felt your presence I felt happy, but it seems you brought a lot of company. Shinra scared. She's crazy. Issei. Listen Akeno, I don't want to hurt you, I just want you to go back to how you were before, please. Akeno Yandere. It's too late for that. You hurt my heart by not giving me your attention when you were with Rias and the others. I was always on your side. You left me alone and when you tried to get closer to me, it was too late. You had already broken my heart, or rather, Rias did it to me. Issei felt like an idiot, this was really his fault. Greg. Don't listen to her, mate. Tanjiro. Just concentrate. Akeno Yandere. But there's something everyone should know that they don't. At that everyone stood still but on guard. All. And what is it that we don't know? Akeno Yandere. No, they don't know that I am Yandere, ha 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 ha. Everyone confused. Yandere. At that Akeno would start singing a song for her. When the song ended everyone was scared, especially Issei, who wondered if Akeno really wasn't the same as before. At that the lights would return and everyone would see that Inosuke and Kanao were no longer there. Tanjiro worried. Kanao? Where are you? It's not possible that she would disappear if he had her hand. Zenitsu. Why Inosuke no esta? Issei. Damn it, there's no other option, we'll have to continue. Tanjiro. Piro Issei. Shinra. Old man, remember that this is a race against time. If we don't stop Akeno before dawn, the human world and Miss Rias will be lost. Hitsumi. And right now it's 7:30 at night. Wave. We have to keep going and fast. At that Tanjiro would let out a sigh. Tanjiro. Then let's continue. Issei. Go ahead. So everyone would start running, but Tanjiro will just hope that his friend is okay as well as Kanao. Meanwhile. Kanao was slowly waking up. Kanao. Ouch ouch, that hurt, where am I? At that Kanao would see that he was in a strange place. Kanao. I should use the magic circle my sister gave me. Kanao would say it while taking out a flyer with a magic circle from the Gremory clan from his bag. Kanao. No, she told me to use it in case I ended up hurt and couldn't continue. Flashback. At that Shinobu would give a flyer to Kanao, but the flyer had a magic circle. Kanao. What is this for? Shinobu. In case you end up hurt and can't continue, use it, it will help you a lot. Kanao. But I am strong. Shinobu. I know, but only use it if you are in that situation, trust me. At that Shinobu would smile. Kanao. I will. End of the flashback. At that moment Kanao would hear the sound of footsteps, turning around and seeing Dauma, the second upper moon. Author's note. Here I will put the battle of Inosuke and Kanao vs Dauma that we saw in the Kimetsu no Yaiba manga, but obviously I ask you to ignore some things, like for example that Shinobu is dead. I will only tell you that Kanao learned an ability to use the poison that Shinobu uses well. That's all clarified. Enjoy the fight that personally is one of my favorites in the Kimetsu no Yaiba manga. End of note. Thus Inosuke and Kanao managed to defeat Dauma, but both were exhausted and injured, but more Kanao, but he was alone. He would take out the steering wheel with a magic circle and then look with his only eye at Inosuke, who kept his head down. Wounded Kanao. Inosuke, it's up to you and the others to end this. I trust that you won't let anything bad happen to Tanjiro. Take care, friends. So Kanao would put on the steering wheel with a magic circle and it would disappear. Meanwhile in the human world. Akuo Academy. Everyone was gathered in the student council watching everything that was happening. Uraraka. Do you think they're okay? Mitsuri. I hope the training worked out. Big Red. For now they've managed to take out 5 of that crazy woman's lackeys, all they have left to do is take out the rest. Office. Wait, it seems they finished off another one. At that time Rias, Murayama and Daki were sitting at a table looking at a special clock to see what time it is in the underworld and the human world. But then on the table a magic circle of the Gremory clan would appear and Rias would see surprised that there was Kanao who was injured. Rias surprised. Hey, come quickly. Daki. It's urgent. So everyone would see Kanao all wounded. Worried Shinobu. Kanao, wake up, are you okay? Then that Kanao would wake up seeing everyone with his one eye. Kanao. Shinobu ni-san, I did it, avenge Kani-san, tell me, did I do it right? At that Shinobu would smile. Shinobu. Of course you did very well. Asia. Don't worry, I'll help you heal your other eye. Back at the Gremory fortress. Inosuke just lay on the ground with his head bowed. Inosuke sad. I did have a mother and I never knew, maybe she doesn't love me since I can't remember her, I'm sorry mother. Tears would start to fall because Inosuke couldn't stop crying. On that. Rangeras. Inosuke, you are wrong. At that Rangeras would come out of Inosuke's katanas seeing him. Rangeras. Don't say that, your mother must love you and it's not your fault that you don't remember her because you lost your memories when you hit your head hard, but even so, your mother was always by your side no matter what happened. Then that Rangeras would hug Inosuke so shine would cover both of them so Inosuke's wounds would be healed. But he kept crying. Rangeras. Don't cry, besides I'm sure your mother is proud to see that her son has become someone as big and strong as me. I'm proud to see that I have a great warrior and also a great friend, so don't cry or else you'll make me cry too. At that moment, tears were starting to fall on Rangeras' face, but then Inosuke hugged her, surprising her and leaving her a little blushed. Inosuke. Thanks for cheering me up. Then that Rangeras would grab Inosuke's mask. Rangeras. This belongs to you. So Inosuke would put on his mask and then scream. Washes. Voland. So again Rangeras would join Inosuke and then he would continue running. Inosuke's thoughts. Inosuke. I promise I won't let my mother's memory leave me. I'll always carry her with me in that song, thank you, mother. Out of your thoughts. So Inosuke would keep running looking for the others. What will happen now? Will the boys be able to stop Akeno's henchmen now that they're separated? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 21. Don't give up, Tamaki loses control. Previously our protagonists were already inside the Gremory fortress, Lubbock and Todoroki managed to defeat Leviathan and Sten, while on the side of our protagonists, they would end up divided into groups. Also Kanao and Inosuke managed to defeat Dauma, and also Inosuke remembered his past, but also Kanao returned to Kuo Academy because she was quite injured, and now our protagonists will have to face Akeno's lackeys being separated. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present Don't Give Up, Tamaki is losing control. We now focus on where Seraphil and Tamaki are located. Both were ready to launch an attack. Seraphil Syria. Here is Mia. So Seraphil would launch at the same time as Suzuka. Thus colliding their attacks. While Tamaki would start fighting against Gala and she would start using her whip, but Tamaki dodged the lashes. At that Tamaki would step back seeing Gala. Tamaki. You're good, I admit it, but I still don't plan on giving up. Gala. Well then show me, stupid. Thus the two would launch an attack. While Seraphil was fighting Suzuka. Suzuka. Come on Mao Leviathan, show me how strong you are. So Suzuka would start launching many attacks just like she did in her battle against Itsumi. Seraphil would only begin to dodge her attacks with some difficulty, but in that Seraphil became distracted. Suzuka's attacks hit her legs and one in her arms. Seraph said. Aye. Thus the blood would fall to the ground, while Seraphil also fell to the ground. Suzuka. You surprise me, but I don't understand why you are the Mao Leviathan, after all you are not that strong. At that, Seraphim would get up with difficulty. Wounded Seraphil. No matter what you tell me, I will fight to the end because I am the Mao Leviathan. So Seraphil would increase his power a little. While Tamaki was winning against Gala. Tamaki. It's over. So Tamaki was about to launch his final attack, but in that. Gala. You fell a deadly whip. Thus the Gala whip would hit Tamaki many times, causing her to retreat somewhat injured. Tamaki would be. Damn, I was too confident. Gala. Ha, you really are a stupid girl. Back with Seraphil. She kept fighting against Suzuka, but was unable to get close to Suzuka. Seraphil. Stop being stupid and fight. Thus, Seraphil would cast several ice spells at Suzuka, managing to hit her. Suzuka. Oh damn, unfortunate thing. Seraphil. You're mine. Thus Seraphil would begin to hit Suzuka, managing to take the advantage. Seraphil's thoughts. Seraphil. I mustn't stop, if I stop she will attack me, so don't stop. Out of your thoughts. Back with Tamaki. Gala. What's up, stupid, can't you keep up with me? At that Tamaki was very hurt. Tamaki's thoughts. Tamaki injured. Damn unhappy girl is putting me against the ropes, but I have to keep going, I mustn't stop. Out of your thoughts. Tamaki. I won't see you heard. Thus, Tamaki would launch an attack, managing to land several blows on Gala. Gala. Damn unfortunate. So quickly Gala would begin his attack, giving Tamaki several lashes. Back with Serafel. She was getting a real beating from Suzuka. Suzuka. It's time to finish you. Serafel's thoughts. Serafel. Curse I can't lose, but I think I know how to attack and defeat her. Out of your thoughts. At that Suzuka would launch many attacks, but at that Seraphic would begin to spin her magic scepter at maximum speed, destroying Suzuka's attacks, surprising her. Suzuka. You can't possibly stop my attacks. Serafel. It's time to die. Thus, Serafel would launch his maximum ice attack, freezing Suzuka and then completely destroying her. At that, Seraphim would fall to the ground, somewhat tired. Wounded Serafel. Damn, that wretch is too strong, but the good thing is that I've already finished her off, but now I have to help Tamaki. So Serafel would begin to walk little by little. Back with Tamaki. Tamaki was hurt because Gala had managed to hurt her too much. Gala. Ha 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 ha, you are a real idiot to be so confident. Tamaki's thoughts. Tamaki injured. Damn, she's unhappy, she's going to kill me, I have to stop her, I can't give up. Out of your thoughts. But then Gala would say something that would anger Tamaki. Gala. And when I'm done with you, I'll go after your stupid boyfriend and kill everyone you love. Ha 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 ha. At that Tamaki's anger would begin to increase his flames. Angry Tamaki. You damn wretch, you won't touch Kusakub, nor will you touch my loved ones because before that I will send you to hell. So Tamaki would spin in the air and then activate his fire Nekomata form, but the strange thing is that part of his face was covered by his flames. Surprise Gala. What the hell? How do you increase your power? Tamaki wouldn't respond as her anger was overwhelming her, so she would start running towards Gala, grabbing her whip and hitting Gala several times. Wounded Gala. Damn wretch, I'm not going to let myself die. So she would start hitting Tamaki with her whip, but she dodged the attacks at maximum speed, as if she didn't care at all. Thus hitting Gala many times until she fell to the ground. Gala. Damn it. But in Tamaki I would only say one word. Tamaki would be. Die now. At that, Tamaki's fire Nekomata form would change shape, surprising Gala. Serious Tamaki. I'll send you to hell right now. So Tamaki would get into position to attack. Gala. No matter what you do, I'm going to kill you, no matter what happened, I'm going to kill you. So Gala would start running towards Tamaki, at the same time she would go at maximum speed, thus she would create a fireball in her hands. Serious Tamaki. Now you'll see what happens when you mess with me, you bastard. So Tamaki would pierce Gala with a fireball, creating a huge explosion. Tamaki Syria. Nekomata fireball. Gala. No. Thus Gala would disappear completely into ashes, surprising Serafel. Serafel. You did it, friend. But in that anger continued consuming Tamaki and his face would again be engulfed by its flames, thus he is having a great anger. Confused Serafel. Tamaki, are you okay? Tamaki would quickly start destroying the whole place so Serafel would be surprised. Surprised Serafel. Don't tell me what. It can't be Tamaki lost control of his power. And that Tamaki would continue destroying everything in his anger and rage for everything Gala said to him. So it was destroying everything no matter what I went through until it gave a wild beast roar. That roar had scared Serafel because Tamaki had become a wild woman, or rather a wild fire Nekomata. Worried Serafel. I must stop Tamaki. Or else he'll destroy this whole place. At that moment, Tamaki was about to continue destroying, but Seraphim put his magic scepter in Tamaki's mouth, so he couldn't bite. Worried Serafel. Tamaki, stop it, please, I beg you, go back to being the same as before, please, I beg you. Kusakub-sen will be sad if you don't go back to him, please. But that's where I would start singing to him. Serafel. Go to rest, the sun is setting, girl, sleep now, I will lull you under the stars, I will sing a sweet song for you, when you dream, you will find peace and freedom, I will not leave, I will be right here, and I will protect you from evil always, and although empty promises manage to burn me, what I want most is to be able to take care of you, I know that the world is unfair, and I cannot face that evil that wants to take you away from me, I can only wish that you can save yourself. And that you can escape this destiny, if you ever feel fear you must remember, and dream that I will be here when you wake up. At that, Serafel would grab one of Tamaki's hands, well, with his only eye, he looked like a kind of brightness until. Tamaki. At that, Tamaki would be surprised to hear the voice of his friend Iris. Tamaki. Iris. Are you a friend? But he would also remember his parents before losing them by remembering his happy moments with them. But then Tamaki would begin to remember her moments with her friend Iris. Flashback. Iris. And tell me, what do you think will happen when this world is free of infernals? Tamaki. I don't know, but I want to live a happy life together with the boy I love. Iris. You mean Kusakub? That would make Tamaki blush. Tamaki blushed. You knew that. Iris. Haha, it's easy for me to notice. Tamaki. I see. Iris. Well, I respect your decision. I'm sure you'll be happy with him. Tamaki. Thanks friend, but I still don't plan on leaving you since you are my best friend no matter what I went through. At that Iris would smile. Iris. Thank you friend, you are the best. Tamaki. Yeah, I know. At that the two would start to laugh. Then Iris sang the lullaby that Tamaki's parents sang to her. At the end of the song, Tamaki would hug her best friend. Tamaki. Thank you for singing my song. Iris. You're welcome, friend. So the two of them would fall asleep. End of the flashback. At that point, tears would start to flow down Tamaki's face and then she would start to cry. Author's note. Just like Nezuko did in the Kimetsu no Yaiba Red Light District arc, end of note. Author's note 2. Watch the video from 0:15 to 0:49, end of note. Tamaki would slowly lose her transformation and her flames would go out, so she had fallen asleep while there were still tears in her eyes. Seraphiel would only touch Tamaki's head. Who then shed a few tears. Seraphiel crying. He finally fell asleep. But at that moment Seraphiel was gradually losing consciousness. Seraphiel. Ice-chan, it's up to you, I know you'll be able to beat Akeno, I believe in you my love. Thus Seraphiel would fall unconscious next to Tamaki. Meanwhile. Akame and Kurum were recovering because Ayakos was difficult to defeat since being one of the judges of the underworld he was too strong. Kurum. You surprised me too much, sister, how were you able to activate Murasam's trump card without suffering the consequences? Akame. Well, Shinobu training helped me control the curse without suffering consequences. Kurum. Well, Shinobu-sensei showed off, but we have to find the others and quickly. Akame. Yes, and fast. So the two would start running. Meanwhile. Issei. Damn, there's still a long way to go to reach the top. Izuku. How far away are we? Issei. Well, too far. On that. Inosuke. Hey, why are you standing there without moving? At that everyone would turn around seeing Inosuke rejoicing. Shinra. Inosuke keep alive old. Inosuke. Don't doubt the boss. Tanjiro. What the hell? Inosuke. Well, using a magic circle, she returned to that Kuo Academy since she was badly injured when fighting against the second upper moon. Everyone was surprised to see that Inosuke was still alive even after facing a higher moon. Zenitsu. Well, we have to move on. Issei. Then let's go. Tanjiro. Ask what time is it? Greg. It's 9:26 at night. So everyone would quickly keep running. Meanwhile outside the Gremory fortress. Leon and Bakugo were still lying on the ground unconscious, but at that moment Leon's Tigu would come out seeing the two unconscious. Worried Thrud. Damn, they had it tough, I have to find Ron, he has Phoenix's tears. So Thrud would carry the two starting to climb. Meanwhile. Akame and Kurum were running and on the way they found destruction of the houses because they were on one of the roads outside the Gremory fortress and they would also see Ron lying on the ground injured. And that the two would come close to running. Kurum. Hey Ron, are you okay? Akame. Wake up. And that Ron would wake up seeing the two sisters. Ron. Oh hello girls. Akame. Hey, do you have Phoenix tears? Ron. Yes, I have them, the good thing is that Ibarra can't see the paper with a magic circle. On that. Thrud. Hey. At that the three would turn around seeing Thrud who was carrying Leon and Bakugo who were injured. The three would quickly approach and see the wounds on both of them. Became worried. Leon, hey Leon, wake up, remember you said you wouldn't die, answer, damn it, don't die like Shield. Thrud. It's useless, both of them are unconscious. Ron. It would be better to use Phoenix's tears. So Ron would take out the paper with a magic circle, thus taking out the box with Phoenix's tears. Ron. There is no other choice, we will have to use 2 Phoenix tears on them. So Ron, you would give them both Phoenix tears so their wounds would disappear and heal. At that Bakugo would rise up exalted. Bakugo. What the hell happened? And that Bakugo would see everyone. Bakugo. Don't tell me you used Phoenix tears on me. Ron. Only one and the other with Leon. At that point Leon was still unconscious. Became worried. Leon, hey Leon, wake up. Bakugo. Leave this to me. At that Bakugo would start to move Leon. Bakugo. Hey blonde, wake up. At that Leon would hit Bakugo, surprising everyone. At that Leon would yawn. Leon. What's happening, why are you waking me up? At that Akame would hug her friend tightly. Akame. Don't scare me again like that, friend. We were all supposed to promise not to die. Don't break your promise. Leon. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Bakugo annoyed. Why did you hit me? One that wakes you up and you hit him. Leon. Sorry, it was just instinct. So again Thrud would join Leon and then everyone would re-enter the Gremory fortress. Minutes later. Everyone would arrive seeing great destruction. They then observed Todoroki lying on a wall. Bakugo. Hey half and half hey wake up. So Bakugo would hit him on the head, thus waking Todoroki up. Todoroki. Ouch idiot, that hurt. Run. What are you doing here? Todoroki. More like what are you, Akame and Kurum doing here if they're supposed to have left with the others? Akame. Long story is summed up in that the Gremory fortress separated us into groups. Run. You're going to need a phoenix tear. Todoroki. But Razor said we had to use them properly. Bakugo. We're still going to need you half and half. So Run would give Todoroki a phoenix tear so his wounds would heal. Kurum. By the way, what about Lubbock? If I'm not mistaken, he stayed here with you before we left. Todoroki. I told him to go ahead, but let's not waste time and look for the others. Remember, we have a countdown to stop that crazy woman. All? Yes. So everyone would start running to find the others. What will happen now? Will the kids manage to find the others? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 22. Mind's Great Will. Previously Seraphil and Tamaki faced Suzuka and Gala on Seraphil's side. She would manage to stop Suzuka, managing to defeat her on Tamaki's side. Using a strange form of her fire Nekomata form, she would manage to destroy Gala, but she had lost control. But thanks to Seraphil and the memories of her friend Iris, Tamaki managed to return to normal. On the other hand, Akame and Kurum defeated Ayakos, managing to meet with Run and also with Leon and Bakugo, who were cured as well as Todoroki. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present Mind's Great Will. Meanwhile, Lubbock was walking with difficulty because he was tired of running. Lubbock. The hell, where the hell did everyone else go? These roads are so confusing. So Lubbock would arrive at a place with many stairs. Lubbock. Okay, those are definitely a lot of stairs, it will be difficult to climb but not impossible. But in that, don't move a single muscle. At that Lubbock would turn around seeing no one more and no less than Tap Mines. Lubbock, confused. And now who are you? Minos. I am Minos of Griffin and I am one of the 3 judges of the underworld who served the king of the underworld Hades. Lubbock. If they served King Hades, why do they now serve that crazy woman? Minos. An insignificant human like you wouldn't understand it, but I'll tell you, because she revived us from the dead and showed us that she was someone imposing, just like Hades, that's why we serve her, and you have entered her home, but something that is appreciated is bringing the Red Emperor Dragon, and soon Miss Akeno will be able to obtain her new power. Lubbock, confused. New power? What are you talking about now? Minos. You don't care, now I'll make you dance until you die. At that point Minos would begin to raise his power and then say. Minos. Cosmic puppet. At that point, Lubbock would be impaled and attacked by something and then be slammed into the wall. Lubbock in pain. What the hell was that? I didn't even see his attack. At that point Lubbock would try to run towards Minos but again. Minos. Cosmic puppet. At that point, Lubbock would be hit several times by the attack of the mines, causing him to retreat. But in that Lubbock would see that Minos was using threads that he couldn't see, but now he could. Lubbock's thoughts. Lubbock. Apparently the bastard uses strings to do his cosmic puppet attack but when it comes to the use of strings I'm the best in every aspect. Out of your thoughts. At that point, Lubbock would be hit a bunch of times by the mine's threads and all he could do was spit out blood. Until finally Minos would stop. Minos. I don't understand how you were able to defeat a Rakshasa demon if you literally can't even be seen to have any ability, but anyway, it's time to tear you apart. And that Minos was raising his power until. Minos. Cosmic puppet. Thus the mine threads would go towards Lubbock. Minos. Goodbye murderer. But then the threads of the mines would be cut, surprising him. Minos surprised. But what the hell, how did he do that? Lubbock. You're not the only one pulling strings, idiot. At that moment I would see some threads coming out of Lubbock's gloves. Annoyed Lubbock. If we talk about who is the best at pulling strings, I don't feel it, but as a human, I surpass you in all of that, so you better give up. Minos. Damn you. Thus, both would begin to clash their threads, thus both being tied, but Lubbock little by little began to have the advantage in the battle. Minos is surprised. It's impossible that my cosmic puppet can't destroy your strings. How is it that your strings are stronger than mine? Lubbock. My threads were created from the hide of a dangerous beast, and not even the Tigus Murasum or Yatsufusa or even the swords in Curcio or Grand Chariot have been able to destroy my threads, but well, it's time to send you to hell where you belong. Thus Lubbock would begin to pull his strings. Lubbock. Last words Minos. Minos. I curse you murderer. Thus Lubbock would launch his attack, cutting Minos into several pieces and then turning them into ashes. At that Lubbock would lie down on the ground because he was still injured. Wounded Lubbock. Damn, that bastard was strong. The good thing is that his threads weren't resistant since those threads were created by power, but anyway, I have to look for the others. So Lubbock would begin to walk with difficulty. Wounded Lubbock. Though I wonder what Minos meant by that crazy woman getting a new power. I'll have to tell the others when I find them. Meanwhile, Mine and Chelsea were fighting against Mez and Pum, but it was difficult to avoid Pum's ignonitals because they were difficult to destroy. Not even Chelsea's new ability helped her, while on the other hand, thanks to her ability, Mez managed to save herself from Mine's shots because they were deflected to another place. Chelsea. Damn, avoiding the eyelet is difficult, her needles will leave us immobile if they touch us. Mine. And that means we would be raped by that crazy demon. Perverted mix. Oh, when you tell me that, you only make me more excited. Come on, let yourselves be still, I promise I'll be gentle with you. At that moment, Mine would shoot again, but the shot would be deflected elsewhere. Mine scared. With a demon, she hasn't stopped saying that since the battle started. Chelsea scared. Well, try to kill her, I'm busy against the can. And that Chelsea would dodge several Pum needles. Pump. Hahaha, it's useless. Sooner or later you'll all be immobile. So come and give me a hug. Chelsea. In your dreams I would accept a hug from you. And that Chelsea using her cosmetic shot energy beams that would hurt Pump. While Mine continued to fight against Mez. Mez. You don't know how much I want to taste those lips of yours. I also want to taste your body and make it completely mine. That would only scare Mine more. Scared Mine. Shut up for once. You're a bucking pervert. At that moment, Mine would shoot Mez and she would crash into the clock tower. Mine. Yeah, take it, stupid. Well, I know that for a long time. I think that after what happened with Tatsumi when he was with the Jaegers, it was at that time that I became a lesbian, but even so there is nothing wrong with it for me, but never in my life would I let myself be raped by a perverted wretch like you. At that Chelsea was surprised. Chelsea, surprised. Are you really a lesbian, my friend? Wow, this is a real discovery. I didn't even know that. At that point Chelsea would dodge another of Pum's needles, but he was about to hug her, but his stomach would be pierced by a mine shot. Pump. Damn unhappy. Thus Pump would fall to the ground, but not before pointing one of his needles towards Mine. Chelsea, surprised. Wow, you saved me. And I thought you didn't like me. Mine. You can be stressful and stupid sometimes, but you are a great friend. At that Chelsea would smile, but at that, the needle would be fired, hitting Mine, surprising her and Chelsea. Pump. Ha 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 ha, now you'll be immobile. At that point, Mine would quickly remove the needle and then aim for Pump. Angry Mine. Wretch, now I'll send you where you belong. So. But Mine wouldn't finish speaking because out of nowhere he would fall to the ground on his knees while he dropped his Tegu pumpkin. Thoughts of Mine. Mine scared. No, 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 tell me I didn't remove the needle in time and now I'm immobile. No, 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 I can't move, I'm paralyzed. Out of your thoughts. Chelsea. Hold on, I'm coming for you. But then Pump would get up, sending Chelsea crashing and then going towards her. Mine couldn't move her head because her body remained completely motionless. But in that. Mez. You surprised me, that shot did hurt me, but now thanks to Pump I can do what I want to do so much. At that moment, Mez, who had some wounds, would come out and then approach Mine and then kneel. Perverted mix. Now I can taste you completely, but first, how are your lips? I want to know how sweet they are. Then that Mez would begin to passionately and lustfully kiss Mine, who only looked at this with fear since that perverted demon was going to grape her and she couldn't do anything. Thoughts of Mine. Mine scared. Oh no 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 no, she's kissing me, this damn bitch, and I can't move and I can't see what happened to Chelsea, my body is paralyzed, please help me please. Out of your thoughts. At that point, Mez would finish kissing Mine and then lick his lips. Perverted mix. You know very well you have a very delicious and tasty cherry flavor and now I think I know what to try now. At that moment, Mez would start kissing and licking Mine's neck, who could only start crying because after this happened, she would surely be killed. Perverted mix. Even though you can't say anything because of your tears, it seems like you're not enjoying it like I am, so I don't care about anything, I'm going to make you mine and only mine. At that moment, Mez was approaching, ready to undress Mine, who just continued to cry inconsolably. Thoughts of Mine. Mine scared and crying. Please sniff sniff sniff, help me. Out of your thoughts. But before starting to undress Mine, a kick would send Mez flying and Mine would see that it was Chelsea. Angry Chelsea. Damn bitch, you tried to grape my friend, now you'll see what happens when you mess with my friends. So Chelsea fired a million lightning bolts in the direction where she sent Mez flying and then checked what was on the ground. Perverted Mez. Waddy. Were you mad because I didn't start with you, darling? Now I'm wondering what your lips taste like. Chelsea. I don't give a damn what you say, I won't let you touch mine, did you hear me, you bastard? Mine was slowly regaining movement and was able to speak again. Surprised Mine. Chelsea, did you save me? Why? Chelsea. Well, you're my friend and I would never let someone I care about hurt me so much. But then something would cut off Chelsea's arm, surprising her and leaving Mine scared. At that Chelsea would turn around seeing that the one who cut off her arm was Pump. Pump. Ha 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 ha, that'll teach you not to mess with me little girl, ha 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 ha. At that point Chelsea would only see Mine and then fall to the ground while she began to lose blood. Angry Mez. You damn idiot, I told you that you had to leave them motionless, not kill them or cut off an arm. Pump. I wasn't going to stand idly by and let that idiot leave me humiliated. In that, Mine would recover all the movement so quickly firing an energy beam with his Tigu at Mez and boom, so they crashed into the clock tower. She would quickly approach Chelsea and then move her. Mine, worried. Chelsea respond please resist I will help you we will go with Run and he will give you a phoenix tear, but please resist. At that Chelsea spat out blood. Chelsea, injured. You don't have to worry I'll be fine, I just need to use the total concentration breathing technique and I'll be able to stop the bleeding I just have to close my eyes and concentrate. Mine would only start to cry because this reminded her of that time she could do nothing to prevent Shield from dying at the hands of Sekiryuutei. Mine crying. Please don't even think about closing your eyes. Please, I don't want to lose a friend again. Please, just hold on, I beg you. At that Chelsea was slowly closing her eyes. Chelsea hurt. If I don't survive I'll just tell you this I love you Mine. So Chelsea would close her eyes and begin to try to concentrate her breathing. Mine would just watch this while continuing to cry as Chelsea stopped moving. Mine crying. No, please Chelsea don't abandon me please I beg you please stay by my side please. At that I would hug Chelsea tightly. Mine crying. I beg you, don't go, stay with me please, come on, tell me something, please tell me one of your jokes, I beg you please. In that moment I just kept crying inconsolably and then I saw the sky. Mine crying. God do you hear me if you exist in this world or if you hear me please give me back Chelsea don't push her away from me, please don't take her away from me like they took Shield from me sniff 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 please give me back Chelsea don't take her away, please listen to me. But I would see that Chelsea didn't move and then she continued crying and then screamed with all her sadness. Mine crying. No. Chelsea I. Meanwhile. The boys continued running to the top but Zenitsu would stop. Issei. Zenitsu what happens? Zenitsu? Did you hear that scream? Hitsumi. I heard it to be mine. Wave. I hope nothing bad happened. Shinra. Well, we still have to move on. So the boys would run again. Meanwhile. Lubbock had stopped walking because he heard Mine scream. Lubbock. Was that scream from a woman? Sounds like it came from that direction. At that point, still wounded, Lubbock would start running. Meanwhile. Bakugo confused. What the heck was that noise? Todoroki. It sounded like a scream, but from whom? Leon surprised. It was heard that it was Mine's scream. Became. Quick, they might need help. So everyone would start running towards the direction where they heard the scream. Back with Mine. He was just still crying inconsolably while hugging Chelsea's body, but that's it. Pump. Ha 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 it seems he didn't survive after losing so much blood. Mez. It's sad if it weren't for this idiot she would still be alive and I could make her mine, but I guess I'll settle for you. At that, Mine would leave Chelsea's body on the ground and then get up. Pump. Oh, do you want me to send you to her? Well, I'd be happy to give you a hug. Angry Mez. Don't even think about it, idiot. So the two would begin to argue, but both would feel a great instinct of fury. Mez scared. What is this that I feel? Instead of getting excited, it scares me. Scared Pump. It gives me the creeps, but where does it come from? At that, both of them would slowly turn around, seeing Mine, who had her back to her, and then she would turn around and look at both of them with a look of fury and rage. Both of them were just scared when they saw that look that caused them great terror. Mine super upset. You murdered Chelsea and for that I will send you to hell. The two just got scared and would see that Mine had grabbed his Tigu pumpkin pointing at them. As scared. We have to go. Scared Pump. And fast. So the two would jump but in that. Mine is super upset. Dee. So Mine would fire a large beam of energy, but Pump would create an orb with his needles. Pump. Ha 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 you will never be able to destroy this orb of ignonitals. And that Mine was giving everything of herself to be able to destroy that orb so much that its power was increasing. And everyone in the Gremory fortress would feel the same way, Volley and Albion. Volley. Albion, who the hell is increasing their power? Albion. No idea, but his will has not been destroyed. Back with mine. She would continue to increase her power and then remember that she couldn't do anything to save Shield, or like now that she couldn't save Chelsea. Mine super annoying. I. Thus mine would increase the power of his shot and little by little, it would be destroying the orb of Ignonitals. Mine is super upset. DEE now. Thus the orb of Ignonitals would finally be destroyed. Mez pumped scared. No. Thus they would be disintegrated and nothing would remain of them. A huge explosion would cause the entire Gremory fortress to shake. At that moment, mine would just start breathing heavily and then calm down. Mine. I did it, I was able to win. Yes woo Ojo. But that's where mine's happiness would end when seeing Chelsea's body like this would slowly approach. At that, mine would kneel down and then begin to move Chelsea's body. Mine crying. Hey Chelsea, look, I did it, I defeated those wretches. Hey, please wake up, I beg you, don't leave me alone. Then that mine would hug Chelsea's body tightly while she began to move just like Rias did with Issei when he was injured by one of Loki's sons. Mine crying. Everything will be okay Chelsea, everything will be okay Chelsea, I just ask you to come back to me please. At that point, while her eyes were closed, a glow would cover Chelsea and after Gia's Tigu base, a phoenix tear would come out and land on Chelsea, thus regenerating her arm. At that Chelsea was about to wake up, but. Mine crying. Please I love you. On that. Chelsea happy. Haha, that's what I wanted to hear. At that mine would open his eyes seeing Chelsea who was smiling. Chelsea. I'm glad to know that you feel something for me like I do for you. Mine crying. Chelsea. Are you really alive? Am I not dead? Chelsea. Of course not, silly. At that Chelsea would wipe mine's tears. Chelsea. I'm here and I have my arm back thanks to that phoenix tear that Ravel gave me in case of emergencies. I was thinking of using it on you just in case, but I guess. But Chelsea wouldn't finish speaking because mine was kissing her with great happiness while tears came out. Chelsea would only reciprocate the kiss and then both would separate. At that mine would smile. Mine blushed. Please don't leave me alone. Chelsea. Haha, calm down, I would never leave you alone. So both would lie on the ground to rest while Wrist left both of their tigas. Wrist. Good job girls, you did great. So both would smile. 3 more of Akeno's lackeys were defeated, but there are still a few left to defeat. What will happen now? Will the boys make it to the top in time? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 23. 2 difficult battles begin. Previously, Lubbock faced one of the underworld judges, managing to defeat him with difficulty. On the other hand, Mine and Chelsea faced Mez and Pum, but Chelsea cut off one of her arms. In her rage and fury, Mine managed to defeat Mez and Pum. Chelsea also managed to recover her arm. Thus, the 2 girls shared a kiss, showing that they love each other. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present. 2 difficult battles begin. The others had found Mine and Chelsea seeing that they were safe. Leon. It's good that you're both still alive. We thought you were dead. Mine. Well, you see we are alive. Chelsea. Hey, how did it go? Became. Well, although it cost a lot. On that. Lubbock. I finally found you guys. At that point everyone would see that it was Lubbock, but due to his injuries he would fall to the ground. Todoroki. Looks like you didn't have it easy. Lubbock. No, of course not. Run. Don't worry, I'll use a phoenix tear to heal you. Thus Lubbock would be healed by Phoenix's tears. Lubbock. Guys, we have to get to the top according to this clock, it's 11:30 at night and more because we can see that moon. So everyone would see the moon. Became. Let's not waste time and look for Tatsumi. Lubbock. Also, the one I faced told me that apparently that damn thing has a new power or is going to have one. Everyone surprised. Weddy. Angry Bakugo. Damn, and that idiot Deku is going with the boys, they'll be screwed if we don't help them. Todoroki. Let's go quickly. Kurum. By the way, let's try to find Serafel and Tamaki since, like us, they were separated from the group. So everyone would start running. Meanwhile. The boys had reached a tunnel. Issei. We are near the top of the Gremory fortress. Shinra. And the good thing is that this tunnel has light. Tatsumi. What time is it exactly now? Greg. We need to hurry. It's 11:32 at night, so we don't have to waste any time. So the boys would run again, but then the light at the end of the tunnel would go out. All. Damn, what was missing? Greg. Keep running out of the tunnel. So everyone would run, finally arriving outside the tunnel. Issei. Is everyone okay? Shinra. I'm quite old. Tatsumi. Igwil yo. Izuku. me too. But then the boys would see the Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke and Wave were no longer there. Issei worried. Shit, what was missing? Now the Gremory fortress will separate Tanjiro and the others. Shinra. Team Eldigo Fortaleza Gremory. Tatsumi. I just hope Wave doesn't die. Izuku. Guys, I don't want to interrupt, but remember we have to keep moving. So everyone would start running, but then something would fall in front of them, and it was none other than Bellion and Rhadamanthes. Bellion. I'm sorry but they can't go on. Issei. Who are you? Bellion. I am Bellion, leader of the Dark Knights. Rhadamanthes. And I am Rhadamanthes of Wyvern. I am one of the 3 judges of the underworld. Issei. Wait a minute, weren't you one of King Hades' servants? Rhadamanthes. I was until Miss Akeno revived me so now I serve her. Shinra. Issei, we don't have time to waste, remember. Issei. I know the old plan. But in that. Izuku. You guys go ahead. Tatsumi. We'll take care of them. Issei. Izuku, Tatsumi. Shinra. Are you sure? Izuku. We'll be fine, it's up to you to finish off that girl. Tatsumi. So go, we'll finish them off. At that Issei and Shinra would nod and then jump on Bellion and Rhadamanthes and thus begin to run. Issei Shinra. Good luck. So the boys would run away. Bellion. Well then let's fight. Thus Tatsumi and Bellion would clash their swords, creating a huge shock wave. Rhadamanthes. What are you waiting for, human? Izuku's thoughts. Izuku. He will be someone difficult to face, but I didn't train with the boys and the pillars to stay behind, I must give my all no matter what happens. At that, Izuku would come up with an image of Uraraka. Izuku. Uraraka, forgive me if I don't survive, but I know that if I were to die, you will still be the girl I fell in love with, but for now it's time to fight one for all. Total flow 25%. Out of your thoughts. At that point, Izuku had activated One for All, launching an attack against Rhadamanthes, thus colliding fists, creating a large shock wave. Meanwhile. The others were running but it heard the bang. Lubbock. What the heck was that? Bakugo. It seems that idiot Deku is already fighting. Run. Same with Tatsumi, I can feel it. Became worried. I hope nothing bad happens to Tatsumi. Leon. Calm down friend, it's Tatsumi and he's strong. Mine. I agree, that fool wouldn't be defeated so easily, especially if he has the will. Chelsea. Yes, you're right, but what the hell? At that point, everyone had arrived at a destroyed place. Leon worried. Hey, aren't those Seraph and Tamaki? At that point, everyone would see that Seraphil and Tamaki were lying on the ground, unconscious, but they would notice that Tamaki had tears in her eyes. Became worried. Hey girls, wake up. Kurum. If you don't wake up, the sun will rise and we have a mission. On that. Scared Seraphim. I'm awakey. Everyone was scared and then saw how Tamaki slowly woke up. Tamaki. Hey, what happened? We managed to defeat those damn things. Seraphil. Yes, but I have to tell you what happened. So Seraphil would tell Tamaki about how she lost control because of Gala's words. Sad Tamaki. I'm sorry I was stupid, forgive me for almost killing you Seraphil. Tamaki was about to cry, but Seraphil would hug her tightly. Seraphil. Calm down friend, you just got carried away. I would do the same if they told me the same thing. So Tamaki would calm down. Tamaki. By the way, what has happened all this time? Lubbock. Long story but we don't have time to waste. So everyone would start running. Meanwhile. Tanjiro was slowly waking up and was a little sore because he felt like he was hit. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. What the hell is wrong with me? Why do I feel hurt? All I remember is that we were separated from the group. Out of your thoughts. On that. Until you wake up Kamado. And that Tanjiro would see that it was none other than Arthur Pendragon, but he would also observe that they were in a place full of destroyed buildings and fire everywhere. Tanjiro surprised. Are you Arthur Pendragon? Arthur? You know me? That surprises me, but I know you too, Tanjiro Kamado, a demon hunter whose sister turned her into a demon. But, well, you're probably wondering why you're hurt, right? Tanjiro surprised. Wait, you left me hurt. Arthur? Exactly, and if you're wondering about your friends, the one in yellow is under the rubble, the boarhead guy must be dead since I ran him through with my sword, and on the other side, the boy in blue armor is also under the rubble, but hey, aren't you going to talk to me? Tanjiro wouldn't answer anything. Arthur? Okay then. So Arthur would break 2 of Tanjiro's fingers, and he would just have to endure the pain. Arthur? So you're not going to writhe in pain, huh? So Arthur would start hitting Tanjiro many times while Lefei Kunu was watching everything. Until finally Tanjiro would stay still looking at the sky. Arthur? Are you seeing the sky for the last time? On that. Tanjiro? Not really. So Tanjiro would headbutt Arthur making him bleed, but he could no longer move because a fire stick had been stuck in his foot. Arthur's thoughts. Arthur injured. Damn bastard, this thing stuck me right when I got distracted, and now I can't. Out of your thoughts. At that Tanjiro would activate the dance of the fire god, thus stabbing his katana into Arthur's neck. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. I'll do it, I'll cut it off, we'll win, we'll do it. Out of your thoughts. And that Lefei, meaning Kunu, would observe everything. Lefei. Damn son of a bitch. So he would create some magic circles to launch some attacks, but a lightning bolt would destroy them, revealing that he was Zenitsu. Surprised Lefei. What? He came out of the rubble. Don't come any closer, dude. And that Lefei, meaning Kunu, would launch many attacks, but Zenitsu dodged them. Zenitsu's thoughts. Serious Zenitsu. Lightning breathing, first pose. Out of your thoughts. Lefei. I saw your speed in your memories. Zenitsu's thoughts. Serious Zenitsu. Lightning flash extreme speed. Out of your thoughts. Thus Zenitsu would launch an attack at maximum speed, surprising Lefei or Kunu. Lefei surprised. How fast? At that point a magic circle was protecting Lefei's, or Kunu's, neck. Lefei surprised. I didn't believe he could attack at full speed. Zenitsu's thoughts. Wounded Zenitsu. Damn, I won't last that long using this technique. I used it to escape the rubble, but I must resist. Tanjiro gave me this opportunity. I have to stop Kunu. Out of your thoughts. Back with Tanjiro. He was trying hard to cut Arthur's neck, but Arthur quickly recovered his sword and, with magic, repelled Tanjiro's katana. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. Damn, he managed to repel my katana, and I was so close to defeating him. Out of your thoughts. Angry Arthur. Damn you wretch. Thus both would begin to clash swords. But then Arthur was about to plunge his sword into Tanjiro's eye, but Wave had appeared, stopping Arthur's attack with his spear and then making it retreat. Arthur surprised. He's still alive. Impossible. I clearly saw how he survived when the rubble fell on him. Tanjiro surprised. Wave-san. Wave. Calm down, friend, I'm fine, besides. At that point Wave would get into position to attack. Wave. We have the score and we will win. Thus he would launch an attack. Arthur. Don't make me laugh. And that Wave would manage to block Arthur's attacks. Wave. I already know what your attack pattern is, I was able to turn it into a song for my sweet ears. So Wave would start running in the middle of the explosions and would cut Arthur, but he would jump dodging the attack. Arthur. It's not possible, I can sense my attacks, turning them into a song. It's not possible, how can he do that? It's impossible. I don't accept it. You heard me. I don't accept it. So both launched into the attack, colliding their attacks creating a huge explosion. Then both began to fight at maximum speed, colliding their attacks and managing to block the attack that each one launched. Both fought among the rubble of the underworld and then both began to clash their attacks without stopping. Wave. Ai. Arthur. Ai. So both continued colliding their attacks without stopping, creating several crazy explosions, and then both continued fighting while Tanjiro followed them. Tanjiro. They are evenly matched, but Wave-san will get tired sooner or later, but before that happens I will cut off his head. So going like this where the two are and they continued fighting, but Arthur would destroy Wave's spear by stabbing him with a knife, but Wave with the tip of his spear would manage to wound Arthur, but he would make the same wound destroying his helmet. Tanjiro. Wave dream. Wave. Don't stop. Jump. So Wave would stick his spear into Arthur's stomach and then Tanjiro would jump epically. To then fall towards Arthur. Arthur's thoughts. Arthur. You think so? At that Arthur would grab Tanjiro by the neck. Arthur. A weakling like you will always be a weakling, even if it served to him on a silver platter. It's over, you'll die hanged. Out of your thoughts. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. I'll do it. I'll cut it off. Out of your thoughts. At that Tanjiro would plunge his katana into Arthur's neck. Arthur's thoughts. Arthur. Damn this idiot, he keeps brandishing his katana even if I'm choking him, he keeps fighting. Out of your thoughts. Tanjiro would be making efforts to finish off Arthur. Tanjiro's thoughts. Tanjiro. Curse is choking me, sooner or later I'll end up dead. No, don't focus on that, but my best hit is not enough, I need more strength, I need more than 100 times more. Out of your thoughts. Tanjiro's mark had changed and his hair would light up. Tanjiro. Ai. Tanjiro's katana was slowly piercing Arthur's neck. Arthur's thoughts. Arthur. Damn, if she's unhappy she'll cut my head off, but don't worry, Lefei will still be there and you won't be able to defeat her because she's a Pendragon and you'll never be able to match her magic. Did you hear me? Out of your thoughts. Back with Zenitsu. The lightning bolt would pass at maximum speed, seeing that it was Zenitsu who was still trying to cut Lefei's neck, that is, Kunu. Zenitsu's thoughts. Zenitsu. Damn, I have no more strength. Out of your thoughts. Lefei. Before you cut off my head, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. In that several magic circles would appear, but these would be destroyed by none other than Inosuke, who was too injured. Lefei surprised. What? But Arthur went through it. Inosuke. Don't underestimate my flexibility. Plus, moving my organs is a piece of cake. Plus, I grew up in the mountains. Don't underestimate me. Thus Inosuke would stick his swords into Lefei's, or Kunu's, neck, thus beginning to destroy the magic circles. Scared Lefei. Arthur. Do something, Arthur. Little by little Arthur's neck was about to give way. Arthur's thoughts. Arthur. Damn, I can't launch an attack. Out of your thoughts. And so in a very, very epic way. Zenitsu screaming. Ai. Inosuke screams. Ai. Tanjiro, screaming. Ai. And so on. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, Inosuke screaming. Ai. And so the attacks of the three would combine at the same time. And so finally the three would manage to cut off the heads of Arthur and Lefei, or Kunu. The flames that were throughout the underworld had gone out, and Tanjiro and Wave noticed that Arthur was surprised to see that the head in front of him was Kunu, since Kunu's spell had disappeared and she was already dead. Arthur had regained control and was no longer under Akeno's control. Arthur surprised. Kunu. So all this time I was living with Kunu and not with my sister. Wave. Hey, but you don't seem to care about your sister if you didn't even realize it wasn't her. Tanjiro. How important is your sister Lefei to you? Arthur sad. She's everything to me even since we were little. Flashback. Narrates Arthur. Since she was born I was given the task of protecting my sister entrusted to me by my parents, but then I began to train my magic because I wanted to be a worthy heir of the Pendragon, but I began to ignore Lefei, but she always approached me even if I ignored her, she kept smiling at me and always told me not to give up, that everything would be okay, and she always told me those words, I love you very much older brother. I always asked her, how could she love someone like me? And she always answered me that it was because she knew I would always be with her and protect her, and I just always reciprocated her hugs. Over time Lefei began to train, because she wanted to become a very powerful sorceress. Well, for my part I continued training no matter what happened, and over time I got my sword, so Lefei congratulated me. After that we returned home, but when we returned we saw a horrible scene, because my parents were dead. Lefei couldn't stand it and cried while I just cried. With helplessness because I couldn't save my parents. After that I became someone cold, but I also ignored Lefei for too long. Over time, I became stronger, mastering my magic to perfection, and when Office offered me to join the Chaos Brigade I accepted, but I wanted Lefei to accompany me, but at first I didn't want to, but I ended up accepting, but over time we began to make up for lost time, but I continued to ignore her on several occasions. She always told me that I was an irresponsible brother who didn't pay attention to her, and that I only cared about fulfilling the office's objective was to recover the dimensional gap. Those words hurt me despite everything, but then she would smile at me saying those words, I love you so much, big brother. That smile was beautiful. With that smile she could make someone love her, and for me, luckily, that was Issei. I knew about my sister's love for Issei, and I gave her my support, and she hugged me. I felt happy not to lose my sister, but I guess now I won't be able to see her anymore. I just wish for her to know that I love her too and that her brother will always be with her. Normal narration and end of flashback. At the gates of hell. Arthur was standing there ready to go in. Arthur. I guess this is where I belong. I just hope you're happy, sister. Arthur was going to enter hell, but Kunu? Wait. At that Kunu would grab Arthur's hand, surprising him. Kunu crying. Arthur, please forgive me for pretending to be your sister, but I just wanted to say to love my mother, please forgive me. At that Arthur would caress Kunu's head. Arthur? Of course he forgave you. Kunu? Then come to heaven with me, we can go together. On that. Surziches. You, like us, were accepted. Arthur and Kunu would turn around seeing Surziches and Zudicus and also Kiba and Gasper and Kakao and also Sererg. But the souls of Xenovia and Irina and Kaneko and Kuroka would also appear. Xenovia. Just like all of them, you can redeem yourselves. Irina. So come on em. At that everyone would smile and extend their hands. Kakao. You can also meet your parents, Arthur again. Asper. So come with us. And that Arthur would see Kunu like this, she is nodding, and then he would pick her up and put her on his back like this, she is smiling. Happy Kunu. Thank you for forgiving me, Arthur. Arthur. We both made mistakes, now we can redeem ourselves just like everyone else. So Arthur would continue walking while Kunu didn't let go of Arthur. Narrates Arthur. I guess we all deserve the chance to redeem ourselves from our mistakes. I just hope my sister is happy and that Issei makes her happy too. I trust him completely. Well, it's time to enter limbo. I'm coming, mom and dad, wait for me because I'm coming. Normal narration. At that, Arthur would grab the hand of Kakao. Kakao. It's time to go, old man. Arthur. See. Kunu. I'm ready. Kaneko. Then we all go together. Hiroka. Good idea to marry her. So everyone would start walking towards the steps that were the entrance to limbo, that is, heaven, seeing Michael and Gabriel. Michael. Good to see you. Gabriel. Well, it's time to enter limbo. So the doors to limbo would open, everyone entering one by one until Arthur and Kunu were left last. Kunu. I hope mom can forgive me for what I did. Arthur. He'll forgive you for that, I'm sure, for now we're going together. At that, Arthur would extend his hand to Kunu. Kunu. Of course. So Kunu would grab Arthur's hand and then both would smile and then start walking slowly towards limbo and then both would turn around. Kunu. Goodbye mom, goodbye Issei, I hope you can forgive me and I hope you can find someone who loves you, mom. At that, Arthur would smile. Arthur. Goodbye sister, goodbye Issei, and goodbye Volley, I hope and keep going, and little sister, I love you too little sister, haha. Kunu. Well, it's time to go. Arthur. Yes, of course. So the two would enter limbo, but before entering they would both hug each other tightly and then say. Arthur Kunu crying. Goodbye everyone. Take care of yourselves. Thus the two would finally enter limbo. Thus the doors would close and Arthur and Kunu together with the others who were under Akeno's control would redeem their mistakes. Back in reality. Tanjiro and Wave would see that Arthur had disappeared and that his sword had been destroyed. Tanjiro was sad, but Wave would put his hand on his shoulder. Wave. Calm down friend, everything will be fine, I'm sure they'll be fine in limbo. Suddenly, they appeared in the tunnel, which had the light on, but both of them fell to the ground unconscious, just like Inosuke and Zenitsu. Meanwhile, Izuku and Tatsumi continued to fight against Rhadamanthes and Bellion. But they were wounded and both would be sent flying. Rhadamanthes. We already told you, your attacks won't do anything to us. Bellion. How much they will understand. Izuku and Tatsumi were badly injured and blood was coming out of their wounds. Rhadamanthes. I guess we're done with you. Bellion. Let's go after those two who left. At that point the two of them were going to leave, but at that point. Izuku hurried. Esprin. Tatsumi injured. And don't go. At that, the two would turn around seeing Izuku and Tatsumi who had gotten up with difficulty. Rhadamanthes. Why do you keep getting up, you're human, your arms are a mess. Bellion. And on the other hand, your armor is almost destroyed, what do you plan to do? Izuku injured. Even though we are injured, we don't think we are injured. Tatsumi injured. We will win no matter what happens. Thus both would launch an attack just like Rhadamanthes and Bellion. Izuku. Detroyi, it's my osh. Tatsumi. Murai and Ahuri. Thus, with a strong punch, the two would manage to destroy Rhadamanthes and Bellion. Rhadamanthes Bellion. No. This would create a huge explosion. And then Izuku and Tatsumi would fall to the ground unconscious. And so the last of Akeno's lackeys were finally defeated and now all that remained was to stop Akeno before dawn. Meanwhile in the human world. Akuo Academy. Everyone was amazed at the battles they saw. Rias. Only Akeno is missing. Nezuko. I just hope they make it. Vesuvius. We must have hope in them. Big Red. Let's hope they make it. Office. It's 11:56 at night, a few hours until dawn. Everyone would just watch the screens hoping they would win the battle. What will happen now? Will the kids be able to stop Akeno in time? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 24. The battle against Akeno begins. Previously our protagonists were separated again, but this time Tanjiro and Zenitsu and Inosuke and Wave, on the other hand Izuku and Tatsumi, stayed fighting against Rhadamanthes and Bellion, while Issei and Shinra continued ahead on the side of Tanjiro and Zenitsu and Inosuke and Wave. They managed to defeat Arthur and Lefeir Kunu, and finally Izuku and Tatsumi managed to defeat Rhadamanthes and Bellion, and now only Akeno remained. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present. The battle against Akeno begins. Meanwhile. The boys were running until they reached what appeared to be a room. Lubbock. And now why are we here? Leon. I have no idea, but let's find out what's here. With a punch, Leon would destroy the door and everyone would be surprised since there was no one more and no less than the real Lefei who was unconscious but still alive. Became. That must be the real Lefei. Seraphle. We have to get her out quickly. So the boys would destroy the anti-magic chains, carrying Lefei and then leaving. Bakugo. We have to hurry, they must be near the top by now. But on the way they would all meet Tanjiro and Zenitsu, and Inosuke and Wave were also injured. Tatsumi and Izuku, Bakugo, Deku, Todoroki, Midoriya became worried. Tatsumi. Quickly everyone would check the boys' condition and then run some phoenix tears on them so their wounds would heal. Tatsumi. Ouch ouch, that really hurt. Tatsumi would quickly be hugged by Akame and he would reciprocate. Izuku. They finally arrived. Bakugo. Don't doubt my nerd. Tanjiro. Guys, is that it? Tamaki. The real Leffy, yes, basically yes. Mine. We found her in a room chained with chains. Telsi. But don't worry, she's still alive. Zenitsu. I hate to interrupt this, but we have to keep going and fast. Everyone reacted like this and started running. Meanwhile, Issei and Shinra kept running until finally. Shinra. We arrived at the Gremory Dome. Issei. Really? Shinra. That's a really cool name. Greg. Stop joking and come inside. So quickly the two would enter. Issei. There it is. Volley and Albion. Thus Issei would free Volley and Albion. Volley hurt. Jes bu invert Hyodo. Albion. Long time no see Dreg. Greg. Same here. Issei. How long were you here? Volley. In short, I was locked up here for a long time because of that damn thing. Shinra. It's a miracle you're still alive. Volley, confused. And who is that? Issei. Long story, for now we have to get you out of here. So quickly the boys would run to the exit and Volley would manage to get out, but in that moment the exit would close. Issei. Shit. Shinra. They locked us up. Volley. Don't worry, I'll get them out. Issei. It's no use, run, friend, find my other friends and let them help you regain your strength. Go quickly. With no other options, Volley would run away. Shinra. And now what's the plan? Issei. I don't know, I can't feel Akeno's presence. Scared Dreg. Partner behind you. So the two would turn around seeing no one else and no one less than. Issei surprised. Akeno. Shinra scared. Oh, Nanita. There was Akeno looking at them with her lifeless gaze, that is, her Yandere gaze. Akeno Yandere. Oh my dear Issei, you are finally here with me. Shinra scared. That look gives me chills and fear. Akeno Yandere. I can see that they released Volley, but it doesn't matter, they also eliminated all my lackeys, but still all I wanted was for you to come back with me, my dear Issei, now you can be with me. Issei. Akeno, what happened to you? Why is your gaze like that? Akeno. Why is this how I am now, my dear Issei, but well, when dawn finally comes the spell of Great Red and office will end, so I can go to the human world and I can kill Rias and so no one will take me away from your side. Issei. I don't understand Akeno, why did you turn against Rias? Besides, I never hurt you. I always tried to get closer to you since I confessed to Rias. Added anger to Akeno. Akeno angrily. Do you want to know why I kept walking away from you? Well, I'd already said it, it was too late. You'd broken my heart and it was on that day, after Xenovia, Irina, Kaneko, and Kuroka's burial, that I realized everything. Flashback. In the Kuo forest. It was a dark and stormy night and rain was falling all over the forest. On a small cliff, Akeno was kneeling, looking up at the sky while she cried. Akeno narrates. It was a dark and stormy night, the rain was falling on my face. If I'm honest, I don't know if it was my tears or the rain that was getting me wet without any sense, I just remained static looking at the sky. They say that love turns into hate, but I don't feel that. It's like I'm dead weight, I think I'm lying, it feels like it's a strange sensation. Why? Was the question I was asking myself. I only saw the sky, but I kept asking myself why. Why did my best friend do this to me? Why did she take away the boy she loved so much? I could only scream, but nobody listened to me. I just clenched my fists, I could only see the blood coming out of them. Normal narration. Akeno crying and screaming. Ai. So Akeno would throw a strong lightning bolt into the sky, making the storm stronger. Akeno crying. Why are you laughing? Why did you take Issei away from me? Why didn't you let me support him? They were also my friends and I miss them too. But why did you take Issei away from me? Why? It was the only thing Akeno could shout as her gaze lost its usual shine and also its life. End of flashback. Akeno. And since then I decided to finish off Rias to have you by my side, and besides, you were the only one left. After all, my father died in the battle against Trihexa, but answer me this, why didn't you let me give you my support? Issei was surprised by everything that happened to Akeno. Issei surprised. I didn't know that you had gone through all that, and I do know what happened with your father in the battle against the Trihexa, but I needed your support, it was the only thing I needed, the support of everyone, including you, but you didn't come close to me, and when I came close to you, you moved away from me. Meanwhile in the human world. At Kuo Academy. Everyone was surprised to hear Akeno's story, but Rias felt guilty because she couldn't notice what was happening to her best friend, or rather her sister. Rias sad. Akeno, I'm sorry, I should have realized what was happening to you, please forgive me. Back with Issei and Shinra. Shinra. I really feel sad for her. Issei. Akeno, I'm truly sorry, I feel like a damn idiot for not realizing what happened, but I ask you to come back with me, I won't make another mistake like this. And that Akeno would show her lifeless look. Akeno, Yandere. Do you think I'll come back to you? I won't, not until I'm sure Rias is dead and she can't take you away from me. At that Akeno would smile, and then her hands would start to emit rays. Akeno, Yandere. But I'll have to take down your friend too. Shinra. Man, what are we doing? It's 12:30 AM. Remember, we have to stop her before dawn. On that. Issei. I have no other choice, Akeno, if I can't stop you in my own good way. At that Issei would take out his boosted gear and then stand on guard. Issei. I'll have to fight you with everything I've got. Come on, Shinra. Shinra. You don't have to tell me, old man. At that Shinra would smile while flames came out of his feet. Shinra. Okay girl, get ready because we'll give it our all. So both launched an attack against Akeno, thus colliding their attacks, causing the Gremory fortress to tremble. Meanwhile. The others were running but stopped when they felt the tremor. Hitsumi. What the heck was that? Bakugo. Looks like those idiots are already fighting. Tanjiro. We have to go help them and fast. Zenitsu. Tanjiro is right, they must not have it easy, especially with what Lubbock told us. Inosuke. Ha 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 ha, then let's go assault from the front. So everyone would start running. Back with Issei and Shinra. They were fighting against Akeno, dodging her rays. Issei's thoughts. Issei. How the hell did Akeno's powers increase? Greg. I don't know, buddy, but don't get distracted, there's something that doesn't fit and I feel something in her besides her increase in power. Issei. It's okay, Dreg. Out of your thoughts. Issei. Balance breaker. Greg. Welsh dragon balance breaker. Issei. Let's do it, Shinra, let's end this. Shinra. Let's go. Thus the boys would launch an attack, beginning to battle against Akeno. At that Issei would launch a dragon shoot, but Akeno would manage to dodge it. But in that. Shinra. Adala link. So Shinra would go at maximum speed, disappearing into particles. Akeno confused. What the heck? Where is it? On that. Shinra. Demon's footprint. So Shinra would kick Akeno hard, making her crash. Issei. Well done, Shinra. At that Akeno would stand up and then take out more rays from her hands while smiling. Akeno, Yandere. Devastating lightning bolt. So both would be struck by lightning, but both would get up. Issei. We have to keep attacking. Shinra. Let's go. Akeno, Yandere. Ara dear Issei, you and your friend are strong, but it's time for me to show you what I got through my sadness and pain. And that Akeno would change her clothes to her lightning priestess outfit, but in that. Akeno, Yandere. Dark boosted gear. At that moment, something appeared on Akeno's arm that surprised Issei and Shinra, as well as those who were watching everything, and that was that Akeno had a dark boosted gear. Issei surprised. Is it a boosted gear? Shinra. But it's different from yours. Akeno, Yandere. Now dear Issei, I will make you only mine no matter what happened. At that Akeno would show a perverted smile. Issei. Don't make me do this. Shinra. There is no other option, my friend, we have to fight. Thus Shinra would begin to spin at maximum speed. Shinra. Fire tornado. So the fire tornado would hit Akeno, making her retreat, and then Issei would launch a dragon shoot, but Akeno counterattacked with a dark dragon shoot, so both attacks collided. Issei. Damn, he has the abilities of the boosted gear. Greg. Don't stop, buddy, keep fighting. Akeno would stop at that. Akeno, Yandere. I think it's time to end this. On that. Akeno, Yandere. Dark balance breaker. Dark boosted gear. Welsh dark dragon balance breaker. Thus Akeno would be covered by a dark armor with purple details. The boys were watching in surprise. Issei. This is too much, his power increases every time. Shinra. We have to keep fighting. So the two would launch an attack while Akeno watched them. Akeno, Yandere. No matter how hard they fight, they won't win. So the three would collide their attacks, but in that Akeno would jump and then take out the wings of her balance breaker. Akeno, Yandere. Let's see if they find me, ha 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 ha. Thus Akeno would begin to fly at maximum speed and the boys would not be able to launch their attacks. Shinra. Where the hell is it? At that Akeno would appear in front of Shinra. Akeno, Yandere. Right in front of you, ha 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 ha. With one blow, Akeno would send Shinra crashing and then rise. Akeno, Yandere. Good time to finish you. On that. Issei. Stop it. At that Akeno would turn around looking at Issei and then her helmet would disappear. Issei. Akeno, look at me please, here I am with you. Akeno. Issei. Issei. Listen to me please, I just ask that you listen to me, forgive me, I never wanted to hurt you, or that you would think that I didn't pay attention to you, I did everything possible to get closer to you, but Rias and I hurt you, but we never wanted to do it, that's why Rias would tell you that she's sorry just like I am sorry, but please come back with me, and let's be happy. At that Issei would smile. At that Akeno vanished, her helmet showing that she was crying. Akeno crying. No no no, I won't come back to you, not until you laugh, I won't separate from you, I want to be with you, but I don't want anyone to separate me from you, but you can't heal my broken heart. Issei crying. Please don't continue, come back to me, Rias must miss you, despite everything you are her friend, more like her sister. Akeno crying. No 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 no. Thus Akeno would increase her power, pushing back Issei and Shinra. Issei surprised. But what the hell? Shinra surprised. What are you doing? At that some strange orbs appeared around Akeno and that would scare Issei. Meanwhile, the boys kept running until they found Vali. Inosuke. And who is that? Tatsumi. That you are not Vali, Lucifer, Issei's rival and his friend. Vali? Yes I am. Tanjiro. Come on, come with us. Back with the boys. At that Akeno had tears in her eyes that came out of the eyes of her helmet and she would begin to speak. Akeno serious and crying. I, the one who will wake up. Woman man. It's always like this, it always was like this. Akeno, serious and crying. I am the dark dragon who will steal the principles of God's domination. Woman man. It's never love, it's always sadness and power. Akeno, serious and crying. I laugh at infinity and I don't pity sleep. Woman man. They always betray you, they just want your power. Akeno, serious and crying. I will become the dark dragon of pain and domination. Woman man. Just let yourself go, anger, sadness and pain will consume you. Akeno serious and crying. I will sink you into the darkest depths of my broken heart, dark juggernaut drive. Due to the great power released, the Gremory fortress would be destroyed and everyone would fall. Meanwhile in the human world. At Kuo Academy. Everyone was scared to see that Akeno had a juggernaut drive, they were literally surprised, but Rias was scared to see that her friend turned into a dragon. Rias worried. No 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 no, Akeno don't turn into a dragon 100%. Asia. It can't be possible. Big Red. Unfortunately she turned into a dragon when she activated that juggernaut drive. Office. The boys won't have it easy. Back with Issei and Shinra. They were unconscious until they woke up and saw that they were now in a normal city, but there were no demons. Shinra. Where the hell are we? Issei. It seems that the great power that Akeno released destroyed the entire Gremory fortress, but what I saw is real. Shinra. Well, I don't think so, but now we have to look for the others before. But in that. The two would turn around seeing that it was Akeno, but now it was a giant dark dragon. At that Akeno would only give another roar while inside she continued to cry inconsolably. Akeno crying. Rias. Issei. Issei and Shinra would only see this with some fear. Back to Kuo Academy. Rias. Exactly how long until dawn? Murayama. It's 1:25 AM. Bravo. Which means that for dawn to break. Everyone is scared. They are missing. At that everyone would look at Great Red and Office who were scared. Big Red Office scared. 5 hours until dawn. That had worried everyone and quickly Rengoku, worried about his disciples, would use a magic circle to communicate with Issei and Shinra. Back with Issei and Shinra. They would see that a magic circle of communication appeared in front of them. Rengoku worried. Young people, can you hear me? Answer me. Issei. Mr. Rengoku. Shinra. What's going on? Rengoku worried. Listen to me carefully, you will have to resist as much as possible and stop that girl, since there are 5 hours left until dawn. That had surprised Issei and Shinra. Rias. Issei, please save Akeno, I want her to come back with us please. Issei. I will do everything possible to bring her back, I just hope it is possible because if not, unfortunately, I would have no other option but to kill her. Shinra. We'll do our best to finish this, don't worry. Magenta. Good luck. At that point, communication would be cut off. At that, both would look at Akeno who continued roaring like a crazy dragon. Issei Shinra. Let's end this. So the final battle is about to begin. What will happen now? What happened to the others? Will they be able to reunite with Issei and Shinra? Will the boys be able to stop Akeno and endure everything that awaits them? Find out in the next chapter. Chapter 25. Countdown to Dawn. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present Countdown to Dawn. Issei and Shinra were watching how Akeno had gotten out of control, and it would be difficult for them to contain her alone for 5 hours. Shinra. Do you have an old plan? Issei. Honestly no, but I think this might help you. At that Issei would take out Kiba's sacred demonic sword from a magic circle. Issei. I think you will be a worthy bearer of the sword, and I also think you need this if you want to do the dance of the fire god. So Shinra would grab the sword. Shinra. Well, I had a friend who is an expert in using the sword, so I think I can do it. Greg. Comrade, don't die, otherwise you won't be able to see your sons or daughters being born. Issei. I know Drake, that's why I plan to fight with everything, and that's why I can only think of one idea to hold Akeno back before dawn. Shinra. Which is it exactly? Issei. Do you remember that 2 days after our training, both Tanjiro and I managed to meet the creator of solar breathing in a dream? Shinra. Tirifier's Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Issei. That's right, according to him, you can combine the 12 postures of solar breathing, so I thought the 13th posture is actually. Shinra surprised. Combining the 12 postures. Issei. Exactly, then tell me, old man, ready to do the impossible. Issei would say it while putting on his balance breaker. To then scream. Issei. Ascalon. Dragon. Blade. Thus Issei would summon the sword Ascalon. At that Shinra would smile as always. Shinra. I like to do the impossible, so let's do it. Thus flames would come out of Shinra's feet as well as holding the sacred demonic sword tightly. Issei. Shinra. Here we go. We assaulted head on. So both would run towards Akeno while a magic circle was there for everyone to watch the decisive battle. At that Akeno, upon seeing Issei and Shinra, would give a great roar and then begin to launch a million energy attacks. But in that Akeno from within would be able to see someone. Akeno from within, despite crying, was confused when she saw that man. At that Issei and Shinra would begin to concentrate their breaths so their swords would be covered by solar flames. Issei. Shinra. Dance of the fire god waltz plus blue sky. So the boys would cut the armor and make a circular turn to avoid a blow from Akeno, then both would retreat and then Shinra would launch himself at high speed. Shinra. Dance of the fire god crimson mirror plus waltz. Thus, crimson cuts repelled an attack from Akeno and then the waltz cut managed to damage Akeno's armor again. Issei. It works. Greg. Keep it up, mate. At that Akeno would give a great roar of fury and then launch a large beam of dark energy, but Issei would dodge it in time and then go at maximum speed against Akeno. At that Akeno was going to hit Issei and Shinra, but. Issei. Shinra. Dance of the god of fire rainbow parhelion. Thus the two disappeared in rainbow-colored flames to later appear behind Akeno. Issei. Shinra. More fire wheel. Thus both would turn the two wheels of fire, managing to hurt Akeno, who would only give another roar of fury. Thus passed the first 2 hours in which Issei and Shinra managed to give great wounds to Akeno by combining the postures of the dance of the god of fire, leaving everyone surprised since there was still hope. Issei. Shinra. Dance of the fire god bright light of gratitude. Thus managing to hurt Akeno's wings. Issei. Shinra. More dragon solar halo. Thus the immense fire dragon managed to hurt Akeno and the boys would stop, breathing heavily. Shinra. Tired. Did we make it? Issei. Tired. I don't believe. At that, both were surprised to see that Akeno's armor was quickly rebuilt. Scared Issei. It's a joke. Shinra. Scared. We barely managed to stop her for 2 hours, I don't think we can for 3 more hours. So both would run and then scream. Issei. Shinra. Dance of the fire god flaming waltz. More burning bones summer sun. So the boys would hurt Akeno again, but she would manage to grab them and then squeeze them tightly so Issei would lose his balance breaker. So Akeno would just roar and then squeeze both of them harder, making them scream in pain. Everyone who saw this was scared because there were still 3 more hours until dawn. Akeno was about to eat Shinra, but that's it. Betrayal it's my osh. Dance of the fire god. Immense flaming mist. So 2 attacks would manage to damage Akeno, thus releasing Issei and Shinra, but in that case, Shinra would be grabbed by someone, just like Issei. It's a good thing we arrived on time, otherwise I would have already lost you, my love. Ice-chan, are you okay? At that, Shinra would open his eyes seeing that his beloved Tamaki had saved him. Shinra. Haha hello my love, thanks for saving me. At that Issei would open his eyes seeing Serafel who had saved him. Issei. Haha thanks for saving me Sarah-chan. In that, the two would see that Tanjiro and Izuku were there. Tanjiro. I promise to help you in everything Issei and I always keep a promise. Izuku. And besides my duty as a hero is to help, besides you are my friend. At that Issei would smile just like Shinra but in that. Raid. Grand Chariot. So Issei and Shinra would turn around seeing that it was a night raid and also seeing Bakugo and Todoroki together with Zenitsu and Inosuke, some were somewhat hurt, but they were fine. So the 6 would approach. Issei. You guys survived. Bakugo. Don't doubt us, idiot. Inosuke. Never underestimate the leader. Shinra. Why are they hurt? And Phoenix's tears. Run. We used almost all of them, we only have 3 left and it would be better to use them when necessary. Leon. But we're still here, ready to fight. Became Kurum. The final battle. Mine Chelsea. And we will win. Zenitsu. And don't worry, Volley and the real Leffe are in a safe place. Issei surprised. Why it's so she's still alive. Seraphle. That's right. At that everyone would turn around seeing a Keno who would only give a loud roar. Izuku. Kaken will have to do it again. Bakugo. Are you sure, Deku? You know you'll probably lose him this time. Todoroki. I agree with Bakugo, maybe this time you'll lose the one for all forever. Author's note. In this story Bakugo, Todoroki and Uraraka know about one for all. End of note. Izuku. It's a risk I'm willing to take, so what do you say, Kaken? So Izuku would extend his hand and then Bakugo would grab it. Bakugo. Sorry. But in that Todoroki would grab both of their hands. Todoroki. United. So all 3 would scream at the same time. Izuku Bakugo Todoroki. One for all full flow at 100%. Thus both would shine, implying that the one for all was now being used by all 3. Lubbock. This battle will be fun, but no matter what happened, if we died, it was a pleasure to fight alongside my family. So All Night Raid would smile. Leon. I agree, fighting alongside my family is the best thing I can do. Inosuke. Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro. At that the 3 would look at Inosuke surprised that he could say their names correctly. Inosuke. For this time, you be the leaders. So the 3 smiled and then saw the dark dragon Akeno in front of them. Issei. Okay, listen carefully, we have 3 hours before dawn, we have to stop Akeno before Great Red and Office's spell ends. Shinra. It will be difficult but not impossible, so Issei, Tanjiro and I will go to the front. Tanjiro. Well, you attack with everything you can, if you have skills that can serve to hold her back while we attack, use them. All. Yes, let's do it. Thus, everyone would launch an attack and then Tanjiro, like Issei and Shinra, would begin to combine the 12 solar breathing postures, thus managing to damage Akeno. Then Akame and Kurum gave fatal stabs to Akeno, thus managing to injure her legs. Bolran and Leon attacked Akeno's wings and back. On Tatsumi and Wave's side, they deflected each of Akeno's attacks. Mine and Chelsea fired energy beams that destroyed Akeno's. Zenitsu and Inosuke would cover the rear of Issei and Shinra and Tanjiro, just like Tamaki and Seraphle. Izuku and Bakugo attacked Akeno with great force, while Todoroki and Lubbock held Akeno back using threads and ice. Thus the boys managed to fight Akeno, who could only roar in anger. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Dance of the God of Fire Rainbow Parhelion, plus Dragon Solar Halo. So by disappearing and attacking Akeno, she is already fed up with everything, she would release more power and then open her chest and everyone would see a very large dark gem and then Akeno would launch the attack towards Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro. All. Be careful. But it was too late, the attack would impact the 3 of them, causing them to crash into many buildings. Izuku. Guys, we have to keep going, there are only 2 hours left until dawn. Bakugo. Apparently if we manage to destroy that dark gem we will finish it off. Inosuke. Then don't waste time and attack with everything you've got. All decided? Yes. So everyone would launch an attack. Meanwhile. Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro had fallen right into a building where Volley and the real Leffe were, who had already awakened. Volley. Demons are unconscious. Leffe. Well, we have to do something to wake up their friends, they won't be able to hold Akeno back. Albion. Come on Drake, wake up, if you don't, we'll all die. Volley Leffe. Wake up. Meanwhile in the boys' subconscious. They would open their eyes seeing that they were in a strange house. Issei. Hey, I think I recognize this place. Tanjiro. I also think we've been here before. On that. Ice-kun, is that you? Come again, why don't I find this surprising? Issei was surprised to see that Xenovia, Irina, Kaneko and Kuroko were there. Even if he was quick to hug them, Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro were surprised to see no one else and no one less than. Issei Shinra Tanjiro surprised. Yoriichi Tsujikuni. The creator and first user of solar breathing. Yoriichi. Wow, you 3 are really good at combining the 12 postures. Issei. Wait a minute girls, what are you doing here? Xenovia. Well, we saw what was happening all this time. Irina. Also for some strange reason Yoriichi-san is here in our world, which is strange if he doesn't belong here. Yoriichi. Let me explain. You will see that Issei managed to awaken solar breathing without the need for earrings. For some strange reason, my soul was able to reach this world. Kaneko. So it basically boils down to which senpai she awakened solar breathing. Kuroka. Can you be here in our world? Yoriichi. Correct. Shinra. But what exactly are we doing here now? Xenovia. First of all, the only way they can destroy the Dark Juggernaut drive is by destroying the Dark Gem in the center. Arena. The dark power of the dragon, and apart from Akeno's pain and sadness, is there if they manage to destroy that Dark Gem. Hineko. The power of the Dark Dragon and Akeno-san's feelings will be destroyed forever. Issei. I understand, but how are we going to do it? We can't get close, and also combining the postures is too difficult. Greg. And don't forget, buddy, that his power has now increased. Yoriichi. Do you really think you're going to give up that easily? The three would look at Yoriichi. Yoriichi. Being the current possessors of solar breathing, do you think you're going to give up so easily? Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Piro. And that Yoriichi would tell them his story. Issei. And what exactly happened in your confrontation against Kibutsuji? Yoriichi. You'll see what happened. This is how Yoriichi would tell about his confrontation against Kibutsuji. The boys were surprised because they didn't know that Yoriichi was the one who let Tomeo survive. Shinra. Basically your brother Kakishibo, which is the first upper moon, turned into a demon just because of his hatred towards you. Yoriichi. Exactly. Kaneko. It reminds me of when Nissan and I separated, but at that time I didn't know that it changed my memories. Hiroka. But I did it for your own good, Shiranaya. Tanjiro sad. Your life has really been very sad, Yoriichi-san. Issei. They shouldn't have judged you only for what you did. I would have done the same. In fact, Rias also spared Daki's life since, like Mrs. Tomeo, she no longer wanted to continue being a demon under Kibutsuji's orders. Shinra. Now we know what you felt. At that, Yoriichi would get up and then start walking. Yoriichi. Don't give up so easily. So Yoriichi would keep walking, but. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Wait for that time, ai. At that, Yoriichi would stop his path. Issei. No matter what I went through, your memory will never be forgotten. Shinra. You transferred solar breathing to your descendants, didn't you? Just like us. Tanjiro. So we promise that your memory will never be forgotten. At that, all three would shout at the same time. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. We promise to transfer the dance of the fire god to our descendants as you did with us and the others, we promise you, it's a promise. Everything would remain silent, but then Yoriichi would turn around and then smile. Yoriichi. Thank you. So the boys would smile, and then Xenovia and Arena and Kaneko and Kuroko would hug Issei. Xenovia. They have to return Ice-kun. Arena. We wish you good luck. Kaneko Kuroko. And don't give up. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Shi. Thus they would disappear. Yoriichi. Thank you, Issei Shinra and Tanjiro, thank you very much. What will happen now? Will the boys be able to stop Akeno in time? Find out in the next and final chapter. Chapter 26 and finale. End of the battle and happy ending. Deadpool. Shut up and hit play. I understood that reference, but oh well. Without further ado, let's begin with this last chapter. Click on the last intro of this story. Last opening of this story. Wimp, the second opening of Gudam, or whatever it's called because I can't remember how to spell it. Singer. I don't know, he. Hit intro 2. New introductory music for the chapter. Today we present. End of the battle and happy ending. Everyone was watching Akeno, who just kept destroying things like crazy. Leon. We don't have time to waste with Issei and Shinra and Tanjiro out of combat, we won't be able to hold her back for long. Izuku. I think I have a plan. Zenitsu worried. Say it quickly, Izuku. Izuku. Listen to me, Lubbock and I will hold her back while Todoroki, you will freeze her legs, while the others will have to attack with everything they have. We have to make her open that part where that dark gem is. Bakugo. You heard the nerd, it's time to attack again. All? Yes. So they all launched into the attack, and then Izuku summoned his black whips, while Lubbock summoned his threads. Izuku. Hey giant dark dragon. So Izuku and Lubbock would grab Akeno's arms, and then Todoroki would freeze Akeno's legs. Bakugo. Well done, half and half, now let's go for it. Todoroki. Let's go. So they both jumped and then screamed. Bakugo Todoroki. Double Detroit Smash. So both launched a Detroit Smash, making Akeno retreat, while Izuku and Lubbock held her back. Run. Well done guys, keep it up. So Run would throw several sharp feathers, thus damaging Akeno. Kurum. Hey you dragon, let's see if you can withstand a hit from Natala. Thus the great puppet would destroy part of Akeno's armor, and then Akame would give it several cuts, but Murasame's poison did not work. Akame. Damn, the poison can't get into her. At that, Akeno was about to hit Akame, but Tatsumi saved her in time. Akame. Thank you, love. Tatsumi. You're welcome, just be careful. At that, Serafel and Tamaki climbed onto Akeno's giant head. Serafel. Please Akeno, you have to reconsider. Issei still loves you, and neither Rias nor I nor the others will take Issei away from you, so please come back. But that would make Akeno angry from the inside. Akeno crying. Damn you Sluo. Thus Akeno would release more power by pushing back almost some. Mine. Why don't you give up, woman? So mine shoot several energy beams just like Chelsea. Chelsea. We have to make him show that dark gem, but it seems he won't do it. At that point Akeno would be releasing more power, but Inosuke would launch an attack. Inosuke. Breath of the Beast 10th Fang, rotating fangs. Thus 2 tornadoes would force Akeno back. Bakugo. Dee. So Bakugo would start spinning at maximum speed, and Todoroki would increase his flames. Leon. What do you think of this, you wretch? So Leon would give a strong punch to Akeno, making her retreat further. Hitsumi. Wave, let's help her, it's our chance to beat her or leave her exhausted. Wave. Let's go. So both would go to where Akeno is. Serious Zenitsu. Lightning breathing first stance lightning flash. So Zenitsu would give Akeno 8 cuts. Serious Zenitsu. 8 times. So everyone would go against Akeno. Hitsumi wave. It's over. Bakugo. Explosive impact. Todoroki. Incineration prominent. Thus the attacks of the 4 hit Akeno, creating a huge explosion. In that smoke the boys would come out together with Izuku and Lubbock. Hitsumi. Run, you still have Phoenix's tears. Run. I gave the role to Issei so technically he has them. Everyone. Oh, no. At that, everyone would turn around and see, scared, that Akeno was there and still alive. Izuku scared. It's a joke. Bakugo scared. Not even our most powerful attacks can stop her. Serafel Tamaki, scared. Is this our end? At that Akeno would begin to charge a great attack and then launch it towards the boys, but before impacting. Shinra. Demon's footprint. So Shinra would give a strong kick to the attack. Thus the attack being destroyed. Everyone would look in amazement that Shinra was no longer injured. Tamaki crying. My love. Shinra. Sorry for keeping you waiting, but Vali and Lefei had to use Phoenix tears on the 3 of us. That's when Issei and Tanjiro would appear. Serafel crying. Ice-chan. Issei. Haha hello and sorry for keeping you waiting. Tanjiro. But now we can continue fighting, we have to give it our all. All? Yes. So everyone, despite being injured, would get up while the others from the Kuo Academy could see everything. Rias. They just have to hold out for an hour and a half and they'll win. Big Red. They can do it, brats. Office. They can do it. Tomioka. What are you waiting for? Finish her off. You can. Tenjin Shinobu Mitsuri. You can do it. Uraraka. Come on Deku-kun and guys you can win. Izuku Zenko Kanao. Come on Tanjiro. And guys can do it. At that, upon hearing it, every Ringoku would smile. Ringoku. Come on young people, we fully trust that you will achieve this, you will win, so fight until the end. Back with the boys. They would see Akeno who would let out a loud roar at them. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Charge. Everyone. Yes Wuojuo. So everyone would launch an attack against Akeno, in which Issei could fight even without his balance breaker. Issei. Dance of the Fire God Waltz. Shinra. Dance of the Fire God Blue Sky. Tanjiro. Dance of the Fire God Fire Wheel. So the attacks would give Akeno time later. Serafel. Devastating Ice Beam. So the attack hits Akeno and then Tamaki claws at her without stopping. Bakugo. Reaper Grenade. Thus the attack would blind Akeno and then Todoroki would launch a great combined ice and fire attack. Leon. Take this. Thus Leon's blow would damage the head of the armor. Mine Chelsea. Wuoju yes. Thus both of them fired energy beams without stopping. Hitsumi and Wave repelled each blow from Akeno and then Akame and Kurum jumped and both gave a combined cut. Lubbock, for his part, would throw several thread spears, damaging the armor. Izuku. Detroit Smash. Ash. So Izuku would give Akeno a strong Detroit smash and then Bakugo would grab him in the air and start spinning. Bakugo. Explosive catapult. So Bakugo would throw Izuku even if he kicked Akeno, making her retreat. Inosuke. Breath of the Beast First Fang. Pearson extract. Thus managing to destroy the part of Akeno's stomach. Zenitsu. Lightning breathing first stance lightning flash 3 times. Thus managing to damage more Akeno. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Dance of the Fire God Burning Bone Summer Sun. Thus managing to damage more Akeno. For his part, Run would throw several sharp feathers without stopping. Little by little the battle was almost coming to an end. Inosuke. Beast Breath New Idea. Flying Slash. So Inosuke swords would hit Akeno. Zenitsu. Let's go, lightning breath, first stance, lightning flash extreme speed, plus flaming thunder god. Thus, Zenitsu, combining his first stance and his seventh stance, would manage to destroy the part where the dark gem was. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Nui. Dance of the Fire God Sunflower Throttle. So the three of them thrust their swords, causing Akeno to crash against the wall of the houses. Akeno was going to bite them, but Izuku and Lubbock with their threads would stop her, while the others stopped Akeno's arms and legs. The others were watching everything. Rias crying. Do it. Big Red Office. Issei, Shinra, Tanjiro. All. Let's go. Back with the boys. On that. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Aye. Thus the Ascalon sword, the sacred demonic sword and Tanjiro's katana, would turn a crimson color as little by little the armor was being destroyed. All. Let's go. And so everyone would give their last efforts. All. Aye. It's over. So finally the armor was being destroyed. Akeno crying. No. Thus a huge explosion would occur that would destroy several houses and several buildings. Minutes later. The sun was slowly rising and the others were watching it through the magic circle. Shinobu. Did they do it? Ravel. I don't know, I can't see anything. At that everyone would see that the sun was rising in the human world. At that moment, everyone would see through the windows that dawn had arrived. Rengoku. Ha, it seems they did it. All. Yees. Back in the underworld. Everyone would slowly get up seeing how the sun had risen and that there was no longer darkness. On that. Greg worried. Partner. At that Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro would wake up, getting up and seeing that the sun had risen. Izuku exhausted. We did it. Bakugo. We won. Run. Really. Leon happy. Yees we won Ojo. So everyone was happy they had finally won. Issei, Shinra and Tanjiro looked at everything impressed. Issei surprised. Is it all over? Shinra surprised. Could we really win? Tanjiro surprised. I guess so. At that the three would look at their swords lying on the ground. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Yes we did it haha. But then the three of them would fall to the ground due to exhaustion and they were not the only ones because the others would also fall again. Everyone. Ouch that hurt a lot. At that everyone would look at each other and then start laughing. Everyone happy. Ha. And that of the Tigas of Tatsumi and Lubbock and Leon and Mine and Chelsea, Regenleaf, Alvator, Thrud and Wrist would come out, which were exhausted and hurt. Regenleaf. Ouch I think this is more painful than training. Thrud. Woo Ojo I've never felt this great. Alvator. Speak for yourself, my whole body hurts and I'm also covered in dust, but it's not bad at all. Wrist. Well it was painful, but I feel good From the Nichiren katanas of Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosu came Goal, Locke and Randras, which were also exhausted and damaged like the others. Goal. Wow, I never thought it would be so cool to do the Voland, it was painful, but it's a good thing I chose Tanjiro. Locke. Well you have a point haha. Randras. The good thing is that we won. At the moment of Izuku's gloves, Brunhild would come out, who was kneeling because she was exhausted and injured. Goal. Big sister are you okay? On that. Brunhild. Ha. Everyone was confused when they saw that Brunhild couldn't stop laughing. Brunhild. Woo Ojo that was super epic and oi. At that everyone would start laughing, but at that Issei would remember Akeno. Issei worried. Akeno. So Issei would get up and run to where Akeno should be. Everyone would get up and follow him. Tamaki. I hope he doesn't want to kill us. Serafel. Let's hope not. Became Kurum. Let's go quickly. Minutes later. Issei gathered the others and they would arrive, but when they arrived they would see that Vali and the real Lefei were there. Issei. Lefei is that really you? Upon hearing the voice of her beloved chestnut Lefei, she would run towards Issei and hug him tightly. Lefei crying. Issei tell me did you think I had become someone bad? Issei. I didn't always assume that you wouldn't be capable of doing something like that to me, and that was confirmed when Great Red in office told us everything. Lefei crying. So you still love me? Issei. This answers your question. So both would give each other a tender kiss, thus feeling happy that her brown-haired woman had reciprocated her feelings. Lefei. Wait and my brother? Sad Tanjiro. About that. Wave. In our battle Arthur and Kunu died. That had made Lefei sad because his brother was dead. Tanjiro. But as his last wish, he wanted you to know that he also loves you the way you loved him. Lefei would just start crying, but Issei would calm her down. And that Vali would approach Issei. Issei. And Akeno. Vali. See for yourself. So Issei and the others would look and everyone was surprised, but Issei couldn't believe it. Akeno was there with 3 wounds on her stomach and still had tears on her face, while nothing remained of the dark boosted gear. Issei worried. Is she? Vali. Still breathing but losing a lot of blood. At that Issei would quickly grab Akeno and then look at her. Issei worried. Akeno, hey wake up, it's me Issei, if you hear me I want you to know that I never stopped loving you and if at some point I couldn't get close to you, please forgive me if I did something wrong to you. On that. Akeno injured. Cough cough cough. At that everyone would see that Akeno was coughing blood and then look at Issei. Akeno injured. Issei. My beloved Issei, is it really you? Issei. If it's me here I'm calm, everything will be fine. Wounded Akeno. Forgive me for everything I did and for wanting to kill you, now I laugh alone, I alone. At that Akeno would start to cry. Akeno hurt and crying. I just wanted to be loved, I wanted you to love me like you love Rias and the others, that's all I wanted. Issei. But what are you saying? Of course I love you and I always loved you. I never thought I had hurt you, and when I tried to support you because of your father, you just avoided me. Akeno hurt and crying. Then forgive me for everything I did because I don't deserve anyone's forgiveness, not even the forgiveness of my best friend. Issei. Of course he forgave you, you were just hurt by what happened, no one can judge you. Akeno hurt and crying. Thank you. So Issei would wipe Akeno's tears but in that. Tanjiro scared. Issei, she keeps losing blood. At that point, blood continued to flow from Akeno's wounds. Issei worried. Akeno resist please, we just need a phoenix tear run, there were some phoenix tears left over. Sad run. Sorry Issei, but Shinra said that Volley and Lefei used the last phoenix tears on you, and Tanjiro and Shinra. Hearing that Issei would start to cry because there was nothing he could do without a phoenix tear. Akeno injured. Leave it like that Issei, it is my price for what I did and I must accept it. Issei crying. Please don't talk, just focus on stopping the bleeding. I'll just tell you how to do it. There's no way your wound will heal. Sad Seraphil. Ice-chan could help you, but my healing magic wouldn't work with a wound like that, it's almost like the wound that Lord Rengoku received in his battle against Akaza. Became sad. According to what we saw in your memories, the only one who could help would be Asia, but due to how quickly she loses blood, we wouldn't get there in time. Purim sad. Issei, I don't want to say this, but unfortunately Akeno is going to die. Issei crying. No, I can't save her, I can stop her from dying, I just have to be fast, I don't plan on losing her too, like I lost Xenovia and Erina and Kaneko and Kuroka, I can do it, I can try. Issei just continued crying inconsolably as helplessness consumed him, and he would also remember how Xenovia, Erina, Kaneko and Kuroka died in his arms. Flashback. Trihexa had finally been defeated and everyone was getting up. Rias worried. Where are Xenovia and Erina and Kaneko and Kuroka? Akeno. The only thing I remember is that they received Trihexa's attack and flew away, and Ice-kun went to look for them. Vesuvius. I hope nothing bad happened. Worried Asia. I hope so. Meanwhile. Issei found himself running in all the dust there was. Issei worried. Cough cough Xenovia. Erina. Cough 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 Kaneko-chan. Kuroka. Where are they? And that Issei would continue searching until he found the Durandal sword and Erina's sword. Worried Issei. Girls. Where are you? At that Issei would see four shadows between some rocks slowly approaching, and when he looked closely he would get scared and worried. They were his four loved ones who were seriously injured. Worried Issei. Girls. So Issei would approach the four and start moving them. Worried Issei. Girls react, please tell me something. And that Xenovia and Erina and Kaneko and Kuroka would cough blood. Injured Xenovia. Cough cough Ice-kun, are you here? Issei worried. If I stay here calm everything will be fine. Erina hurt. No cough cough cough, it's useless, we are about to die. Issei worried. Don't say that Erina, I'll find a way to help them, but I don't understand why they put themselves in the middle of the attack. Kaneko injured. Why cough cough cough, you still have to continue living senpai, cough cough cough, that's why Rias Butchu would be sad without you just like the others. Kuroka injured. Cough cough, besides we weren't going to let the man we loved die. Issei worried. Please don't talk, everything will be okay. Wounded Xenovia. Cough cough Ice-kun, since I met you you changed my life, before I was someone cold, but you turned me into someone different, someone who cares about her friends, cough cough cough, you also gave my life a purpose, which is to be with you no matter what I went through. Erina hurt. Ice-kun, you and I knew each other since we were little, cough cough cough, and the truth is since that time I began to feel something for you, cough cough cough, until I was finally able to confess my feelings to you, and I didn't care about your attitude because I love you just the way you are, cough cough cough. Kaneko hurt. Since I met you senpai I didn't like you very much, but that changed, cough cough cough, you taught me to accept myself as I am, and you also managed to make me and Nisen become sisters again, cough cough cough, and I fell in love with you, and I didn't care if senpai was perverted, I wanted to be by your side, no matter what I went through, cough cough cough. Kuroka hurt. You taught me what it is to truly love, and not just by power cough cough cough. You gave meaning to my life and helped me recover time with Shirin Naya. Thanks to you Issei Naya I am what I am cough cough cough. Issei could only cry his eyes out because he couldn't bear to lose his loved ones, but then he would hug them tightly and they would reciprocate the hug. Xenovia Arena Kaneko Kuroka. We love you so much Ice-kun senpai Naya, and please promise that you will continue to be that person who is always willing to protect everyone. Issei crying. I promise. At that point the girls, with their last strength, would each give a tender kiss to their brown-haired boy, so you are dying in the arms of your brown-haired boy who could only scream. Issei crying. End of flashback. Issei crying. That's why you have to resist, there has to be a way to stop the bleeding. Akeno injured. No Issei, it's useless, I'm going to die soon. Issei would just keep crying. Akeno injured. But I will continue talking to you as long as I can, and with you please forgive me for stopping me, you got involved in this and could have died because of me. Everyone crying. Don't worry, we forgive you. Injured Akeno. Ice-kun. At that Issei would look at Akeno and she would smile. Wounded Akeno. I thank you for everything you did for me and for accepting me as I truly am. You made me happy when you accepted my other half. Issei crying. Why doesn't it matter if you're half demon and half fallen angel, you're still what you are. Akeno hurt. I still remember the good times you spent with me, those moments in which you made me the happiest woman in the world since I could be by your side accompanying you. Issei crying. So you still remember those good times we spent together being happy. Akeno hurt and crying. Of course, and I think you can see it that way. So Akeno would get up and then give Issei a kiss, surprising him. But that kiss had a spell, so Issei would see the good times he spent with Akeno. From how she helped him with his homework. From the awkward and funny moments they spent together since they first met, the battles they fought when Issei helped Akeno accept her fallen angel half after what happened with Asia's rescue, to their first date. Where they both had a good time and talked about how no matter what happened, they would always be together. And so more and more happy moments passed between Issei and Akeno until the effect of the spell ended, so Issei would close his eyes in response to Akeno's kiss. Everyone watched that with tears in their eyes because Akeno was regretting all her mistakes in addition to fixing things with Issei. So both would separate, so Issei would see Akeno who was just crying with happiness. Akeno hurt and crying. No matter what happened, I just want you to be happy now and please tell Rias that I'm sorry and that I hope she can forgive me and still see me as a sister. Issei crying. Please I beg you, just hold on, don't go, stay by my side, I need someone to help me when my children are born. Akeno injured. Hehe, even Aunt, I'm going to be good, I just hope, and you and Rias are happy now, please keep going no matter what happened. Issei would just smile as he continued to cry inconsolably. Issei crying. Please I ask you, don't abandon me, just stay by my side and be happy with me, please Akeno, don't abandon me, I ask you, please. And that Issei would hug Akeno tightly and then reciprocate with his arm. The sun illuminated that scene while everyone just looked down while crying uncontrollably. At that Akeno would look at Issei and then smile. Akeno hurt. Thank you for making me the happiest woman in the whole world and for loving me as much as I did you, and also thank you for coming into my life, I love you Ice-kun, I love you very much. Issei would just continue crying as he hugged Akeno again and she would reciprocate, but in that she would see 4 people being surprised since they were Xenovia and Arena and Kaneko and Kuroka. Akeno surprised. Girls. Tell me, do you hate me? Do you think I made a huge mistake? And that I deserve punishment? At that the girls would smile. Xenovia Arena Kaneko Kuroka. Of course not, we don't hate you, so now come with us, we're waiting for you in limbo. So some stairs would appear and Akeno would see the stairs to limbo, so she would grab her friend's hands and start walking up the stairs until finally the gates of heaven opened and so she would enter, but before entering Akeno would look at Issei and then smile. Akeno, smiling. Goodbye everyone, goodbye Ice-kun and Ria's sister, take care of yourself and be a great mother. So Akeno would finally enter the gates of heaven and they would close. Back in reality. Issei was just looking at Akeno's lifeless body while on her face there was still a tender and warm smile. Issei crying. Sniff sniff, why do I have to be so weak, sniff sniff sniff, for being weak, I lost another person I care about. At that the boys would approach, comforting Issei. Mine, sad. Hey, we understand you, we have also lost people we love, but not everything in life is rosy. Tanjiro sad. Life goes on, you have to understand that Issei. Shinra sad. Even if it is something painful. Issei crying. She just asked me sniff 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 if I could really make her happy, because if it weren't for me she wouldn't. Brig sad. Maid, I know it's painful, but I understand you, I would feel the same. Issei and the others just kept crying until. Inosuke Bakugo angry. Stop crying like babies. At that everyone would look at Inosuke and Bakugo. Angry Inosuke. Don't ask yourself if you really made her happy. That's a stupid question. Bakugo angry. She said that you made her happy, the happiest woman in the world, what other answer do you want to hear, Issei? Inosuke gets angry. I had a mother but I never knew about her. And no matter how much I cry she'll never come back, but I know her memory will always be with me in that song. Tears began to come out of Inosuke's eyes, but so did Bakugo's. Bakugo crying. Losing a loved one is part of life, it's part of being a human or in your case a half-demon, no matter the pain and suffering, you must move forward no matter if you are strong or weak. Everyone was impressed, and then they all gave each other a group hug to try to calm Inosuke down. Zenitsu. And what will you do with Issei's body? At that Issei would look at Akeno's body and then carry her princess style. Issei. I know where to bury her. Ali. Okay, let's go home. Lefei. Then the underworld will have to be rebuilt in addition to informing Yasaka-sama of what happened to Kunu. Hitsumi. I agree. Became. Me too. So everyone would be transported to the Kuo Academy and received by everyone, but then Rias, upon seeing Akeno's body, would start to cry. Rias crying. I wish she was my bridesmaid. Sad Issei. I know but I know where we'll bury her. Big Red. You did a good job Bratzo now. And that great red and office would create portals to the worlds of each of the boys. Office. You can go home thanks for the help. At that point everyone would be saying goodbye. Shinra. Great Red and Office, there's no problem with Tamaki and I staying here. Tamaki. In our world they don't need us, besides it would be nice to live with our friends. Office. No problem, we understand them. Big Red. Also that goes for Daki after all he already belongs to this world. Tanjiro Zenitsu Inosuke. We want to stay too. Izuko Zenko Kanao. Us too. Block Ranger's goal. Us too. Everyone was surprised. Goal. Also I want to spend time with Tanjiro because I better forget it. Thus Goal would passionately kiss Tanjiro, surprising everyone, and Locke and Rangers would do the same with Zenitsu and Inosuke, surprising everyone even more. Big Red. Well, it won't affect anything if anyone else stays. Alvator. I'll go with Lubbock in Night Raid. Brud. Being Leon's partner is also amazing. Brunhild. Well I guess just me, Reginleaf and Rist will go home. So everyone would give each other a big group hug and then all enter their respective portals. Only the pillars remain. Tomioka. The boss is indebted to you, you helped us defeat Kibutsuji. Tenjin. Now our whole world is at peace. Mitsuri. So take care of yourselves, guys. Rengoku. Don't forget, young people, stay the same as always, mature and flourish no matter what happens, keep going and never give up. Everyone. Yes sir Rengoku. Shinobu. Take care of yourself Kanao and be happy. Hanao. Thank you. Thus the pillars would enter the portal and the portal would close. Time skipped several months later. The underworld had been rebuilt and everyone lived in peace and tranquility. Time passed and finally Issei and Rias got married and Issei's daughters were born. Ria's daughter is called Ruby because of the color of her hair and on the other hand, Murayama's daughter is called Madoka, a name that Issei chose. Also with time Tanjiro began to live happily because now he was happy and he did not stop his training. Also as the months passed Nezuko ended up pregnant with Tanjiro. So Tanjiro was happy with his girls, but Nezuko wasn't the only one, as the same was true for Kanao, Zenko and Gol. Shinra and Tamaki also got married and the wedding was literally crazy. After months, Tamaki ended up pregnant by Shinra and she gave birth to a beautiful girl whom Shinra and Tamaki named Iris in honor of their best friend. Also over time Inosuke and Rangers began a loving relationship and are happy. On Zenitsu's side, he started a relationship with Locke and both are happy. Zenitsu was also able to master the first posture of the lightning breathing as well as the seventh posture and he also left behind that attitude from before. Every day Issei and Rias together with Murayama and the others visited the graves of Xenovia, Irina, Kaneko, Kuroka and also Akeno, who was buried next to the graves of the others. On the other hand, the others continued their lives in their worlds. Izuku, Uraraka, Bakugo, and Todoroki continued their training to be heroes, along with the rest of Class 1A, who wanted to become stronger. On the other hand, Brunhild, Reginleaf and Rist remained in their world, and thanks to a treaty, gods and humans lived together in harmony. With Night Raid, they also lived their lives quietly. Tatsumi and Akane got married and are now awaiting the birth of their daughter. Mine and Chelsea also got married and were both happy. On the other hand, everyone was happy no matter what happened because everything was at peace. On the other hand, in the world of Kimetsu no Yaiba, everyone was happy because there were no more demons to face. The boss was also able to cure his illness because Tomeo was able to make him medicine. Current events. World of High School DxD. Issei was on the mountain watching the horizon together with Shinra and Tanjiro. Issei. Hey Tanjiro, what are you going to do when your babies are born? We are supposed to pass the dance of the fire god to a descendant. Tanjiro. Well, Yoriichi-san never set a limit, so the dance of the fire god will be passed on to all my daughters or sons. Shinra. Well, I'll pass it on to my daughter. Issei. I also know now. I ask, what do we do now? Shinra. I don't know, we still have time to get to the picnic. Tanjiro. A race. So the three of them would smile, but Zenitsu. Then a race between the five. Inosuke. And if they lose, they have to bring the drink, rules are rules. Issei Shinra Tanjiro. Done. So the five would start walking towards where the race would start. Issei. Well, you already know the rules obviously. All? Yes. So everyone would get into position. Issei. On your marks. Tanjiro. Ready. Shinra. Out. So everyone would start running. Issei narrates. In short, this is how I met new friends and how I lived an adventure outside my world, and the truth was definitely crazy, but no matter what I went through, I will always take my loved ones with me and they are always by my side, and also Akeno. No matter what I went through, I will fight and protect what I love no matter what I went through. Normal narration. At that the boys would jump from the roof of a building. Issei. Yes Wuojo. Thus beginning to fly while Shinra ran with his flames and Tanjiro, Zenitsu and Inosuke used their breaths, thus screaming with excitement. Everyone. Wuojo, yes Wuo, these are super cool Wuojo. So the boys would continue running towards their picnic. And in Colorado this story is over. Ian. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.